How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a good day. Today we have stories of Gen Z girls doing Gen Z moment stuff. I mean, you already know what that's about to be. I know for a fact you'll enjoy this video, so let's sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, and let's just jump right into it. As always, submit these stories to me at either my Twitter or Instagram. Both are Connor Pugs, both are in the description. And also, watch all these stories on Spotify. You normally get them a couple hours early too. And let's call the first subscriber who submitted the story Crawford. So anyways, right, Crawford was in a class, and he, there was a class project that they all had to do. And when Crawford walked in one day, he was kind of aware of the project, but he wasn't exactly sure if, is this going to be one of those projects where I have to do this by myself? Is it going to be a really big group project of 3 to 4 people? Or is this going to be one of those group projects where it's it's you and one other person, and if you get a really bad partner, you're screwed. So anyways, Crawford walks in class, he sits down and he waits for the teacher, and the teacher's like, all right, class, I just want to let you guys know we have a pretty big project coming up. It'll be due by the end of the week, and I will be giving you random assigned partners of 2. Crawford in his head's like, oh God, please have mercy, please have mercy. And his teacher was reading out the names, and eventually Crawford heard his name, and he also heard the name of a Gen Z girl. And that's a very, very broad distinction, because Gen Z is literally just a category of what year you were born in. So you might be thinking, what does that even mean, Connor? So when I say Gen Z, I just mean when you see Gen Z memes on the internet. That's what I'm referring to. And for the rest of this video, I'm just going to call her the Gen Z girl. Just make it nice and easy for both of us. So anyways, Crawford goes over to the Gen Z girl, and she's on her phone, and she's just on Instagram or Twitter or something and making TikTok. She's not even paying attention to him. Crawford's like, hey, what's up? How's it going? And Gen Z girl's like, hey, goes back at her phone. Crawford's like, yeah, I was wondering if during our free period, this week, you wanted to meet up and work on this project. So basically at this school, they had free periods. They everyone at the same time had a free period. It was kind of like recess, but you could do literally whatever you wanted. I mean, within some exceptions, can't do anything crazy, but you know what I mean. And, Crawford was looking at the Gen Z girl and was like, hey, do you want to do this while we're during our free period? The Gen Z girl looks up and says, yeah, that makes sense, sure. Crawford's like, all right, bet, cool. Can I get your Instagram? And the Gen Z girl's like, are you hitting on me? And Crawford's just looking at her dude, we're class partners. I am not hitting on you. So he says, no, I just need to contact you. And she's like, that sounds suspicious, but whatever. And she gives him his Instagram. So immediately Crawford knows that he's going to be in for a ride. To say the least, he's about to be in for a ride. And sure enough, Crawford the next day comes around after class. So they're in that class again, and by the end of the class, he goes up to the Gen Z girl who he's partners with and is like, hey, just a reminder, today at, a free period, do you want to meet up and do this? And the Gen Z girl's like, yeah, sure, whatever. And Crawford, during the free period, gets up, goes to, because they agree that the place where you do your homework during the free period is they have this kind of open library. There's a bunch of tables, a bunch of desks, basically a bunch of working space. And if anyone at the school does work during the free period, it is always here. So Crawford goes over, he sits down, and he's just kind of waiting. And he's waiting. And the thing is, they only have 30 minutes for free during the free period, and they only have one every single day. So that's not a lot of time, and this project is kind of big. It's kind of big news, right? And it's Crawford's kind of just sitting there, and 15 minutes go by, so 50% of the time is done. So he sends an Instagram DM being like, hey, are you coming? And it immediately gets seen, and he gets no response. The Gen Z girl has just left Crawford on red, asking if she's gonna come. So sure enough, Crawford literally sits there, wasting his entire free period. And 30 minutes go by, the bell rings, and he has to go off to class. So the next day comes around, and he's back in class with the Gen Z girl. And before class, he goes up to her and is like, hey, why weren't you in the free period yesterday? And she's like, oh, sorry, I forgot. And Crawford kind of holds his tongue, because he's like, okay, I know she saw my message. Maybe it was a glitch or something. Maybe she saw it, and epic Bed Wars move, Connor. That was fantastic. Really play the game right there. Anyways, and maybe she kind of ignored it. Maybe, whatever, right? That's fine. Next day comes around. Crawford goes to the room, or not the room, but the library during the free period. He waits 10 minutes, and once again, she is not there. So he sends her another text over on Instagram being like, hey, just a reminder, like, I'm in the library for free period. We really got to work on this. So he's like, hey, come on now. It's time for us to go. And once again, he gets aired. So the next day comes around. Remember, it is, I think, Wednesday, and it's due on Friday. So the before class again with the Gen Z girl, he goes up to her and is like, hey, why weren't you at like study hall or not study hall, but why weren't you in the library during free period yesterday? And once again, she's like, oh, I don't know, I forgot. And this time Crawford's not going to let this slide. He says, hey, I saw that you read my messages. I saw that you read my message yesterday or 2 days ago and yesterday. And like you didn't respond to them. I know that you knew that I was in the library. I can't have you keep airing me like this. This is ridiculous. Like, we need to work on this project. And she's like, geez, relax. I didn't know that you were going to get so salty when I rejected you on Monday, that you're going to like blame it all on me. And Crawford is looking at her with his look of just confusion. And that's when he remembers that when he asked for her Instagram for contact reasons, right? Maybe he could ask for her number or Snapchat or something. But even those two are sus. What do you want? Like her Telegram account? Like, what are we asking for? Or the WeChat account? Like, well, where are we, bro? And sure enough, Crawford's like, oh my God. Crawford's like, look, no, I'm not mad about that. And also, I wasn't hitting on you, but that's not what I'm mad about. I'm not even mad. I just want you to show up. I just want you to show up for this. It's a big assignment. I don't want to have to do it all by myself. And, you do get graded on your individual work for this. Worst comes to worst, I just do this all myself. And, that's going to be bad on you. I don't want to do all this by myself. I want to do it with someone. I'm giving you the opportunity. Please, today at free period, I will be in the library. And once again, Robert's the name for the next story. Crawford is sitting in the library, and you know what? This time, he doesn't wait for her. He just immediately gets to work. And about 10 minutes in, he sends a message being like, hey, I'm in the library again. You should really come over. I've already started, but you should still come and help with it. Once again, he goes that she does not show up, but Crawford actually gets some good progress done. And at home, Crawford starts doing some of it for homework. Even though he had other homework to do, he realized that he was 2 days behind because he was just waiting around for her for the last 2 days. So sure enough, that time goes by. And he goes up to her in class on Thursday, the day before before Friday, where they present. They have one more free period left. And he goes up to her and is like, hey, look, we only have one free period left. I'm going to be in the library today. If you want to do anything for the project, I don't know what else to say, but you should come. Remember, we're being graded individually for the work that we do. And the Gen Z girl was literally on TikTok, just looking at renegade TikToks the entire time. And he's like, okay, that's fine. I will be there, and let me know if you choose to show up. Once again, Crawford goes to the library, and you know who isn't there? You know who is not there? The Gen Z girl. So Crawford's like, screw it. I'm going to finish this. Crawford, who's very smart and very efficient at what he does, finishes the entire project. And he gets it all done. It's totally fine. It's totally done. And the presentation is literally just going to be them standing up there and reading out slides or whatever. So it's not as if the Gen Z girl isn't going to know what to do when she goes up there. I don't know. Crawford will just read up all the slides or whatever. So sure enough, that night, Crawford goes back home, and he's just sitting in bed. All of his homework is done. The project due tomorrow is done. He's ready for it. Things are good. And that's when he gets a DM back. This is the first message back he's gotten from the Gen Z girl after being left unseen for 4 times or something. And she says, hey, if you tell the teacher that I didn't do anything, I'm gonna write a Twitter thread about you and get you canceled. And Crawford just he saw the notification for the message, and he looked at it briefly, and he was convinced that he read it wrong. So he went into Instagram. He opened up. By the way, follow my Instagram, Connor Pugs, in the description. He opened up the DM with the Gen Z girl, and he looked at it. He took a screenshot just in case she unsent it because it was so insane. Then he did a screen recording just to prove that it was real because it was so insane. And he's looking at it, and he just looks at the message, and it truly says, if you don't lie about me doing work, I'm going to write a thread about you on Twitter and get you canceled. And Crawford looks at it and replies, I'm not going to lie to the teacher if prompted. Basically, what Crawford meant by that is, I'm not going to go out of my way to say you didn't do anything, even though I easily could. However, if the teacher asks, like, I'm going to tell him the truth. I'm not going to lie about it. Because, like, why would he give her anything, right? He's being generous in the fact that he's not going to say it all outright. So the next day is in class. Crawford sits down, and the Gen Z girl comes up to him. Says, hey, you finished our project, right? Crawford's like, of course I did. I always get my stuff done on time. Gives her kind of a look. And she's like, so what are we doing? We just go up there and we read out the slides? And Crawford's like, yes, that's all you got to do. Go up there. I have one slide for you to read. I'm going to do the other four. As long as you can read, you'll be okay. The Gen Z girl says, by the way, if the teacher says anything about like how the work was done, you can't tell him that I didn't do anything. Crawford's like, and because I will write a Twitter thread on you and get you canceled on Twitter, and you don't want that. Crawford, who barely has an Instagram account and has a YouTube account literally only to watch videos, does not have a Tumblr, does not have a Twitter, does not have a MySpace, does not have Discord, thank God. He's a follower of Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, so that's a W right there. He does not have Discord. That's one of the 11th commandment. Thou shalt not go on Discord. Weird place. Anyways, join our Discord server. Link in description. Not even kidding. And Crawford's just looking at her like, okay. Crawford has no intention of caring about that. So they go up there, and Crawford does his 3 slides great, and the Gen Z girl barely stumbles out the words on the screen, and you know why? Because she didn't know what the words were going to be. She didn't prepare. She had no idea what was coming. She was literally just reading off, like, the slide. It was terrible. And, yeah, you know, they went back down, and, you know, they probably were going to get a good grade, and, you know, the teacher just, you know, sent, like, basically a very basic, handed out a very basic form. They kind of just said, oh, can you give me some feedback about this project? Can you give me some feedback about this group? How did it go? And one of the questions was the work divided up equally? If not, explain. And Crawford was like, I'm just going to say what happened. And Crawford, very in detail, wrote down everything, right? He basically said, hey, I gave her all these chances. She literally did nothing, and she threatened to, like, expose me online if I didn't. Which sounds insane, and Crawford says, I literally have proof, by the way, if you want it via email. So Crawford was like, screw it, I'm going all out, right? And, you know, a couple days go by, and the grades get posted. And, you know, he gets a DM from the Gen Z girl. Because the grades were posted, Crawford got a 92, because he did well. And the Gen Z girl says, that's it, you're getting exposed. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Gen Z down below. I just want to see how many people made it this far into the video, and I really do appreciate it. I like seeing your names and faces. Also, if you want to support the channel even more than you already are doing, what you can do is just keep on watching videos. Like, that's literally it. Go to my Storytime playlist or just watch more videos in the recommended after this one. It really helps me out. And let me know what you're doing while watching these videos. I am actually interested. Also, these videos are most of the time posted 1 or 2 hours early on Spotify. So if you want to get a little sneak preview, or you just prefer to listen to this on Spotify, it is the first link in the description. Use code ConnorPugs on GamerSupps for 10% off. It helps you, it helps me. If you want to if you want to submit stories, you can do so to either my Twitter or Instagram. Follow me on those platforms and then send me a DM, and I will add them to the archive. We have a Discord server. It's linked in the description. Leave a like if you haven't already. Turn on notifications or you're not cool, and let's get back to the story. So sure enough, you know, Crawford is, you know, then linked a tweet. And he has to, like, download, like, he has to make a Twitter account, right? And he opens up Twitter, he opens up the link, and it says, why Crawford is a terrible person, a thread, ... And it goes like, 1, okay, I don't think it's like, he sucks. 2, he smells. 3, he's the worst. 4, he's a walking L. 5, he's the embodiment of an L. 6, L Crawford. It's not like that lame, but it's basically just being like, oh, he's the worst person ever. He was so annoying to me. He was hitting on me and couldn't take no's and answer. It was like the dumbest stuff ever. Unfortunately, like, the thing is, right, not unfortunately, fortunately, the Gen Z girl was not smart enough to add the last name of Crawford, which also Crawford could just say it's anyone, right? And the thing is, the Gen Z girl had 3 followers on her account. Follow me on Twitter so that I have more than 3 followers. Let's beat the Gen Z girl, guys. Come on now. Anyways, and the Gen Z girl has like 3 followers. So the thread got 1 like from the Gen Z girl's account. That was the 1 like on the account. So thankfully, Crawford was okay. And the Gen Z girl ended up failing because she didn't do anything. Oh no, not a Twitter thread. No. Okay, we're going to call the subscriber the next story Robert. So anyways, right, Robert was in class, and there was this girl in his class who always was kind of like looking at him and watching him and just like, okay, I made it sound really weird because it was kind of weird. And Robert was a little bit creeped out by the whole thing, but he didn't really think that much of it. He's like, oh, whatever, like, this girl probably just accidentally staring at people. Because here's the thing, I will be in public spaces. I will space out for minutes at a time thinking about something. Maybe there's just like a little hamster running around in a hamster wheel in my brain. I don't know what's going on. And I kind of like focus back into what's going on. And I realize I've been locking eyes with a person for like 10 minutes. It's so embarrassing, but I do it all the time. And a lot of people do end up doing that. And, especially if you're not super focused, that happens all the time. And I'm someone who is very spacey. So Robert always thought that this girl was just, I don't know. It was just like a girl who just like accidentally was staring at him. Little did he know that she had basically Wattpad levels of obsession with this guy. This was frickin' Dream SMP Heat Waves level. Yes, I know about it. I wish I didn't. And for you who know, I'm so sorry as well. Anyways, Robert was like, he didn't know anything about it. But one day, Robert was added to a group chat with everyone else in the class. So Robert just added everyone to his contacts because he was like, I might need to know this later. Like, maybe I'll be assigned a project. Maybe I'll need to hit someone up. There's only like 20 people in his class, and they all said their names in the group chat, and he added it. And we're going to call this girl Kate, right? So anyways, he adds Kate to his contacts. And Robert has a Twitter account to follow, like, sports and Bitcoin. Like, it's a very just, like, dude account, right? He has, like, an egg profile. Oh, okay, it's no longer an egg. It used to be back in the day. If you had a Twitter account without a profile pic, it was like an egg or something. Now it's like a head or something. He had a very basic Twitter account, but I don't know if you know about this feature, but like it'll say allow you to access your contacts. So Robert said, yeah, sure, whatever. Like maybe like the boys are on Twitter or something. He says access, and he sees an account, and it literally is like it says like Kate and your contacts because it says like whose contact it is, and it's like a bunch of random letters and numbers. So like if you wanted to make like a secretive Twitter account. And he looks at it, and it's like a very secretive Twitter account or something. It's just a bunch of random letters and numbers. He clicks into it. He's like, oh, looks like Kate has like a burner account or something, which why would you use your number on a burner account? Beats me, bro. But anyways, not the point of the video. Sure enough, he clicks into it, and there's one super long thread. So Robert clicks into the thread, and it's literally like the beginning of a fan fiction of Kate and Robert. And he's just like, the thing is, the worst thing too, is she says she uses her name and Robert's name. And yes, it could have been a stand-in name. It could have been anything, right? It could have been literally anyone, but no, it was not. It was too much of a coincidence because she speaks about the class that they're in. She describes Robert with like short black hair, which he has. She described one of the shirts he was wearing like a week ago, and Robert was just like, oh my God. And I'm not going to get into the details of it because YouTube Thunderbolt, YouTube's going to Thunderbolt my account, bro, if I get way too into it. It's not like crazy, but it's like, I've definitely typed my name into Wattpad before, and thankfully I found nothing. That is not, I don't want to see any changes with that though. Don't do it. Don't do it, okay? Anyways, so Robert is going through this Twitter thread. The most insane thing he's ever seen. And at the very end of it, it has a link, and it says, more stuff like this here, and it's a Wattpad account. If you don't know, Wattpad is a site where if you go to it, your computer will explode, you'll die instantly, so don't go there. Anyways, he clicks on the link, and it brings to an account. It is Kate's personal account. And there's a book on there. And by a book, I mean 50 chapters. And by 50 chapters, I mean 50 chapters. 50 chapters of Robert and Kate fan fiction. Also, I think I'm calling someone not legit in the chat for Bed Wars. I don't know. His hits were kind of weird, but also it's high pixel, so I think it was actually legit. Anyways, Robert's looking at this. He's like, oh my God. And he starts reading through it. It is legitimately 50 chapters of a book. It is like War and Peace level novel of Kate x Robert fan fiction. And he's just like, why? What did I do to deserve this? Why am I alive? Just to suffer. So he's going through this. He's like, this is the most insane stuff he's ever seen. He gets the boys on call, goes on like, I don't know, Discord or FaceTime or something, gets them all on, links them this. They all start like cackling behind the scenes like, yo, this is freaking crazy. Like, bro, this is the most insane thing I've ever had. Someone's like, yo, are you gonna hit? Because I know she definitely hit. And Robert's like, shut up, this is weird. And one of the guys was like, all right. This is a very delicate situation. And someone's like, lol. And he's like, shut up, it's a delicate situation. Robert, this is very weird. Like, this is an obsession. There's no way around it. 50 chapters, god damn. And Robert's like, shut up, I know. He's like, okay, I'm sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it to you. And he's like, 50 chapters, that's a lot of writing. You know, this girl probably gets F's in English, but can write like War and Peace level novels about you. So I don't know what to say about that, but it is what it is. And Robert's like, hey, do you think I could like get out of that class? And Robert's, you know, his friends are like, I don't know, it's pretty late in the year. And Robert's like, well, here's the thing. I know that my teacher, Miss Davenport, in that class, you know, she has another class later in the day, and it's during one of my frees. I think I could switch classes. So sure enough, Robert sends a teacher saying, hey, I just want to like, is it possible for me to switch into one of your later classes? I know it's not like easy with the paperwork, but there's something that's gone down that makes me feel very uncomfortable in the class you're in right now. So Miss Davenport gets back to him and says, hey, Robert, I think that can, like, if you really do have if you have a free, which, you know, he said he did, I think I can make that work. Basically, both my classes are at the same point. The other class is a little bit behind, so you actually would be a little ahead if I switched you. I can have this done as soon as Tuesday. Not as soon as Monday, as soon as Tuesday. You know what that means? That means Robert went, and for Monday, Robert was in class that day. And when Robert, he's like, okay, this is my last day in this class. He sits down in the very front of the room. And, like, there's some of his boys in that class. And they're just like, he's like, dude, shut up. And, like, the girl, like Kate, was sitting in the very back. And Robert turned around very briefly. And he locked eye contact with Kate. And he quickly turned around. Because normally he wouldn't care. But at this point, he's found the Wattpad. He's found the Wattpad. Run, guys, run. No, he's read what she's written about him. He's like, I gotta get out of here, man. So sure enough, you know, Robert's like, okay, this is weird. I gotta escape. And he's just sitting there. He's just very awkwardly sitting. And he's just waiting. He's honestly just waiting for the class to be done. And he kind of like looks over and he sees one of his friends walking up to Kate. And he's like, what are you doing? And he looks, and the friend is like over at Kate, whispers something in her ear, points to Robert, and then she smiles and like covers her smile. And Robert's like, I'm gonna beat your ass if you said anything that isn't true. So basically, the friend comes back up to the front, whispers in Robert's ear, like, yo, I just said that you have a big crush on her. And Robert's like, why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? What, do you hate me? And his friend's like, lol, trolling moment. Robert's like, I gotta find new friends. So like the bell rings and Kate gets up and starts walking quickly to Robert. And Robert's like, oh, hell no, bro, I'm getting out of here. Robert gets up and quickly, this power walks out of the class and literally power walks into the boys' bathroom. And he just sits there for like 10 minutes. He knows he's going to be a little late to his next class, but he just can't risk it. The next day, his class has moved, right? You know, he's in a different section. And from that point on, he really doesn't see Kate ever again. He sees her occasionally in the hallways, but it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, kind of, it's weird, but, you know, his friends say that, you know, Kate, like, kept on updating her Wattpad or Twitter account or whatever for, like, a couple weeks, but after about a couple weeks of Robert not being in her class, she kind of quit the account and the obsession stopped. But, yeah, that was Robert's experience with a Gen Z girl. Final story, we're going to call the subscriber Merritt. So Merritt was on the soccer team, and one Friday evening, right after practice, right, Merritt just wanted to continue, and some of his friends wanted to continue practicing for the game they had tomorrow. They didn't want to wear themselves out, but there was just a few, like, maneuvers, a few things that they didn't feel like they got done in practice that they just wanted to get done later. So they're on the field. They're on this field. It's not necessarily a soccer field, but it's a field adjacent to it at least. And they're practicing some specific soccer maneuvers. I haven't played soccer in a second, so I'm not even going to pretend to know, like, I know what this would be. And that's when these two girls come up. And these two girls, we're just going to call them the Gen Z twins. They're not actually twins, but that's what we're going to call them. And one of the Gen Z twins is like, we need this field. And, Merritt grabs, like, the soccer ball and is like, what? And the Gen Z girl's like, yeah, we need this field. And Merritt's like, yo, we're playing some soccer on it. Like, can you have it later? And she's like, well, no, and we actually need it right now. Do you see that? And the Gen Z girl points to the sun. Merritt's like, yeah, that's the sun. It's epic. Keeps us warm. She's like, no, it is golden hour, Merritt. And Merritt's like, yo, sorry. Like, we're practicing here. And she's like, I want to take pictures for my Instagram in the golden hour, Merritt. Merritt's like, whoa, chill. Like, you don't need the attitude. Look, there's a lot of places to take photos, right? And the Gen Z girl's like, and there's a lot of places to play soccer, Merritt. This is just perfect for my photo. And Merritt decides to counter, hey, this is perfect for my practice. And they're kind of facing off against each other. And the Gen Z girl says, Merritt, I know your girlfriend, Stacy. And Merritt's like, yeah, what about her? The Gen Z girl's like, I'm going to tell Stacy that you hit on me and that you wanted to make out with me, but I said no. And it's going to break the two of you up. And Merritt's like, whoa, like you do that? Merritt takes out his phone, literally hits record on the voice memos. He's like, wait. Just tell me again, what would you do? Like, I don't think I heard you right the first time. She says, I am going to tell your girlfriend, Stacy, that you wanted to hit on me and that you wanted to kiss me, but I said no, and I'm going to break you two up if you don't let me take photos in the golden hour, Merritt. I need it for the gram. You don't understand. Merritt literally hits end on the voice recording, turns up the volume, and plays the thing back. She's like, you can't record me without my permission. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to take you to court, Merritt. You don't even understand what power I have. I got 200 followers on my Instagram. How many do you have? Merritt's like, I don't know, 40. And she's like, oh my God, he only has 40. Lol. Okay, I don't think she says lol. I don't think she actually says that. I really don't think she says that. I just added that. Anyways, Merritt's like, dude, we're not going to move. And sure enough, this entire conversation, the sun was slowly slipping away more and more. So the golden hour was quickly fleeting. The girl's like, Merritt, let me take photos here. And Merritt's like, you know what? I actually was considering it before you threatened to break me and my girlfriend up. Before that, I was actually considering to be like, yeah, sure, whatever. Maybe I'm being annoying here. Maybe you only need it for a couple minutes. And she's like, Merritt, please. This golden hour's going away. Merritt, you can make me sad. The golden hour, Merritt's going away. It's slipping away, Merritt. Come on, Merritt. Come on, Merritt. Come on, Merritt. Come on. It's the golden hour. It's slipping away, Merritt. And Merritt's literally standing there. He's like, tough. I'm going to keep playing. So Merritt goes back to playing with his friends. And, the girl decides to be like, you know what? We're just going to do it anyways. So the two Gen Z girls, they run up to where Merritt and his friends are, and they both push, Merritt and his friends to the side. They both go falling down. And the Gen Z girl's like, quickly. And the other girl, takes, her phone out and is about to take a photo when a soccer ball hits her hand and the phone goes flying. The phone hits the grass so it doesn't crack or anything, but immediately they're like, no! And as soon as they say no, the sun slips behind and the golden hour is gone. Now any photos will be terrible. And the Gen Z girls are like, I hope you're happy. Now we can't have photos for the gram. They both walk away. And Merritt and his friends are like, well, that's tough. I really don't know what else to say. So Merritt the next day, at his soccer game, he wins, by the way, his team wins. Afterwards, his girlfriend Stacy comes up to him. He's like, Merritt, that was so good. You did such a good job. I'm so proud of you. And Merritt's like, thank you. Oh, by the way, do you know the Gen Z girl? And says this is her actual name. She's like, yeah, we kind of became friends recently. And Merritt's like, well, so I might have a little bit of information that, I don't know, you might want to change your mind on being friends with her. And Stacy's like, what do you mean? And then Merrick goes on to tell her exactly what I just told you.
Clicking the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
We get a story of these anime kids that go completely insane and try and like fight the subscriber with these really weird things. I don't want to spoil the story. I know you'll enjoy it. Subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Clarence. And right off the bat, I just gotta let you know that like if you like anime, literally nothing wrong with that. In fact, I enjoy a little bit of anime myself. I mean, you got yourself some Death Note, some Attack on Titan. No spoilers, I've not finished the last couple episodes. I will ban you from my comments forever. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this all happened one day when Clarence was just chilling in class. And there was a group of 3 kids who always sat in the back of the room, and they always wore like anime t-shirts or sweatshirts or whatever, and they were kind of known as like the anime kids. They were known for this not just because they would always wear like anime t-shirts and sweatshirts or whatever, but they would literally only communicate to each other with anime references. And one of them sat like L from Death Note, just little, which I don't know, that's just funny to me, man. I've tried sitting like that. It hurts, bro. I was like, oh, dude, I guess, is this gonna give me 50% more brain power like L? No, it just makes my feet hurt. But anyways, right, Clarence didn't really interact with them that much. They kind of stuck to themselves. However, on one fateful day, when Clarence was walking in the halls and he accidentally bumps into one of them, and then the other 2, all 3 of them, the one he bumped into and the other 2 that were walking with him, right, they all turn and look at Clarence, and they give him this look. And Clarence is like, oh, my fault, like I wasn't looking where I was going. They don't say anything. They just stare at him intensely. And he's like, like, my fault, guys, like, I'm sorry, that's on me, like, my bad, like, why are you staring at me? This is making me uncomfortable. And the anime kids didn't say a word. They just kept walking. And Clarence legitimately thought nothing of it because dude just bumped into someone and then said, my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. And yes, they were a little weird, not responding at all. It was a little creepy, it was a little uncomfortable, but Clarence legitimately, within 5 seconds, completely forgot about what just happened until the next day rolled around. So the next day, right, it's recess, and Clarence is just outside, and his friends, I don't know, they're doing something else right now. Or Clarence does have friends, but for some reason, he's just alone at that very moment. And the 3 anime kids come up to Clarence. And remember, Clarence isn't like enemies with these people, or at least he didn't think he was, but he also never spoke to them. So it was kind of weird for them to kind of like just come up to him out of the blue and start talking to him. He was caught off a little bit off guard. Remember, he's completely forgotten about bumping into them until like they start talking to him, right? And they say, like, they come up to him and they're like, so, you chose to fight us. You chose to start the battle, and we're gonna finish it. And Clarence is like, I think you have me mixed up for someone else, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who started this battle that you're talking about. I legitimately have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, no, it was 100% you. You bumped into us, which is a understandable battle cry. And yes, you're a fool for this, though, because we will absolutely smite you in battle. And Clarence is like, oh, no, that was like a mistake. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you. That was an accident. Like, I'm sorry, my fault. And they're like, no, you can't take back your declaration of battle. This battle was started by you, but will be finished by us. And one of the kids, the one who sits like L from Death Note, like kind of like reaches out of his backpack, and Clarence is like, hey, yo. And what he reaches out of his backpack was a black notebook. And on the front of the notebook says Death Note on it. If you don't know, there's like an anime Death Note where basically, I'm not going to spoil anything too important, but the main thing is there's a book, and if you write someone's name in it and like what they died from, like the person will die within like 40 seconds or something. I might have butchered that a little bit. It's been a second since I watched it. Great show, by the way. But anyways, he whips out like a replica Death Note. And the other 2 anime kids are like, you don't want him to write your name in this book. And Clarence has never seen Death Note before. He was explained the premise by his friend afterward when he told his friend about this story. But basically, right, one of the anime kids whips out a fake Death Note. And, he's just like, you don't want me to do this, bro. You don't want me to do this. And Clarence is like, do what? He's like, write your name in the Death Note. And Clarence is like, bro, what? I don't know what that is. This is like a book or something. He's like, no, it's not just a book, you idiot. You fool. You simpleton.
You moron. If I write your name in the death note, you will perish.
And Clarence is like, what? And Clarence is just like, all right, bro, write my name in that silly book. He's like, haha, you fool. And so the anime kid writes Clarence's name in the book. And he waits 40 seconds and he's grinning the whole time. And then 40 seconds passes and nothing happens. And he's like, Ryuk must have just nerfed this one. Ha ha ha. The other anime kids kind of look at him. And then they look back at Clarence and they're like, you might have won this battle. But this is not simply a battle. This is a war. And we're coming back tomorrow with even more weapons and powerful. You will lose. And then they all kind of like Naruto dash away. And Clarence is like, man, why is this my life? Like, why am I here? Just to suffer. Real quick, comment anime down below if you want to harden your comment. The secret word of the day is anime. And if you binge watch my videos, please let me know in the comment section. That's the best way to help me, to grow the channel is by watching a ton of videos. Playlists are in the description to help you watch the videos easier. And yeah, back to the story. But anyways, right, Clarence is kind of just like, oh, so this is going to be like a thing. Because Clarence is this, he's hanging on to the words where the anime kids were like, oh, we're coming back tomorrow with even more. And Clarence in his head is like, bro, I don't want to have to deal with you guys tomorrow as well. Like, isn't today enough? Like, isn't like you writing my name in that book and then nothing happening? Isn't that enough for all this nonsense? But no, the days just get stranger and stranger because the next day rolls around. Once again, it is recess, and this time Clarence is with one of his friends. And he notices out of the corner of his eye, the anime kids are rolling up, and he's just thinking to himself, like, bro, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm hanging out with my friend. I'm having a good time. This is recess. This is supposed to be my break from the nonsense. This is not supposed to be the nonsense, ×2 extended edition. Like, I'm not trying to do this. And the anime kids come up to him, and they're like, ha ha ha. You might have won yesterday's battle, but you will never win the war. And then all three of them whip out these fake plastic Pokeballs. And at this point, Clarence is like, bro, you cannot be serious. And they're like, oh, so you know what we're about to attack you with. And one of them yells, Charizard attack! And they just chuck the plastic Pokeball at Clarence, and it hits him. And look, it's not like actually like, okay, ooh, yeah, duh, Connor, it's not a real Pokeball, shut up, right? But it's like, it's plastic, it's hard, and it kind of hurt a little bit, and Clarence is like, ow. By the way, a massive real-life Charizard did not come out of the Pokeball they threw. It just kind of bounced off Clarence, and it hurt a little bit, so Clarence is like, bro, don't do that, that kind of hurts. And then the other one's like, Bulbasaur, attack! And just chucks the Pokeball again, and Clarence is like, dude, stop, that hurts. It's gonna leave a bruise. The final one's like, Pikachu, I choose you, and just chucks the Pokeball. Once again, bounces off of Clarence, and he's just like, bro, can you not? And then another one takes out another Pokeball, actually it's the first one, and he's like, Blastoise, and he chucks it and just completely misses Clarence. He's like, bro, I'm going somewhere else. Like, screw you guys, I'm going home. So him and, Clarence and his friend, like, they just walk away, and his friend's like, bro, what? So Clarence explains the story as I've explained it to you guys so far, and his friend is like, bro, that's so weird, like, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. That must be pretty annoying. So the next day rolls around, and this is like the craziest day yet. So once again, Clarence is at recess, and he's with a pretty big group of people. He doesn't know all of them super well, but, he knows enough of them well enough that, I don't know, they're doing some big activity or whatever. And once again, the anime kids come over. And Clarence is like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to deal with something. So he walks over preemptively, goes over to the anime kids and is like, what is it today? What's the massive battle? And this time, right, the last 2 days, there was a teacher, like, monitoring everyone at recess, but they were kind of busy looking at other things or something. But this time, the teacher happened to be looking at the anime kids and Clarence. And one of the anime kids is like, today, we will have our final battle. And he whips out this big, long sash, right? And Clarence is like, dude, what? And he unsheaths
a katana from it. And Clarence is like, yo, you can't have that here. And the anime kid starts swinging his sword around, all like, he's like, you cannot control my power. My power level is over 25,000 right now. He's like, takes out his like katana, starts, and the teacher runs, and the teacher, like, sees a kid with a massive sword, and the teacher's like, no, oh my god, like, this is actually insane. So the teacher calls the freaking police, bro, because, I mean, look, you can't bring something like that to school. The teacher both calls the police, tells the security guard, and the school goes on lockdown. So basically, after that happens, like, there's something on the loudspeaker saying, students report to, like, your classrooms, this is a lockdown. And, like, all the students start, like, running to the classrooms. And Clarence has a sneaking suspicion that the lockdown is due to the katana anime kid, because you can't bring a freaking katana. By the way, that's a massive long, like, sword used in combat in, like, the 1600s. You can't bring one, even if it's like a replica, right? You can't bring that to school. So sure enough, right, all the kids, they're like rushing to their classes, and yeah, Clarence and the anime kid, they do have one class together, and it happens to be like their next class is after recess. So yeah, they all go to the same classroom to lock down. And dude, the anime kid who has the katana is legitimately sitting in class with his katana, like, it's in his like container or whatever. But it's very obvious, right? So they're all like in lockdown. They're all sitting in their classrooms. They're kind of all like sitting in the corner of the room with the shades drawn. I'm sure you guys have at least had like a lockdown drill before, or maybe if you're not in the States, you haven't. But basically, right, you have to go in your classroom, lock the doors, and just keep everything like very still and as if no one is in there, right? So eventually, there's a police officer that comes around, unlocking each of the doors and going in and assessing the situation. And the police officer eventually comes to their door, knocks on it, opens it up, and sees, right, the kid with the katana. And the police officer points at the anime kid and says, hey, I'm going to need you to come with me. And the anime kid stands up, and he doesn't grab his katana because he's obviously not going to walk over to the police officer with a katana, right? And the police officer's like, points to the other officer, like, go grab that. So the officer kind of like walks over, grabs the katana, and the anime kid is like, no, that is my weapon of choice. And the police officer's like, yeah, that's also the reason why we're doing this. And I don't think the anime kid knew that that was the reason why they were having a lockdown until then. Even Clarence was pretty sure it wasn't because of the anime kid, but he had a sneaking suspicion. So Clarence is like, oh, uh-oh, look at who won the war, bro. Nah, he wasn't like default dancing yet. Just give him a second, though. So eventually, right, the kid walks out and the police officer has a talk with him outside. And Clarence, like, presses his ear against the wall, and the walls of the school are pretty thin, so he can more or less hear what the police officer is saying. So the police officer is explaining to the katana anime kid that, dude, you cannot bring an actual weapon to school. That's insane. Like, look, it's like, yeah, I get it. It might be a replica, but it's still very sharp, and it could really be used like super dangerously. And that, like, bro, it's super. Okay, the officer didn't say bro, but like the officer was saying, it's super clear that this is a rule, that you can't be bringing this to school. Why would you think that this is necessary? And the anime kid starts to say, we were about to enter an anime battle or something like that. And the officer said, what, you were going to like use this in combat against another student? And the anime kid was like, well, now that you put it that way, I mean, the anime kid was slowly understanding that he messed up big time. The officer's like, I thought you were just bringing this in just to show it around. You were going to use it in combat against another student? Like, this thing might be a replica. It's still very sharp. You could definitely actually do some damage with this. Do you understand? Do you understand why everyone had to lock down? And the anime kid is like, well, I don't understand why everyone had to lock down. It's not like I was going to use it. And the officer's like, you just said you were going to use it. And the anime kid was like, yeah, but just on one student. And he's like, so you're going to use it on a student? And the anime kid's like, well, everyone doesn't need to lock down if I'm not going to like enter anime combat with them too. And the officer is just completely speechless. So the officer's like, all right, come with me. and kind of motions to the security guard to come with them. And they walk him over to the principal's office, or it's some kind of official place. At this point, Clarence was obviously not in earshot to hear what went down, but TLDR, because he did hear from other people and just kind of like figured it out. The anime kid got suspended for 2 weeks, and he was now, after this point, on extremely thin ice. If he even sneezed in the wrong direction, right, he was going to get in big trouble. For some reason, right, the anime kid never said that it was Clarence when he was being like interrogated. He refused to say the name of the student that he was fighting to keep the anonymity, and oh my God, you know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to keep like, he's like, oh, I don't want to reveal my fellow soldiers and also my opponent in battle. I have respect for him or whatever. So Clarence never was a part of this. He never was asked in, and he also was kind of lazy, so he didn't feel like getting involved, and the kid was going to get in trouble one way or another. But after the fact, the other two anime kids that didn't get in trouble came up to Clarence, and they're like, you think this is over? You think you can vanquish one of our allies and get away with it? And Clarence is like, bro, I literally did nothing. I just stood there, and he just self-reported. That's not on me. And they said, no, this is on you. You better watch your back, because we will strike again. Vengeance will be ours. And to this day, the subscriber was telling me over on Instagram, which is in the description, that's where you can send in some stories to be featured on the channel. He was telling me that to this day, the anime kids have not, given their revenge yet. So maybe one day they'll have their master plan unfold and Clarence will figure out what the revenge is. But until this day, they are yet to strike. So yeah, you might be seeing a part 2, maybe. I don't know.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story that my friend told me about where basically his little brother was telling him about this time where basically this kid came into his class and tried to convince everyone that he was Dream. Believe it or not, he wasn't Dream, but it actually turned out to be pretty funny because, the kid really did believe that he could pull it off, but at the end of the day, man, no one was buying it, and it was a pretty good story, so I thought I'd tell it on here. Real quick, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. If you don't turn on the notifications, you won't see my story time videos that I try and upload every single day. And also, if you leave a like in the video right now for a limited time, I will give you literally nothing in return, just because I'm feeling extra generous. And with that being said, let's get right into the story. Alright, so this story was told to me by my friend, and so basically my friend has a little brother, and his little brother is in the 5th grade. Let's call his little brother Ryan, right? So Ryan is, he's going to school, and this story took place last year, so it was pretty recent, right? So Dream was pretty popular at this time. Dream is still very popular now, but last year was kind of like the rise of Dream and his popularity. It was also kind of a very high point for Minecraft as well, so it was very popular, and obviously there's like a younger demographic that does tend towards those videos. Obviously, a lot of people watch them of all ages, but, a lot of people in Ryan's class were a big fan of, Dream and Minecraft and all those kind of good things on YouTube, man. And like, I totally get it. When I was in 5th grade, I was a big fan of Minecraft and, all the people that were doing it then. There was no like real centralized figure like Dream right now, or like when I was watching it, but still, I totally get it. And like, that's cool and all. So Ryan is relatively into it as well. And a lot of his classmates are, and you'll normally notice like that every single day. Someone will be talking about it, it'll be some part of the discussion. So one day, Ryan is sitting in class, and him and his friends are talking about Dream. I don't know exactly what they're talking about, but maybe the new Minecraft manhunt video or something. Honestly, dude, if I was in 5th grade, I would probably be, as hyped as they are about the Minecraft manhunts. I mean, to be fair, man, whatever you think about Dream, those videos are entertaining. There's a reason why they get so many views. But anyways, Ryan and his friends were sitting in class talking about Dream's new video, whatever that was at the time. And then he noticed that one of his friends was kind of like looking at them and kind of like smirking a little bit and was trying to be super obvious about like smirking and like kind of like doing this big old smile. And this friend, let's give this friend a name. Let's call this friend Sam, right? So Ryan and his friends are talking about this Dream video, and Sam is just there smirking the whole time, looking at them. And eventually he walks over and he joins the conversation. He's like, so you guys really like this Dream guy on YouTube? And then he has this big old smile.
And obviously, right, Ryan and his friends just have no idea what's going on, and they're just pretty confused, bro. They're just like, yeah, he's cool. I like his videos, right? Like, that's cool. Like, do you know who he is? And then Sam looks at them and has this big old smile. It's like, do I know who that is? And then, like, has, like, this big, like, look, right? And they're kind of looking at him. They're like, uh, does he know who that is, right? Like, they're not catching on, bro. And Sam is like starting to get like a little bit frustrated because he's trying to put on this big act and have them be all like mystified, but they're really just confused, which I would be too if I was in that situation. Ryan and his friends are kind of looking at Sam like, okay, bro, I don't know what your angle is. And then Sam looks at them and says, well, you know, I might know a thing or two about this dream guy. And he gives him this big old smile, right? And then Sam says, have you guys ever seen Dream? And they're like, no, he's not done a face reveal. And then Sam looks at Ryan and his friends and he's like, so you guys don't know what this dream guy looks like. So he could look like anyone. He could be anyone. And they're kind of looking at him like, okay, bro, like, sure, I guess. Like, we don't totally get the connection here. Like, we're not totally sure what's going on. We're not catching your drift, bro. And then Sam looks Ryan dead in the eyes and is like, what if I was to tell you that I know this dream guy really, really well? Like, I know this dream guy better than anyone else knows him. And at this point, Ryan was really confused, and Ryan's friends were also really confused because they were starting to realize that he was trying to, like, imply something, and now he's making a claim that, like, he knows this dream guy, which they're like, okay, this dude obviously does not know this dream guy, but they're starting to realize that he's trying to imply that he is Dream, right? Because he just prefaced it with, there's no way you actually know what he looks like, so he might as well be me. So Ryan and his friends are like, they decide to play a little bit dumb because they really want a confession. Like, they want Sam to say point blank that he claims that he is Dream. Like, they don't want, like, to make an assumption, then have Sam be like, oh, like, I didn't mean that. Like, you guys are crazy, right? Ryan and his friends wanted Sam to say. So they're like, we don't actually know what you mean, bro. Like, what are you trying to say? And Sam is like, come over here. And he kind of, like, has them come over. He's like, all right, quiet down. Don't make a noise when I tell you this. Don't be shocked. I don't want to draw attention. And Ryan and his friends are just like, oh boy. And Sam is like, Ryan? And then he says the names of the other friends there. I just don't know, and also just don't care. They're not important for the story, man. I'm sure that they're good people. But he's like, Ryan and friends, insert names, right? I have a confession. And he has this big old smile. And they're all just like, okay, let's see where this goes, bro. Because, like, they're just lost. And Sam is like, Ryan? You know that dream guy on YouTube? And then Ryan's like, yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. We were literally just talking to you about him for like 5 minutes and you were being all weird. We also talk about him every day. Yes, I know that dream guy on YouTube. Yes. And then basically Sam says, that dream guy? Well, don't tell anyone, right? You have to promise me that you won't tell anyone, but that dream guy is me. And they just look at him like, bro? So they're kind of just looking at him, and I'm going to be honest, none of them believed him, even in the slightest. So they're like, okay, Sam, like, why should we believe you? We've never seen Dream before. You don't really sound like him. We don't think it's you, right? We don't really have any reason to believe that he's actually you, besides the fact that you just told us that you're him. Which we kind of just think that you're saying that because you've been noticing how everyone's been talking about him and really likes his videos recently. And then Sam is like, looks a little offended. He's like, you guys don't believe me? And they're like, hey, bro, we really like you, but no, we honestly don't believe you. So then Ryan and his friends were like, okay, right, we can't really believe you right off the bat, but if there's any way you can prove to us that you're actually Dream, like, we would love to see that because obviously, like, we don't totally believe you, which I hope you can understand. But if you're actually Dream, like, obviously that would be awesome. We love his videos. And look, Ryan's in 5th grade, bro. Like, Ryan didn't believe him, but he kind of wanted to. it would be really cool if one of his friends was actually like his YouTube hero, right? Like, that'd be pretty cool. So Ryan and his friends were like, okay, just come back with proof the next day. And then the next day rolls around, and Ryan and his friends are waiting, and they see Sam walk in with a big smile on his face. Sorry to interrupt the video real quick, but if you made it this far into the video, which you obviously did because you're listening to this right now, I would like you to go into the comment section of this video and comment door down below, like DOOR, the thing you enter a room or a building with, right? Just comment door down below. It's kind of like a fun community thing we do just to see who actually watches the videos. And I've been trying to heart as many of those comments as possible. So if you want the top commenter achievement next to your name, go ahead and comment it down below. There's a good shot you'll get a heart this time, if not next time. And you can always comment it on old videos. I just comment heart whatever I see. Anyways, with that being said, let's hop right into the story. Right, so Ryan and his friends kind of get together because they see Sam walk in, Sam looks at them, and Sam has this big smile on his face. So Ryan and his friends were like, oh, wait, is he smiling because he actually has proof? And then for a second, they're like, and if he actually has proof, does that mean he's actually... Because look, let's be fair, bro. In 5th grade, I believed a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I was super gullible in 5th grade, right? So Ryan still didn't really believe it, but... he really wanted to, bro. So he was kind of excited to see what, the proof was going to be, because while he didn't believe it, he really wanted to. So Ryan basically goes up to Sam and is like, hey man, like, how are you doing? Like, do you have any proof? And he's like, by the way, if you were just saying that yesterday, like, we really don't care. Like, it's all good, bro. Like, it's fine. If you don't have any proof, like, don't worry about it. And Sam's like, no, I got proof. And he has a little smile on his face and he walks away. So all of a sudden, right, Ryan is like, oh my God, wait, he actually has proof? Like, he has to be... Ryan kind of jumped to conclusions. So what Ryan ended up doing is he told his friends this, and his friends were just super excited because, they, in the back of their minds, they really thought it'd be super cool if they were to know Dream in real life or something. So they ended up telling, like, the entire class that Sam was Dream and he had proof. Right, so when Sam eventually finds Ryan and his friends again, basically the entire class comes over and more or less crowds around them. And all of a sudden, Sam's face, which used to be kind of like smug and like, ha ha ha, like I got proof, he seems to be evidently a little bit nervous because all of a sudden, it's not just Ryan and his few couple friends, it's basically like 70% of the class is just waiting for this proof. So all of a sudden, like, Ryan is like, okay, Sam, like, I got some other people here that are big fans of Dream. Like, it would be really cool if it's actually you. We're super excited to see the proof. And Ryan's like, Sam is like, yeah, no, of course. I mean, I'm planning on, yeah, I got you. Yeah, and then Ryan's kind of like, Sam, everything okay? Because Sam was, like, really wavering at this point. Sam's like, yeah, no, I got the proof. Let me just go get it. Let me get the proof. At this point, Ryan kind of realized that something was up because Sam was being very, very evasive, and he obviously was not confident at all. And he kind of thought that he just kind of, like, ran away to, like, recollect his thoughts or whatever. And obviously, if you're actually Dream and you're just trying to show someone that you aren't going to be super nervous about it because you're you, right? But anyways, right, so he's kind of like, okay, this is probably nothing. But he still wants to see it through. He's still kind of interested to see what Sam had in the first place. So eventually, right, Sam comes back. And I would say, I was told that, like, I'd say, like, a third of the group was still there. So still more than Ryan and his initial friends, but a lot less of the classmates. So all of a sudden, right off the bat, Sam is a bit more confident to show his proof. So he goes up to them, he says, hey guys, sorry about that, I just lost the proof for a second. Here's the proof that I'm actually Dream. So he pulls out his phone and he shows a text message conversation, and the text message conversation basically reads like, oh, when do you want to play Minecraft next? I want to record a Minecraft manhunt video. And if you look at the contact name says George Not Found, which, if you don't know, that's the guy that Dream, the Minecraft guy, normally plays with. But right off the bat, everyone was like, whoa, 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 whoa. If you're actually right, if this is actually George Not Found, Dream wouldn't have his contact labeled as his Minecraft username, right? So all of a sudden, they click into, like, they say, hey, can I see that for a second? And Sam's like, but he was too late. And one of the friends actually grabbed the phone, right? And when they grabbed the phone, they clicked into the contact to see what the number was. So they click into the number, and obviously it's a number that, you know, they didn't necessarily recognize off the bat. But then Ryan realized that the area code was the same area code of like people and his classmates. They all didn't live exactly in the same place, but it was a familiar area code. So all of a sudden, obviously, there's a ton of red flags at this point. First of all, his proof is a text conversation, like, come on, man. Second of all, the contact is George not found. That's like if my mom had my contact as Connor Pugs, like, bro, that's just not how it's gonna work, right? So then Ryan decides to just call the number. He's like, hey, I'm just gonna call this number. And at this point, Sam was sweating. He's like, oh no, George is asleep. He's in England or whatever, right? Which obviously is not the case because it wasn't even like a British area code. It was literally the area code of like 20 minutes away from the school, bro. But anyways, they call the number and then they hear a phone buzz in class. And then they look around and they see that one of the guys standing on the other side of the room, his phone is ringing. And the guy probably wasn't paying attention to what was happening because he picked it up. I guess he was like spacing out or he's far enough away that he didn't totally realize what was going on. And he picks it up and he was like, hey, Sam, what's up? And it was just over at that point, man. So after that, Sam basically explains that, yeah, no, he wasn't actually Dream. And Ryan was like, okay, I kind of knew that the whole time. Like, it would have been cool if you were, but I didn't really expect that. And Sam was basically just like, he saw how much, like, you guys liked the Dream, the Minecraft guy, and how he really just thought it would be fun to, like, if he could pretend it was him and how you guys would, like, be so excited and whatever. And they all just kind of agreed that it wasn't a big deal. But I just thought that was kind of funny how the whole thing went down. And obviously it's not that big of a deal, but it was just a pretty funny story. And my friend's brother Ryan, right? He had a good story to bring back home, which was eventually brought to me and was brought to you on the channel. If you enjoyed today's video and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my videos. I'm going to have some old Storytime videos up on screen right now, or if you don't see them on screen, just go ahead and click on my channel. Or you can watch the Storytime playlist, which will be on screen, or it'll be linked in the description. And it was, guys, thank you so much for watching. Like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story time for you that was told to me by one of my subscribers, where basically the subscriber went to a summer camp and he met this guy, and this guy claimed that Dream went to his school, right? So it turns out that this guy that claimed that did not live too far away from my subscriber. So my subscriber actually decided to fact check his claim and showed up at his school one day, and it was absolutely hilarious, and I had to tell the story. If you enjoy Storytime videos, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. You need to turn on notifications to make sure you do see all the new videos. And also, leave a like on the video as I'll give you nothing, which is pretty cool. Anyways, let's get right into the story. So this subscriber went to a summer camp, and the summer camp was towards the end of the summer, and he had to go back to school in about 2 weeks after the camp ended. And this camp was a sleepaway camp that was located about like 20-30 minutes away from his house, so not too far away. And anyways, he gets to the camp and, you know, he's a little nervous because he doesn't really know anyone there. And his mom drops him off. He's like, hey, and she's like, hey, you're gonna be totally fine. Like, I'm sure you'll meet people, you know, all that good stuff. This subscriber was a pretty big fan of Dream. This was about like a year ago or a year and a half ago when Dream kind of like was really like popular for his Minecraft manhunts. And I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't really watch Minecraft content anymore, but back when Dream's Minecraft manhunts were like super popular, like he just came out with them, they were pretty entertaining. I'm gonna be honest. Like, feel free to hate on me, bro. Like, those things were entertaining back in the day. Anyways, he was a pretty big fan of Dream, so he gets to the camp, right? And that detail is more important later on. So he gets to the camp and they basically say, okay, well, we're gonna have a little meet and greet thing before we head off into groups or your cabins, so you'll have an opportunity to meet people. And also, you'll have an opportunity to meet people at your cabin. And when they said that, the subscriber is feeling much better. He's like, okay, you know what? I'll definitely be able to. I'll definitely be able to meet people here, right? The subscriber goes to this area where all these other kids are, and he's kind of standing by himself. But he also notices that everyone else at this camp is more or less standing by themselves because no one really came here with friends except for a couple guys, right? But basically, what they do is when the camp counselors come out and they're like, okay, guys, right? Let's break up into smaller groups. So they counted off like into 9 different groups. So they went around going like, you're a 1, you're a 2, you're a 3, if you guys have had that happen before. So this guy gets a 4, a pretty unnecessary detail. I just remember it from being told it, right? So this guy gets a 4, he's in group 4. He goes over and he starts talking to some of the other people. And they start off with like the hey, like, where are you from? What grade are you in? How old are you? What sports do you play? And then you kind of move on to what do you do in your spare time? And some people were like, oh, you know, I play whatever sport. Some people are like, yeah, I play some games, right? You know, kind of standard stuff. And then someone brought up how they watch a lot of YouTube. And then some people were kind of talking about like, oh, I also watch a lot of YouTube. And they're like, oh, what YouTubers do you like? You know, and some people said that they liked, I don't know, Logan Paul. Some people said that they liked like some kind of makeup YouTuber guru. Because it was a pretty diverse mix of people. But there was a couple people that were like, oh, like I really watching Minecraft videos. And then another guy says like, oh, which ones? And then like the subscriber actually pipes up and says, hey, I also like watching Minecraft videos. I like watching Dream's Minecraft Manhunt videos. I'm a pretty big fan. And then this kid kind of speaks up. And by the way, this kid lives near the subscriber because earlier they said where they're from, and the subscriber and this kid live basically in the same area. However, they're in like different area codes or districts, so they go to different schools, right? But they live in more or less the same area. So this kid kind of pipes up, and I don't think he totally realized how like close the subscriber lived, or he heard it and kind of just forgot. I'm not 100% sure how, but anyways, he says, oh, you like Dream? I know something very special about Dream. And then like the few people, including my subscriber who knew Dream, you know, their ears kind of perked up because they're like, you know, I like this guy. I watch him on YouTube. That's pretty cool. Like, you know, I like this guy. What's the interesting thing? Like, I'm curious. And the guy said, you know, Dream actually goes to my school. And they just kind of looked at him like, no, he doesn't. And he says, no, he really does. And he's being very firm about it. Like, he's being very matter of fact. And then they're just like, they're not 100% sure why he would lie. I mean, maybe because like he just heard that they like Dream and like he's trying to like impress them or something. But then he says, no, here's a photo. And he takes out a photo and he shows them some blonde guy. And you know, you have to remember that at this time, and even at this time, Dream has never done a face reveal. I think he's maybe blonde or brown hair, but no one really knows what he looks like. So they're all like, okay, dude, we don't actually know what Dream looks like, but that could be him. The subscriber was thinking to himself, well, that could be him, I guess. Like, I don't see why it would be, but I also don't see why it wouldn't be. So if he's being so like, if he really thinks so. Anyway, so the breakout group ends, and then they're asked to go to their sections, which they were told in the beginning. Basically, that's where their like sleepaway camp area is. And they break up into groups, and the subscriber notices that the guy who claimed that Dream went to his school happened to be in his camp group. So he went up to him, and he's like, hey, I'm from the group earlier. And the guy was like, oh, hey, how's it going? And then they kick it off, right? He's a decent guy, like they have some good conversations, and he's kind of the friend that the subscriber has while he's at this camp. Well, he doesn't like press him right away because the subscriber thinks, okay, if Dream actually goes to his school, like I know he offered up that information, but he probably doesn't want me talking about it all the time to him. Like I'm sure that if it's actually true and he tells people it, that like people bug him all the time about it, and it's only going to get worse as he gets more popular. So maybe I'll just like let him chill out. Like I just won't ask him for a second. Like that seems fair enough. But after about a day or two of them just hanging out, they're at lunch together, and the subscribers is like, okay, it's been enough time. I gotta know. Like, I gotta ask some questions. This is just way too interesting. So the subscriber asks this guy, like, okay, well, how do you know that it's actually Dream? And so this guy goes on to say, like, Dream goes to my school, and I knew him for a long time. I was never super close with him, but, you know, he was just telling people like that he had this channel and that he was posting videos about PewDiePie's seed back in the day before those videos blew up in popularity. So like he told people to subscribe and such, and then I did. But then his videos started getting really popular and I just knew about it before. And while he didn't really go around telling people this afterwards, I was just one of those guys that he told before because I totally had a class with him, and yeah, so that's just how it happened. So this dude was not sounding confident at all, but the story honestly wasn't that bad. The story somewhat made sense, and you know, if I'm being thinking about it now, that story would more or less make sense. Like probably Dream would tell his friends or people even he didn't know that well to give some of his initial videos a little bit of a boost, because if you don't know, the hardest thing about YouTube is starting, honestly. Like once you have an audience, it's not easy because like YouTube is hard no matter what, but it is so much easier to get your videos surfaced. So in the very beginning, even a small push from just a few people could be the make or break to get you a YouTube career. So the story actually would make sense that like if you were to know Dream before he was famous, it wouldn't like completely be not plausible that he went around asking people to watch the videos, and then when he got really popular, he didn't want to talk about it. So while the guy was not really confident and it somewhat sounded like he was making it up off the top of his head, the story kind of checked out. Real quick, I'm going to interrupt the video and ask you guys comment Christmas tree down below if you made it this far. Basically, around halfway or further through the video, I just have people comment to see who actually makes it this far into the video, because I do appreciate that. We're kind of going on a Christmas theme, so yeah, comment Christmas tree down below. I also heart as many of those as I can. I don't get to them all, but I do my best. So if you want to farm hearts and try and get top commenter on the channel, that's the best way you can go about it. And also, if you want to DM me a story and appear on the channel, my Instagram is linked in the description, or I give the handle, and just send me stuff there. That being said, let's get back to the story. Anyway, so the subscriber at this point was not convinced, but he also was not convinced that it was fake. He was kind of torn. The story made sense. The guy had a lot of conviction, and he did show a photo of some random blonde guy, which maybe was Dream. Like, he was very confident about it. The story made sense, but he also wasn't sure because, one, it could totally be something you could fake, and also, two, when asked more questions, he was not confident about it. He felt very shaky and the story sounded a little weird. So anyways, the subscriber's kind of confused, but he goes on just being friends with this guy and hanging out because while he's a little, you know, suspect about this claim, the dude's actually not a bad guy and he enjoys talking to him. They also have a lot of similar interests. They play Minecraft. They also both play baseball. Like, this dude's not bad. They have like genuine connection or whatever. And then the guy, the camp kind of comes to an end, right? It's about a week, and they're about to go home. And my subscriber says, hey, you go to such and such school, right? And because he knew that he lived close. The subscriber lived close to this guy, and there were a couple high schools in his area. He went to one of them, but there were also a couple others. And he was able to choose, he randomly chose one of two, and he knew that if the guy said no, then it was the other one, and he knew that if the guy said yes, well then he said yes, he went to that one. And the guy who claimed that Dream went to his high school was looking at the subscriber and was like, yeah, how did you know? And he said, oh, you don't remember, we both said we lived in the same area. And the guy kind of gets not shifty, but like is like gets a little kind of like, not like, he's obviously not geeking, right? He's not geeking out. But he obviously is like, oh, you know where my school is and we live close to each other? And the guy's like, yeah, maybe I should, the subscriber says, oh, yeah, maybe I should stop by sometime. Like, you were a cool dude. Because they're kind of packing up, they're getting ready to go. And the guy's like, yeah, no, 100% totally. Like, we should 100% do that. We should 100%. Like, the guy was really trying to just, like, dodge the question. He was trying to get out of there. And the subscriber was like, that was definitely a red flag because, like, this guy was pretty reciprocal in their friendship. Like, the dude was not just, like, hanging out with them, like, and, like, trying to, like, avoid him, the subscriber. This guy was, like, actually friends with the subscriber. They related a lot. They had a lot of good times. So, normally, like, you would be kind of like, yeah, 100%. Like, actually, let's plan a time to hang out. The dude was just 100% avoiding the question. His, like, answers were kind of shaky in response. Like, it was a big red flag. So the subscriber actually had an idea because he really wanted to test the claim with the guy if Dream actually went to a school because, one, he's genuinely curious, and two, he didn't really believe the guy, right? And he was interested enough that he wanted to go through with something. So the subscriber tells the guy who said that Dream went to his school, he basically tells this dude that, hey, I'm not too far away from your school. I'll stop by one day. And you don't have to tell me, like, you don't have to introduce me to the Dream guy, but I'd love for you to point him out. And the guy's like, yeah, that's totally cool. Like, my school has kind of a weird schedule. So if I'm out there, like, it's just because, like, I got a weird schedule. I got a lot of things I'm doing, like a lot of random travel and stuff. But if I'm there, dude, 100%. So kind of a red flag of an answer, right? The subscriber says, oh, yeah, by the way, what's your Instagram? And the guy's like, oh, kind of like happy that that the subscriber's changing subjects. The guy's like, oh, yeah, no, okay, here it is. So they exchange Instagrams, and then eventually the subscriber's mom comes, picks him up. They say goodbye, and the subscriber basically has 2 weeks before he goes back to school. So he's kind of sitting there. He doesn't really have anything planned for those 2 weeks. It's kind of like an awkward period of time because he has to prepare to get back to school. And it's also like not really enough time for them to like plan to do anything big. So he kind of is just like chilling for the last 2 weeks. So the subscriber decides to look up the school schedule for the friend he met at camp that claimed Dream went to his school. He wanted to look up the schedule for the school. And it turns out that that school was actually starting 2 days earlier than his. He wasn't 100% sure why, but for some reason they just were. And he's like, okay, I'll accept that. And he's like, oh, wait a minute. That means when they're in session, I won't be in school and I can easily go over. So he looks at the school and he looks it up on maps and he's like, okay, this is actually like a 25-minute walk away. Yeah, it's a bit of a hike for sure, but I'm kind of too invested in this not to go through with this, man. Like, I'm a little bit too invested at this point. So while the subscriber is planning to go, like kind of planning this out, figuring out what day, figuring out like if he's gonna eat lunch before or after, trying to like figure out when's the best time to leave, he has the idea and just like casually looks on this guy's Instagram that he met at camp. And he's looking on the Instagram of this guy, and he's kind of just scrolling through. He's seeing photos of him with, like, his parents, with his cousins, photo of him, like, doing baseball, right? And then he sees a photo of him with some of his friends. And then something very interesting happens. He sees the guy who he met at camp with some friends. And one of the friends is a blonde dude. And this okay, no, it doesn't mean he's instantly Dream, right? But this blonde dude happened to be the guy that the friend at camp showed as like, this is Dream, guys. Like, guys, I'm telling you, Dream goes to my school. Look, here's proof. The guy that he showed as proof was one of his friends, which was interesting because when the guy was telling about like the story with Dream, he said that he didn't know Dream that well, and the only reason he knew that like he was the YouTuber is because he happened to be like in a class or something with him. So he was just like close enough that Dream asked him to like watch his earlier videos, but not close enough to really like hang out with him. So that was like red flag number like 900. So at this point, the subscriber kind of knew that he caught this friend in a lie, but he really wanted to follow through with it. He said, I put too much work into this, and I really just kind of want to catch him in the act. He thought, he doesn't like dislike the guy, but like obviously if you're going around like lying about stuff and you get caught, maybe you'll stop lying. So he's like, you know what, maybe this is for the greater good before someone who actually gets upset. Because the subscriber said, I don't really care, but maybe someone else will. So let's put an end to this. So the day comes, right? The guy's school is open. The subscriber is off from school for another day. And he eats lunch. He eats a big lunch where it's basically a brunch so he can kind of have the whole day to, you know, scout out the school, try and find him, right? And so he makes the walkover. And while making the walkover, he actually sends this guy a DM, the guy he met from camp. And he said, hey, I actually don't have school today. I see that you're in. I happen to be really close. I'm just going to stop by in like 10 minutes. Like, just let me know if you're there. I love to like catch up, right? And the guy responds within like 10 minutes. He says, oh, dude, like, I'm so sorry. I'm still in one of my trips. I'm actually still in Europe right now. Flights got weird, man. They got delayed. I don't know what happened, but I just won't be there today. Like, I'm so sorry, bro. Like, maybe you can come later. I don't know if you can even get in right now because I'm not there. They're going to be so weirded out. Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I'll see you soon. Like, guy was acting weird. Little spoiler, he was not in Europe. So the subscriber gets to the school, and he's actually kind of curious about something. So he sees the guy, and he seems to be about the age of the guy he met at camp. So he asked him, he said, hey, like, sorry, like, I'm looking for a friend here. Do you happen to know this guy? he pulls out his phone, and he doesn't show the guy the photo of the friend he met at camp. He shows the photo of the so-called dream guy. And the guy looks at him, and he kind of just gives him this look. And for a second, the subscriber thought that, like, oh my God, what if this is actually Dream, and that's one of his friends, like, trying to protect him? Like, wait a minute, was this guy telling the truth the whole time? No. This guy says, look, that's like one of my best friends, and I think I know why you're here. So did so-and-so, and he lists the name of the guy. Let's just call him John. Let's say that the guy who said the dream went to his school at the camp, let's call him John. So the guy that, like, the subscriber meets, he said, hey, did John say that this guy is Dream? And the subscriber says, yeah, he did. And the guy kind of lets out a sigh. He's like, oh boy, another one of these. So the guy says, look, this is one of my best friends. He doesn't even play Minecraft. We just play Call of Duty together. There's no reason for him really to be Dream besides the fact that he's blonde. So basically, John just goes around and tells people that at places where he doesn't think it'll get back to him, like an idiot, man. Like, you're not the first person to come here. This has happened before. And my friend was actually confronted by another guy who thought he was Dream. And we told John to stop this, and John said that he won't do it anymore. But he told other people at camp this, so maybe he should expect it. And the subscriber was like, oh, wow, so I'm not the only one who came to the school to see if this guy was actually Dream or not? And the guy's like, no, John told like a bunch of people at camp. It's super annoying. My friend's really annoyed, and honestly, since there was this one guy, we really let him off. Like, we let him off. But since there's, like, multiple guys and you're the second guy, and maybe there's going to be more people coming, you know what? I think we're going to tell on John to the principal. And then my subscriber's like, bro, like, I'm sorry. Like, I didn't mean to cause any trouble. Like, John's a decent guy. I don't know why he'd lie about this. And the guy says, you know what? It's really been causing a lot of trouble, but maybe we won't tell on John. We won't tell on John. But maybe you should talk to John. And John's in class right now. And the subscriber says, he said he was in Europe, and the guy laughs. He said, Europe, bro? If he means Europe by over there, then maybe he's in Europe, but he's right there, bro. And he points to like a classroom, and he said, hey, they're out in like 5 minutes. Just stand outside. So the subscriber's like, okay, I got nothing better to do, and if it's really 5 minutes, might as well do that. He's like, sorry, man, for like bothering you. I probably shouldn't have actually come. Even if it was Dream, like, that's not cool for me to invade the privacy. And the guy's like, no, man, you're honestly fine. It's just not cool what John has been doing. So he says, like, all right, man, I'll see you around. Like, John should be out any minute now. So the subscriber goes over and walks outside and stands outside the door of John. And the classroom, you know, the bell goes, kids start filing out. John is walking out all casually, and then he just makes contact with the subscriber and just goes pale. And the subscriber's like, so you're not in Europe? And then John doesn't even try. He's not anything like, oh, my flight actually didn't get canceled. No, he's like, hey, like, I'm sorry, I lied to you about the Dream thing. I just wanted to make friends, and I thought you guys would want to be friends with me. Like, if I had something cool about me, I just don't feel like I'm that cool or have anything interesting, and why would someone want to be friends with me, right? So I thought it'd be a cool thing to say. And, like, when I realized that you could actually come and see, like, I realized that, you know, my lie would not be able to stick, and I didn't want you to come for that reason, and I'm sorry. And the subscriber was taken aback by how honest John was all of a sudden. And he's like, dude, I'm kind of hurt that, you know, that you lied to me consistently and didn't eventually just tell me, like, right away. Like, but I do think you're cool, and you don't need to lie about these things, man. Like, I genuinely enjoy being friends with you. Yeah, I'm a little shaken because you lied to me, even though I kind of suspected that. But everything else was kind of cool. And he said, genuinely, if you want to hang out, like, I'm down. Like, you know, maybe give me a sec to, like, get over this, but you're kind of cool, bro. Like, I would enjoy hanging out with you. And the guy, John, was, like, so taken aback by that he's like, yeah, man, I'm so sorry about that. We should really hang out. And that was the end of the story. So kind of a wholesome, good ending, but kind of a crazy sequence of events. And I thought you guys would really enjoy that. If you have a little bit of time and want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my story videos. Watching old story videos really helps promote the channel, and you can do that by watching any of the videos on screen right now, or even more easy, you can just click on the Storytime playlist that has all my Storytime videos together in one place. If you don't see it on screen, it's also first link in the description, so go ahead and watch that. Thank you guys so much for watching. Leave a like, subscribe, and yeah, see you in the next one. Peace. Minecraft kid of, well, I mean, you can read the title. Normally I tell you guys to grab something to eat, but dear God, please do not grab anything to eat while you listen to this story. Anyways, let's call the subscriber Nico, and subscribe if you like stories. Anyways, the subscriber who sent in today's story, which you can send into my Instagram, we're gonna call him Nico, right? So this all happened one day when Nico was in class, and he was kind of just chilling, thought it would be a normal day, but his teacher comes in and announces that today is going to be a really special day, and it's not even going to be a special day, it's going to be a special fun day. So not like, ooh, it's special because we have a massive final exam, but ooh, it's special because we're going to be doing only fun activities today. And it was kind of a surprise that the teachers of the 5th grade, by the way, Nico was in 5th grade when this happened, the 2 5th grade teachers decided that they wanted to collaborate and give their students a break and also make it kind of a surprise. So the teacher announces that the other class, the other 5th grade class, as there were 2 5th grade classes for his 5th grade, the other 5th grade class was going to come into their room, they were going to randomly partner up, and then they were going to do a lot of fun activities today. The entire class was really stoked, and so was Nico, because like, dude, he didn't want to be doing any homework, he didn't want to be doing any math, you know how it is, and to be surprised with like a really fun day, it's just a good day, man. Things are going to be good. So anyways, right, almost on cue, within like, as like the teacher said the other class will be coming in, they hear a knock on the door, and the other 5th grade teacher opens it up and says, hi guys, like, I hope you guys are ready for your surprise today. Everyone is like, yeah, it seems like it's going to be a good day. Well, it's not, at least not for Nicholas, or Nico as we're going to call him, because I mean, everyone else is going to have a great day, but you already saw the title. You already know how bad this is about to get. Anyways, right, so they were assigned with random people from the other class. And there was this kid in the other class who every single day wore the same creeper hoodie, like every single day without like a doubt. Like he wore the same creeper hoodie. I think you guys know them. It's like, you know, the hoodie that you can buy that has like the creeper head on it and then the creeper design. I mean, look, if you wore that, that's totally fine. As long as you don't wear it every single day without washing it, you're fine in my book. But the thing is, right, this kid either had 7 identical creeper hoodies, or he just wore the same thing every day without washing it. And by the smell of it, not by the look of it, you could definitely tell that he was not washing it, and this was the 101 copy. Anyways, right, so being randomly assigned someone, Nico gets the gets the short straw, you know how it is, and he gets assigned with the Minecraft kid. We're just gonna call him the Minecraft kid because he's always wearing that hoodie. And so the Minecraft kid walks over to Nico's desk, sit down, says, "Hey man, how's it going?" And Nico's like, "Hey, how's it going?" And immediately as the kid sat down, Nico had to like prepare. He had to make sure he didn't like gag, just like gag on reflex, because there was like an aura of stench. Like the odor probably had a mass that was heavier than the air around it. In fact, it was probably heavier than water. It would be sinking. The water would be floating. Like it was that crazy, right? So he sits down and he goes like, "Ooh, how's it going, man?" And the thing is, right, sometimes kids don't smell that good. I don't know, maybe you just didn't take a shower, maybe you forgot the deodorant. That's totally okay, but normally there's not an aura of stench, you know? Normally they're not so stinky that if you were like 5 feet away, you would smell them. Like, it's normally not that bad. And Nico wouldn't have really cared if the kid wasn't like the best smelling kid ever. He wouldn't really care if, like, I don't know, he lifted up his his underarms and oof, that kind of smelled kind of bad, right? But the fact was, the Minecraft kid literally had like an aura of stench around him. So Nico was like, all right, I'm just gonna power through today, right? It's fine. And the teacher at the front of the class said, guys, like we have some like, this is like, we have like a really fun activity. And the first activity planned for you guys, it's gonna be an outdoor activity and it's gonna be a fun game. And the whole class is like super excited. And the thing is, right, Nico's actually kind of excited too, because he's thinking, all right, outdoors, the stench will probably dissipate or at least be less strong if it's outdoors. So this is a massive win for me. It was a massive win until the teacher announced that this special outdoor activity would be hide and seek in teams. And Nico's just thinking to himself, oh no, oh no, because he realizes, right, hide and seek means that like him and the Minecraft kid with his stench aura, or they're gonna have to hide together. Like they're probably gonna have to hide together in very compact, close places. And the stench aura, Nico assumes, is only gonna get more and more intense and terrible the closer you get to the origin. which like he was 5 feet away from the Minecraft kid and he was barely making it. So like imagine being like directly there. Nico was like, man, I gotta practice not breathing for like an hour at a time because that's the only way I'm surviving this. But anyways, they all head outside. And real quick, the secret word of the day, it's Minecraft. I know it's nothing that creative, but it is what it is. So comment Minecraft down below. I'll try and heart your comment as a way to say thank you for making it this far into the video. When you guys watch my videos for a long time, it really does help out the channel. And also, if you want to binge watch these videos, make sure to let me know in the comments and I'll try and say thank you back, as it really does help the channel. But anyways, right, they head outside and they're preparing for their hide and seek adventure type thing. And so they go out there and the teacher's like, all right, so we're going to choose who is going to be the, the one who's going to seek, and we're going to figure out like everyone else is going to go hide. Nico was praying to God that he was going to be the one, or his team of him and the Minecraft kid were going to be the seekers. Because if they were the seekers, dude, they didn't have, like, Nico didn't have to worry about being in a tight, cramped space. He just had to, like, he could be literally, like, 20 feet away trying to, like, he'd be like, oh, let's split up so we can divide and conquer, which, AKA, like, I mean, it is a more effective strategy, but the real goal, the real intention is to get away from the stench aura, because you already know what it is. But no, a different team was picked, and he was like, okay, great. And the Minecraft kid is like, dude, I am so good at hide and seek. I know the best hiding spots. And, Nico's like, let's just hope that these hiding spots are not really kind of like cramped. And sure enough, the Minecraft kid is leading him. He's like, dude, let's go. So they got 60 seconds, or the seekers had to count till 60, and they were counting pretty loud. And the Minecraft kid's like, come on, quickly. And sure enough, right, the Minecraft kid leads both Nico and him to this spot, and the spot was like, yeah, unfortunately it was super cramped. So the spot was like behind the building and was behind this bush. And the thing was, right, the little spot behind the bush that like someone could hide in, it was really only a good hiding spot for one person, and it would have been incredibly cramped for two. The Minecraft kid's like, don't worry, man, like I can squeeze in, we totally got this. No one has ever found me in this hiding spot. And Zach is thinking to himself, wow, this is actually a really good hiding spot, because it was. However, the problem is, the better the hiding spot, right, the longer the duration that he's going to have to stay in that hiding spot, and also the longer the duration that, he's going to be in that hiding spot with the Minecraft kid, with his, like, literally, like, life-threatening stench aura. And he's like, okay, this is going to be the hardest challenge of my life. And the Minecraft kid hops in there. He's like, dude, come on. And Zach is like, I don't know. And the Minecraft kid grabs him by the hand and drags him in. He's like, don't worry, bro. I know this place is good. And Zach is like, whoa. And legitimately, Zach has to wait there for 15 minutes. And Zach is, he's not trying to be rude, but he's like breathing. He like pulls up his like sweatshirt and breathes into it. And that makes the air a little bit less toxic, but it's still really bad. And Zach is, not Zach, sorry, that was the guy in the last video. I still have my notes up from that one. Nico is struggling right now. He's just like, he's breathing in air, he's coughing it out, and the Minecraft kid's like, shh, stop coughing. You're gonna get our hiding spot. They're gonna figure it out because you're being so loud. And Nico's just thinking to himself, man, I'm just trying to survive this. I'm not asking for much, man. I'm just trying to survive. That's literally it, bro. I just want to see my parents, dude. So Nico and the Minecraft kid are just sitting there, and they sit there for legitimately like 20 minutes. And then eventually the seekers come around, and they're around in the bush. And Nico's just like, all right, I'm going to have to sabotage this because this hiding spot is just too good. So Nico, like, forces out a fake sneeze. And the Minecraft kid is like, no! And the seekers eventually come over and find them. The Minecraft kid's like, bro, couldn't you hold it in? And Nico's like, sorry, man, I had to sneeze. Like, I couldn't hold it in, right? So then Nico and the Minecraft kid also become seekers, because it was kind of like the zombie tag, where if like one person got tagged by the zombie, they would also become like someone who is it as well. It was like a massive swarm of zombies like that. It was the same thing with this game, where if you got tagged, you also became a seeker as well. And the Minecraft kid was just ruthlessly just going around, just like finding people. It's like, got you, which, I mean, that's how you play the game. I can't really complain like that. But eventually everyone gets found, and the teachers are like, all right, guys, I hope you had fun with that. We're going to head inside for one last activity before the day is over. And so they head inside and they head back to the tables.
And the teachers are like, all right, we're just going to have a nice little, like, kind of like arts and craft type thing. And they show these big bins with all these art supplies and whatever, right? They're like, all right, man, come up and make whatever you want to make and just have a good time talking to your new partner, or not your new partner, but your new friend. It's not a new partner. Nico would have been so happy if he got a new partner at this time. And but no, it's the same guy. So the Minecraft kid and Nico, they go up, they grab some supplies, they sit back at the table, and Nico's getting more and more used to the smell. And he's like, you know what, man, I'm gonna make it through the next couple hours. And while they're sitting there making whatever they're making, the Minecraft kid is like, all right, man, let's get to know each other a little bit better. Tell me some fun facts about you. So Nico's like, okay, I don't really know, but I guess like I got a dog. I like to go on hikes. I walk my dog every morning. And when I do that, I listen to music. That's what I do personally. But back to the story. I don't know. I really, I enjoy playing Fortnite with my friends. What about you, man? And the Minecraft kid was like, well, I obviously am kind of a fan of Minecraft, as you can tell by my hoodie. By the way, nothing's wrong with liking Minecraft, bro. I love Minecraft. It's probably one of my favorite games of all time. It's the background gameplay I use for almost every video, and it has a lot of nostalgia. When I say Minecraft kid, I think you know what I mean. I don't mean someone who just plays Minecraft. But anyways, right, and he goes on to say, I also have these beliefs. And I don't know, people get really mad at me, and they hate me for my beliefs, and it really makes me sad. And Nico, not really knowing what this guy was talking about, probably thinking that, I don't know, maybe he was religious and people were hating on him for that, which isn't okay. Nico was like, oh man, like, what's the problem? Like, what's these beliefs? I promise you, like, as long as they don't hurt anyone else, I'm all for you. I'll support you no matter what. Like, what are people hating on you for? And Nico, or the Minecraft kid, is like, well, I really believe in being natural. I think that we should kind of return, like, there's a lot in our modern day society that, is we're straying too far away from like what we were supposed to be. He said, may that be from processed foods or stuff like that. And that's like kind of legit. Like there is a lot of the food we eat is actually kind of poisonous because it is so far away from what we're supposed to be eating. That's pretty legit. But then he goes on to say, and like, my mom is such a hater because the truth is, I want to hear some facts. And, Nico was like, sure, I want to hear some facts, whatever. He's like, caveman, they didn't when they went to the bathroom, man, they weren't using these like really high chemical toilet paper. And Nico was like, bro, what? And the Minecraft kid is like, yeah, it's so crazy. My mom is such a hater about this. But you know what? I want to return to the good old natural days. And so I don't even wipe when I go to the bathroom. And when I take showers, I only let water pour on me, and I never use any of the chemicals and the soap or whatever. All these man-made inventions like soap and toilet paper, it's really just bringing us farther away from where we should be. And Nico was like, well, I can't say I'm necessarily shocked, but oh my god, what? And then the Minecraft kid turns to Nico. He's like, Nico, what do you think about this? Returning to the natural element. And Nico is just still stuck on the fact that the Minecraft kid is basically bragging about not wiping. And he's like, I mean, like, yeah, man. I mean, I think that, like, specifically with, like, a lot of, like, fast food and junk food and, like, trans fats and, like, dyes and whatever, like, that's definitely something we should remove from the diet. I don't know if I'm 100% with you on not wiping and, like, not using soap. But, I definitely am with you with the whole, like, I don't know, artificial stuff in the food. And the Minecraft kid is like, well, I don't really care about the food as much. I mean, whatever. I bet the caveman ate dirt or whatever, and that can't be good for you either. I'm just more concerned with all the chemicals and artificial stuff in toilet paper and soap. And Nico's not trying to be rude, but he's like, man, I don't know how bad toilet paper is for you. I mean, I really don't think that there's like that harmful of chemicals in it. And maybe like it's going to be more harmful in the long run if you don't use it. And the Minecraft kid is like, no, you don't understand. I wouldn't really expect you to understand, as I've done a lot of research myself.
Bro, just a little note from me. Whenever someone says they've done their own research, no, just stop listening to them. Just stop listening to them. But he's like, I've done some research myself, and I really think what I'm doing is going to be the healthiest for me. And that ended the day. But Nico was just so startled by what he heard that he actually contacted one of his friends who was in the other fifth grade class. Nico really was wishing that he was going to be partnered with his other friend in the fifth grade class, but it didn't work for him like that. And he said, hey, man, you know that kid with the creeper hoodie? And the dude's like, yes, I saw you got partnered with them. You smelt it too. And Nico's like, yeah, do you know why? And the kid's like, yeah, because he doesn't wipe, lol. And Nico's like, bro, what? He tells everyone that? And the other kid like Nico's friend in the other class is like, yeah, bro, he's bragged to everyone about it. Like, legit, everyone here knows. I should have given you a heads up. I just wasn't able to. I'm sorry about that. And Nico's like, wow, like, I spent a day with them. You got to spend, like, the entire year with them. You're a trooper. And he's like, dude, I know. I once got partnered with them. I had to go to the bathroom to, the insides of his stomach came out on the outsides is what I'm trying to say from the smell. And anyways, Nico was like, you know what? I'm so excited to go back tomorrow because we're going to have a normal day of school. And Nico never thought he'd ever utter those words.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. We get a story of these anime kids that go completely insane and try and like fight the subscriber with these really weird things. I don't want to spoil the story. I know you'll enjoy it. Subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call him Clarence. And right off the bat, I just gotta let you know that, like, if you like anime, literally nothing wrong with that. In fact, I enjoy a little bit of anime myself. I mean, you got yourself some Death Note, some Attack on Titan. No spoilers, I've not finished the last couple episodes. I will ban you from my comments forever. No, I'm just kidding. But anyways, this all happened one day when Clarence was just chilling in class. And there was a group of 3 kids who always sat in the back of the room, and they always wore like anime t-shirts or sweatshirts or whatever, and they were kind of known as like the anime kids. They were known for this not just because they would always wear like anime t-shirts and sweatshirts or whatever, but they would literally only communicate to each other with anime references. And one of them sat like L from Death Note, just little, which I don't know, that's just funny to me, man. I've tried sitting like that. It hurts, bro. I was like, oh, dude, I guess is this gonna give me 50% more brain power like L? No, it just makes my feet hurt. But anyways, right, Clarence didn't really interact with them that much. They kind of stuck to themselves. However, on one fateful day, when Clarence was walking in the halls and he accidentally bumps into one of them, and then the other 2, all 3 of them, the one he bumped into and the other 2 that were walking with him, right, they all turn and look at Clarence. And they give him this look. And Clarence is like, oh, my fault, like I wasn't looking where I was going. They don't say anything. They just stare at him intensely. And he's like, like, my fault, guys. Like, I'm sorry. That's on me. Like, my bad. Like, why are you staring at me? This is making me uncomfortable. And the anime kids didn't say a word. They just kept walking. And Clarence legitimately thought nothing of it because dude just bumped into someone and then said, my fault, I wasn't looking where I was going. And yes, they were a little weird, not responding at all. It was a little creepy. It was a little uncomfortable. But Clarence legitimately, within 5 seconds, completely forgot about what just happened until the next day rolled around. So the next day, right, it's recess, and Clarence is just outside, and his friends, I don't know, they're doing something else right now. Or Clarence does have friends, but for some reason, he's just alone at that very moment. And the 3 anime kids come up to Clarence. And remember, Clarence isn't like enemies with these people, or at least he didn't think he was, but he also never spoke to them. So it was kind of weird for them to kind of like just come up to him out of the blue and start talking to him. He was caught off a little bit off guard. And remember, he's completely forgotten about bumping into them until like they start talking to him, right? And they say, like, they come up to him and they're like, so you chose to fight us. You chose to start the battle, and we're gonna finish it. And Clarence is like, I think you have me mixed up for someone else, bro. I'm pretty sure I'm not the guy who started this battle that you're talking about. I legitimately have no idea what you're saying. And they're like, no, it was 100% you. You bumped into us, which is a understandable battle cry. And yes, you're a fool for this, though, because we will absolutely smite you in battle. And Clarence is like, oh, no, that was like a mistake. Like, I didn't mean to bump into you. That was an accident. Like, I'm sorry, my fault. And they're like, no,
You can't take back your declaration of battle. This battle was started by you, but will be finished by us. And one of the kids, the one who sits like L from Death Note, like kind of like reaches out of his backpack, and Clarence is like, "Hey, yo!" And what he reaches out of his backpack was a black notebook, and on the front of the notebook says Death Note on it. If you don't know, there's like an anime Death Note where basically, I'm not going to spoil anything too important, but the main thing is there's a book, and if you write someone's name in it and like what they died from, like the person will die within like 40 seconds or something. I might have butchered that a little bit. It's been a second since I've watched it. Great show, by the way. But anyways, he whips out like a replica Death Note, and the other two anime kids are like, "You don't want him to write your name in this book." And Clarence has never seen Death Note before. He was explained the premise by his friend afterward when he told his friend about this story. But basically, right, one of the anime kids whips out a fake Death Note, and he's just like, "You don't want me to do this, bro. You don't want me to do this." And Clarence is like, do what? He's like, "Write your name in the Death Note." And Clarence is like, "Bro, what? I don't know what that is. This is like a book or something." He's like, "No, it's not just a book, you idiot, you fool, you simpleton, you moron. If I write your name in the Death Note, you will perish." And Clarence is like, "What?" And Clarence is just like, "All right, bro, write my name in that silly book." He's like, "Ha, you fool." And so the anime kid writes Clarence's name in the book, and he waits 40 seconds and he's grinning the whole time, and then 40 seconds passes and nothing happens, and he's like, Ryuk must have just nerfed this one, ha ha ha." The other anime kids kind of look at him, and then they look back at Clarence and they're like, "You might have won this battle, but this is not simply a battle. This is a war, and we're coming back tomorrow with even more weapons and powerful. You will lose." And then they all kind of like Naruto dash away. And Clarence is like, "Man, why is this my life? Like, why am I here? Just to suffer?" Real quick, comment anime down below if you want to harden your comment. The secret word of the day is anime. And if you binge watch my videos, please let me know in the comment section. That's the best way to help me, to grow the channel, is by watching a ton of videos. Playlists are in the description to help you watch the videos easier. And yeah, back to the story. But anyways, right, Clarence is kind of just like, oh, so this is going to be like a thing. Because Clarence is this, he's hanging on to the words where the anime kids were like, "Oh, we're coming back tomorrow with even more." And Clarence in his head is like, "Bro, I don't want to have to deal with you guys tomorrow as well. Like, isn't today enough? Like, isn't like you writing my name in that book and then nothing happening? Isn't that enough for all this nonsense?" But no, the days just get stranger and stranger, because the next day rolls around. Once again, it is recess, and this time Clarence is with one of his friends. And he notices out of the corner of his eye the anime kids are rolling up, and he's just thinking to himself, like, "Bro, I'm not trying to do this right now. I'm hanging out with my friend. I'm having a good time. This is recess. This is supposed to be my break from the nonsense. This is not supposed to be the nonsense, times two extended edition. Like, I'm not trying to do this." And the anime kids come up to him and they're like, "Ha ha ha, you might have won yesterday's battle, but you will never win the war." And then all three of them whip out these fake plastic Pokeballs. And at this point, Clarence is like, "Bro, you cannot be serious." And they're like, "Oh, so you know what we're about to attack you with." And one of them yells, "Charizard attack!" And they just chuck the plastic Pokeball at Clarence, and it hits him. And look, it's not like actually like, okay, ooh, yeah, duh, Connor, it's not a real Pokeball, shut up, right? But it's like, it's plastic, it's hard, and it kind of hurt a little bit. And Clarence is like, "Ow." By the way, a massive real-life Charizard did not come out of the Pokeball they threw. It just kind of bounced off Clarence, and it hurt a little bit. So Clarence is like, "Bro, don't do that. That kind of hurts." And then the other one's like, "Bulbasaur, attack!" And just chucks the Pokeball again. And Clarence is like, "Dude, stop. That hurts. It's going to leave a bruise." The final one's like, "Pikachu, I choose you." And just chucks the Pokeball. Once again, bounces off of Clarence. And he's just like, "Bro, can you not?" And then another one takes out another Pokeball. Actually, it's the first one. And he's like, "Blastoise." And he chucks it. It completely misses Clarence. He's like, "Bro, I'm going somewhere else. Like, screw you guys. I'm going home."
So him and Clarence and his friend, like, they just walk away, and his friend's like, bro, what? So Clarence explains the story as I've explained it to you guys so far, and his friend is like, bro, that's so weird, like, I'm sorry you have to deal with this. That must be pretty annoying. So the next day rolls around, and this is like the craziest day yet. So once again, Clarence is at recess, and he's with a pretty big group of people. He doesn't know all of them super well, but he knows enough of them well enough that, I don't know, they're doing some big activity or whatever. And once again, the anime kids come over. And Clarence is like, guys, I'm sorry, I have to deal with something. So he walks over preemptively, goes over to the anime kids and is like, what is it today? What's the massive battle? And this time, right, the last 2 days, there was a teacher like monitoring everyone at recess, but they were kind of busy looking at other things or something. But this time, the teacher happened to be looking at the anime kids and Clarence. And one of the anime kids is like, today we will have our final battle. And he whips out this big long sash, right? And Clarence is like, dude, what? And he unsheaths a katana from it. And Clarence is like, yo, you can't have that here. And the anime kid starts swinging his sword around, all like, he's like, you cannot control my power. My power level is over 25,000 right now. He's like, takes out his like katana, and the teacher and the teacher, like, sees a kid with a massive sword, and the teacher's like, no, oh my God, like, this is actually insane. So the teacher calls the freaking police, bro, because, I mean, look, you can't bring something like that to school. The teacher both calls the police, tells the security guard, and the school goes on lockdown. So basically, after that happens, like, there's something on the loudspeaker saying, students, report to, like, your classrooms, this is a lockdown. And, like, all the students start, like, running to the classrooms. And Clarence has a sneaking suspicion that the lockdown is due to the katana anime kid, because you can't bring a freaking katana. By the way, that's a massive long, like, sword used in combat in, like, the 1600s. You can't bring one, even if it's like a replica, right? You can't bring that to school. So sure enough, right, all the kids, they're like rushing to their classes, and yeah, Clarence and the anime kid, they do have one class together, and it happens to be like their next class is after recess. So yeah, they all go to the same classroom to lock down. And dude, the anime kid who has the katana is legitimately sitting in class with his katana, like, it's in his like container or whatever. But it's very obvious, right? So they're all like in lockdown. They're all sitting in their classrooms. They're kind of all like sitting in the corner of the room with the shades drawn. I'm sure you guys have at least had like a lockdown drill before. Or maybe if you're not in the States, you haven't. But basically, right, you have to go in your classroom, lock the doors, and just keep everything like very still and as if no one is in there, right? So eventually, there's a police officer that comes around unlocking each of the doors and going in and assessing the situation. And the police officer eventually comes to their door, knocks on it, opens it up, and sees, right, the kid with the katana. And the police officer points at the anime kid and says, hey, I'm going to need you to come with me. And the anime kid stands up, and he doesn't grab his katana because he's obviously not going to walk over to the police officer with a katana, right? And the police officer's like, points to the other officer, like, go grab that. So the officer kind of like walks over, grabs the katana, and the anime kid is like, no, that is my weapon of choice. And the police officer's like, yeah, that's also the reason why we're doing this. And I don't think the anime kid knew that that was the reason why they were having a lockdown until then. Even Clarence was pretty sure it wasn't because of the anime kid, but he had a sneaking suspicion. So Clarence is like, oh, uh-oh, look at who won the war, bro. Nah, he wasn't like default dancing yet. Just give him a second, though. So eventually, right, the kid walks out and the police officer has a talk with him outside. And Clarence, like, presses his ear against the wall, and the walls of the school are pretty thin, so he can more or less hear what the police officer is saying. So the police officer is explaining to the katana anime kid that, dude, you cannot bring an actual weapon to school. That's insane. Like, look, it's like, yeah, I get it. It might be a replica, but it's still very sharp, and it could really be used, like, super dangerously. And that, like, bro, it's super... Okay, the officer didn't say bro, but, like, the officer was saying
it's super clear that this is a rule, that you can't be bringing this to school. Why would you think that this is necessary? And the anime kid starts to say, we were about to enter an anime battle or something like that. And the officer said, what, you were gonna like use this in combat against another student? And the anime kid was like, well, now that you put it that way, I mean, the anime kid was slowly understanding that he messed up big time. The officer's like, I thought you were just bringing this in just to show it around. You were going to use it in combat against another student? Like, this thing might be a replica. It's still very sharp. You could definitely actually do some damage with this. Do you understand? Do you understand why everyone had to lock down? And the anime kid is like, well, I don't understand why everyone had to lock down. It's not like I was going to use it. And the officer's like, you just said you were going to use it. And the anime kid was like, yeah, but just on one student. And he's like, so you're going to use it on a student? And the anime kid's like, well, everyone doesn't need to lock down if I'm not going to like enter anime combat with them too. And the officer is just completely speechless. So the officer's like, all right, come with me, and kind of motions to the security guard to come with them. And they walk him over to the, the principal's office, or it's some kind of official place. At this point, Clarence was obviously not in earshot to hear what went down, but TLDR, because he did hear from other people and just kind of like figured it out. The anime kid got suspended for 2 weeks, and he was now, after this point, on extremely thin ice. If he even sneezed in the wrong direction, right, he was going to get in big trouble. For some reason, right, the anime kid never said that it was Clarence when he was being, like, interrogated. He refused to say the name of the student that he was fighting to keep the anonymity, oh my god, you know what I'm trying to say. He's trying to keep, like, I don't want to reveal my fellow soldiers and also my opponent in battle. I have respect for him or whatever. So Clarence never was a part of this. He never was asked in, and he also was kind of lazy, so he didn't feel like getting involved, and the kid was going to get in trouble one way or another. But after the fact, the other two anime kids that didn't get in trouble came up to Clarence, and they're like, you think this is over? You think you can vanquish one of our allies and get away with it? And Clarence is like, bro, I literally did nothing. I just stood there, and he just self-reported. That's not on me. And they said, no, this is on you. You better watch your back, because we will strike again. Vengeance will be ours. And to this day, the subscriber was telling me over on Instagram, which is in the description, that's where you can send in some stories to be featured on the channel. He was telling me that to this day, the anime kids have not, given their revenge yet. So maybe one day they'll have their master plan unfold and Clarence will figure out what the revenge is. But until this day, they are yet to strike. So yeah, you might be seeing a part 2, maybe. I don't know.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today we got a story of probably the cringiest emo kid on planet Earth. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've received in a long time. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story, let's call him Logan. So Logan was in the 7th grade when this all went down, and in Logan's class there was an emo guy and an emo girl. Yes, I'm in love with an emo girl type emo girl. And yeah, I'm just gonna call them emo girl and emo guy, because you guys know if I have like a billion names for people, I swap them. And even if I have one name, I've even messed that up once before. My brain is very small. But this all happened one day when the emo girl and the emo guy were at recess together, and basically like Logan had recess for a very long time. I know a lot of people don't have recess past like 5th grade, but Logan had it all the way through 9th grade, which is pretty cool. So basically, right, the emo guy and the emo girl every single day at recess would sit at this bench, which kind of was like close enough to everyone else, but also far enough that they weren't gonna like get, I don't know, hit by someone on the swing or have to like interact with people. And basically what they would do is they would sit on the bench together and they would be in each other's arms and they would be like, society, no, but they would be like randomly cussing out kids, and like literally some kid would walk by, let's call the kid Ben, little Ben over here, little Benny boy would walk by the emo girl and the emo guy, right? I'm just gonna call them the emo couple. And the emo couple would be like, oh, look at that Ben. He's such like a conformer to society. He's such a sheeple. He's the sheep and sheeple, bro. Like, he doesn't understand our suffering. He doesn't understand how society treats us, because society hates the emo kids. And Ben would walk by and like he'd be able to hear all this nonsense. He'd be like, bro, I can hear you. And they'd be like, oh, what is that, sheepo? And sometimes they would just like get really like aggro and cuss people out. They'd be like, "Hey Ben," he's like, "Yeah, you suck, bro." And Ben's like, "All right, no one likes you guys." And they're like, society keeps hating on us, bro. Why do you think society hates you so much? If you're sending hate out, you're getting hate back at the end of the day. But this all happened one day when Logan made the mistake of getting too close to the emo guy and the emo girl. So the emo couple was sitting on their little bench, right? And they were just like, society, as always. And sure enough, Logan, he sees his friends at the tetherball. I don't know if you guys ever played tetherball back in middle school, but that was the most fun game ever. I would legit play it if I had it in my backyard right now. But his friends were over at the tetherball, and Logan was walking over. And Logan could either take the long route, having to go around the basketball court to the tetherball, or he could pass by on the short route. He'd have to pass by the emo bench, as I'm gonna call it, because that's where the emo guy and the emo girl would always sit every single recess and complain about shashade or whatever. And so sure enough, right, Logan just, he doesn't know like the real deal with the emo kid and the emo girl, and he doesn't want to take the long route. So he decides that he's going to pass by the emo bench. And he passes by the emo bench, and the emo kid is like, because he gets kind of close to them, because I don't know, he's been paying attention, he's just walking. And the emo kid, or the emo guy, I should specify, is like, hey man, wait a second. And Logan turns around and is like, oh, it's that weird emo-looking guy, like, whatever. By the way, if you dress emo, I really don't care. Like, you can do whatever you want, man. You're good in my book. Just don't act like these kids, and we're chilling, bro. But anyways, Logan's like, oh, it's these kids. Like, I know they're kind of weird or whatever. And the emo guy's like, dude, I saw that you were looking at my girl. And Logan's like, bro, what are you talking about? And the emo kid's like, bruh, it's obvious. You're in love with my girlfriend. And Logan's like, dude, what? Seriously, what are you even talking about? He's like, don't try and deny it, bro. You're only gonna get into more trouble from me. And like the emo kid looks over at his girlfriend, and the emo girl's like, oh, you're my big defender against this guy in society. Dude, I'm sorry, I can't do the story with a straight face. So Logan politely explains to the emo guy that he has no interest in his girlfriend. And he's not saying, oh, she's ugly, lol. He's just like, dude, I was literally just passing by. Why would you think that, like, I have any interest in her? Like, why would that give off the impression that I want to, like, get with your girl? Like, why on earth would that give off that impression? And so the emo guy is starting to realize that he was overreacting and that, Logan was literally just passing by. But the emo guy starts to come up with a different theory in his head. And he's like, man, wait a minute. Are you calling my girlfriend ugly? And Logan's like, bro, no, like, she's totally fine looking, like, so, and then he's like, so you're in love with my girlfriend? And Logan's like, no, bro, I'm not. I'm trying to go play tetherball with my friends. And the emo kid is like, so you disrespected my girl? Turns over to his girl, gets a little wink, you're hot, beautiful. She's like, oh, shiny. And he turns back around, and he's like, that's it. I don't stand for this type of disrespect and slander against my emo girlfriend, because I'm in love with an emo girl. You and we're gonna fight tomorrow for her honor and respect. And Logan's like, what? And the emo kid's like, yeah, bro, we're gonna fight. You and me at recess at this time, it's you versus me. I don't want to see you chicken out because I'll find you either way. And Logan's like, all right, bro, whatever. I'm gonna go play some tetherball. Logan thought that was it. Logan thought the emo kid was just being like, I don't know, overreacting just to like impress his girlfriend. But unfortunately, he was wrong. Real quick, comment emo down below if you want to heart on your comment. I'll try and heart as many comments that say emo as possible, as that is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you really do want to support the channel, binge watch a bunch of my videos. I got playlists, or just watch videos in the recommended from me. It really helps the channel. And please leave a comment telling me that you're doing it so I can personally thank you. Recently, I've also been getting a lot of comments of people saying that they put on my videos to go to sleep, which I don't know if that's an insult or a good thing, but either way, like, here's the thing, man. Watch time is watch time, and it supports the channel, so, look, I'm not saying to put on a playlist of my videos
turn the volume down to 1% while you're sleeping to boost the channel, but I'm also not saying to not do that. Wink. Anyways, back to the story. So anyways, right, the next day rolls around and Logan doesn't think anything of it. Yes, in the back of his mind, he's thinking about the crazy experience of when he passed the emo kid bench, but he doesn't really think anything of it, and he really doesn't think that the emo guy is going to, I don't know, oh my god, I got hiccups. But he doesn't think the emo kid is actually gonna do anything, man. Like, he's just like, okay, whatever. He's just trying to impress his emo girl. So, like, whatever, bro. Like, it really doesn't matter. And, anyways, the next day rolls around, and it's recess. And sure enough, Logan goes out once again to go to the tetherball, because that's where the boys were at. And he had a great day at tetherball the day before. That is a really fun game. I don't know why I keep bringing it up. I just really enjoyed it as a kid. But anyways, Logan goes over, and he's just planning on walking to the tetherball, having a good time with his friends. But you know who's standing there blocking his way? Yeah, it's the emo guy. And the emo girl is sitting on the bench and she's looking at her emo boyfriend, right? But the emo boyfriend is standing there and he's like, yo, do you remember when you disrespected my emo girl? And Logan's like, what? And the boyfriend takes out, like, there's, like, at the Halloween decoration stores, those big, like, foam fake skull swords. It's, like, the big gray swords that are made of foam and super bendy, but have, like, the skulls on them or whatever. So the emo kid must have bought one of those or had one of those already, because he whips one of those out. And he's just like, it is time to battle, man. And Logan's just like, bruh, like, what? Man, I'm just trying to play some tetherball, bro. Like, I don't know about you, but... And he's like, no, you disrespected my emo girl. Like, so sure enough, right, the emo kid, or the emo guy, I should be specific, is like, and you will pay the price. And he runs in against Logan, and he takes the foam sword. He starts, like, going whap, 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 whap. Just starts, like, beating him with the foam sword. But, bro, it's a foam sword. It literally bends on impact. So when he hits him, right, the sword just bends in half, right? It just kind of whaps around. However, he's kind of whapping it pretty hard. He's like, pop, 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 pop. So it's, like, almost like slapping him. And sure enough, Logan's getting kind of little red marks. It's like if someone was like... they're slapping you. I slapped my knee, by the way. Don't be weird. If someone's, like, slapping you, they might leave, like, some red marks. They're not going to do any actual damage, though, unless you're in a professional slapping contest and your head explodes or something. But, yeah, sure enough, the teacher saw that and is like, hey, you there, stop that. And, the emo kid's like, dude, this guy started it first. And the teacher's like, no, I saw the whole thing. You just came up to this kid, and you were just slapping him. Go to the principal's office. You have detention for the rest of recess. And the emo kid looks at Logan and is like, this is not over, man. This is not over. A week goes by, and nothing happens to Logan. Logan kind of purposely avoids the emo bench. And he does look over, and he sees the emo boyfriend and the emo girlfriend all cuddled up, cursing out society, as always, right? And sure enough, right, he just thinks he's done. Logan thinks he's in the clear, that the emo kid has stopped his nonsense, but no, wrong. The emo kid has not stopped his nonsense. It's about to get much worse, believe it or not. So sure enough, a week goes by, and during that week, nothing happens. So Logan literally forgets entirely about the whole emo kid, whatever, disrespecting his emo girl type thing. He just doesn't even, like, think about it. Like, at the end of the day, he's just like, all right, whatever, man. I'm gonna go play some tetherball, go hang out with my friends, play some, like, Yu-Gi-Oh cards. I don't know, whatever they do at recess. But one day, a week later, Logan walks into school, and Logan has a couple classes before recess. And Logan is just in the hallway, and this big, like, emo-looking kid who he has never seen before walks up to him. It's like, hey, I'm the emo kid's cousin, and I'm gonna beat you up. And Logan's like, oh my god. Because this kid was massive. The emo kid was kind of built like me, like a spooky, scary skeleton. But this emo kid, bro, he was like, I don't know, he was like a linebacker for, like, I don't know, the Patriots, dude. He was a big guy. He was big guy for sure. And Logan, Logan was pretty medium-sized, but he was about to get obliterated by this guy if he actually did do anything. So Logan's like, what? And the emo kid's cousin, who is also emo, he's like the emo, I'm just gonna call him the emo cousin, right? The emo cousin, who is super big, comes up to him and is like, you, me, boxing. Logan's like, bro, am I supposed to be Logan Paul? Like, boxing? Huh? But sure enough, the emo kid's cousin is like, yeah, you, me, recess, boxing. This is for disrespecting my cousin's girlfriend. And he gives him a little shove. And Logan, like, feels the vibrations through his body as he kind of stumbles back a little bit, kind of sizes it up and realizes, oh my God, this is not gonna end well. So Logan is kind of struggling to pay attention in class because he's kind of thinking about, what's going to happen at recess. This big guy, the big emo cousin guy, said he wanted to box him, whatever that even meant, but he was a little scared. I mean, he didn't think he was going to do that well if he actually did end up boxing this guy. Just because this guy was big and he was kind of medium big, or he was kind of medium small, to be honest. So he was like, all right, man, I'm not going to do so hot. And Logan really knew that he was in trouble when he walked out, because he walks out of the building to go to recess, as he's trying to avoid the whole thing and maybe hang out with his friends instead. And normally people are kind of like, I don't know, dispersed around. Some are at the swing, some are playing basketball, some are at the tetherball, some are at the emo bench, whatever, right? But at this point, they were all huddled around. And when Logan walked out, they all turned to look at him. And Logan just knew at that point on that things were about to be pretty bad, if he's being honest. So Logan kind of just walks out there, and the crowd that's kind of circled around that was looking at him kind of steps to the side to show the emo girl, the emo guy, and the emo guy's big emo cousin all standing there. Apparently word got out that there was going to be a big boxing match or whatever. And here's the thing, right? Stuff like this never happens at Logan's school. So when people heard that this was potentially going to happen, everyone was like, all right, man, the basketball, the tetherball, the swinging, that can all be on hold because that can happen any day. But a boxing match between this kid and this big, emo guy who's, doesn't even go here, this is not something that happens every single day. So sure enough, right, they were tuning in. They wanted to see what happened. And the emo kid is like, or the emo guy's like, oh my God, Logan, are you ready to get on for disrespecting my girlfriend, my emo girl? And Logan's like, bro, I didn't even say anything. And the cousin's like, yeah, you're just saying that because you're scared. Everyone's like, okay, not everyone was laughing. It was literally just the emo kids. But at the end of the day, right, everyone was still watching. And so the, the emo guy, takes out his backpack, because normally you didn't bring your backpack to recess, but for some reason the emo guy brought his backpack to recess. So, that was a little confusing. And yeah, so sure enough, he opens up his backpack and he takes out 2 pairs of boxing gloves. And Logan's just like, oh, so we're actually doing this. Oh, okay. So this is actually something that's okay. So Logan starts to put on the boxing gloves and is kind of in his head, what am I doing? If I go along with this, I'm gonna get destroyed. So Logan, midway through putting on the boxing gloves, is like, wait, I didn't agree to do this. He starts taking off the boxing gloves, and the emo cousin is like, well, then I'm gonna fight you either way. If we do this officially, it'll be a fair fight. If you try and run away like a little weasel rat boy, then I'm just gonna come after you either way. So you got no choice. And at this point, Logan, is actually really concerned. The whole thing was kind of a joke, and it was becoming less and less of a joke up to this point. But at that moment, he realized kind of how serious the situation is. Just a little word of advice for me. Don't get into any, fights at school. Just, please, for the love of God, avoid all that stuff like the plague. If it's happening, just report it. Just get away from that stuff. But anyways, Logan's like, oh, God, this is really bad. And he was starting to get pretty nervous. Guys? And that's when...
You should leave a like in the video right now if you haven't. By the way, it'd be kind of rude if you did. Oh, I just stubbed my toe. Oh, my God.
The school principal, 2 teachers, and 6 security guards, the entire security guard force at the school, came in. People started dispersing. They started running away. The teachers pointed at all three of the emo kids. They also pointed at Logan, and the security guards kind of like didn't like apprehend them. They didn't like tase them and tackle them to the ground or anything. But they're kind of like, you four, you gotta come with me. And the emo kid's cousin's like, I don't even go here. And the security guard's like, yeah, you still gotta come with us. And he's like, no, I don't. They're like, we'll legit call the police on you if you try and leave. Like, don't even try. He's like, okay, whatever, man. So sure enough, all four of them, they were sent to the principal's office. And the principal and all the security guards were sitting around, kind of sat them down, and kind of just wanted an explanation of what happened. So the emo kids explained from their perspective, and then Logan explained from his perspective, and obviously his perspective is the perspective I just told, and apparently the emo kids' perspective was the same thing, but a little bit more dramatic of like Logan disrespecting the girlfriend or whatever. But honestly, the stories were practically the same, which is a little weird. Like, why would the emo kids say exactly what was happening when obviously they were in the wrong? Apparently they didn't realize how dumb they were being. But yeah, sure enough, the principal's like, wow, that's insane. So you might be thinking to yourself, how on earth did they get an entire like security task force and all the teachers and the principals together when they were only out there for like 5 minutes? Well, apparently, since word spread of this quote-unquote boxing match, that word spread, like it spread to the principal, and they took it very seriously. So they had an entire team ready, and they were monitoring the situation very closely to see if anything was going to happen. And obviously, if some kid comes from out of school to like try and attack another student, of course they're going to have an issue with that. So what happened was, Logan, since he was totally like in the right, you know, he was set free. He was totally fine. But and so was the emo girl, because she was kind of just a bystander, even if she did cheer it on. You could say the same for Logan for not standing up earlier. So those two were totally fine. But the emo guy, he was suspended for an entire week since he kind of orchestrated the whole thing. And the emo cousin, like, the emo cousin couldn't be suspended or expelled because he didn't go to the school. But basically what happens is they ended up actually calling the legitimate police about this whole thing, explaining what happened, and the police ordered kind of like a semi-restraining order. I don't know if it was super official, but basically it said if this big emo cousin ever stepped foot on the school again, he would be like trespassing, and the police would have their rights to come and arrest him or whatever. So yeah, what even happened? That's what I'm asking myself.
Click on the video
right
on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today we get a story of a Minecraft kid that gets angry at his teacher, so decides that, you know, his revenge will be farting in the teacher's face and then going completely insane. This is probably one of the weirdest stories I have ever received, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber Noah. So this all happens one day when Noah is just chilling in his class, and there's another guy in his class, and we're gonna call this guy the Minecraft kid, because he's obsessed with Minecraft. He's always wearing the creeper hoodie. You already know how it goes. And obviously, right, if you like Minecraft, this video is not against you, because bro, I love Minecraft. Look at the background gameplay. But anyways, right, so Noah was just chilling in class, and he looks to like his left, and directly like to the next of him, directly adjacent to him, is the Minecraft kid. And him and the Minecraft kid weren't like best friends or anything, but he had nothing necessarily against the Minecraft kid. And the teacher was beginning the lecture on whatever it was, and he sees the Minecraft kid, you know, he had his computer out because everyone had their computers out. It was like 6th grade, and that was like the first time that, like, you know, they were given school computers or whatever, or Chromebooks, or I don't even know. He had his computer out though. And like, you could have your school given Chromebook or school-issued Chromebook, or you could bring your own computer. So the Minecraft kid, you know, brought his gaming computer. And the difference with today and any other day is Noah looked over and saw the Minecraft kid reach into his backpack, pull out a mouse pad and a gaming mouse. You know, one of those like gaming mice that like all light up and glow and all that stuff? Yeah, he whipped out one of those. And at first Noah's like, oh, he just wants to use a mouse instead of the trackpad. Like, that's totally understandable. Trackpad sucks. I 100% agree. And anyways, right, you know, Noah doesn't even really pay that much attention. And that is until he hears the Minecraft soundtrack. Super, super, super loud. Minecraft soundtrack is beautiful. I've actually like gone to sleep to it a couple times on Spotify. But that's beyond the point, right? Anyways, right, so Noah is like, he realizes that the Minecraft kid next to him is not only like not really caring that, you know, he has his entire gaming setup out, he also just doesn't care that Minecraft music is blasting away. And sure enough, right, you know, you hear the Minecraft soundtrack, you hear the walking footsteps in Minecraft, you hear him beating up some chicken and the chicken making like squeaking noises or whatever. And so Noah's just like, oh my God, like this kid's gonna get in a ton of trouble. But sure enough, right, the music was just so loud that the teacher like turns around and like looks at like the Minecraft kid and is like, Minecraft kid, like turn down that music. Like you can't be playing music in class. So the teacher didn't realize that this was just like music to a video game. The teacher just thought that the Minecraft kid was playing like music in class, which, you know, sometimes kids have like tried to like listen to music, but normally they'd use headphones or whatever. And the teacher says, hey, no listening to music in class, you gotta be paying attention. So the teacher kind of doesn't think anything more of it and goes back to their work. And so the Minecraft kid, sure enough, just turns off the volume, but keeps on playing Minecraft. And it's super obvious because he's like whipping his like mouse around and like clicking really fast and doing all this stuff. And obviously if the teacher paid like really close attention, he would realize that the Minecraft kid was not just listening to music, but was not listening to music at all, but instead was playing a video game with music in the background. So anyways, right, Noah's like, dude, this kid's gonna get caught. And sure enough, right, you know, the Minecraft kid, I think in the beginning was playing like normal Minecraft, but then he goes on to one of those servers. I think he's playing Bed Wars or something. And this kid is like really good at Bed Wars. And when you're really good at Bed Wars, a lot of times you'll be clicking super fast so that you can place more blocks. Or maybe when you're fighting someone, you take less knockback and you might get more hits. So this kid starts butterfly clicking, which is when you take two fingers and rapidly slam your mouse with it. And sure enough, right, the kid in the middle of class starts spamming his mouse like and Noah was just like, dude, that's so loud. And sure enough, the teacher turns around and is like, hey, Minecraft kid, are you playing video games in class? And the Minecraft kid legitimately keeps on clicking because apparently he's in the middle of like a fight or something, like a PvP fight, and keeps on clicking, ignores the teacher for a good 10 seconds. The teacher looks at him in disbelief, and the Minecraft kid looks up and is like, huh? The teacher's like, shut off your computer. You're not allowed to be playing video games in class. First you're listening to music, now you're playing video games. Like that's super disrespectful and distracting. You're not just distracting yourself, you're distracting everyone else in the class, and that is totally not fair for them. And he said, and then the teacher followed up by saying, Minecraft kid, you're on super thin ice, turn off like your video game. So the Minecraft kid is like, whatever, man. And like, you know, closes the computer, like closes the computer screen, whatever, and kind of like slumps back in his chair with his arms crossed because, man, he just, you know, he wanted to play Minecraft. He didn't want to pay attention to whatever was going on in class, right? So at this point, Noah thinks that the Minecraft kid is done being stupid in class, but Noah was very, very wrong to say the least. Because anyways, right, Noah kind of goes back to paying attention to the class, you know, trying to like take some notes. He's trying to do well in this class. And then Noah, to his surprise, hears clicking noises. And he's like, all right, there's no chance that like the Minecraft kid is back to playing his video games. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid had taken out his computer again and went back to playing Bed Wars. And once again, he's on his mouse going like clicking it literally as fast as he possibly could. And that he's not being slick. He's not being like anything like, he's not being clever or anything like that. Because the teacher immediately turns around and is like, Minecraft kid, I told you, like, you can't be playing video games in class. I already told you were on super thin ice. Like, that's it. If you can't like pay attention and you're going to be distracting everyone else, then you can't be in this class. Go to the principal's office and she'll deal with you. And the Minecraft kid just looks at him and says, what did you say to me? And the teacher's like, no back talk. Go to the principal's office now. And from here on, things were about to get much, much worse. But real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment, as Minecraft is the secret word of the day. And by the way, if you've been binge watching my videos, please leave a comment like this down below so I can heart it, maybe reply, just so I can know that you're doing it and say thank you. Because when you watch a bunch of my videos in a row, it really does help out the channel more than you can even imagine. And I mean, also, if you want to be like this guy, I'm not saying to leave a playlist of my videos on overnight when you go to sleep with the volume on 1%, but I'm also not saying not to do that. Wink, 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 nod, smile. Anyways, back to the story. This is where it gets crazy. So at this point, the teacher has told the Minecraft kid that, he needs to go to the principal's office right now. And the Minecraft kid is not happy about this at all. And so sure enough, the teacher, let me just paint the picture for you guys. The teacher is sitting down at their desk, at their chair, whatever, right? And the Minecraft kid walks up to go to like the door to leave the class, presumably, right? Because he has to go to the principal's and whatever, right? So he walks up to the front of the class. At this point, everyone has kind of been paying attention. Noah's like, wow, like this kid, whatever. I mean, the punishment fits the crime, if you're being an idiot, like play stupid games, expect stupid consequences, like it is, or expect stupid prizes. That's the actual phrase, my fault. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid does something absolutely crazy because he walks up to the front of the class and he slows down as soon as he gets to his teacher. And the teacher's like, keep moving, principal's office is that way. And as soon as the teacher says, keep moving, the principal office is that way, the Minecraft kid runs over to the teacher. And the teacher, remember, is sitting down at a pretty low desk / chair. And the Minecraft kid stands, whips out a chair, puts it down from the teacher, and the teacher is in the middle saying, hey, and the Minecraft kid steps on the chair, turns around, and rips the biggest fart you've ever heard in the teacher's face. Like, this is the most ridiculous thing Noah has ever seen in his life. And in Noah's head, he was like, huh? What? Huh? And the teacher was just as shocked. The teacher's just in a state of disbelief, also a state of stink, because man, the Minecraft kid was eating mega I don't know, he was eating premium beans for the last 7 months before doing this fart, bro. I swear to God. Noah said he could legit smell it from being 20 feet away, and then the teacher's like, oh God. And then the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, 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 and then runs away. So the teacher is now steaming mad because he's got this big old fart that was just landed in his face. This kid is destroying his entire class. So now the Minecraft kid is like, catch me if you can, and starts running around the class. And the teacher is so mad right now. The teacher is so angry. So the teacher starts sprinting after the kid. And the Minecraft kid is like, nyeh, nyeh. It just starts running around the class, pushing over chairs to make it harder for the teacher to get. And the teacher's like, that's it. You're gonna be suspended for so long. You'll be lucky if you don't get expelled. I'm calling up your parents and I'm writing a full report. And Noah and everyone else in that class was just sitting there with their mouths dropped their mouths dropped open to the floor. They were just like, what is going on? Oh my God. I knew this kid was a little weird, but seriously, what is going on right now? So the Minecraft kid is sprinting around the class, kind of doing like in football where you kind of psych them out and then you go the other way. And the teacher is kind of lumbering around every second that you're running, everything that you're pushing over, every millisecond that you're not obeying me and going to the principal's office, your punishment is increasing by 100%, which really doesn't make a lot of sense because there's a cap. You can't really punish someone beyond expelling them. So what's 300,000% beyond expelled? I don't really know. You tell me. So anyways, right, the Minecraft kid's like, nyeh, nyeh, and then eventually, right, the Minecraft kid accidentally trips on something. The Minecraft kid falls, and at this point, the teacher has made up enough ground to grab the Minecraft kid by the hood of the scruff of his creeper hoodie, and it's like, you are coming with me. And the entire class is so silent, as this is the most ridiculous thing they have ever seen in their life. And Noah is just oh my God, do I have a story to tell my mom? So anyways, the Minecraft kid is being dragged out by his creeper hoodie, and all 4 legs are flailing. He's like, no, no, no. And then the teacher goes out the door, slams it shut. The entire class is silent. No one's mumbling. You would have thought that people would have been like, wow, that was crazy, guys. I wonder what's... No. Nope. It was dead silent. Nobody uttered a word. And because of this silence, they were able to hear very clearly the teacher yell, hey, get back here.
And within about 20 seconds of them hearing the teacher yell that, they once again see the class door slam open, and the Minecraft kid, with his hair all messed up and his clothes all kind of like ripped up a little bit, runs into the classroom, slams the door shut, and then locks it. Because for some reason, this door locks from the inside, which actually, I guess that does make sense, but he locks it from the inside. You didn't need a key, you just need to press something. And the Minecraft kid goes over to the teacher's desk after locking the door, literally takes his foot and kicks off everything, including like a $500 Chromebook, right? That kind of breaks on the floor. All the books fall over. The teacher's coffee mug flies off the desk and like smashes on the floor. And the Minecraft kid steps on the teacher's chair and then steps on the desk and is like, attention! I mean, dude, he didn't really need to say attention to get their attention because literally everyone was paying attention to this guy at this point. The Minecraft kid goes on to declare himself as the ruler of the class and that he is now the dictator and they must do what he says. And everyone in the class is just like completely silent because they're just so shocked by the chain of events that just happened. And the Minecraft kid says, now, as ruler of the class, you must refer to me as Lord. You will not call me by my name. Let's call him Joseph. You will not call me by my name, Joseph. You will only call me by Lord. And everyone in the class is just like, huh? This has been like, they're just like, what happened in the last 7 minutes of this class? How did we get from learning about the quadratic equation to this, to having a kid like fart in the teacher's face, run away from them, close the door, slam all their stuff off the desk, and declare himself ruler of the class? How did we get here? So anyways, right, they're basically held hostage by the Minecraft kid because, sure enough, like people come to the door, they're slamming on it, they're like, hey, let us in, and the Minecraft kid's like, nobody go to that door, like nobody dare do it. And one kid is like, hey, like I gotta go to the bathroom, because at this point, they were kind of like accepting that the Minecraft kid was the de facto ruler, at least for the next like 10 minutes or so. And, the Minecraft kid's like, no, that's treacherous. You just want to let them in. And the kid's like, dude, no, like I really gotta pee. And the Minecraft kid's like, that's too bad. You should have thought of that before I took over. And the kid's like, bro, like, how would I have known that any of this nonsense was gonna happen? The Minecraft kid is like, too bad, so sad. So at this point, Joseph was sitting in, or Noah, not Joseph, sorry, that's the name I gave the Minecraft kid. At this point, Noah was sitting in class, and he was getting he was getting pretty upset. He just didn't want to deal with, the Minecraft kid anymore. He was like, this kid is a menace. He's totally insane. The thing is, Noah's actually trying to pay attention in class. Like, Noah is trying to, get his grade back because he was struggling on the first couple tests, so he was really committing to learning the material. And he was getting kind of angry that he was kind of being robbed of this experience. As funny as he thought it was, he really didn't want to have to deal with this much longer. So Noah was thinking to himself, all right, there are most likely security guards at the door, if not some kind of adult that can help us in this situation. Because for the last couple of minutes or so, people have been slamming on the door, let us in, Minecraft kid, or Joseph, let us in, Joseph. Like, you gotta let us in, man. Your punishment will be worse. Or it will be your punishment will be worse the longer this is. And so, at this point, Noah is like, all right, I think I'm just going to make a dash for it, but I got to cover it up so this crazy kid doesn't fart attack me or something. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't want freaking pink eye, bro. That's disgusting. So Noah's like, hey, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid's not the brightest man ever. So he's like, sure, peasant, go ahead. And he's like, wait. No. And then Noah's like, dude, what? He's like, ask me again, but you must refer to me as Lord. And Noah in his head is like, all right, this kid freaking sucks, but I'm about to ruin him. So yeah, whatever he wants for his next 30 seconds of rulership. So he's like, my lord, do you mind if I sharpen my pencil? And the Minecraft kid is like, fine, peasant, go ahead. And the Minecraft kid is sitting on the desk, and he's kind of made it like a king, a king throne in a sense.
And everyone is kind of like whispering to each other, like going on their phones, like trying to like contact people. But sure enough, right, Noah kind of walks up and is very calmly walking towards the pencil sharpener, which was on the other side of the room as the door. It was towards the front of the room, which means he didn't have to do a massive sprint, but it was kind of on the other side. So he's walking very slowly to the pencil sharpener, and that's when he's able to look out the door, and sure enough, there are, like, he sees the outlines of two pretty big guys, and he's like, all right, these are the security officers. And, as the Minecraft kid is, like, disciplining someone, being like, no, you must refer to me as Lord, because they asked a question or something, that no one realized that was his moment, that was his opportunity. So he changes direction incredibly quickly, sprints towards the door, and the Minecraft kid is like, peasant, what are you doing? And at that point, Noah goes to the door, quickly unlocks it, opens it up, steps aside, and two big security guards run into the room, and they just grab the Minecraft kid. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, my peasants, fight for me. I have been a great ruler. I have been a great king. No. And he's dragged out. And at this point, right, the teacher returns to the classroom, completely out of breath. Her hair is all frizzed up. And she's just like, class, I don't think I have it in me to finish the class today. I will, like, allow you guys to have recess or break period. I will have to monitor you guys, but please don't ask me to do anything. I don't have the energy or willpower right now. And the entire class was very understanding, as this, when you go to teacher school, when you take the final exam for being a teacher, there's no final, like, trick question of, like, what do you do if a Minecraft kid farts in your face and then literally starts a coup and takes control of your classroom? That's not on the final exam. That's not in the job description. So everyone was they're pretty forgiving. What ends up happening, however, is the teacher doesn't, like, monitor them. The teacher just gets another person to watch after them, because the teacher's actually going to the hospital because her eyes and her entire face were feeling weird. What ended up happening was both the teacher ended up getting, like, had to go to the hospital and got, like, pink eye, like a very severe case, and got, like, an eye infection. She's totally fine now, apparently, but when the Minecraft kid farted in her face, all these, like, gross, disgusting germs got in there, and it could have been really bad. And because of all the nonsense that the Minecraft kid was doing, he was suspended for 2 entire weeks. Honestly, he's lucky that he didn't get expelled, but he was also afterwards, after those 2 weeks were up, he was invited back to the classroom, and he had to also, during those 2 weeks, write a paper saying why what he did was wrong and apologize to everyone. And he was forced to read that in front of the entire class. And Noah tells me that it was probably the most awkward experience
Click on the video on
life.
screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today I got a story, probably one of the craziest emo kids of all time, and I've told a lot of crazy stories, so strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call her Luna. So Luna was a tennis player and was pretty good at tennis, and over the summer, her mom sent Luna to a tennis camp, and this story starts pretty far through the tennis camp. So the tennis camp lasted about 1 week long, and on the last day, which was Friday, all the parents would come and they would watch kind of like a tennis tournament of all the kids who were playing and learning how to play and getting better during the week. There would be a big tournament. They would have, like, I don't know, a fake little trophy thing. But the main important thing was that there was a big tournament at the end of the week, and all the parents came to watch. So this story starts on that Thursday. So this is the day before the last day, which is the big event. And this tennis camp took place at a college, so they had access to a college dining hall. And Luna and her 2 friends were walking, to go try and find a table. And Luna's 2 friends said, oh, look over there. Or one of Luna's friends said, oh, look over there. There's a table. So Luna's 2 other friends, went over and sat down at the table. Luna said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get something. So Luna walks over to the dining hall, grabs something to eat, and is walking back. And while Luna's walking back, she's not really paying attention. Like, she's kind of like, I don't know, spacing out or looking on her phone, or for some reason she's not paying full attention to her surroundings. So unfortunately, she bumps into this guy, and, the guy had a tray of food, and the food, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. Like, the food, sure, like a little bit got on his shirt, but it wasn't like the entire tray exploded all over his shirt, and his clothes were soiled and ruined beyond repair. Like, yeah, dude, you got sprayed a little bit, that sucks, but it's time to move on. And Luna was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, that's so embarrassing. And, like, she's like, I'm so sorry, like, I wasn't paying attention. And this kid, Luna's looking at this kid, and this kid is very clearly like an emo kid. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if you dress like goth or emo or whatever. It's a style, and I think a lot of my viewers have the style, and I don't personally do it myself. That isn't my style, but I rock with you if you do that. No hard feelings. However, if you're like this emo kid, bro, you got to change some things in your life. That's all I'm saying. Because this emo kid looks at Luna, looks her dead in the eyes, and then takes out a book. And Luna's like, what? And the emo kid, so he has this book in his hand, and Luna notices that there's like ancient hieroglyphics. Dude, my brain is not working right now. There's like ancient like letters and all these like symbols on the book. Basically, it looks like a wizard or witch book or something. And Luna's thinking to herself, all right, there's no shot that like that's actually like a wizard book or something. And the emo kid reaches into his back pocket and takes out a wand. So he opens up the spell book and he's waving his wand around. He's like, you have made a great enemy. You've made a great mistake bumping into me on purpose. And Luna's like, it wasn't on purpose, man. Like, I swear to you, like, I wasn't paying attention and I apologize for that. I should have been paying attention. You're right. Like, that's on me. However, like, come on now. It was an accident. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of nonsense doobly-doop you're doing right now. But he's like, silence, mortal. And he's like waving his wand around. He's like, hibbity-bibbity-bobbity-boo. I put something like super goofy, but like supposedly like, I don't know, wizard tongue or something. He's like, beepity-boo, boppity-bee. I'm like, okay, bro, like, let's calm down now. He's like, there. You've been cursed. And he slams the book shut with one hand, puts the wand back in his pocket, puts the book back into his backpack, which he was carrying around. Or I guess not a backpack. I guess it was like a tennis bag with a racket in it. And the emo kid walks off. And Luna is just standing there, just kind of like, what? What just happened? Like, can we just have like a little pause and a rewind of what just happened here? Because I don't think I really understood what was going on, because there's not a shot that actually just happened. So Luna goes back to the table with her two friends, and her two friends are like, what took you so long? And Luna's like, well, I actually have a very interesting answer that I bet you guys were not expecting. So Luna tells them the story, and they're like, one of them was just like, oh my God, that's crazy. The other one was like, dude, like, I know that kid. Like, I was in a tennis group earlier this morning. We're practicing forehands. I know that kid. He was so weird, bro. He was all like, okay, he wasn't like the other emo kid, bro. I'm just playing around. But he was like all like in the corner, hushed away. And when the coach said to him it was his turn, he kind of like looked up at him and flicked his long dark hair back, kind of sighed, and then like, hit a forehand or something. They're like, that kid was super weird, but I had no idea that he was like that weird. Because there's a difference between being kind of weird and putting spells on people randomly. Like, that's just two different ballparks, bro. Quick comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment. That is the secret word of the day, and I will do my best to heart as many comments as possible. I'm still getting over some complications with the wisdom teeth, and that might take a couple days, so please don't take it personally if I don't heart your comment. Do know I still really appreciate it. And also, shout out to all the people who've been binge watching my videos, like going through and watching a ton of them, either via the playlist or just through the recommended. Please let me know in the comment section when you're doing this so I can heart it and say thank you, and just know that you're supporting the channel more than you can even imagine at this point. I really appreciate it. Back to the story. It gets crazy. Anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and remember that, Luna was at a tennis camp, and on the last day, which was the next day, because this whole spell incident happened on a Thursday, and the last day was on a Friday. So it was Friday, it was the last day, and it was only like a half day, because the parents would come and pick you up by the end of it. But anyways, right, there was a big tennis tournament, and all the parents came to watch. So it was a pretty big deal. And so everyone was sitting around on the tennis court, and like the coach was standing at the very front. Everyone was sitting on the tennis court, and he was reading off his list of like, all right, guys, like, thank you for all your hard work this week. And finally, it pays off. Just know that, win or lose, like, we just want to make sure you have a fun time, and that, there can only be one winner, so you can't take it that personally if you don't win. The most important thing is to, like, good sportsmanship, and have a fun time. And anyways, let me read off the pairings. So the pairings were read off, and Luna had a first round match where she played against some random guy or something, and she was better. She was probably one of the top 10 people at the camp. She didn't expect to win the tournament. I mean, the other people, were some people that were much better than her, and maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, but Luna just wanted to go out there, have some fun. So Luna's first round match went down really well. She won 6-2, 6-3, which is pretty solid win. If you guys know tennis, I used to play tennis a lot back in the day. That's why I can tell this story so well, at least the tennis parts. But anyways, things get really interesting when Luna goes into her second round match. The second round match is against a familiar character that you guys may or may not remember from earlier in the story. Yes, Luna is playing the emo kid, and let me just say that Luna did not forget the emo kid, but very well the converse is true too, because the emo kid had not forgotten about Luna either. Which means, yes, Luna versus the emo kid are about to play after the emo kid put a spell on her. And Luna's just looking at her opponent like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. So anyways, right, Luna, so when you play tennis, you normally, you will warm up with your partner and then you'll get into playing. But basically, you both stand on two sides of a net, just very quickly for people who don't know. And so Luna was standing on one side of the net, and the emo kid was, sulking over and kind of, was all hunched over and kind of, wandered over to the other side of the net. And so Luna walks up to kind of the net in between, and the emo kid walks up as well. And Luna's like, all right, do you want to warm up? And the emo kid is like, insert maniacal laugh. I can't do a maniacal laugh right now. I just can't do it. So insert the most evil maniacal laugh from TV shows and movies you can think of. And dude, out of all the responses Luna was expecting, okay, Luna was either expecting yes or no. It was a yes or no question. But out of all the responses that Luna was expecting, let me just say that a maniacal laugh was not on the list, dude. It just was not on the list. And so Luna's kind of just thinking okay. And then the emo kid goes on to say, finishes up his maniacal laugh and is like, why would I need to warm up when I have the curse on my side? And Luna was just like, oh, so we're still going with that. We're not just gonna because Luna was kind of thinking, all right, well, let's just put yesterday behind us because that was very weird. You know what? Luna gave this guy, the privilege of allowing, just to put that behind them. Because normally that's not a thing you just put behind, right? The fact that, you got a spell put on you, normally you don't just forget about that. But Luna was like, oh, okay, so no warm-up? And the emo kid said, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the curse on my side, so why would I need to warm up anyways? And Luna was like, all right, fine, I really gotta smack this kid. So Luna and the emo kid kind of go immediately into playing the match, and so Luna spins the racket, and sure enough, it is the emo kid's choice. So basically, in the beginning of tennis, you spin heads or tails, and if you get it right, you can choose to serve or have the other person serve. And the emo kid starts maniacally laughing. So once again, insert the maniacal evil villain laugh after the racket is spun. And, Luna's just kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And the emo kid is like, looks like my curse is already working. Insert again another maniacal laugh. And Luna's just thinking to herself, all right, bro, let's not jump to conclusions. There's a 50-50 chance that you were going to get that. Come on now. In the back of Luna's mind, she was like, well, I wonder if the curse is real. But her rational mind was able to take control and be like, all right, let's just smack this kid. I know I'm better than him. So sure enough, right, the emo kid starts serving. Basically, that's the way you start a tennis point. So the emo kid throws it up, bops it in, and the serve is not that good. Serve is the hardest part of tennis, in my opinion. But the serve is not that good. And Luna, really wanting to have a good impression to kind of quote-unquote break the curse, winds up a massive forehand, completely crunches it, and obliterates the emo kid in the first point. This ball is blazing off of Luna's racket, and just smack right past the emo kid. The emo kid wasn't even, the emo kid plus the curse were not good enough to give him the reaction time to be able to deal with it. That's how bad this whole thing was, dude. So Luna looks up at the emo kid, giving her the dirtiest look ever, because I don't think the emo kid realized that Luna was one of the top players at the tennis camp, but he now realized that, he was probably not going to win this. I think he walked in with a lot of confidence, also trying to scare her off because of he remembered, oh, this is the girl I put the curse on. Odds are he would have, if this was a different person, he would have put a curse on them beforehand. He would have walked up to the tennis net, whipped out his magic wand, and been like, blah, blah, you're now cursed or something, just to mess with their head. But since he's already done that, right, he was trying to use that as leverage. But anyways, the match continues, and the emo kid is getting destroyed. So at this point, the emo kid is down about 3-0, and they're only playing one set. Basically, in tennis, you play to 6 games. Whoever gets to 6 games first but win by 2 wins. And if you get to 6-6, you play a tiebreaker. But anyways, right, Luna's up 3-0. So absolutely smoking the emo kid. And it's Luna's serve, and she serves it in, and it is very clearly a winning shot. However, it was close, right? It wasn't it was clearly in, but it wasn't in by so far that you'd have to be crazy to say that it was out, right? And the emo kid was out, because if you don't know, you make your own calls when you play tennis. There's no umpire unless you're really good. And this was a lower level. I think at the final match, the final match of their big tournament, they might have someone officiating it. But the emo kid was out, and Luna kind of looked at him no, dude, that wasn't. But she can't really do anything. So they keep playing, right? And Luna continues to crush this kid. Continues to crush this fool, bro. And the emo kid continues to cheat. However, the emo kid is really only cheating when it's I don't know, kind of close. So if Luna hits a really good shot, but it's kind of close, the emo kid will just call it out. And this is super frustrating to Luna because she's losing a lot more points than she needs to, but she's still winning. It's currently 5-1. So if Luna wins one more game, then it's over, right? She wins the match, and it's done with the emo kid. And at this point, right, I think other matches were kind of getting on with, and there were more people were finishing. So parents were kind of coming over, and they were watching, and more of the staff officials decided to watch this game just because less matches were being played, because more people were winning and losing, and kind of less matches were going on. So at this point, right, it was 5-1 Luna, and there were a bunch of people watching at this point. And so Luna hits a shot that is very clearly a forehand winner. She hits it, smacks it. It's not even like the other ones that is kind of close. This one was so clearly in, it was in by 2 or 3 feet. And the emo kid is that was out, by the way. And Luna's dude, I've been letting you have some really close calls recently, but that was so clearly in, I don't know how else to say it. I give you the benefit of the doubt of all the other stuff, but that one was so clearly in, I can't let it stand. Luna basically slips, and she's nah, I'm done, bro. And the emo kid starts getting mad, and he's hey, you must respect my authority for point calling. And I guess technically you do, but then again, one of the camp people was watching the whole thing go down, and he started to pay more attention. So he's watching the emo kid, and the emo kid is getting so angry. So once again, they start another point. The emo kid takes that point, even though he's obviously losing, right? And Luna hits another shot, and the emo kid, it's not even that Luna's shot was good. The emo kid just shanks it into the net, he completely misses it. And the emo kid was oh, by the way, your shot was so out, and it was so clearly in. And Luna's dude, you can't just call everything out when you lose. And at this point, the emo kid said, I'm going to do what I want because it's my authority and you have to deal with it. And at this point, right, the camp counselor had kind of noticed what was going on and was I got to come in here. I got to put a stop to this. So the camp counselor, starts to walk on the court and is what's going on, guys? And the emo kid is so angry at this point because he's losing and he's just mad. And oh my God, this is where the emo kid snaps. So the camp counselor is walking over to the emo kid and is all right, can you explain what's going on here? It looked like that point was very clearly in. Why did you call it out? And when the camp counselor says to the emo kid that it was clearly in and asked him, kind of questioned his call, the emo kid, already super salty and already molding super hard, being super angry already, just completely loses it, and he takes his racket and he goes, rah, and he whips around and he smashes it into the camp counselor. And the camp counselor stumbles back and it's oh my God, because like the racket had hit his arm. It had like broken the skin a little bit, so it was a little bloody, and it wasn't that bad. He didn't break anything. He didn't like hit a major artery or something, but the racket smashed into the camp counselor and like kind of like broke into his skin. So the camp counselor starts yelling like, "Are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? I was literally asking about a call and you attacked me." And there was another camp counselor watching the whole thing, and he starts walking in. But before they could do anything, you see this woman with kind of like a side part, like it kind of like the Karen haircut. Maybe she was a nice woman, but I'm just describing what I was told. By the way, the story was sent into my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me there. It's in the description. Even if you don't want to send in the story, just follow me there. It makes me feel good. But anyways, this woman walks on the court. She kind of looks like a Karen. Maybe she's super nice. I'm just saying it how it is, right? Walks on, grabs the emo kid by the back of by like the scruff of his shirt and drags him away. And he's like, "Ma'am." He's like, "Ma'am, I was winning." The emo kid literally had the audacity, as he was being dragged off court for attacking one of the camp counselors, to say that he was winning. What? Yeah, so the other camp counselor, I mean, the one that got hit with the rackets, like, I got to get this checked up. Like, I think I'm fine, but, like, I just want to make sure that, like, it didn't break anything farther because his skin was kind of bloodied up. And the other camp counselor, the one that was not attacked by the emo kid, walked up and said, "Hey, Luna, like, sorry you had to deal with that. We're giving you the win, obviously." And so sure enough, Luna went on. Luna didn't win the tournament, but, did pretty well. And the emo kid was nowhere to be seen after he's dragged off by his mom. Presumably, his mom was like, "All right, like, we're done." Grabbed him and just dragged him off.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today we got a story of this kid who thinks that he's a wizard and tries to put spells on the subscriber, bro. It's pretty funny, so sit back, relax, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in the story, let's call him Jacob. So Jacob's in middle school. I don't know exactly what grade, but there's this kid in his class that was always kind of known as like the strange kid, and he was kind of known as the strange kid because he was known as the kid who ran in, like, last year, ran into the girls' bathroom and said, "Hi, ladies, how's it going?" And then obviously got escorted out by the security guard, sent to the principal's office where they were like, "Bro, what are you even doing? Like, that's super weird, yada yada." And from that day forward, he's kind of just known as the weird kid. So fast forward a year later, and this happened at PE. So Jacob still had PE class, aka physical education, for any of you guys who don't call it PE. And today, what they kind of did was they mixed it up every single day. They play a different sport or some different activity that was kind of like physical exercise or whatever, right? And today was dodgeball. And so basically, the class was split in two, and half the kids went on one side, one of the teams, and the other half of the kids went on the other team. And Jacob just happened to be on the weird kid's team. And we're no longer going to call him the weird kid. We're going to call him the wizard kid, as you will see quite soon why he's called the wizard kid. So anyways, right, they're playing dodgeball, and Jacob and the wizard kid are on the same team, and it's pretty close. Like, it was divided up randomly. However, it just happened to be like a super even, like, division. So anyways, right, Jacob's team, which is also the wizard kid's team, was starting to, like, fall behind a little bit. It was like, I don't know, 5-4, and there was a lot of pressure being put on the team. And if you don't know, in dodgeball, at least the rules that they played by, you were allowed to deflect dodgeballs with your own dodgeball and you wouldn't get in trouble. But if a stray dodgeball hit you in any part of your body before rolling on the ground, you were basically it, or you were tagged out. So anyways, this all went down when Jacob and, the wizard kid and the other two people on his team were kind of like prepping and preparing for the other team to start throwing dodgeballs at them. And one of the team members on the other side threw a dodgeball really hard at Jacob. But Jacob was pretty good at deflecting the dodgeballs with his ball, so he kind of like outstretches his hand and he deflects the dodgeball. And you would be probably thinking, oh, this is a good thing, right? But no, because the dodgeball, yes, the one coming at Jacob, deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball. So Jacob is not it. However, the dodgeball deflects off of Jacob's dodgeball and hits the wizard kid. And unfortunately, by the rules that they played by, that was considered a point for the other team. So the wizard kid basically got tapped out. And Jacob felt really bad because, one, I mean, that's harming his own chances for his own team. But also, he's like, dang, I just got my own teammate out.
So he looks at the wizard kid, he's like, bro, that was an accident, my fault. The wizard kid doesn't really respond, but Jacob just assumes that he was busy walking to the, where all the other team members were that were tagged out. But anyways, right, Jacob and the three remaining teammates actually end up winning. It's super close, and it's like Jacob has a 1v2 at the very end. But Jacob's probably one of the most skilled dodgeball players there. Will those skills transfer to other places in his life? Who knows, man. But at the end of the day, he was pretty good at that dodgeball. So, his whole team rejoices except the wizard kid, who is apparently still pretty mad. Jacob doesn't blame him, like the wizard kid wanted his glory too. The wizard kid was pretty good at dodgeball too, so maybe he would have been the one to do the miraculous 1v2. Who knows, man. But anyways, right, so PE is over and they're walking back to class. And Jacob is kind of walking by himself for a second, and the wizard kid runs up behind him and taps him on the shoulder, and Jacob turns around. And the wizard kid looks at him and says, bro, you just messed with a wizard. That was the worst decision of your life. Jacob at first is like, bro, what? Because he knew that this kid was weird, but he didn't know that this kid was pretended to be a wizard and put spells on people, right? So he was like, bro, I'm sorry, it was a mistake. Why would I want to get my own teammate out? And the wizard kid's like, because you wanted all the glory, right? You wanted all the glory for yourself, and you got it. And you will pay the price. You just didn't know that you were messing with an actual wizard. And once again, Jacob kind of just assumed that he misspoke the first time when he said, oh, I'm a wizard, bro. But then when the weird kid, aka the wizard kid, said it again, Jacob started to realize that no, this kid was not joking. He actually thought that he was a wizard. So Jacob's like, man, seriously, I didn't mean to do it. I wanted my team to win. I didn't care if I was to get out for my team to win, I would have done it. I seriously don't care. And Jacob wasn't even lying. Sure, the glory of being the one who came back for a 1v2 to win for the team. Yeah, he's not going to lie. It was pretty sweet. However, still wasn't worth, it still wasn't worth, it wouldn't be worth, losing, right? The glory, he would much rather win than, have the glory, taken away. But anyways, right, the next day rolls around, and this is when Jacob starts to understand why the wizard kid calls himself the wizard kid. Because he's sitting in class, and Jacob was kind of sitting towards the back of the class, and he happened to have a seat next to him open. And sure enough, right, he had one class with the weird wizard kid, right? And the wizard kid normally sat at the very, very, very front of the classroom, right? But this time, he walked all the way back and sat right next to Jacob. So Jacob right away kind of realized that this was not a coincidence. And the wizard kid is like, hey, do you want to see something? And Jacob's like, bro, what? Class is starting. Because the teacher had already started to, be like, all right, class, turn a page, whatever. And Jacob's like, bro, we got to pay attention. Sure, maybe after class, but not now. And the wizard kid's like, all right, too bad then. And Jacob's like, okay. So Jacob takes out his textbook and is starting to open to the page that he's supposed to be. And then, sure enough, right, the wizard kid says, hey, Jacob, turn, look at me. And Jacob's like, dude, what? And he's turning, as he turns his face, the wizard kid blows a pile of glitter into his face. And Jacob starts coughing. He's like, bro, what did you do that for? And then the wizard kid starts going, oobly doobly, oobly doobly, just some real nonsense, pretending it's wizard speak or whatever. And he's like, you just got a curse put on you. And sure enough, right, the teacher looks over, and I think the teacher was just having a bad day, because the teacher was like, you two, go to the principal's office. You're being a distraction. And I mean, Jacob is kind of looking at the teacher like, I was just here, I was just sitting here, and the teacher's like, did you not hear me? Both of you go to the principal's office. Kind of just because I think the teacher was having a bad day and just assumed that they were both being distracting and disrespectful and not paying attention. And the wizard kid is like, look, the curse is already working. And Jacob turns to the wizard kid and is like, bro, if the curse is working, why are you sent to the principal's office as well? And the wizard kid really didn't have a reply besides, the curse is working, bro. I'm sorry that you're so mad and can't accept it. Real quick, comment wizard down below if you want to heart in your comment. I'm going to be out most of the day, so I don't know how many comments I'll be able to heart, so please don't take it personally if you don't get a heart. But I will be looking for comments that say wizard to go ahead and heart them. And also, if you want to support the channel in the best way you possibly can, binge watch some videos either via playlists or in the recommended, and if you're doing so, please comment that you're doing so like these people so that I can heart your comment, reply and say thank you, and let me know what you're doing when you're binge watching the videos. It's always cool to know. Anyways, back to the story. So anyways, Jacob and the wizard kid are walking down the halls to the principal's office, And Jacob is just like, bro, like, I'm not trying to like mess with any of this. Like, I'm just trying to learn in class. I'm trying to like get my hours in. Why are you doing all this to me? And the wizard kid is like, because you decided to disrespect me in dodgeball, and I told you you'd suffer the consequences. It looks like one of my spells is working. Maybe if you're nice enough to me, I will issue a counter spell. And Jacob does not believe it, and it's like, bro, you're obviously not a wizard. Like, oh, a counter spell would do as much good as like an actual spell. And the wizard kid gets really butthurt at this, and it's like, I am a wizard. Can you not tell that, like, the curse I put on you sent us both to the principal's office? And Jacob goes on to say, as they're walking to the principal's office, bro, I don't believe it actually worked, because if the curse was actually effective, it would just be me going to the principal's office, not both of us. Sure enough, they eventually get to the principal's office, and the principal is kind of just like, all right, guys, I got a note from your teacher, or an email, I guess, not a note, that you were, like, being distracting in class and distracting others and distracting yourself. Like, can you just tell me what was going on? And the wizard kid is like, ha, I put a spell on him. And the principal's like, okay. And then turns to Jacob, like, why are you here? And Jacob's like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, I was just sitting here, and this kid decides to, like, quote unquote, put a spell on me, which basically just means blows, like, I don't know, not fairy dust, but like sparkles and stuff into my face and then say a bunch of nonsense. And then for some reason, I got in trouble too. And when Jacob said for some reason, the wizard kid turns and says, not for some reason, because of the curse. And Jacob's like, you're not a wizard, bro. Like, there's no curse. And the principal's like, guys, I don't know what's going on. I think it's just like, both you guys just go to detention later today and we'll be done with this. And Jacob's like, what? And the wizard kid is like, heh heh heh. The curse continues to work. And Jacob once again says, I will reiterate this, but if it was actually a curse, why are you receiving the same punishment as me? And the wizard kid is like, you're just mad because you're realizing the curse is real. And Jacob's just so mad at this point. He's like, bro, this is so stupid. So sure enough, Jacob and, the wizard kid, they go back to class, and, Jacob he's just not paying attention because he's just so mad that he has to go in and, he has to go to detention later that day. He's not trying to do that. And sure enough, time eventually comes around, and it's time for them to go to detention. And Jacob and the wizard kid, they get up and, they walk over and they go into detention, and there's like a few other kids there or whatever. And sure enough, right, Jacob sits on the back, and the wizard kid sits right next to him, and Jacob's like, bro, I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to sit next to you. Can you please just leave me alone? And the wizard kid's like, well, if you don't believe in my spells, I'm going to keep putting spells on you till you believe it. And Jacob's like, fine, put as many spells as you want on me. Like, trust me. Anything that's happened today is just bad luck on my part. And the fact that you're getting the punishment too kind of proves to me that these spells aren't real. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to, how we're getting, so basically, they had a pretty big test that they were getting back. They did it about a week ago, but they were receiving their grades back the next day. So the wizard kid's like, fine, well, I'm going to put a spell on you, and because of the spell, you're going to fail the major test we're getting back. And Jacob's like, well, I know I did pretty well on it because I knew the answers to basically every question, and the teacher's already graded them, so it's not like the grade will be changed, so sure, let's, put a spell on it, right? And Jacob's like, well, how about you also put a spell on your test to make you do well, so that I'll fail and you get an A. And if that actually happens, both of those things happening, right, I'll believe that you're a wizard, I'll bow down, I'll accept your glory as a ruler or whatever, right? The wizard kid's like, fine, like, fair enough. And the wizard kid, like, takes out a little stick and starts waving it around as, like, biddly boodly, goodly billy. It just says some, like, nonsense or whatever. And so at this point, Jacob was like, all right, well, this is going to prove to this kid that, like, his wizard powers are fake, because I know for certain that, I did well. However, Jacob is starting to feel like, wait, because remember, dude's in middle school, don't make fun of him, but he's like, wait, what if this kid actually does have wizard powers? What if this kid can actually put a spell on me, right? And he's like, no, that's ridiculous, Jacob, come on now. But Jacob's like, wait, did I just give myself an F? But then he realizes, wait, no, like, come on now, like, okay, obviously I did well on this test. And the kid's gonna realize tomorrow that he's a fraud. Sure enough, eventually, detention or I don't know, whatever they were in, it ends, and the next day rolls around and they go back to the class where they both had a major assessment being passed back. And this time, right, Jacob makes sure that the wizard kid sits right next to him. He's like, all right, well, we're gonna see if your spell actually works. And the wizard kid is like super, I don't know, he's like super full of himself. He's like, I don't know why you'd want to fail an assignment you work so hard on. Like, just because, like, you wanted to testify as actually a wizard, like, that's so ridiculous. You just played yourself, bro, stuff like that. But sure enough, right, the teacher eventually goes around and starts handing back the tests. The first test that was handed out was Jacob's. And, yeah, Jacob got an A on the assessment. So he takes the paper, flips it around, and shows it to the wizard kid. He's like, oh, looks like your spell didn't work. And he's like, well, oh, so, and Jacob's like, all right, just admit it, checkmate, I got you. And he's like, well, the problem is actually that, I just didn't do the spell properly. And Jacob's like, all right, well, did you do the spell properly for your test? And the wizard kid's like, oh, yes, 100%, I'm getting an A on this. And to be fair, Jacob was definitely kind of like, he was kind of being a little risky here because the wizard kid maybe was also like really smart or cheated or something, but for some reason, maybe the wizard kid actually did get an A. But Jacob was kind of like assuming that the kid was going to be too busy doing spells to actually study. So sure enough, the teacher hands back the wizard kid's paper, and you could already tell that the kid did not do well because the teacher handed back every single test face up except for the wizard kid's test, handed that one face down. And yeah, sure enough, the wizard kid flips over the paper and Jacob is watching and there's a big F in a red circle. And the wizard kid, after seeing the F, quickly flips over his paper again and is like, look at that, I actually got an A. Looks like my spells are right. And Jacob's like, bro, I saw the F. Like, I know you failed this. You're probably too busy doing the spells to actually study. The wizard kid's like, no, bro, I got an A. And, like, I think Jacob did this quick enough that the wizard kid was just not able to react. Because sure enough, right, Jacob reaches over and quickly flips over the wizard kid's paper, and there's a big, massive F and a circle on it, being like, oh, so you got an A now? The wizard kid's like, that's just a typo. You can ask the teacher. And the wizard kid kind of just said that because, like, obviously, Jacob's not allowed to say, hey, what did this random classmate get on this major assignment? Like, the teacher's going to be like, mind your own beeswax, bro. Like, obviously. So Jacob's like, all right, wizard kid, you proved to me that you are not a wizard. He's like, no, I'm going to keep putting spells on you till, like, you realize. And, yeah, so for the rest of the week, the wizard kid would come in and blow, like, bubbles on him or, like, I don't know, fairy dust or all this kind of stuff and, like, say a bunch of random stuff. But, yeah, Jacob did not have any other negative side effects that happened that week. And the wizard kid eventually realized that, yeah, he was not a wizard and that he was not able to convince Jacob that he was a wizard. So eventually, the dude stopped and, yeah, Jacob was able to get back to his normal life and would not be sent to the principal's office because someone put a spell on him
Click on the
anymore.
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Okay, how do I introduce a story like this, man? I mean, you guys can read. You've read the title. All I can say is strap in, buckle up, because this is going to be quite the ride. Subscribe if you're new and you enjoy stories. And let's call today's subscriber who submitted this, let's call this guy Mason. So this all happened one day when Mason was in class. And Mason was in 4th grade when this whole thing went down. And there's a kid who, once again, kind of like wore the same creeper shirt every single day. And it was like the creeper hoodie. And really, that's not a big deal. They're like, if you want to wear the creeper hoodie, I don't really care. However, we're just going to call him the Minecraft kid, right? Because of the creeper hoodie. He wore it every single day. Maybe, right? Maybe he has a closet full of like 18 different varieties of the creeper hoodie. Or maybe his mom does a load of laundry every single day. Or maybe he's just wearing the same creeper hoodie every single day. I mean, you guys can believe whatever you want, but I think one of those three are a little bit more likely than the other. But anyways, right, so there's this kid called the Minecraft kid.
because he wore the creeper hoodie every single day. And he was a little bit strange. And there's nothing wrong with you being a little bit strange. Like, I'm a little bit strange. I mean, I run a YouTube channel, man. I mean, that's already putting me in the strange category, unfortunately. But hey, man, I love the YouTube too much to like drop it or anything like that. But sure enough, this all happened one day when the Minecraft kid was in class with Mason. And the Minecraft kid raised his hand. And another thing you need to know about the Minecraft kid is he would take bathroom breaks like 6 times per class. And I don't know about you, but back in the day, I definitely used to go to the bathroom to like go on my phone or just take a break from the class. However, I would be very like strategic with it. I wouldn't do it every single day. I do it like every other day. I would make sure that I wasn't away for too long, like maybe 5 minutes max. But this kid, bro, would just abuse the bathroom break button. He was like spamming it, just try to like, I don't know, man. But every single day, I can go to the bathroom, minimum 2 times, maximum like 6 times. That's what I'm told at least. And sure enough, once again, one day, the Minecraft kid raises his hand for the 3rd time in class. And this has been going on for months. And I just think at this point, the teacher kind of just snapped. And he looks at the Minecraft kid, he's like, yes. And the Minecraft kid says, hey, can I go to the bathroom? And here's the thing, right? The teacher should not have reacted in the way that he reacted, because maybe this kid has like IBS or something. Maybe he has to go to the bathroom like a ton per day. However, if he did, it was not registered with the nurse, or even if it was, the nurse did not communicate that properly to the teacher, which she probably should have, or he probably should have, just because, I don't know, if a kid's going to the bathroom 7 times per day, that might be a little suspicious to the teacher. However, the teacher was kind of just assuming that the kid was just going in to like go on his phone or whatever. And that was probably the case, but I mean, you really don't know. But after the Minecraft kid says like, hey, can I go to the bathroom for like the 3rd time? The teacher's like, you know what? No, you can't go to the bathroom. And the whole class kind of turns around and is like, wait, whoa, pause. Like, hold up now. Like, this kid's been asking you to go to the bathroom like 7 times a day for the last 6 months, and now you're saying no? Like, what changed, man? And the teacher's like, you're gonna have to wait till the end of class. You've been going way too much, way too often. I think you're missing too much of classwork, right? And the Minecraft kid was not happy to hear this. For all we know, maybe he actually did have to go to the bathroom, but Mason, to be fair, right, Mason has gone to the bathroom. He's the subscriber who submitted this story. He's gone to the bathroom at times when the Minecraft kid has been in there, and Mason can hear the volume from his iPhone up all the way. The Minecraft kid is in there playing like Flappy Bird or watching TikToks or whatever, man. He's just going on his phone. Maybe he also has to go to the bathroom, but the Minecraft kid obviously definitely was kind of like, most likely was abusing it just to go to the bathroom. But sure enough, the Minecraft kid raises his hand again. He's like, I gotta go. And the teacher says, like, Minecraft kid, you've gone like 6 times during class, every single day for the last 6 months. You're missing out on class time. Please try and like conserve your like bathroom breaks. I will let you go, but just give it a second. I just can't let you go and disrupt the class like 1,000 times every single day. And the Minecraft kid was getting kind of angry. And he didn't say anything. He wasn't like, no, I really gotta go. And the Minecraft kid also didn't just stand up. Unfortunately, I think the Minecraft kid watched a little bit too much South Park. If you guys know what I'm talking about, there's an episode of South Park, which is a TV show, kind of aimed for adults, so I wouldn't go search this up if you're too young, but there's this kid named Cartman. And one time Cartman needed to basically go to the principal's office, so he decided to do number 2 on the desk of a teacher. And I think the Minecraft kid got a little bit too inspired by Cartman, because the Minecraft kid is like, you're gonna want, like, I need to go to the bathroom, and you're gonna regret it if you don't let me. And the teacher kind of turns around kind of sharply and looks at him and says, like, you shouldn't be threatening people. Like, that's a very bad thing to do. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. He said, you know what? Just because you're threatening me and said in such a threatening voice, you're not allowed to go to the bathroom for the rest of the class. And this only made the Minecraft kid even more upset. And Mason is just sitting here watching this back and forth. And Mason kind of feels a little bit for the Minecraft kid because maybe he really needs to go. Maybe the first 2 times, yeah, I mean, it is kind of karma if you were just going to the bathroom 6 times per day just to go on your phone. However, right, I mean, maybe he really has to go, man. It's kind of cruel to, like, not let someone go to the bathroom when they really need to. But he did just go, like, 5 minutes ago and 10 minutes before that, so I don't know. Anyways, right, you know, Mason was sitting there, and the Minecraft kid raises his hand for a final time and says, you're going to let me go, or you're going to regret this. And once again, the teacher's like, if you threaten me again, you're not going to be allowed to go to the bathroom ever again when you're in my class. And at this point, the whole class is like, oh, I don't know if they're actually like hyping up like that, but things were getting legit and they could feel it for sure. They're like, oh, dang, dude, like stuff's getting real, right? And sure enough, the Minecraft kid says, very well, have it your way. The teacher kind of like has a little bit of a smile, but quickly brushes it off. Probably because he felt like he won that discussion. Like, all right, well, this kid who's been abusing the bathroom system has lost, and I won as a teacher and I asserted my dominance. However, right, dominance was not asserted. In fact, I don't even know how to explain what's about to happen, so I'm going to do my best. Bear with me. Because the Minecraft kid, he kind of like stands up. And the teacher is currently facing the board, so the teacher doesn't notice the Minecraft kid stand up. However, Mason, the subscriber who submitted this story, as well as a bunch of other people, by the way, Mason submitted this to my Instagram. It's in the description. You should go follow it, even if you're not going to go submit stories. Give me a big number and make me feel good. Anyways, Mason is watching this whole thing go down, and he sees that the Minecraft kid stands up from his desk. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his chair. And then the Minecraft kid stands on his desk. And at this point, almost half the class is turned around watching the Minecraft kid because he's making enough of a commotion. In the next, YouTube, please be nice. YouTube man, I'm going to describe the next thing without making you mad. So the Minecraft kid, well, he drops his pants. He drops his pants. And he says, teacher, and the teacher turns around and is about to be like Minecraft kid for the last time. And he turns around and is like, what? What huh? And the Minecraft kid is like, teacher, I told you you regret not letting me go to the bathroom. And just to put it very, just to be point blank, just to be straight up, just getting right to the point, yeah, he just, number 2 on the desk, man. It wasn't like anything crazy, right? It was pretty, just a little bit, but yeah. And everyone in the class starts like screaming. Like some of the girls are like, ah! Some of the guys are like, yo, what? That's disgusting, dude. And the teacher's like, Minecraft kid, what on earth are you doing? And the Minecraft kid's like, I told you should let me go to the bathroom, dude. Now you're just paying the consequences. The Minecraft kid was like feeling all full of himself. And the teacher was like, go to the principal's office now. And I don't think the Minecraft kid totally realized what was going on. And the Minecraft kid starts to panic. And the Minecraft kid looks to his left and looks to his right. And when the Minecraft kid looks to his right, you know who he sees? He sees the subscriber. He sees Mason. And he makes eye contact with Mason. And Mason is looking directly at the Minecraft kid and is thinking to himself, oh my God, what? Wow. But then he's like, wait, why is this kid making eye contact with me? And he's like, Mason made me do it. He dared me. And the teacher's like, Mason. Mason's just like, dude, I swear I was just sitting here. What do you mean? And the teacher's like, you know what? Minecraft kid, Mason, and anyone else involved, go to the principal's office right now. And Mason is just like, why? So he gets up, and because he's not going to fight with his teacher when the teacher's literally going through a massive rage moment. And, he starts walking up, and he walks up to the Minecraft kid. He's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. The Minecraft kid's like, just doesn't say anything. So he walks up to the principal's office, and he sits down. And the principal's like, what happened? And Mason explains the side of the story, that he was just a bystander sitting there. And then, eventually, the Minecraft kid walks in, because he had to, it wasn't like he could, okay, I'm not going to explain why it took him longer. But he got there, right? And sure enough, the principal's like, Minecraft kid, why would you do that? And the Minecraft kid's like, explains the side. And then she's like, and why is Mason here? And the Minecraft kid, who kind of panic blamed him to kind of lesser the punishment on him, is like, Mason dared me to do it. And Mason's like, dude, I don't even know who you are. You're just in my class. And the principal's like, I don't know, Mason, why would he lie about this? There's literally nothing for him to gain. And Mason's like, dude, I don't know. Real quick, comment Minecraft down below if you want to harden your comment. That will be the secret word of the day.
I'll try and heart as many of those comments as possible. And also, if you want to help us get to 600,000 faster, binge watch the videos. YouTube really likes promoting my channels when you guys like binge watch a bunch of my videos. So after this video, or when you have the time to sit down and watch a bunch of videos, I've made playlists. You can just like go to my channel page and let me know in the comments when you do this so I can heart it and say thank you and just give a little bit of appreciation for you guys really helping me out. And I really do appreciate it. Anyways, the story gets even more insane, so stay tuned. So anyways, right, back to the story. Mason is in a position where he was just dragged into this. Honestly, Mason to this day doesn't totally understand why the Minecraft kid even singled him out. Mason and the Minecraft kid weren't close friends. They didn't even really know each other. And Mason just assumes that he randomly looked around and picked someone who he just happened to remember the name of and blamed them just to kind of like lesser the punishment on him. In his mind, or I guess in his panic, the idea was like, oh, if I blame someone else and say that they forced me to do it, my punishment will be lesser, right? Which is like, bro, why? Why would you do that? But anyways, sure enough, the principal, unfortunately, is not believing Mason because Mason is explaining that he doesn't even know this kid and he has no idea why he would lie. And the principal's kind of doesn't believe him because he's like, Mason, like, why would the Minecraft kid lie about this, right? It just doesn't make any sense. And the principal's like, well, I guess I just have to make a judgment call in this situation. And Mason, I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to give you a punishment too because I don't believe you. And Mason is just like, what? Are you serious? And then Mason said, even if I did like dare him to do something ridiculous, it's still up to him. Like I didn't, for the record, and I stand by that because I don't even know this kid. But if someone was to, why would that even matter? And the principal's like, so you're admitting it. Mason's like, no, I'm just saying it'd be stupid even if I did. But it's double stupid because I didn't even do it. And the principal's like, don't say stupid to me. Mason's like, I'm in 4th grade. And also this is double stupid. What can I say? So eventually, right, the principal's like, all right, well, I'm going to have to call both your mothers and explain what happened. And Mason's just like, dude, this is the most ridiculous day of my life. So sure enough, the principal calls up both their mothers saying, hey, both your sons got in trouble. If you're not busy, can you please come in? And the Minecraft kid's mom was busy at the time, but Mason's mom kind of either had the day off or for some reason wasn't really needing to like be wherever she was. And she said, yeah, I'll come in right away. Maybe she was busy and she thought that this was a good idea to go see like what happened to her son. So Mason's mom comes in and she's like, looks at Mason with this look of like, what have you done? And Mason looks at her with these like eyes of like, bro, I don't know what's going on, confusion, whatever, right? And the principal's like, all right, hi, Miss Mason's mom, or, whatever. Well, I'm so glad you could come. And the principal explains what happened. And then she kind of explains how she doesn't believe Mason. And Mason's mom started with a look of concern, and then she almost got a look of like annoyance. And the look of annoyance grew and grew the more the principal told the story. And Mason was looking at this and was like, okay, is my mom on my side, or is the look of annoyance because she's so annoyed with me? Either way, this is just the worst situation ever. So sure enough, right, by the end of the story, Mason's mom's like, why am I here? The principal's like, well, didn't you hear, like, your son, supposedly dared him to do it? And Mason's mom, like, first of all, my son disagrees with that statement. You don't really have any proof, but let's say he even did. Why would that matter? And the principal kind of was a little shocked. And Mason's mom's like, isn't it like a cliche saying for parents to be like, if your friend jumped off a bridge, would you as well? Like, are you really just supposed to do whatever the popular kid does? And then Mason's mom's like, even if my son did, which I'm not convinced he did, dared him to do what he did on the desk, right? Why is that my son's fault? Is this kid not like able to function by himself? What, is the blame 100% not on, the Minecraft kid anymore? Is any of the blame really supposed to be on my son? And the principal's like, well, I'm sorry you feel this way, but I've made up my mind. Like, your son's going to be suspended for the day. He can come back tomorrow, but he can't come back today. And the Mason's mom is like, are you serious? Like, really? And she's like, yeah. And then Mason's mom's like, all right, what punishment did the Minecraft kid get? And the principal said, well, we're doing equal punishment. And Mason's mom's like, you can't be serious, man. You can't be serious. And the principal's like, I'm sorry you disagree, but this is the punishment. So Mason's mom's like, Mason, come with me. And Mason's like, oh, I can't tell if my mom's mad or not. So Mason gets up, kind of all scared or whatever, and he sits in the car. And Mason's mom's like, well, this was unexpected, but Mason, today you got a day off. It is your vacation day. Because that punishment is ridiculous.
And then and Mason's like, okay, she's on my side. And Mason's mom is like, Mason, please be honest. Did you dare him to do it? Mason's like, Mom, I promise. Since look, it looks like you're not angry at me either way. Why would I lie about this? Because I didn't do it. I don't even know who this kid is. Why would I dare him to do something so ridiculous? Mason's mom's like, yeah, that's what I thought. But even if you did, like, who cares? And this punishment's ridiculous. So you and I, we're going to get ice cream. Because today, you learned a very good lesson. Sometimes there are rules that are ridiculous, and you'll be punished. But stay true to your convictions, man. Stay true to your convictions. So Mason and his mom went and got ice cream. And I don't think the Minecraft kid's mom was as excited or as pleased with her son. But
click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Today I get a story time of another one of these Minecraft kids deciding to fight back against his babysitter in a quite unconventional way, you might say. I mean, I bet you can read the title right now. So, yeah, with that being said, sit back, relax, subscribe if you haven't already, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story to me, let's call him Ryan. So, Ryan was friends with this kid who really liked Minecraft. So we're calling him the Minecraft Kid because that always works in the title, and you guys like the Minecraft Kid stories, and I like telling them. But anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to this kid who he didn't know that well, and we're just going to call him the Minecraft Kid. So anyways, right, Ryan was invited over to the Minecraft Kid's house to, well, you know, play Minecraft with him. The idea was he was going to go over on a Friday night and play some Bed Wars with this kid. Honestly, sounds like a pretty sick Friday night, if you know what I mean. However, he didn't really know much about this kid, and he only kind of just started to know him because Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends like a couple months ago when they were both volunteering for something, or maybe they just met. I don't know why, but Ryan's mom and the Minecraft Kid's mom became friends, and for that reason, you know, Ryan's mom's like, oh, I have a son about your son's age, they should totally hang out. And since Ryan knew nothing about the Minecraft Kid, at their first like interaction, which wasn't like a sleepover playdate type thing, he was like, so what do you like to do? And he's like, I like to play Minecraft. He's like, cool, do you like to play Bed Wars? And he's like, yeah, it's my favorite game. So they bonded over it. So anyways, Ryan was heading over to the Minecraft Kid's house, and Ryan's mom told him, hey, just so you know, the Minecraft Kid's mom is not going to be there. She's going to be out for something. However, they hired a babysitter, and the Minecraft Kid's mom should be back by like 10 or 11. And Ryan was like, all right, that's totally fine. I don't really care. It's not like we would have been hanging out with the Minecraft Kid's mom and having her play in our Bed Wars trios or something, man. So it's fine. So Ryan gets over to the Minecraft Kid's house, and when he gets there, no one greets him at the door. He kind of stands there for a second, and he knocks on it, and he stands there for like a little more time, and he hears noises coming from upstairs. And it's a two-story house, and there's a window right above him, and the window is open, and he can hear noises. And you know what noises he hears? He hears block placing noises. He hears golden apple eating noises. He hears bed break noises. He's like, wait a minute, bro, the Minecraft Kid is playing Bed Wars right now. And, you know, Ryan was thinking that he would have yelled up to the Minecraft Kid, but the door eventually opened, and presumably the babysitter, or who we thought the babysitter was, which, no, was the babysitter. That isn't, like, the big secret of the story, but the babysitter comes and, you know, opens the door and says, hey, so sorry, Minecraft Kid's upstairs. I'm, you know, making dinner right now for you guys. It'll be ready in, like, 30 minutes, so make sure you're not in the middle of the game in, like, half an hour. And Ryan's like, all right, that sounds pretty cool. So he goes up the stairs, he opens the door, and the Minecraft Kid's like, what's good, bro? I'm in the middle of a game. Get your, like, laptop out and set your stuff up, and we'll go into, like, doubles in just a second. And so sure enough, and by the way, guys, Bed Wars it's a Minecraft game where you can, like, it's fun. You should go look it up and play it maybe. But just for context, it's a video game on Minecraft. But anyways, right, so he sets up his gaming setup or whatever. He gets that all ready. And yeah, sure enough, the Minecraft Kid eventually wins his game. Great work, Minecraft Kid. Not so great work at later the night, as you can tell by the title. But yeah, anyways, Ryan and the Minecraft Kid, they started playing some Bed Wars duos. Life's pretty good. And that's until they're in the middle of a game, and it's really, really intense, right? It's getting really down to the wire. If you know a thing or two about Bed Wars, all the beds have been broken, and they're really just both of them. Ryan and the Minecraft kid are super stacked. They have their golden apples. They have their diamond armor. Yes, they sweated to diamond armor. And the two people that were remaining were about as good as they were. And they were playing for all the marbles at this point, man. This was pretty intense. And that's when the babysitter yells, "All right, guys, time for dinner." And the Minecraft kid's like, "Well, 1 second," yells down that. And, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are like, "All right, how are we going to do this? Do we go in? Do we wait?" And the Minecraft kid is a big fan of like camping, which in a video game, when you're camping, that basically just means that like you're staying on defensive ground and you're waiting for the opponent to come to you, which in Bed Wars, if you're super, super stacked, that can kind of give you the advantage because you can always drop golems. You got hometown advantage if you have the regen thing. Camping is an okay strategy, super late game, but that also means that the game's going to be a long time. And Ryan says to the Minecraft kid, "Hey man, do you think we should like be aggressive and we should be the one attacking them? Because like, our food is like dinner is ready. Do you think we should just go do that for the sake of doing that? Just so we can, and we'll play another game when we come back." And the Minecraft kid's like, "No, like I know that we'll win. Like we have prot 4 diamond, they don't. But if we go to them, there's a chance that they knock us off, we fall while going, they fireball us over. It's just a lot more dangerous to go over." He said, "We're staying here." And Ryan, who doesn't really care, he's like, "All right, man, sure, we'll stay here." And then, a minute later, the babysitter says, "Guys, you don't want dinner to get cold." And Minecraft kid's like, 1 second, which it wasn't going to be a second. Like, it was going to be probably like 5-10 minutes on average remaining of the game. And Ryan and the Minecraft kid were waiting it out. And the thing was, the other team was camping too, which basically means that they were both just collecting gear and such, and they weren't attacking each other. So then the babysitter was, yelled up again, like, "Guys, like, come on, like, I made you something. Like, I told you not to be in the middle of a game." And he's like, once again, the Minecraft kid, instead of saying, "Hey, I'm so sorry, can we be down there in 5 to 10 minutes? Like, I apologize." He's like, 1 second. He just keeps yelling down 1 second. And the babysitter kind of did something that she probably shouldn't have. Like, it just wasn't that deep, but I think the babysitter was kind of getting mad that, they just were refusing to come down when, she was sweating out some good food or whatever. So the babysitter, what she does is she goes to the Wi-Fi router, and yes, you can probably already guess, unplugs it and replugs it, which basically, if your Wi-Fi, at least in my case, whenever my Wi-Fi is super slow or just kind of sucks, I go to the Wi-Fi modem or router or whatever. Modem? What am I saying? I go to the Wi-Fi router, and I think I combined router and modem. My fault. I go to my Wi-Fi router or box, unplug it, replug it. Wi-Fi's down for like 5 minutes, but then it comes back nice and fresh and clean. However, the Wi-Fi goes down. So basically, right, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are in the middle of a match, and like they start to go to like buy something from the store, and Ryan's clicking on it, but it's not registering it. And Ryan's like, dude, I think I'm disconnecting. And at this point, right, if you disconnect, you lose. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, it's not working. Why can't I place blocks? Why are things not registering? And then both at the same time, they get a message like, not kicked, but like it disconnects from Hypixel, like no connection. And the Minecraft kid's like, no, starts slamming his fist. And Ryan, who doesn't really care, and looks at the Minecraft kid, and the Minecraft kid was like, I was on a 99 win streak. I won 99 games in a row. I was going to go to 100. I've been recording the whole thing. I was going to clip it and post it on YouTube, man. I was about to get 100. Basically, he was pretty upset. So Ryan and the Minecraft kid, Ryan just looks at the Minecraft kid and be like, all right, man, I'm so sorry. Like, we'll grind it out tonight. We'll get you back to at least halfway, which was a lie. They were not going to play, nevertheless, win 50 games in a row. But, Ryan's just trying to calm the air. And he's like, yeah, man, don't worry. We'll get back to it. So they walk down, and the babysitter is waiting there. And she's like, guys, like, I asked you to come down. If you weren't going to come down, you should have at least told me. I would have put it back in the stove. Now the food is cold. It really took me, turning off the Wi-Fi to get you guys to come down. Teenagers these days. Or not teenage, I guess. She's a teenager. She's the babysitter. I guess preteens these days. And that's when Ryan is like, oh my God, she turned off the Wi-Fi. That's why we froze in the game. And Ryan looks over at the Minecraft kid, whose face, he's just stood there. Like, he's been frozen by, like, a spell that turns you to stone. He's just frozen there, looking at her. His, like, jaw starts to slack a little bit, like, oh, my God. Oh, my God, it was you. It was you who got in between me and the 100 Bed Wars win streak. Real quick comment, Minecraft, if you made it this far into the video, as that will be the secret word of the day. And if you want to support the channel, as always, just go ahead and binge watch several videos or a bunch of videos whenever you have the time. And let me know in the comments if you do this, because it really does support me more than you can probably even imagine. It boosts the channel. YouTube likes watch time anyways. So right now, remember, Ryan and the Minecraft kid just lost in a very important game for the Minecraft kid. He almost got a 100 win streak, which is pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie. But unfortunately, the babysitter, who kind of like overreacted a little bit, got mad and unplugged the Wi-Fi, and that made them lose the game that they probably were actually going to win. And so when they walk down, they have no idea that the babysitter was the reason why they lost the game, until the babysitter is like, oh, guys, like, I really had to pull the Wi-Fi plug to get you guys down here. Like, crazy how, like, preteens are these days, or kids on their phones too much, like, on that, like, old man behavior type thing, even though this girl was, like, 17 or something. And the Minecraft kid is just so angry. He's like, you're the reason I lost my Minecraft game. And she's like, sorry, like, should have come down faster, or should have at least told me. And she goes to sit down, and Ryan is also like, all right, well, this is going to be a little awkward, but whatever. I'm still going down to sit down, like, whatever. Like, he's not going to react that ridiculously. How do I say this? Yeah, no, he acted ridiculously. The Minecraft kid waits until the girl sits, or the babysitter, she's 17. I guess she's still, like, a girl, I guess. She is, I don't know. So he waits till the babysitter, right, sits down. And when the babysitter sits down, the Minecraft kid runs up to her, grabs a chair. This is, like, the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Grabs a chair, turns around, pulls down his pants, and rips up. Dude, I'm 19 years old, and I'm telling you about Minecraft kid revenge farting in someone's face. I'm doing it. I'm going through with it. I'm too far in the story to turn around. The Minecraft kid, after getting on the chair, ripping down his pants, farts in the babysitter's face, directly her eye while it was open. If you don't know, the reason why the fart smells bad, because there's a lot of gross particles in it. And when the gross particles get into your eye can get infected, and it can be really bad. So the babysitter legitimately falls out of her chair and starts, like, screaming. Because, like, because apparently he really ripped one. He really ripped one, man. And her eye was open, and it was really close. And Ryan was like, well, so this kid and I have one thing in common. We like Bed Wars. And we have nothing else in common. And this will probably be the last time I ever hang out with him. And, yeah, so the babysitter's like, what did you do? Why would you do that? Like, that's so ridiculous and disgusting. Like, my eye, it burns. Oh, my God. Oh, my eye, it burns. Like, why would you do that? Like, And Ryan looks at the Minecraft kid, and the Minecraft kid is literally laughing. He's like, and Ryan's like, oh my God, this kid's, because the thing was, Ryan's thinking to himself, dude, this kid must do this all the time. Because, like, you're not just going to think to yourself, wow, I'm so angry at this person. Let me wait until they sit down, grab a chair, stand on it, turn around, pull down my pants, and fart directly point blank into their face. That's just not something that comes to you in the heat of the moment. That I mean, maybe I'm just built different from all you guys. I really don't know, but that definitely doesn't come to me. But sure enough, right, the babysitter eventually gets up, and Ryan and the Minecraft kid look at her face, and her left eye is red and swollen. And Ryan's like, oh my God, that is definitely not a coincidence. And the babysitter is like, move out of my way. And she moves past both of them, goes and finds the home phone, because I guess her phone wasn't on or something, and legitimately calls 911, an ambulance. Which, okay, that was maybe a little excessive, but maybe I wouldn't drive if my eyes were impaired and I thought that they were going to be infected and it would have been bad. And she walks back in the room, and she's like angry, but also very clearly in pain, right? And she's like, her hand is over her eye, and she's like, "You, like, why would you do that?" The Minecraft kid's like, "Well, I was actually on a 99 win streak, and you pulled the plug, and I lost my 99 win." She's like, "And you projectiled all your stuff out of your butt." Oh God, how can I have a straight face and tell the story? Anyway, she's like, "And you probably gave me a raging infection. My eye burns. Like, if I lose sight, I'm suing your She was getting mad. And eventually, right, the ambulance does come. She explains the ridiculousness of the situation. The guy, she sits in the ambulance, drives to the hospital. They check her out or whatever. But remember, this is from Ryan's perspective, so we don't exactly know what the doctor says. Ryan's mom, who got really invested in the situation afterwards, said that, like, the doctor's, like, her eye is fine now, but the doctor said that, like, it really could have gone south if she didn't go there, like, immediately, which is insane. So anyways, right, Ryan and the Minecraft kid are legitimately just in this house alone, and that's when the Minecraft kid's mom comes back early, super angry and upset, because the babysitter sent a message to, his mom explaining everything and why that she had to leave the premises immediately. So the Minecraft kid's mom had to leave whatever she was doing to come back, and she was like, walks in, she's like, "You," turns to the Minecraft kid, like, "You did it, you pulled a face fart on someone again. We've already talked about this." And Ryan, who is still there, he's already texted his mom to come pick him up, is just like, "Again?" I mean, he had a sneaking suspicion that this was not a first-time thing. As I said, in the heat of the moment, you don't think to, use your butt as a weapon. But he's like, "Again? This is a thing?" And the Minecraft kid's like, "But Mom, I was on a 99 Bed Wars win streak." And she's like, "That's enough. No more Bed Wars for you forever." And the Minecraft kid's like, "Man, no, Mom, I promise I won't fart in anyone else's face again." What am I doing with my life? Anyways, right, so Ryan's mom comes, and Ryan's mom's like, "Hey, so sorry, things were weird today. Like, I'm just gonna pick Ryan up. Thank you so much for having him over. Ryan, come with me now." And, Ryan walks over and goes in the back seat of the car, and Ryan's mom is like, "So, do you want to elaborate on, I need to pick you up right now. My friend farted in the babysitter's eye, and now she's at the hospital." And Ryan did elaborate, and it really didn't add any clarity to the situation. In fact, Ryan's mom just became more confused. Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? Hope you're having a good day, because today we have a pretty crazy story of this Minecraft kid who believes that after playing Minecraft that he needs to go back to his caveman roots. And going back to his caveman roots literally just meant not showering, I guess. And he thinks that this will get him all the ladies. Let me just say that that may or may not be the case, but you'll have to wait and see. So anyways, sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you are new, and let's just jump right into this. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Alex. And by the way, my Instagram is in the description. It's also Connor Pugs. Go follow me there, and you can submit stories like this to me on there. I'll get to them when I get to them. And anyways, so Alex was in 8th grade. And he had this kid in his class who we're going to call Ben. Yes, we're bringing back the name Ben for random secondary characters. And anyways, right, Ben was like, he wasn't like super into Minecraft. Actually, he knew nothing of Minecraft until like a couple weeks before the story. And that's when he was introduced to the game by one of Alex's friends. We don't need a name, right? And anyways, right, Ben got super, super into it. Alex doesn't really know how Ben didn't know what Minecraft was. Like, it wasn't like Alex wasn't, or it wasn't like Ben wasn't on the internet. Like, I think Ben might have heard of it, but he'd never, like, he didn't know what it was. So when one of Alex's friends introduced Minecraft to him, Ben basically disappeared for like 2 weeks. Like, he went to school and everything, but he stopped being on social media, disappeared as soon as he could, like, didn't show up to anything. He was just in his room for as long as he could, playing Minecraft. And I don't mean like, I don't know, like parkour servers like this or player versus player servers. I mean, he was playing like vanilla, straight up, your traditional Minecraft. That's all he was doing, and he was in love with it. And 3 weeks later, he came into school one day, and he's like, "Alex, buddy, I need to tell you something, a revelation I've come to." And Alex is like, "Yeah, what's good, dude?" And Ben's like, "Brother, we need to return to the caveman days. I was playing Minecraft a couple days ago, And I came to a realization that we need to return to our caveman roots. And I have started that already. Alex is like, what do you mean by that? And at this time, Alex was noticing quite a pungent aroma coming from Ben, right? You know, he didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to be mean. He didn't want to be, you know, cruel or anything. But let's just say that, you know, Benny, old boy, was not smelling the greatest. He was kind of, he had this essence, this odor, this aroma, some might call it, that wasn't the greatest, to put it lightly, right? So anyways, Alex or Ben goes on to say, yeah, so I've been playing Minecraft, and it just feels so good. It feels so natural. I mean, yeah, playing a block game feels natural, but whatever. I like Minecraft. I'm not saying it's not, but he goes on to say, and I realized that, you know, my failures in the lady department, the reason why women don't love me is because I'm not like the natural man. And when they see me as the natural caveman, they will instinctively fall in love with me. And Alex just looks at Ben. It's like, Ben, I don't know where you're going with this, but I really don't have a good feeling about this. And Ben's like, Alex, I'm here to convert you to my ways. And Alex is like, what? And he's like, are you trying to like sell me an MLM or something? Like, where are we going with this? And Ben is like, no, Alex, return to the caveman. Return to the caveman, Alex. This is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, Ben, are you okay? Like, if you need help, like, I can help you get. He's like, no, you need help, man. You don't understand. He said, look, I've returned to my caveman roots by not doing any of the showering that is in our modern day societies. You really think putting chemicals in our hair and rinsing it with fake water? Alex is like, fake water? What are you? He's like, these are details. These are details, Alex. Don't question it. It's whatever. You don't understand. The natural aroma that comes from the human body has been programmed for trillions of years. And Alex is like, I don't think humans have been around for trillions of years. And Ben's like, that's not the point. The point is the aroma, the natural musk. Sure, you can buy cheap garbage from, like, I don't know, Armani or Gucci. Their fragrance is terrible. They'll destroy the brain cells. But the true caveman odor is what Steve has taught me. And Alex is like, so are you going to, like, I don't know, spend more time outside, get more sunlight, exercise, eat, like, not processed stuff like the caveman too? And Alex is like, whoa, or Ben is like, whoa, Alex, chill out. Let's not go crazy. Let's not go cuckoo banana mode on me, okay, man? Okay, man? Is that good? Like, let's not go crazy. I'm not dropping everything for this caveman thing, but I am embracing the natural musk. And Alex just looks at him and says, so Ben, you're not really changing anything about what you do besides not showering. That's the only difference. And Ben's like, well, no. It's not just not showering. It's embracing my natural musk, my natural odor. It will instinctively make women love me. And Alex is like, Ben, as your friend, I guess, I strongly suggest you don't do this. And Ben is like, you know what, Alex? I understand that you're a hater, and that's okay. Alex is like, I don't think I'm a hater, and Ben's like, silence. Look, you know that girl over there, Ava? You know how, the prettiest girl in our class? I've always had a crush on her, and I never had a chance. And Alex is like, well, that's also something that has not changed. And Ben's like, look, I'm going to go up to her, and you're going to see. I'm going to go up to her. I'm going to lift up my arms so my armpits are bare. Let her embrace my natural aroma, my natural odor, and you will see that she will just fall in love with me. I'm going to ask her out, and she's going to say yes. It's not even going to be her saying yes. It's going to be her subconscious breaking through to the surface and convincing her that I am the true man for her. Alex is just looking at Ben. It's like, dude, did playing Minecraft make you think this or something? And Ben's like, no, it encouraged me to remember my true caveman days. And, Alex is like, okay, that's cool, man. Like, I'm cool with that. Like, you're cool. That's good. Okay, actually, Ben, yes. Let's see it. I will, too, embrace the caveman if Ava goes out with you because you smell bad. And Ben's like, I don't smell bad. I smell natural. If that is bad to your nose, then you have a
you have a bad nose. And Ben's like, or Alex is like, all right, I got a bad nose. That's not great. Ben's like, you'll see. Anyways, next day comes around, and Alex is sitting with his friends, and he explains like, yeah, so you know Ben, right? And they're like, yeah, we know Ben. Alex is like, yeah, so he's doing something crazy. And they're like, well, I don't know what he's been doing, but he's been smelling like garbage recently. And Alex is like, it's related. You're not going to believe this. He played Minecraft, and then he believed he had to go back to the caveman era, like he had to be a man again. And that doesn't mean working out or, reading. It just means not showering for some reason. It's kind of ridiculous. And they're like, yeah, I mean, Ben has been smelling a little bit more musty, and it kind of smells like spoiled milk at this point. But I guess I guess that makes sense now. And Alex goes on to say, yeah, and Ava? And they're like, yeah, of course we know Ava. Hottest girl in our class, beauty, right? 10 out of 10. They're like, Alex is like, yeah, so Ben is going to ask her out later today. They're like, he's going to do what? He's going to do, and Alex is like, yeah, so Ben thinks that because he smells like he does, she's going to instinctively say yes. They're like, dude, why did you say yes? Why did you allow him to go on with this? At this point, Alex's friends are like, bro, you're kind of being a bad friend of Ben. And Alex is like, dude, he was so confident. He was being so cocky. And they're like, dude, he's going to get rejected. And there's a chance he gets rejected really hard and really embarrassingly in front of everyone. Do you want that for him? And look, Alex was not happy with the way that Ben went about explaining or teaching him, quote unquote, the ways of the caveman, aka no shower, no more, right? But at the end of the day, they were still friends, and Alex knew that Ava was not just going to say no, but, she had developed a bit of an ego because she did know that she was, the most beautiful girl in the class, and she could have any guy she wanted. She was not going to be nice about letting him down. She was going to be cruel, she was going to be mean, and she was going to crush him, dude. She was going to freaking crush him. And Alex is like, all right, I got to find Ben. I need to find him before he asks Ava out. And as Alex was saying that, he hears, or he looks up, and he looks at the table across, because they're sitting at lunch. He looks at the table farthest away, and that's where Ava and her friends were sitting, and Ben was walking up to her table. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment Minecraft down below. And if you want to support the channel, one of the best things you can do is binge watch the videos. And please let me know in the comment section what you're doing while watching these videos. And also, final thing, a bit of a new request I have. If you haven't already done so, if you have a TikTok account, go follow my TikTok. It is Connor Pugs. I have about 7,000 followers on there. I'm reposting clips from here. I'm just trying to reach a new audience on TikTok and hopefully bring them to the family over on here. And if you could even just following me in there and occasionally watching my videos, basically no one watches them on there, and I need a little bit of traction from you guys to help them reach new people, and I really would appreciate it. Anyways, let's get back to the story before I bore you guys. And also, if you're going to buy some gamer subs or any of their stuff, wait about a week. I have a pretty cool surprise coming for you guys. But anyways, enough of teasing that. I can't say too much right now. Anyways, right, so Alex looks over and he notices that Ben is walking to Ava's table. And he's like, oh my God, no, this can't be happening. And he goes and he starts to walk over, and, the people Alex was sitting with are like, Alex, go, he's going to do it. Don't let this happen. So Alex is basically sprinting over to the table, but he doesn't get there in time. And he kind of stops. He's like, no, I'm too late. So Ben goes up to Ava and goes, ahem, Ava? And Ava looks up and is like, yes? Oh my, the next part's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Ben goes up to her and literally lifts up both of his arms. You know how, after you run and you're, really exhausted, you'll put your arms above your heads to, make it easier to breathe, right? Or you're told to do that or whatever, right? That's basically what he did. And you could see Ava's face. First you saw her nose kind of twitch as she was smelling what was going on. And then you saw her eyes water, her face crunch up. And you could almost hear, it was a bad smell. It was not good. And Alex is like, oh no, oh my God, I'm partially responsible. Oh my God, I'm partially responsible, man. This is on me. Anyways, Ben goes on to say, so, Ava, now that, I've let your senses, acclimate themselves, and if you have any primal urges, wink, wink, that are coming up from, the surface that are breaking through, would you like to go on a date? You know what, let's just skip that. Would you like to be my girlfriend? And Alex is like, in his head, he's like, no, Ben, no, Ben, no, no. And so sure enough, Ava's just looking at him, blinking, not even responding, not laughing or anything. She's just blinking because she's just so dumbfounded by did this kid just straight up ask me out? Because remember, Ava and Ben, they're not friends. They're not dating each other. They're not close like that. What? And he also smells terrible. And Ben is like, if you don't know your answer yet, maybe you'll know it in a second. And Ben literally gets closer to her and, like, pushes his armpit in her face. And she's like, ew, get away from me. And kind of pushes him back. He's like, looks over at Alex. And Ben's like, yells over, don't worry, Alex. Don't worry. Give it a second. You'll see, man. You'll see. It's crazy. You're not going to believe it. She's going to fall in love with me. And Ava looks up. Fall in love with you? I don't know who you are. I don't know who you are. I just know that you're a guy who came over here and is smelling terrible and is pushing his stinky armpits in my face. No, I will not go out with you. And, like, at this point, everybody in the cafeteria has turned their heads. Everybody has turned their heads and is looking at this because it's a scene. It's a spectacle. I mean, Ben is standing up there with his greased out armpits, and Ava, known as the prettiest girl in the class, has just demolished him in front of everyone, spectators of the entire class. And at this point, there's an awkward silence because people have stopped speaking. Like, they have stopped speaking because they want to hear what's going on. And Ben is like, I see. Let me know if you change your mind. And Ava's like, no, I will never change my mind. As I said, she's a little extra, right? And Ben just walks over to Alex. And Alex looks at him. He's like, dude, I was trying to come over to tell you not to do it. Like, I'm sorry. This is my fault. Ben's like, bro, this is not your fault. She just needs time to realize. Like, Ben goes on to say that, this is totally part of the plan. He knew that there's a chance that, her, like, primal senses would be stopped by her, like, brain, but it was only a matter of time till, like, they break through. And now that he's, like, broken through to the senses through, like, essencing out the stink or whatever, that, like, eventually, within, like, the next 24 hours, she will come to her senses, maybe privately, maybe not publicly, but they will be dating. And Alex is like, dude, you can't seriously think that. And Ben is like, it's my theory. Like, I know it's to be true. You have your opinions, and I have my facts. I'm sorry, I stole that from Baskets. Greatest show ever. Rip Christine Baskets, bro. Brings a tear to my eye. Anyways, and so sure enough, next day rolls around. It has been 24 hours. And Alex just goes up to Ben. He's like, yo. Ben's like, yeah, what's up? He's like, hey, did she ask you out yet? And he's like, no, it hasn't been 24 hours. Ben looks at his phone, looks at the time. He's like, dude, it's been like 22 hours. And Ben goes on to say, see, you're proving my points. Once again, my facts destroy your opinions. And Alex is like, okay, but, I mean, she hasn't asked you out yet. And 2 hours go by, Alex goes up to him, and Ben's like, dude, I don't want to talk about it. Alex is like, that's fine, man. Like, you don't have to prove anything to me. Like, I get it. Alex is like, dude, you're good. Don't worry about it. Just please go home and take a shower. And sure enough, Ben, while he actually continued to play Minecraft, no longer believed the whole caveman philosophy of you must smell like garbage for women to like you. And that was partially due to the fact that it doesn't work, and he has firsthand experience in why it doesn't work. And yeah, him and Ava did not ever date from that point on. It was a pretty bad first impression. By the way, that was a first impression practically. I think they knew of each other beforehand, but yeah. Moral of the story is don't do that, guys.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it.
Do you guys all know that one kid in school who thinks that they're the hero in the anime, but in actuality, they just smell bad and are really weird around girls? Well, this story time is about a kid in the subscribers class who is just like that. This is a bit of a crazy one, so prepare for the cringe and let's jump right in, bro. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted today's story Alex. So there was a kid in Alex's class who we're going to call Ben. So Ben was a very interesting kid. Very interesting, right? He went around, just to give a little bit of context, he went around telling people that he is the CEO of Riz, that he is also not just the CEO of Riz, but that his primal stink gets all the ladies, and that he is also the main character. He has said all of these things. Yeah, and in fact, he literally, like, so basically what happens is, like, he wrote on a sticky note, like, you know how it's supposed to say your name or whatever? On one of the first days of school, in one of his classes, the teacher was like, oh, write your name on this, not sticky note, but name tag. And so, like, they're handing out name tags, and in the class, the kid literally writes, the Rizzler. Bro actually said, the Rizzler. Like, this is the type of guy that we are, this is the type of guy that we're dealing with right now. So one day, and this is the guy, we're going to call him Ben. So one day, Alex and Ben have a class together, and the teacher's coming around to collect the homework because, I don't know, man, like, one would expect that you would do the homework in a class. So sure enough, right, Alex reaches in into his backpack, pulls out the homework, and so does everyone else. But Ben, the kid, right, does not have anything out on his desk. So when the teacher walks around and is like, oh, Ben, where's your work, bro? Like, what's up with that? Ben literally says, sorry, teacher, I was not able to do such an archaic task, aka what you call arithmetic. You just got to understand that that is significantly beneath me. I have been working on my studies as the Rizzler. And, like, everyone in class turns around to look at him because I don't know about you, but this doesn't really happen. Like, it's been a while since I've been in middle school. It's been quite a few years, but even in middle school, no one would do anything like this. I don't know, maybe this generation is just, like, way beyond me, but bro, imagine being in class, and when your teacher asks you, why did you not do the homework? He says, I was studying my own stuff, my own Rizology. I was studying a much more important field than mathematics. I was studying Rizology. So obviously the teacher is like, what? And he was like, yes, I was studying which first self gets the ladies the best. And the teacher is just, she's like, okay, it sounds like English. It probably is written like English, but the words that came out of this kid's mouth are just not comprehending with me. Bro literally said, I was studying which first self gets the ladies the best. So yeah, at this point, Alex looks at his friend and he's like, oh my God, bro, what the frick? Like, what? Huh? What's going on? Yeah, so Alex and his friends were pretty confused. And so the teacher's like, okay, I'm just gonna mark your homework as not completed. And the kid's like, Ben is like, yeah, you should. You should also complete that my Rizology is completed, though. And he's expecting everyone in the class to be like, wow, sick burn. But instead, it was just pure silence. This is like, guys, when I said prepare for the cringe, I meant it. So, yeah, anyways, after that class, Alex and his friends are sitting at lunch, and they're just like, dude, like, did you hear about Ben? So Alex and some of his friends were in the class where Ben told the teacher that he was too busy studying which first self would get him the most ladies, and he was deep in the study of Rizology, so he had no time to do mathematics or whatever she made him do, right? So some of his friends were there, but some of the friends that Alex sits with were not there. So Alex was literally in the middle of telling the story about what happened in class when Ben comes into the lunchroom and starts beelining it right to their table. And here's the thing. Alex and his friends they don't normally hang out with Ben, right? They don't normally hang out with this guy. So to see him approaching their table rapidly, I don't know, kind of like made them be like, wait a minute. And one of the kids is like, isn't that Ben? And sure enough, Ben rapidly approaches their table and sits down. And everyone's like, whoa, we don't know this kid, but okay. But they're also nice gentlemen. If someone sits at your table, you're going to be nice, you're going to be respectful, guys and girls, and everyone else who's watching this video, I ask you to do the same. Even if someone does stuff that's a little strange and a little tone deaf, it's okay to acknowledge that what they're doing is tone deaf, but be nice to them if they come and sit with you. If they try and interact with you, never be a bad person. If you have to take one thing away from this video, please take that away from the video. But anyways, Alex and his friends are like, okay. So he sits down, and Ben's like, did you guys hear about my crazy teacher? Oh, Alex, you're in the class with me. Were you telling them about how crazy our teacher is? She doesn't even understand how important Rizology is, bro. And Alex is like, yeah, man. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was telling them about that, and we were all in agreement. The
teacher's way out of line. And Ben's like, dude, totally. That's what I was saying. So I was doing some research, and apparently being a blue dragon fox is the most attractive to women. So I think I'm going to become a blue dragon fox. Unfortunately, the fursuit is $7,000. I might need to look at some more, cheaper strategies to become, to get the ladies. And they're all just like, bro, what are you saying right now? They're all like looking at him. So Ben's like, okay, here's the thing. Dude, you gotta hear me out. I guarantee you that you can choose any lady here, I will be able to woo her. So they're all like, oh, okay, do you like someone? Because, I don't know, Alex and his friends, maybe they're thinking to themselves, okay, this kid is a bit of a lost cause, bro. He's a bit of a lost cause. Fair. But maybe we can help him. Maybe we can steer him in the right direction. You know what I mean? Maybe we can push him in the right direction here. So they're like, okay, dude, do you like any of the girls? And Ben is like, well, I do have this thing for Caroline. She's quite nice. So Caroline was a girl in Alex and Ben's class, and she was nice, quiet, kept to herself, was focused on her studies, a little bit nerdy, which, that can be kind of nice. I don't know, some guys kind of like that, bro. You're on your studies, you're on your grind, you're disciplined. That's a good quality, that's all I'm saying. But anyways, right, so they're all like, yeah, dude, totally go for her. Maybe just talk to her. Yeah, Alex and his friends were crazy enough. Ben literally started laughing when they said just talk to her. Yeah, because, dude, this is a ridiculous statement. To get women to like you, have a nice, normal conversation with them. Oh, how good heavens, you're acting ridiculous today. You actually need to do hilarious charades to get their attention. Actually. Yeah, so Ben tells them, no. You guys don't understand women. They want charade. They want pizzazz. They want spark. And Ben is like, I will let you guys know if I have any updates on my quest for Caroline. So Ben gets up and he leaves. They're all looking and he gets up and walks somewhere else, right? So Alex and his friends are looking at each other and they're just like, bro, literally what is going on right now? And one of Alex's friends says look, that kid is a lost cause. We got to help him, bro. We can't let him actually spend $7,000 on a blue fox dragon fursuit to impress Caroline. Because I know for a fact that's probably not the key to her heart. Maybe it is, but I wouldn't spend $7,000 on a random guess. You know what I mean? Probably not the greatest idea. So, sure enough, they're like, okay, if Ben comes back to us tomorrow, we'll talk to him some more. We'll give him some genuine advice. We'll tell him what he should do, and hopefully, look, if he doesn't follow it, that's out of our control, right? So the next day, Ben comes over, and he sits down. He's like, guys, I have the secret formula. I basically have the Krabby Patty secret formula to Caroline's heart. So they're all like, okay, cool. What is it, bro? Because they're thinking Ben went online and maybe he went on a forum that said, I don't know, have a conversation with her, speak to her like a normal person, present your shower would be cool, smell nice, present yourself well, be a lot of normal things, right? It's not hard, but it's also pretty straightforward. You just need to do it. All these little gimmicks and charades and little things will not actually get you to the end of the goal, right? But unfortunately, I'm going to let you guys guess. So I'm going to give you a multiple choice question. So Ben came the next day to sit down at the table and talk to Alex and his friends. What do you think Ben has come? Because he says he knows the secret to Caroline's heart. He says he knows the secret sauce. So either answer A in the comment and pause the video and answer one of these two. And don't cheat, right? Answer A. Ben says that he knows that he needs to talk to her. He needs to have a human-to-human conversation, and that he needs to genuinely be present himself, be a good person, smell good, talk to her, and just try and have a connection with her. And that's how he's going to get to her heart. Or B, the most best answer ever, right?
Based.
What Ben is actually going to do is that he is going to tell her that he is Light Yagami from Death Note, the anime, and that he says that he is going to write her name in his Death Note book if she doesn't go out with him.
Oh my god, I forgot about the story.
Yeah, guys,
Lol.
if you guessed A, look, God bless your heart, bro. You have a good heart. You think the best of people, but you're wrong. And if you guess B, then maybe you're a bit more cynical like me, and unfortunately, you are correct. Yeah, so sure enough, Ben sits down. He's like, guys, boys, you got to hear me out on this. So basically, I'm going to go up to Caroline, and I'm going to explain to her that the anime Death Note is actually real, and that I am Light Yagami from Death Note. And that if she doesn't go out with me, I will write her name in her death note, and she will die in the next 45 minutes. And they're all like, dude, no. Okay, so a little bit of context, because I'm sure a handful of you guys have not seen Death Note. Very popular anime. I'm not an anime person personally, but that is one show I've watched all the way through and thoroughly enjoy. To give a little premise without spoiling anything, basically this book falls from the sky, and if you write someone's name in the book, they will die by like whatever you say that they die by. So it's like, oh, so-and-so's gonna die at what time, by what, right? And Light Yagami is the main character, protagonist and villain, kind of, I don't know, it depends on your perspective or whatever. It's a very good show. And Light Yagami has access to the book, and he'll write names, people's names in it, and they will die. So basically, what this kid is saying is he's gonna go up to Caroline, tell her that this anime that she may or may not know about in the first place is actually real, and then tell her that he, in fact, is a fictional character from an anime show, and that if she does not go out on a date with her, that he will write her name in a fictional book, and she will die. Yeah, because, look, threatening women to go on dates with you is the best idea. Satire. That's sarcasm. Please, guys, if you take one thing away from my video, never do anything. If the words threaten to get what you want come out of your mouth, you're probably going in the wrong direction, bro. If we're just keeping it $1.50 right now, you're probably going in the wrong direction. Maybe talk to her. Maybe connect with her. Don't pretend to be a main character in an anime and say you're gonna literally murk her if she doesn't go out with you, bro. What? So yeah, understandably, Alex and his friends had a pretty similar reaction to my reaction and probably your reaction to this information. Because saying that you're in the Death Note, secret word of the day is note, so comment that down below, like a notebook. Yeah, trying to make the secret words a little bit more interesting. And also, you should listen to this on Spotify if you're a Spotify user. The official link is down below in the pinned comment. And if you are a Spotify listener, please rate the podcast 5 stars. I would appreciate it. Anyways, so yeah, sure enough, Alex and his friends are like, dude, whatever you do literally anything besides that. And every single one of Alex's kids, like, Alex and his friends went a little hard. They kind of ripped into to Ben, right? They kind of ripped into him a little bit. Yeah, so they were going kind of hard, which maybe made him a bit defensive. But they were basically saying, dude, that is the worst idea ever. One, you're not going to convince her that this anime show that she may or may not know is real or may or may not know about is actually real. And if somehow you convince her that, which you're not, you also now have to convince her that you're the main character. And finally, the whole point of you convincing her that is so that you can threaten her into going out with you. That is literally the worst idea I've ever heard. So here's the thing. Maybe Alex and his friends should have chilled out a little bit, which I think I would have gone ballistic too. I do not blame them. However, Ben did not take it well. He was like, you guys are haters. You all want to date Caroline and you don't want me to win, like blah, 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 stuff like that. You guys just are full of hate. You don't understand. You want to bring me down. I know what's actually going on here. You guys all think Caroline's super hot and you want to go out with her. And Alex is like, dude, I have a girlfriend. I'm trying to actually help you out here. And Ben gets up and he's like, you know what? You'll see. Yeah, famous last words from Ben. So basically, this escalates pretty bad. So strap in. If you're standing up, maybe sit down. I don't know, man. So what happens is Ben. He goes up to Caroline, the girl that he's interested in. And here's the thing. This all goes down when Alex is in class. So Alex is lucky enough, or not lucky, depending on your perspective, to witness all of this happen. So Caroline sits in the back of the class, even though it's normally like the idea that the kids who try really hard sit in the front of the class. I always like sitting in the back of the class, but I also do sweat a little bit, so it's not always true, right? So Caroline sits in the way back of the class, and Ben normally sits in the middle, but he kind of bounces around.
but he sits right next to Caroline. And Alex overhears the conversation, which I said, prepare for the cringe, right? So Ben is like, yo, Caroline, do you know the show Death Note? And the thing is, Caroline actually did know the show Death Note. So she's like, yeah, I actually finished that this summer. I really liked it. Here's the thing, bro. He had a chance. Bro, Ben had a chance right here because Ben went up to her and said, do you know the show Death Note? She said yes. She said yes, bro. He literally could have been like, me too. This is my favorite character. What's your favorite character? What other shows do you like? Do you like movies? What's your favorite movie? Would you want to see this movie? Do you want to see this movie with me? Bam, I just gave you infinite riz right there. You're welcome. That is what Ben should have done, but he didn't. He went on with his idiotic plan and it blew up in his face. He had a chance, bro. Anyways, so she said yes. I'm getting worked up because he fumbled so bad. And also consequences more than fumbling, but you'll see. Anyways, I'm getting myself out of breath. But anyways, Ben goes on to say, did you know that Death Note is actually based on a true story? And I mean, they're in 6th grade, so I don't know, maybe he thought she'd believe it. But Caroline's like, yeah, I don't really think that's true, because Caroline's a pretty smart girl, right? And Ben's like, no, dude, trust me. And she's like, okay. She doesn't actually believe him, but she doesn't want to fight a kid on if a fictional TV show is real or not. She even knows that's not worth her time. Yeah, so sure enough, she's like, okay, whatever. And Ben, like, looks around pretending to be all secretive, and he's like, don't tell anyone this, but I'm actually Light Yagami. Light is the main character in Death Note, for you guys who don't know. So Ben really thinks that he is, like, convincing her, and that this is maximum Riz moment for him. Because he is the self-proclaimed Riz god, by the way. And she looks at him, she's like, okay, dude. So yeah, and he's completely smashed his opportunities at this point because he's being really weird. But he's about to be even more weird. And so basically from this point on, Ben's like, do you want to go out on a date with me? And look, Caroline maybe would have gone on a date with him if he started the conversation and led it in a good direction. Not trying to convince her that he is from a fictional TV show and it's real, right? Not the greatest way. You have to be looking like a 12 out of 10 to pull that off after such abominable riz. You know, that's all I'm trying to say. And she's like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to date anyone right now. So probably Cap, but maybe true, but probably Cap, just trying to spare his feelings because she's a nice, respectable girl, right? Trying to be nice. She doesn't have to be, but she is nice. And that's when Ben drops the bomb. He's like, so since I'm Light Yagami, if you don't go out on a date with me, I'm gonna write your name in my Death Note, and you're gonna pass away. Dude, this is like, there's abominable Riz, there's terrible Riz. This is like Mariana Trench level Riz, bro. This is negative infinity. This is the limit to negative infinity, bro. What? Huh? And when Alex heard this, like, Alex knew how bad it was, but when he actually heard the kids say it, he's like, oh God, that sounds even worse in action. Like, in theory, it was terrible. In practice, it was terrible +1. Like, it somehow got even worse. And Caroline's like, okay. So here's the thing. Caroline took this seriously. She thought this was really weird. Which, respect to her, because, like, a weird kid says something weird like this, probably good to take it seriously. So basically what happens is Caroline goes to the principal, explains everything that happened. And here's the thing. Even though Ben, the weird kid, yeah, he said, like, oh, I will I'm a fictional television show. I'm a fictional character from a fictional television show, and I will write your name in a fictional book, and you will die if all that is true, which it's not. Haha, you should go on a date with me. That's still technically a threat, right? Even though it's kind of definitely buried in weird nuance because it's not real, and he said it could be perceived as a joke, that's still a threat, which is not okay, guys. Even if you know someone well, even if it's obviously not really a threat, you can't threaten anyone. Like, if you have to take another thing away from this video, even if it's a joke, people have to take this stuff really seriously, because some people who aren't really right in the head, you know, if they say this stuff, they might actually follow through. Just a little serious note, never say anything like this. Please don't be like this kid. As you'll see, because the next day, Alex is walking in the hallway, and Ben is at his locker or whatever, and these two school security guards come up to him, like, take his backpack off of him, One of the school security guards says, "You're coming with me," and the other one starts searching his backpack. Yeah, so basically what happened is the school took this very seriously. Even though this was a threat based on a fictional television show, they took it very seriously. Ben was suspended for an entire week, and a full-on investigation was launched into the situation.
So normally I'd tell you guys to strap in and prepare yourself, but no, legitimately strap in and prepare yourself, because this is probably the craziest story I've ever received. And it's about a goth girl, so yeah, subscribe if you like stories, and let's just simply jump right into it. Let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story. Let's call him Lucas. So a little context, Lucas went to high school, right, and he this year was graduating high school. And this whole story starts at a high school graduation party. But let me tell you a little bit about the goth girl, right? So Lucas was in class with this girl who kind of dressed pretty goth, and we're going to call her the goth girl, right? And goth is pretty similar to emo. I mean, you can just kind of look it up, right? And it's a cool enough style if you guys rock with that, as long as you don't do what this girl does. You know, all love from me, right? I really don't care. Do what you want to do. But anyways, right, the goth girl was, in Lucas's class freshman year, but then she dropped out freshman year, and Lucas had not seen her since then. So anyways, right, this all starts at a kind of like a high school graduation party. So essentially, right, one of Lucas's friends, who he's known for the longest time, is throwing a party at his house. His parents are going to be away for the weekend, and it's a pretty big deal because, they all just graduated high school. A lot of them probably won't be seeing each other for a while at least, because they're all going to college all over the place, and, it's like one of the last times they'll all be there together. So it's a pretty important party for Lucas to go to, and sure enough, he shows up. And Lucas's best friend who's throwing it greets him at the door and gives him a big hug. It's like, man, I'm so happy you're here. Like, this was a fantastic 4 years. Actually, it's been a fantastic, 12 years because they've known each other for that long. Like, I'm just so excited to see you here tonight. And Lucas is like, same here. I'm really just excited to see all the boys again. Like, one last time. Let's have it one last time and let's make it a banger, right? So it's a good high school graduation party. And when Lucas goes in, I don't know, he's starting to talk to people, stuff like that. And that's when he sees, the goth girl, who he's not seen since freshman year because, she dropped out of high school freshman year. And the goth girl is with this group of other goth kids, and it's pretty clear that, she's the alpha dog or whatever, man. I don't really know. But she's very clearly, the group leader in this situation or whatever. And so, Lucas, who's just in a really good mood. Sorry if I sound so nasally, I just have all this gunk in me because of the wisdom teeth, and oh my god, bro, it's been a week, dude, but anyways, right, so Lucas is in a good mood, so he kind of feels like, all right, let me go talk to her, I never really talked to her before, but I want to make my peace with everyone. I want to have a proper goodbye to everyone. I want to make sure that I leave no stones unturned. So Lucas goes up to the goth girl, and, Lucas, I don't know, Lucas kind of, rocks with her style, man. And Lucas definitely thinks that she's a pretty one. I mean, that's just how it was. I mean, he doesn't really feel that way after the crazy event that, is coming up in a second. But Lucas goes up to the goth girl, and it's like, hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I was in your class freshman year. And whether the goth girl actually remembered him or not, she's like, oh, yeah, what's up? I mean, you can kind of assume that she didn't actually know him, because instead of saying, oh, Lucas, how's it going? She was like, yo, what's good, bro? Nah, she didn't say bro, but you know what I mean. If you don't know someone's name, most of the time what you'll do is you'll be like, oh my god, friend, bro, brethren. You'll say something besides their name that doesn't totally indicate that you don't know their name. However, it kind of does indicate that you don't know their name at this point. But anyways, right, so the goth girl and Lucas start talking, and the other goth people that were with the goth girl kind of slink behind her and kind of talk amongst themselves. And I don't know, it really was the goth girl and Lucas, they were really hitting it off. And Lucas, by the end of the night, went up to the goth girl again and said, hey, are you going to be around this summer? And the goth girl says yes, that she's starting up her job in about a month and a half, though. She's working at this, mechanics place, which is pretty cool because, that's an example of a good-paying job that you don't really need a lot of education for, which We definitely need more of those. By the way, if you're not really rocking with college, trade schools are a great idea. Anyways, though, enough with old man ramblings from Connor Pugs, right? But anyways, she says, yeah, I'm starting my job in about a month and a half, but I'm really just going to be chilling until then, so yeah, we should hang out. And Lucas was like, all right, you love to see it. No, but he then goes and asks for her number, and she very gladly gives it to him. And Lucas and the goth girl, they leave on really good terms. And Lucas is like, all right, sure, this girl dresses a little bit, I don't know, emotional, or not emotional, I'm thinking about emo, right? A little bit, intense. The way she dresses is a little bit intense, to say the least, but I kind of rock with it, and she seems really cool, and she's pretty or whatever. I'll have to have her around a little more, and we'll see where it goes. We'll see what happens. I'm going off to college in another state, so yeah, it can't be a long-term thing, but hey, man, who knows? So anyways, let's skip forward a week from now. So one of Lucas's friends is going to college, in his hometown, basically. There's a college that's pretty close. So his parents got him an apartment, and then he'll get a part-time job to start paying off this apartment. So anyways, right, Lucas's friend invites him over and says, hey, I'm having some friends over at my apartment tonight. You should really come around. If you want to invite some people too, kind of open invitation. Just come over, man. And Lucas, who really had nothing better to do, as it was the summer, it was kind of the downtime or whatever, he was like, yeah, man, of course I'll come over. So I know the story has been super kind of regular and normal up until this point, and let me just say that this is where it hits the fan, to say the least. Real quick, though, comment a goth down below if you want to heart in your comment. That is the secret word of the day. And also, if you want to support the channel, and I say this every single video because it is really that important, go ahead and binge watch some videos. Go to my playlist or just watch a bunch of videos in the recommended. And please comment down below when you're doing so I can say thank you, because you're boosting the channel and helping me out even more than you can ever imagine. Back to the story. It's about to get crazy. So just kind of prepare yourself. So when Lucas arrives to his friend's apartment, he, greets him at the door, says, hey man, thank you so much for having me over. And he sees that some other people that he knows, there's a few people he doesn't know, but he's talking to them. They got they bought some pizza, party-sized pizza. They got a movie going on. They even got a Wii set up, and people are rotating going through that. Some people are just in the kitchen talking to each other. It's a very chill time. It's definitely a vibe in there. And Lucas is like, hey, you said I could invite people. There's this cool girl that I'm talking to. She's she dresses a little intense, but she's really chill. Do you mind if I invite her over? And Lucas's friend is like, yeah, dude, sure, or whatever, right? And Lucas says, oh, yeah, sorry. Also, by the way, this could be kind of weird, but my parent, do you mind if I sleep here for the night? By the way, I wasn't really given the explanation for why he needed to sleep there for the night, because this was sent over to me over my Instagram. You guys should all follow that, and you can submit stories there. I'm in the process of making an email. I'm sorry, I've been super busy. An email will come out eventually for you guys to submit stories. But anyways, Lucas's friend is like, dude, it is totally fine. You can stay over. I got, no one else is staying over, so you can stay on the couch. And if a lucky lady comes over or I meet a lucky lady, then, she'll stay in my room. You stay on the couch. We're chilling. So Lucas is in a great mood because he's got a place to stay for the night, which he needed. And also, the girl he's talking to is he's coming over. So life's pretty good. Life's about to be really bad in a second. I know it's taken a long time to get to this point, but trust me, we needed the build-up because it's about to be a massive explosion of pain and cringe. So about 45 minutes later, after Lucas sent, the text to the goth girl saying, yo, do you want to come over? Here's my friend's address. He said people could come over. And she's like, yeah, of course, I'll be there, right? Lucas goes up to the door because, he assumes that it's her. And sure enough, Lucas opens the door and is greeted by not only the goth girl, but also her little posse of goth friends or whatever. And Lucas was kind of like, I kind of just invited you. He didn't say that, but was like, oh, hi there. Welcome, I guess. And, the goth girl's like, hey, how's it going, Lucas? I hope you're having a good night or whatever. And, the other goth kids, kind of, walk in, and they're all, looking like very strange, and they're all giving people looks or whatever. Basically, the goth kids for the rest of the night are kind of just like intensely staring at other people at the party and not interacting with any of them. Lucas doesn't even think that they were talking amongst themselves. Like, they were just literally standing there staring at everyone, being very weird. And let me just say that Lucas really thought the goth girl was chill, but this was all about to change right now. Because a little bit later onto the party, the goth girl was just acting a little bit weird, and Lucas was like, yo, what's up? And everything good? She's like, yeah, of course. And sure enough, right, the goth girl and Lucas kind of go into the kitchen where other people are, and she's like, oh, do you want to see a trick? And Lucas is like, what? And the goth girl starts talking in a baby voice, and she's like, so do you want to see a trick? And then Lucas is like, bro, are you good? By the way, like, never talk in a baby voice around me. It's one of the most annoying things I have ever heard. But anyways, I'm going to pain myself and do the baby voice. And she's like, Lucas, do you want to see a trick? And Lucas is like, dude, like, you're being really weird right now. Like, what's up? And then in front of everyone, she gets on her knees and gives him a baby bottle full of milk. And he's like, what the freak, bro? What is going on right now? And she gets on her knees and, like, clasps her hands together almost in a begging motion. And she's like, Lucas, let mommy shuck the bottle. And Lucas is like, hey, what? Yeah, so everyone at the party kind of stops what they're doing, except the two guys playing or like a Wii, not Xbox. Because, hey man, Lego Star Wars waits for no one, if you know what I mean. But anyways, everyone else at the party goes dead silent. Even the music stops for a second to listen in on what's going on. And Lucas is just like, oh my god, like, I underestimated this girl. I mean, I didn't underestimate her, I just didn't estimate anything, man. Like, huh? What? And then she once again says, Lucas, let mommy shuck the bottle. And Lucas is just like, why? Why are you acting like this? And she's like, because I'm just a little baby. And Lucas is just like, dude, please go. And then super abruptly, after Lucas kind of like painfully says, I think it's time for you to go, she gets up and she's like, fine. Which, like, I don't know what you're like, are you really that shocked that after you pulled off like the weirdest, like, I don't know how to describe what I was just doing, but like, that's what I was told. I don't know how to describe that. But whatever, like, I don't know how you expect that after you do that, that's all I'm going to say, after you do that people aren't going to be a little bit, I don't know, weirded out. Anyways, right, Lucas is in kind of a weird position because he's going to be staying the night, and his guests, because the goth girl also brought over her friends or whatever, they just did whatever I did, like, whatever just happened, and, okay, maybe Lucas is not responsible entirely, right? But, it is the guest that he brought over, and he's kind of forced to stay for the rest of the duration of the party because he has nowhere else to stay for that night. And, he's staying over. So after, the goth kids leave, including the goth girl, Lucas is like, I am so sorry. I met that girl once at a party. She seemed kind of cool, but obviously she's not. I mean, like, it's not that hard to see why she's not, like, cool because of what just happened. But Lucas goes on to say, I'm so sorry. I had legitimately no idea that she was like that, whatever that's supposed to be. Everyone else at the party is weirded out, but it's like, you're good, bro. Like, we trust you that you didn't know that she's going to be crazy like that. And you might be thinking that, the craziness is done, but it's not. Because, anyways, eventually everyone at the party leaves, and it's just Lucas and Lucas's friend who owns the apartment. And Lucas is like, kind of like goes over to Lucas's friend. He's like, dude, once again, I'm so unbelievably sorry. I thought that girl was cool, but I only met her once at a party. I also didn't think she was going to bring her weird, creepy friends. Like, I just told her to come and not anyone else. Lucas's friend's like, man, like, stuff like this happens. Don't worry about it. Like, maybe stuff like that specifically doesn't happen, per se. But stuff in general like that happens. Minus the let mommy suck the bottle of milk. Okay, that part doesn't happen all the time, but the other stuff, totally understandable. And Lucas is like, all right, thanks, man. I'm so sorry. So Lucas goes to sleep on the couch, and he's awoken at 2 in the morning. And he gets up and he hears a car kind of like pull up outside and kind of like not park, but kind of like, you know how the car's engine's still going and it kind of is like revving or whatever, but it's just like in still. And he hears 3 car doors open, which means that every door except the person in the driver's seat opens, and he hears them all close. He's like, all right, that's super sus. So he gets up from the couch and he goes over to the window. So he goes over to the window and he looks out, and yeah, it's the goth girl and her goth friends. And he's like, dude, those kids are not invited back. Like, I don't want to talk to them ever again. And then he realizes that they're all holding the same thing. And he's like, what are they holding? Because it's like not super conventional. And he kind of looks a little closer, and you can see them pretty clearly because of the street lights. And he's looking out, and he's like, oh my God, like, they're holding egg cartons. And immediately he realizes, oh shoot, they're gonna like egg the house or whatever. And so sure enough, he goes over and he wakes up his friend. He's like, dude, I'm once again so sorry, but you gotta come out. You gotta like get up and follow me. And his friend's all groggy, like, bro, what? And he gets up, and Lucas brings him over to the window. He's like, look, I think the people I invited over were mad that I think the goth girl's is mad at me, and I think she's gonna try and like egg this house. And Lucas's friend's like, bro, like, why? And Lucas is like, once again, I'm so sorry. This girl is obviously much more insane than I ever thought. But like, let's call the police. And Lucas's friend's like, yeah, they're about to egg my property. Let's call the police. So anyways, right, sure enough, they open up their egg cartons, and so they start grabbing the eggs. And so Lucas, just to make sure that they can't weasel out of it, grabs his phone, records them in high definition thanks to the streetlights, and Lucas clearly records them egging, his friend's house. He's like, all right, well, I got their faces pretty clearly, and I also got them clearly egging the house. And sure enough, right, eventually they hear a police siren, and the goth kids are like, oh my God, we gotta get out of here. And they kind of like hop into the car, but the police pulls up right next to them. He's like, I'm gonna ask you guys don't go anywhere, right? So sure enough, they all kind of step out, and, the police officer, like, one officer is, like, with them being like, don't go anywhere. The other police officer walks up the stairs, and, a couple moments later, Lucas and his friend hear a knock on their door. And so, sure enough, the police officer comes up and says, hey, did you guys follow the call? Or do the call, not file a call. You know what I mean? And Lucas says, yeah, like, this is my friend over here. This is his apartment. The people outside, I invited over because I thought they were going to be cool, but then they were being very, very strange, so I had to kick them out. They didn't do anything like, breaking the law at the party, but I think they were just mad that they got kicked out. So it looks like they came back to get some revenge, but obviously, like, you can't be throwing eggs against someone's house, right? And the police officer's like, yeah, this is, a misdemeanor or whatever, or like some kind of minor offense. He's like, do you guys want to press charges? And Lucas turns around, looks outside, looks out at the window, right, and sees the goth girl just kind of like hissing at him and clawing at him and kind of like snarling at him. And he's like, you know what? It's not up to me. It's up to my friend. And he looks at his friend and kind of like nods. His friend's like, yeah, actually, I would. I don't know these people. Full extent of the law, officer. Thank you very much. So the officer goes downstairs, or walks out of their apartment and goes down the stairs to meet up with this other officer. And Lucas and his friend, they run over to the window, and yeah, sure enough, they see all of the goth kids getting handcuffed, put in the police car, and another police car comes because it's like too many people for one car, and they're driven away. And Lucas is like, dude, like, once again, I am so
Clicking the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today we have a story of one of the most spoiled rich kids ever accidentally destroying his dad's $6 million Bugatti car. And let me just say that it was kind of karma for what he was doing before. But anyway, sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and let's call the subscriber who submitted this story Charlie. So anyways, in Charlie's class, there's this spoiled kid who is just kind of known as the spoiled kid. People got along with him, like everyone and him were kind of friendly, but he didn't have any super close friends, and that wasn't necessarily because everyone at the school was like mean to this kid. In fact, they weren't. It was mostly because this kid every once in a while would have like, he would say something or he would do something that would just kind of show that he was like very clearly not a great kid. He was very spoiled, which at the end of the day, you could definitely argue that that was because of the parents and not because of him, and that is totally fair, right? That is totally fair and a totally valid statement. But either way, kids, they're not going to like spend all their time with people they don't really like. And so anyways, all of a sudden, this all happened in like first year of high school, so freshman year. Charlie and a bunch of his friends got an invitation from the spoiled kid. And it was like over a text message. They were all put into this big group chat. He said, hey, this is Spoiled Kid. Obviously said his real name, but I'm just going to insert Spoiled Kid with his actual name. He's like, hey, this is Spoiled Kid. Like, it's my birthday coming up. If you're in this group chat, you're all invited to my house this Saturday. It's a sleepover, so come from whenever to whenever. Like, make sure, like, this is the address. Like, make sure to, like, respond to this if you're coming. And the thing is, like, while people weren't, like, necessarily super close friends with them, I mean, a sleepover is a sleepover, and they also knew that this kid was going to have a pretty cool house. And they're like, you know what? Might as well give this kid a chance. Why not? So I'd say the majority of the kids in that group chat did respond like, yeah, sure. Like, I'll talk to my parents. And then the majority said, yeah, okay. So let's fast forward to that day, that Saturday. Charlie and his mom, or Charlie's mom was driving Charlie over. And Charlie's mom's like, I thought you said you didn't like this kid very much. And, Charlie's like, yeah, but, I didn't really know him before. And he invited me to a sleepover as well as all my friends. So worst comes to worst, like, what's going to happen? Like, I'm just going to, like, not like this kid, but I'm going to be at a sleepover with all my friends. And best case scenario, he's actually kind of cool, and I met a new friend. So, like, I really don't see the downside with this. And Charlie's mom's like, well, no, that's totally fine. Like, I encourage you to do this. That's totally cool, whatever. So anyways, they pull up to his house, and this is, like, the most incredible house they've ever seen. Like, it's like one of those houses you'd see on TV that you're like, wow, that is, like, a ton of money, definitely, to buy that house. That is the type of house the spoiled kid lived in. So anyways, Charlie gets there, and the spoiled kid's mom, presumably, or we're assuming it's his mom, greets them at the door. It's like, oh, hi. Like, you must be... And there's a pause. He's like, Charlie. She's like, Charlie, of course. She didn't know who he was, but whatever. She's like, yeah, all the other kids are inside. They're with spoiled kid right now. Remember, his mom didn't actually say they're with spoiled kid. His mom was like, oh, it said the actual name, but we're putting that as a placeholder. So Charlie's like, okay, so I'll just go in. She's like, I can take your bags. And, she grabbed the bags, put them in this big top pile. And just walking through the house, like, Charlie was just realizing, wow, I'm really poor. And the thing is, Charlie was very solidly middle class. But I don't know if you've ever been in situations where this stuff is just so nice and it makes you think, wow, like, I live in squalor. I'm destitute, which you're not, but you're like, wow, in comparison, wow. I've definitely been in plenty of those situations, and I'm chilling, I'm doing fine. But anyways, right, so Charlie, he walks in, he's just looking around, and he goes past the kitchen. It's a massive, like, granite countertop with, like, it's, like, all super clean and shiny and high-tech, and there's a massive TV, and he looks outside through the window. There's a big pool. The backyard keeps going. It's incredible, right? Anyways, he walks into the room with all the kids, or he doesn't walk into the room with all the kids. He hears the noise of all the kids, all of his friends. And he goes up the stairs, and Charlie, or the spoiled kid's mom's like, all right, I'm going to go back downstairs. I think you can find your way. And so Charlie's walking down the alley, or not the alley, but down this corridor, and he hears all the noise coming from the room. And there's, like, a big sign saying, spoiled kid's room, stay out, like one of those, like, fake vanity signs or whatever. Beware of dogs, stuff like that. And he opens it up, and he sees all his friends in there talking, and also the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid's like, hey, Charles? He's like, Charlie. Hey, Charlie, welcome. This is my room. It's pretty cool. I was just showing off to some people. And he's like, so this is my watch collection. They're all like, ooh. They're like, this is a Rolex Submariner. It is quite the fanciest watch ever. It's not actually, but whatever. Is this Submariner or Aqua? I don't know. Anyways, he's like, yes, and this was a gift for my 7th birthday, and it was from my father. I call him Papa. You shall call him Papa as well. And Charlie's like, what? Why would I? Never mind. And so the spoiled kid's like, anyways, so let me show you over here. He said, this is my gaming setup. And Charlie was a bit of a gamer. He's a bit of a gamer himself, right? He enjoyed a bit of and enjoyed a bit of the Fortnite. You know how it goes. But he played on a Chromebook and a crappy mouse, like, and his like iPod, or not iPod, his like iPad or whatever. Like, he was fine. He could play and he was quite good. But like when he played games, he was on the budget setup. He was on like your very standard person setup. I shouldn't even say budget setup. That's just a very standard setup, right? And he comes over here, and the spoiled kid has like the most like a billion hertz monitor, like big, it's like 15 like gaming computers all hooked up with like the fanciest whatever, big chroma keyboard with way too much disposable income. Like, it is the biggest, most insane like gaming setup he has ever seen, especially for someone. And then the spoiled kid goes on to say, like, yeah, I'm kind of a casual gamer. And Charlie's like, what? He's like, yeah, I play like Minecraft. And Charlie's like, bro, you don't need like 2 terabytes of storage to play Minecraft. You don't need X number of gigabytes of RAM to play Minecraft. Whatever. Maybe he was like, maybe he downloaded the More TNT mod and he was trying to like blow up the nuke in the Minecraft mod without like lagging his computer, so he needed the NASA computer. But whatever, man. Anyways, the spoiled kid continues to show them around the house. And Charlie goes up to one of his friends. He's like, bro, is this all we're gonna be doing today? Like, just going around the house listening to this kid tell us about how rich he is? His friend's like, I mean, I've been here for 30 minutes longer than you have, and that's been the entire time so far. Like, that's literally been all we've done. Like, that's literally all we've done. And Charlie's like, bro, well, okay, maybe this will end soon. I saw a pool out there that's pretty sick. Maybe we'll be able to chill or hang out in there. Or he probably has a movie theater in his basement or something, which turns out he actually did, but that's not super relevant to the story. And maybe, I don't know, maybe he'll let us watch a movie or something. So sure enough, they keep walking around. The spoiled kid is like, and this is my insert expensive thing, and this is my insert expensive thing. And by my, it just means his parents bought it, but whatever. Or moving on. And this is where, the spoiled kid begins his downfall. Because he brings them outside, and he shows them off to this massive, super cool, like, pool area. He brings them, and he, like, shows them around, like, the most exquisite, like, lush garden they've ever seen. Like, one of the craziest things they've ever seen. Brings them over to, I don't know, like, all these other places outside. And that's where eventually they make it to the car garage. And the spoiled kid is like, this is my favorite. And remember, they're freshmen in high school. They don't have driver's license. They probably don't even have their permits yet. But sure enough, the spoiled kid is like, and here you are about to see something that will bless your eyes. And everyone's kind of just, they're interested. They're intrigued. Don't get me wrong. They're intrigued. So the spoiled kid goes over, takes out one of those, like, garage door opener clicker things, clicks it open, the garage door starts to lift up, and there's, like, 4 cars in this massive car garage. And, the spoiled kid is like, this one, goes over to a car, gives it a pat, is my favorite. And he goes on to explain that this is his father's prize, $6 million Bugatti, like the most insane car you've ever seen. And Charlie, the spoiled kid's like, yeah, this is practically my car. Like, I know it's my dad's car, but, it's practically my car by extension. And all the other kids are kind of looking at him, kind of rolling their eyes or whatever. And he's like, you know what? I think, who wants to take it for a spin? And one kid raises his hand, and the spoiled kid's like, psych! You really thought I'd let you guys drive the $6 million Bugatti? That's when everyone starts looking at each other like, bro, why did we come to this again? Like, we knew this kid was the worst. Why did we give him a chance? Moral of the story, don't give people chances. I'm kidding. But anyways, right, he's like, you know what? But since, I want to bless you guys with some great Bugatti action, I think I'm going to take it for a spin, and you guys can watch. And, Charlie's like, great. We get to watch you drive a car. That's awesome. He doesn't say this, but they all kind of silently watch as the spoiled kid opens up the car door. He's like, so some lessons for when you have your own Bugattis, which is never going to happen. But I guess lessons for your dreams when you dream about having a Bugatti. At this point, everyone's like, bro, what? They all start looking at each other like, this kid's the worst. But anyways, the spoiled kid goes on to say, so the first thing you want to do is you want to check the fuel. And he opens it up. He says, yep, only the finest premium fuel in here. He said, a Bugatti, it's prone to breaking. It's very high maintenance because it is just so complex and awesome.
He said, okay, now I'm going to get in. And you see this? And he's like, all right, I'm going to start the car. And he turns it on. He's like, oh, hear that engine. Oh, it's so nice. Everyone's like, okay. He's like, the first thing you're going to want to do is you're going to want to put it in drive. But the problem is, the spoiled kid did not put the car in drive. He put it in reverse. And he's like, and then watch how it can go from 0 to 100 so fast, which is a stupid move to drive out of your driveway or from your car garage. Because they had like a big driveway out of their car garage. They were on big acreage of land. It was crazy. But it's still kind of stupid to try and go 0 to 100 from, your car garage out. But the spoiled kid was about to go 0 to 100 in reverse in a car garage. So spoiled kid, literally not even checking anything, not even giving it a little tap to see if it was going to go forward or not, slams on the gas after telling everyone to move out of the way. And he goes back at like 60 miles per hour and goes right through the back of the car garage. And he takes his foot off the gas, of course. And that's when everyone rushes over, because this kid just blew through the back of his car garage in a car super quickly. And the kid is totally fine. But he gets out of the car. He's like, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my. Anyways, if you made it this far into the video, comment spoiled down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I just like to see how many people made it this far into the video. I'll try and heart some comments as well of people who made it this far, as I do appreciate it. And also, I know the videos have been going up in 720p instead of 1080p in the last couple days. Dude, I'm up in Maine for a couple days, and it literally took me, no joke, it took me 8 hours to upload a video yesterday. So yeah, deal with it. That's all I'm trying to say. And the videos are a little bit shorter for that reason too. Anyways, let's just get back to it. And also, binge watch the videos to support the channel as always. And in the comments, let me know what you're doing while binge watching the videos. Anyways, right, so, Charlie and all the kids rush over to the spoiled kid to see if he's okay. So everyone rushes over, and sure enough, the spoiled kid is fine, but it just happens to be that, he's out of the car, and he's screaming. He's like, oh, no, you guys, you don't understand what just happened. So everyone looks around, and the back of the car garage is completely blown out. Because it was made of this, fancy wood or whatever, it wasn't, supposed to have, a car ram through it at, 60 miles per hour. So it completely blew out. But the worst part is the back of the Bugatti is so smashed up. The front of it is fine. The place where the spoiled kid was sitting is totally fine. But the back of the Bugatti, the $6 million Bugatti that was practically his, totally wasn't, but whatever, is completely busted up. And the thing is, right, the blowing through the back of the garage made a lot of noise. That made a lot of noise, right? So all of a sudden you hear a kind of a yelling of hey, is everyone okay? The spoiled kid's like, oh my God, it's my mom. She's gonna tell my dad about this, and I am so screwed. One of you guys has to take the blame. One of you guys has to take the blame now. And no one's gonna take the blame, bro. No one's about to take the blame for your mess up at the end of the day. So, the spoiled kid's mom comes over and she's like, oh my God, because she's looking around and she's like, spoiled kid, did you destroy your father's prized car? She starts to tear up a little bit, and spoiled kid's like, no, Mom, it was one of these boneheads who kicked me down and jumped into one of the cars and blew it up. And she turned around, she's like, which one of you little boys did this? You don't understand what you did. And they literally, everyone, including Charlie, came together in unison and is like, no, we didn't do anything, ma'am. It was your son. I hate to say it, your son was showing off, right? Your son was trying to show off in this car to us. We didn't touch it. And she's like, well, why would I believe you over my own son? And they're like, look who has the keys. And sure enough, they turn around and the spoiled kid has the keys in his pocket. And he's like, Mom, I just took this from them. When someone broke the car, I just took it. And, at this point, the spoiled kid's mom doesn't know who to believe. And she's like, this whole place is security cameraed, especially the barn because of how expensive the car is. Let's just check the cameras. You have one more chance not to lie to me. And the spoiled kid, instead of coming clean, was like, no, Mom, I swear. Maybe he was hoping the security camera got damaged when he blew out the back. But, his mom goes to the house, and they all kind of follow with her, right, because they're curious. She goes inside. She kind of rummages around, gets to the computer, turns on the app that, has the video recording of everything going on. She opens it up, and she's like, oh, my God, spoiled kid, it was you. So sure enough, she starts yelling at the spoiled kid, and, Charlie and his friends can overhear, your dad's going to hear about this. He's coming back tonight from a very important business trip. Like, this is crazy. And then all of a sudden, the spoiled kid's mom comes out and says, "Hi, everyone. I'm so sorry, but due to an unforeseen event," and kind of looks over at the spoiled kid who's in like the corner of shame, I'm gonna have to ask you guys to call your parents to pick you guys up. I'm so sorry. So everyone starts calling their parents, and parents come one by one, and then Charlie gets in the car, and his mom's like, "Oh my God, like, what happened? Like, why were you picked up?" And Charlie's like, do I have a story?
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today we get a story time of probably one of the most cringiest kids ever to ever exist on planet Earth in the entire universe. I don't want to spoil this too much, so I just want to hop right into it. So leave a like for nothing and let's just get into it. So we're going to call the subscriber who sent us today's story, we're going to call him Liam. And anyways, right, so this all happened one day when Liam was in class. And Liam was sitting kind of towards the back of his class with his friends. Like, he wasn't paying that close of attention. All right, guys, do well in school. That's all I'm going to try and say. But anyways, Liam was kind of dozing off, not really paying attention. When this kind of kid that, like, he didn't know that well, but was kind of known as kind of a little weird, kind of a little strange. But this kid, like, turns to Liam and his friends and says, "Hey, like, do you guys have girlfriends?" Very kind of a weird thing to lead with, especially if you don't know the guy. I wouldn't be going up to random people saying, "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" Like, I don't know, man. That sounds kind of weird. But anyways, right, so this kid is just like, "Hey, do you have a girlfriend?" And Liam and his friends at the time did not. I mean, hey, man, like, you can't always be winning. Sometimes, you're in the trenches. It happens. But they're all like, no. And they say no kind of with a bit of attitude because, I mean, that's a weird question to ask. And this kid just looks at them and kind of scoffs. He's like, "Sucks to be you guys. I couldn't imagine being single like that." And, Liam is like, "Bro, what are you talking about?" And this guy's like, "Yeah, I probably have the hottest girlfriend ever." And Liam's like, "Really? Like, what's her name?" And he's like, Sandra. Yeah, she's super hot." And like, at this point, Liam's like, "All right, let's see a photo of her then. Like, what she look like?" And, the kid's like, "She doesn't go to this school, but she's at my house right now waiting for me." At this point, right, Liam's like, "All right, proof or it didn't happen, bro. Like, I need to see some proof." And Liam and his friends were basically saying, "We don't believe you, man. Like, we think you're just capping right now. We think that, like, what you're saying is no, you're just bragging with nothing to actually brag about." And so this kid, who we're just going to call the cringy kid, right? The cringy kid was like, no. No, I'll have you know that my girlfriend is real and she loves me and she's at my house right now. You know what? You know what? And Liam is looking at him. He's like, "Yeah, what?" And this kid's like, "You know what? Come to my house after school and I'll introduce her to you. And I will watch your face. I will watch your expression slowly crumble as you realize that I am entangled with the woman of my dreams in a beautiful relationship." Remember, they're in 6th grade, so bro, you're not getting married. But anyways, he's like, "And I will win. I will conquer you. It will be victory." As I said, this is a very weird kid. Like, hey man, if you're like saying "I will conquer you, this will be victory," like, to anyone, bro, check yourself. That's all I'm saying. But anyways, right, Liam is like thinking to himself, he's like, "All right, I don't actually think I have anything to do after school. I'm just gonna tell my mom that, I have a thing that I have to do after school and like that I'll be home an hour later." And he turns to his friends, he's like, "Hey, you guys busy?" And they're like, "I mean, yes, but we're still gonna come over. We want to see this girlfriend," right? Because they all believed that like this was some elaborate scheme, and they wanted to figure out like what actually was this kid cooking up? What was his plan? So Liam and his friends turned to the cringy kid and was like, "Yeah, man, sure. We'll come to your house after school." And the cringy kid is like, "Excellent. You shall suffer the consequences." And then goes back to like reading his like comic book anime type thing, and they're just like, "All right." Anyway, so skip ahead a little bit, and Liam and his boys are walking over to the cringy kid's house. And the cringy kid is actually greeted at the door by his mom, saying, "Oh, I'm so excited you brought friends back, whatever, right?" And the cringy kid's like, "Yeah, these are my guys." And they're kind of looking at each other like, we're not his boys, but they're not going to say anything. They're at least polite enough to at least allow, his mom to continue to believe the illusion that he's not kind of weird, right? Anyways, so, the cringy kid leads him up, and he's like, "This is my house. It's pretty cool. And this is my room. And brace yourself." And he, like, turns around quickly when he says, "Brace yourself." So, Liam and his friends are a little startled by this because they're like, "Whoa, what's going on?" And he's like,
my girlfriend is, she just texted me. She is currently in there, and you're going to be blown away, dude. You're going to be blown away. And I just want to say that I told you so. I just wanted to make sure I put that out there. And Liam's like, all right, okay. And honestly, at this point, Liam and his friends were starting to believe that there actually was a girlfriend in there. A spoiler. I mean, no spoilers. You're going to hear soon enough. But, like, they were actually starting to believe it, man. Because, like, it was, like, this kid went through all this effort. Like, if he's going to admit, like, that he was lying, he probably would have admitted it already. But anyways, right? So, eventually, you know, the cringy kid goes into his room, and they follow. And Liam looks around, and Liam's kind of confused, dude. Liam's a little bit confused. Because as he's looking around, he doesn't see anyone else in the room. He just sees a lot of posters for, like, different TV shows and stuff like that. And, you know, he sees a computer, he sees a closet, he sees clothes all over the floor. Like, he doesn't see a girl in here. He doesn't see a human at all. Like, the only people in this room is the cringy kid, Liam, and his two other friends. And then all of a sudden, right, Liam is noticing that the cringy kid is talking to someone in the room. So Liam feels like, oh my God, am I hallucinating? Like, what's going on? Like, why don't I see anyone? And Liam looks in the direction that the cringy kid was talking. And sure enough, right, the cringy kid is talking in the direction of his bed. And what is on his bed? A life... Oh my God, dude. When I read this story, I was like, dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Anyways, narrator mode, back in story. Liam turned his head to look at the direction that the kid was talking. And there was like a massive waifu body pillow, bro. Oh no. And at that moment, Liam and his friends realized that this girlfriend the kid had been talking about was sure enough this pillow. By the way, comment pillow down below. Yeah, pillow's the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can. If I don't get to yours, don't take it personally. And also, while you're down there, make sure the notifications are turned on. You won't see my videos otherwise. But anyways, back to the story. So Liam immediately says, bro, is that what you're talking about? And the kid is like, oh, yes, I'm so rude. Liam, meet my princess. And Liam is like, nah. Liam and his friends start laughing. And this kid is not like, he's not in on a joke or anything. This is not some massive joke he's pulling on them that he's like, oh, I hope you guys thought it was funny. Dude was getting actually pressed. Like, dude was like, who are you laughing at? You better not be laughing at my girlfriend. And, you know, Liam's like, bro, that's a pillow. And the kid's like, she's real. What? She's real. What do you mean, man? Get out of my house. And Liam is like laughing. And then he looks at the kid, and the kid is like, has like these eyes. You can tell in his eyes, this kid is mad. This kid is pressed. This guy is not having it. He's like, get out of my... And Liam's like, all right, okay. We saw your girlfriend. We saw her. We'll go. Fair enough. So Liam and his friends leave. And as they're walking out of the house, the cringy kid's mom's like, bye. This was kind of a short play date, but I'm so excited that my kid's finally having other people over that it doesn't matter. Hope to see you guys soon. And they're just like, haha, see you soon. Anyways, right, the next day in school, they all go to like their math class or whatever, and they notice that, or whatever class they're in, it doesn't really matter. Well, and they notice that the cringy kid is not in class. And, you know, Liam turns to his friends, he's like, yo, do you think he's like too embarrassed to come to class? Does he like realize that he made kind of a clown out of himself? And his friends are like, dude, I have no idea. And then all of a sudden, they hear on the loudspeaker, Liam, Ben, and John, let's just say that those are the names of the two other kids. Please come to the principal's office immediately. So Liam, Ben, and John, we'll go with that, right? They all look at each other. And they just like, they immediately know. They're like, oh my God, no way. Because they realize that like there's a correlation between the cringy kid not being in class, them clowning on him yesterday, and the fact that they all just got called up to the principal's office. It was not a coincidence. So they walk up there, and sure enough, the principal's in her room, and who else is in that room? The cringy kid. And the principal says, all right, kids, sit down. So your friend over here says that you went to his house and berated his girlfriend, calling her ugly, fat, overweight, disgusting, smelly, and that she needed to die. Is this true? And Liam looks at her and says, no, that is not true. And then Liam goes on to say, actually, this kid said that he had a girlfriend, and he was bragging to us, so we decided to go to his house to see his girlfriend, which he invited us there. And when we got there, we realized that he does not have a girlfriend. He just has a 4-foot tall waifu body pillow. And we said that she wasn't real. He got mad at us, and here we are today. And then, the kid, the cringy kid, instead of sticking to his original story that he, one, actually had a girlfriend, and two, that they came to his house to insult his girlfriend, was like, see, that's even worse. I made up something because I thought you'd be so offended by what actually happened, and they just admitted to it. And the principal is kind of shocked. One, because of the thing that Liam just told her, and two, that the kid, the cringy kid, admitted to lying to her face and then expected her to punish them even harder because of the story they told. And the principal looks up at Liam and says, and his friends, is like, you guys can go back to class now. I have something to deal with. And as Liam and his friends are walking out of the principal's office, they can faintly hear the cringy kid yelling, "You're just letting them go. That's outrageous." Subscribe if you haven't already done so, drop a like in the videos, and then click on one of the 4 videos you see on screen right now, or just go ahead and watch another one of my videos. Peace.
How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a good day. Today we got some crazy emo kid stories that I know for a fact you will enjoy. So sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Now let's call the first subscriber who submitted this story Hank. By the way, all these episodes are on Spotify, and they normally come out a couple hours early on Spotify, so make sure to check that out. First link in the description. Anyways, back to the story. So we're going to call the first subscriber who submitted the story Hank. And anyways, this all happened when Hank was shopping at the mall. So Hank used to always go to the mall to shop with his friends. It was just a fun place to hang out. They didn't really have a lot of other places that they could go in the town that they lived in, so the mall was probably their best bet. And sure enough, one of these days, one of Hank's friends wanted to shop at this place called Hot Topic. If you don't know, Hot Topic's a place where they have a lot of t-shirts and other kind of apparel that is very, I don't know, fast fashion-y, brand-centric. It's very much you'll have a lot of different brands, or kind of you'll find a lot of band t-shirts, a lot of kind of okay, so a lot of different stuff's at Hot Topic, but one kind of theme of clothing that you'll see at Hot Topic is emo style clothing, if that makes sense. So really black clothing, edgy clothing, stuff like that. And just so you know, I have nothing against it if you dress like that. I think it's a cool enough style. I think you're fine even if you identify as I'm emo in the way I dress or act or whatever. I don't really care. Live your life. However, as long as you don't act like the kids in these videos, especially this one, you're chill with me. But anyways, Hank just was like, okay, man, you want to go to Hot Topic, that's fine. Hank hadn't really been in that much, so he didn't really know what to expect. So Hank was walking into, the Hot Topic, and he was looking around, and there's a whole host of people, and Hank's friend was like, all right, man, I'm going to go to the back of the room. I know what I want. I'm going to go in their skateboard section. You can kind of just wander around here. I'll be out when I'm done. So Hank was totally fine with this, and Hank kind of was wandering around, and he walked over to one of the t-shirt aisles, or one of the t-shirt rack aisles, and that's when he accidentally bumped into this kid. And this kid turns around. And just to paint the picture, this kid has super long black hair. He's got black mascara on, black lipstick. He's got black painted nails. He's got a spiky collar. He's got a black band t-shirt. He's got long black jeans, and then those big black stomper boots. I don't know if you know what I know, if you know what I mean, but those big, kind of those big rubber black boots that are pretty popular right now. And he turns around and he's like, dude, what the heck, bro? And Hank's just like, all right, my fault. I didn't mean to bump into you like that. I was just looking around and wasn't paying attention. And the emo kid's like, dude, you're shut up, bro. Hank's kind of just looking at him I don't really know what you mean. I didn't do anything. Are you good? And the emo kid's like, bro, I don't need to hear that sass from you, bro. I really just don't need to hear that. And Hank says once again, dude, I don't know what you're saying. I'm sorry. I'll just go the other way. And Hank kind of turns around to de-escalate because he doesn't feel escalating anything. It's just not a good idea to get into fights like that. And that's when the emo kid's like, yeah, you would run. You're dressed like one of those jocks anyways. Which, Hank kind of turned around because he didn't know what that even means. First of all, I mean, isn't jock a positive thing? Like, I get that there's a bit of a negative connotation of like, oh, you're a dumb jock or something. But I would have thought that like jock would have meant like, oh, you're an athlete, which isn't that a good thing? Like, I'm kind of confused right now. Is that not a good thing? You know? And Hank, kind of turns back. He's like, dude, like, why? Like, why are you like making a problem with me? I don't have a problem with you. You're kind of the one that's making this into something. Because Hank really did believe like I'm not the one doing anything. It's like 100% this guy who's making it something, you know. And the kid's just like, well, like you're just looking like a dumb jock. Isn't that right, guys? And he turns around and there's two other emo kids, and they look very similar to the main emo kid, but they kind of just, they're dressed slightly different, but really, I mean, it's funny how like I saw this on South Park, but it's funny how like non-conformists all dress the same. I'm just like, well, I mean, you are conforming to something, but anyways, right? So the other two kids, the other emo kids, are kind of there along too, laughing. And Hank is starting to like get upset by this because he doesn't really care about like these random kids what they think, except he's got three kids standing there pointing at him, laughing in his face when Hank didn't deserve it. Like Hank was thinking like, look, if I deserve this, if I was being like an absolute if I was being a jerk to them or for some reason I actually did something, sure, maybe I deserve this. But Hank's just thinking to himself like, dude, I don't deserve this. I was literally just chilling here. I actually bumped into this kid. Like, I'm sorry about that. Like, my fault. Once again, my fault. But that's when Hank turned the tables on the emo kid. And the thing is, right, the emo kid was wearing a band t-shirt. And the thing about band t-shirts is, you don't necessarily need to know everything about some place that you rep. Like if you wear a t-shirt that's from Starbucks and someone's like, okay, well then name all the flavors of like cappuccino you can get. It doesn't have to be like that. But the thing is, a lot of people wear band t-shirts because the band t-shirts look sick and they don't know any of the songs from the band, which, I guess is fine. But like at the end of the day, a lot of people will kind of pretend to know it and not actually know it. So, Hank was like, well, screw it, bro. He's like, all right, buddy. And he looks at the main emo kid, and the main emo kid looks at him back. And he's like, all right, buddy, name me 3 songs from that band. And he points to the emo kid's t-shirt. And I don't know, maybe it was like Nirvana or something. Like one of those kind of like t-shirts or whatever, and the emo kid looks at him, and he has this kind of look of shock. This look of, oh my God, like you caught me. Kind of the look of like, man got caught in a trap right here type of look. And the emo kid's kind of just like, how about you name me 3 songs from this band, bro? And the emo kid turns to look back at his emo kid friends as kind of like, oh, what's their reaction to that sick burn? And they kind of just look at him blankly. I think the emo kid was kind of expecting he would turn around, he'd look back to his friends, and he'd be like, oh yeah, wasn't that a crazy burn? I totally got them. But his friends look back at him kind of just like, dude, like, I don't know how to break it to you, but you didn't get him. So the emo kid turns back around. He's like, I don't need to do anything you say, bro. I'm not going to conform to your standards. And then the two emo kids were like, yeah, that's right on, bro. You're so right. And they like dap him up. And Hank at this point, he's just so done. He's just like, bro, because he realizes, like, Hank's like, you know what? I'm not going to fight with these kids. These kids are obviously a lost cause. This is not worth my time. So Hank gets up, he turns around, and he kind of says, like, whatever, man, like, go live your life. Hank turns around, starts to walk away, and that's when he feels a tug on his pants. And he turns around, and he sees the emo kid failing to pull down his pants. So basically, the emo kid couldn't, wanted to, he couldn't let Hank just leave by himself. Like, he couldn't let him just do that. So when Hank turned around and started to walk away, the emo kid, went to jump and try and pull down his pants to pants him, to embarrass him, to impress his emo kid friends and be like, oh my God, I totally owned him, dude. So at this point, Hank is like, dude, stop pulling down my pants, bro. And the emo kid's like, oh, sorry, I just slipped. And he's like, and his emo kid friends laugh along as well. At this point, Hank's getting really annoying. He's like, sorry, bro, I'm not into you like that. He's like, what? He's like, yeah, you're trying to pull down my pants, so you're telling me you're not trying to get a peek? And the emo kid's like, dude, it's not like that. I was trying to pants you. And Hank's like, yeah, you wanted to pants me so you could see my bare bottom. Did you really want to see my bare bottom that bad? And at this point, the other two emo kids start laughing a little bit. And the main emo kid turns around and he's like, "Stop laughing, it's not funny." Turns back around, he's like, "Dude, you don't know what you just did." And the emo kid walks up to Hank with his chest puffed out. He's like, "Bro, you literally don't know what you just did. You don't know who you're messing with." Okay, I don't know if he started to tear up or anything, but at the exact same time, the mall cop that happened to be like going around the mall to make sure that nothing's like happening looks into the Hot Topic and sees basically this kid walk up to this other kid with his chest puffed out. So the mall cop outside kind of slows down walking and looks inside. And sure enough, right, Hank is like, "Hey, look, I'm not looking for any trouble." And the emo kid's like, "Yeah, that's what I thought. You're freaking scared, bro. Don't tell me otherwise. You're freaking scared." And at this point, Hank's like, "Dude, I'm not scared. It's not like that. I just don't want any trouble. Like, you're not worth my time." And he's like, "I am worth your time. I'm worth all of your time plus some because I'm worth more than you, dude. You don't know who you're messing with." At this point, right, the emo kid was really kind of just showing his true colors and being like, I mean, kid's insecure. That's fair enough. He's trying to act all tough in front of his friends. So once again, Hank's like, he turns around and he's like, "All right, man." He's like, "Dude, I'm just not doing this. Once again, have a good life." Hank turns around, and as Hank's turning around, the emo kid is like, in his head, he's like, "I can't let this slide." So the emo kid literally raises up his hand and swings on Hank. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, go ahead and comment emo down below. I just want to see how many people made it to the end of this video, as I do appreciate you guys. Best way to support the channel, as always, is just watch a bunch of the videos. The more watch time you give to the channel, the more we get promoted in the algorithm, and I really, really do appreciate it. Let me know in the comment section what you do while watching my videos. I genuinely want to know. Just so you know, all these episodes are in Spotify. It's in the description, the first link. Please rate us 5 stars when you have a chance. If you want to submit these stories, and please do, because, that's how I make these videos, go to my Instagram or Twitter. They're both in the description, but they're also at Connor Pugs. I got a Discord server, link in description, code Connor Pugs for 10% off gamer subs. Let's get back to the story. So Hank, remember, he turns around and Hank's like, "Dude, I'm not going to deal with you like that. It's not worth my time." So Hank turns around and the emo kid, who's like, I can't let Hank like one up me. Like, I can't let this random kid like, kind of like alpha me in front of my emo kid friends or whatever. So as Hank turns around, the emo kid swings on him, takes his fist. The thing is, though, the emo kid's not like a trained, fighter or boxer or something. So obviously the emo kid doesn't make contact with Hank. Instead of making contact with Hank, the emo kid nearly misses Hank, and his right hook goes right through a rack of clothes. The emo kid was really putting his full force into this too. Because once the emo kid misses and whiffs on Hank, the emo kid flies forward into the rack of clothes. So he basically pushes himself into a rack of clothes, fails to swing on him. The mall cop, however, did see the emo kid try and swing on Hank, so he walks in there. Hank turns around, and he sees the emo kid on the floor in a pile of clothes, and he's just so confused on what happened. And then, Hank turns around the other way to see a mall cop standing in front of him. So Hank's really confused at this moment. He's like, okay, 1 second ago, I turned away from the emo kid, and a second later, the emo kid is sitting face first in a pile of clothes, and a mall cop is standing above me. This literally makes no sense. And sure enough, the mall cop's like, "Hey, hold up, everyone, I gotta talk to you guys." And the two emo kids, from the back, they get scared and they literally run off. They disappear into the rest of the story. He's like, "Hey, you get back here." But also the mall cop didn't really care that much because the two people that he really wanted to talk to were both Hank and the emo kid who swung on him. So the emo kid gets up. He's kind of panting a little bit. He's like, and the mall cop's like, hey, I saw you swing on this kid. I know you didn't make contact, but you did try and swing on this kid. It's 100%. What's going on here? The emo kid's like, "Dude, I was just defending myself." And at this point, Hank's like, "That's not the case. This kid and I were kind of talking back and forth. He tried to pull down my pants. I made fun of him for doing that. I turned around. He tried to swing on me." At this point, right, the mall cop kind of witnessed the last 60% of this altercation. So he knows for a fact that he saw the emo kid try and pull down the pants and then have an argument. So the emo kid says, "Well, after I pulled down his pants, this kid tried to swing on me and I just defended myself. And the thing is, right, that was a mistake for the emo kid because the mall cop had been watching the whole thing. So the mall cop knew for a fact that that wasn't the case of what happened. So the mall cop goes on to say, like, dude, I know for a fact that's not what happened. I saw you guys kind of like bickering in the store, and I wanted to make sure that we had no like nonsense going on. Obviously, some nonsense did go on, and I watched the whole thing. I saw you try and pull down this kid's pants. He did not swing on you. I don't know what he said to you that offended you or anything, but it's very clearly that, you're the aggressor here, and like, I can't have that. So he's like, hey, I'm gonna need you to come with me. And the emo kid's like, all right, buddy, go ahead with him. And the emo kid is like looking at Hank and kind of giving him this look of like, come on, bud, like, go ahead. He's asking for you. When in truth, the mall cop is not asking for Hank. The mall cop is asking for the emo kid. So the mall cop's like, sorry, man, you must be mistaken. I'm not asking for this guy over here, pointing to Hank. He's like, I'm asking for you. And he points at the emo kid. And the emo kid is so absolutely stunned by this revelation. He's like, at this point, the emo kid is practically speechless. The emo kid is standing there, is just like, you must have some kind of mistake or something. Like, you can't be talking about me. That's insane. Like, there's no way. Like, what do you mean? Hanks is looking at the emo kid with this bit of a smirk. The mall cop is kind of like, come on, bud. Like, we don't want to have any trouble here. Make this nice and easy for all of us. Just come along with me. And, at this point, the emo kid is looking at Hank and kind of just giving him this look of like, this isn't over, buddy. This isn't over. And Hank is kind of just like, wow, this like a lot just went down in the last 5 minutes, because this was like no longer than like 10 minutes of an altercation. And as soon as the mall cop basically drags the emo kid away, his friend comes rushing up to him. And he's like, dude, like, I just checked out the thing I was getting. And in his hand, he had this, like, skateboard thing or whatever. He's like, dude, I just saw, like, a mall cop over here. I saw some kid getting dragged out of the store. Did you happen to see what happened? And Hank just looks at his friend and is like, did I happen to see what happened? He's like, buddy, I lived what happened. Okay, so we're going to call the subscriber for the next story Bobby. I got a little King the Hill theme going on with these names because I got Bobby and Hank. You know, and you're cool. Anyway, so Bobby was like hanging out at home one day and one of his friends hits him up. And, Bobby, doesn't see this friend this often because they happen to be going to two different schools, even though they live relatively in the same area. They're both in high school and they're both seniors in high school. So Bobby's friend, who we're going to call Ben, actually happens to have a car at this point. And, Bobby's friend Ben hits up Bobby one day and Bobby's just chilling at home and he gets a text from Ben saying, hey, do you want to like hang out today? And Bobby was feeling kind of lazy, so he's like, maybe, like, what do you want to do? His friend's like, dude, I want to go to the skate park. And Bobby, in his head, he's like, I don't know if I want to go. Like, this is, I don't know. I don't know, man. I really don't know. And Bobby should have stayed home that day based on what was about to go down, but he didn't because he wanted to see his friend Ben, and he was like, wait, what else am I going to do today? Watch Netflix? I know for a fact by the end of the day, if I'm just sitting here watching Netflix, I'm not going to be a happy camper. So sure enough, Bobby texts him back. He's like, yeah, man, like, I don't got a ride, but if you can pick me up 100%. So sure enough, this friend, I don't know, an hour later, pulls up to Bobby's house and says, hey, man, get in. And, Bobby shows up to the window. He's like, hey, what's up, Ben? Haven't seen you in forever. Just so you know, I don't have a skateboard, just so you're aware. And Ben's like, dude, I got two in the back. Don't worry about that. I got you. So sure enough, Ben hops into the car with Bobby. And, they drive, or Bobby hops into the car with Ben. They drive over to the skate park, which is like 15 minutes away from where Bobby lives. And they get out, and, Bobby used to skate a little bit back in the day with his friend. It's been a while, so he's not going to do any tricks or anything like that, but he's just getting along, he's just getting on the board. He's kind of riding around a bit, just getting a little bit of exercise. And mostly he's out there just to hang out with Ben because he hasn't seen Ben in a second, and they used to be really tight. So sure enough, Bobby and Ben are just chilling at the skate park. They're having a good time. They're kind of just living their life. And that's when a very specific looking group, of these emo kids. They pop out of nowhere, basically, and they just appear at the end of the skate park. So this skate park is pretty big. It's not like a massive one. It's not like where you'd have a professional skater event or something. But it's a pretty big skate park. Like, the city definitely puts in like a good amount of bread into making this. So sure enough, they're looking over and they see this group of kids. And this group of kids has like a ringleader that's like standing in front of the other two. And he's kind of dressed like the other, they're all dressed like kind of like the other emo kids in the last story time. So I'm not going to go ahead and describe them. They're dressed a little bit differently, but it's all kind of the same, if you know what I mean. So sure enough, the kids are just standing at the end of the park. And it's really awkward because like Bobby goes over to Ben. He's like, dude, like, see those kids? And Ben's like, yeah, I've just been staring at them. And Ben's like, dude, they just been looking at us for like the last, and he checks his watch. He's like, dude, they just been looking at us for like the last like 2 minutes, bro. That's really freaking weird. And Bobby's like, yeah, man, like this is kind of weird. I don't totally know like what's the deal with all this. Like, do you know what's up with them? And Ben's like, dude, I don't go to this skate park. Like, this is your skate park. And Bobby's like, yeah, I don't really skate anymore, so I don't know. Maybe this is like a place they normally go to. Either way, this is kind of weird. Let's just stay on this side, and hopefully they'll stay on their side. And if they come over, hopefully they're cool. Spoiler, they're not cool. Yeah, they're the farthest thing from cool. But anyways, Bobby and Ben try and ignore these kids, as these kids literally, the thing is, these kids, they don't even have they don't even have like a skateboard with them. And you don't need to have a skateboard to hang out at a skate park. A park is a park, and it's a cool place to hang out with some friends. That's 100% true. However, I will say it is a little weird to like show up in a group of kids or a group of like a bunch of people, stand there and watch other people without saying anything to each other, without doing anything like that. I will say that itself is pretty weird. So sure enough, Bobby and Ben are just kind of standing there like, dude, this is really freaking weird. What's going on? And that's when they look over, and sure enough, they see the emo kids start to walk closer to them. Like, the emo kids were just standing there for a good solid, I would say 10 minutes. And that's when the emo kids start to walk over to Bobby and Ben. And at this point, Ben turns over. He's like, dude, what is up with your neighborhood, bro? Like, why do you always get the weirdos? And Bobby's like, dude, it's not my fault. I don't go here this often. I don't know. And that's when the group of emo kids shows up. And there's, like, very clearly, like, this is going to sound weird, but, like, an alpha one. Like, okay. I'm not trying to use, like, weird, like, alpha male terms or whatever. Oh, Connor, which one's the sigma male? Shut up if you say that in the comment section, unironically, dude. Actually, shut up. But anyways, sure enough, the kind of like the alpha of the pack, whatever that even means in emo pack words, is like, hey, you two, I need a word with you. And Bobby and Ben kind of just look at each other just like, oh my God, like what's going on here? It's just kind of strange. Ben kind of like whispers over to Bobby like, dude, we are never going back to your park ever again. And Bobby kind of just gives him this look of like, dude, I can't control this. So sure enough, the emo kid, let's just call him the alpha emo kid. No, I can't say that for much longer. The main emo kid, King the Pack or whatever, walks up to them. He's like, bro, do you not know? And Bobby and Ben kind of look at each other, and Bobby speaks up and says, no, like knows what, like no what. The emo kid laughs. He's like, oh, you don't know then. This is our turf, dude. And Bobby and Ben kind of look at each other, and Ben speaks up like, turf? Emo kid's like, yeah, man, you don't understand. This is our turf. And Bobby just means like, what does that even mean? And they're like, dude, you don't want to mess with us. And one of them like legitimately pulls out like a wand. Not like a knife or something. Not like actually trying to be intimidating. Like this isn't like, oh, they think they're like actually in a gang or something. This is their turf. They pull out a wand, like a freaking Harry Potter magic wand. And the main emo kid's like, bro, my boy over here knows magic. You don't want to mess with him, dude. And so Bobby and Ben kind of look at these kids, and Ben speaks up. Ben's a little bit more brash. Ben's a little bit more, I don't know, confident is maybe the wrong word, but I'm going to use that word than confrontational. That's right. Ben's a bit more confrontational than Bobby is. So Bobby would have been fine literally just going somewhere else. It's not like there's not a lot of other places. I mean, there's not a lot of other places they could go, but it's not like Bobby's a big skater in the first place. He just wanted to hang out with Ben. And Ben literally goes up. He's like, dude, what are you going to do with that little magic wand? You're going to wave it around, put a spell on me? It's this freaking Harry Potter, dude. We don't care. You guys don't have turf. That's ridiculous. Like, look, we're not taking up the whole park. This park's massive. You guys chill over there. We'll do our thing over here. There won't be any trouble. The emo kid's like, dude, there's going to be trouble if you guys don't leave, or at least pay respects. And, Ben at this point's like, the frick you mean pay respects? Like, what is that? Like, what do you even mean by that? And at this point, Bobby's starting to realize that Ben is kind of finding this amusing more than concerning. Bobby's more concerned by this just because they outnumber them like 4-2. And these emo kids definitely like aren't hitting the gym every day, but at the same time, like 4 to 2, it doesn't matter like how big you are. Like you're not taking them one-on-one. So like Bobby didn't want anything like that. Even if it's that emo kid smoke, he didn't want it in the first place. So sure enough, Bobby kind of looks at Ben and kind of gives him a look of like, hey, like, come on now. And Ben is like, no, I'm going with this. And Ben's like, all right, man, you know what? Put a spell on us, bro. Like, if you honestly, like, you know what? We're going to take the punishment. Put a spell on us. And the main emo kid looks at them and is like, dude, you don't want our smoke like that. You don't want us to, like, drop a spell on you like that, bro. You don't know our power. You don't totally get it. And Bobby is just looking at them. And Bobby's, like, kind of, like, completely freaked out at this point. Not that they're going to actually put a spell on him and, you know, I don't know, curse him or something. Bobby's just so freaked out by everything going on that he just doesn't want anything to do with it. So Bobby is like, I don't know, man. How about we just like, we stay here and you go over there? And the emo kid's like, I'm not talking to you, little boy. Which like Bobby was like so taken aback by this that and Ben was like, you don't call my friend that. Come on, if you're such a big guy, little boy. And at this point, Ben says little boy back to them. If you're not such a big guy, little boy, put a spell on us. And he points to the guy in the back. And there's like a little emo kid in the back with like a little magic wand or something. The main emo kid says, you know what? Gentlemen, I don't want you guys to be seriously hurt. So I'm going to give you one more chance to leave the premises. Or my friend will put a spell on you. And you will be cursed so badly that you will not make it out of this park alive. We have magical powers that you simply don't understand. And Ben is looking at them. And Bobby is looking at them. And the emo kids are looking back. At this point, it's one of those classic Texas standoffs, like who's going to shoot first, but instead of shooting, it's either staying there or shooting your magic spells through your wand or whatever. And, you know, Ben was like, all right, no, we're staying here. Put a spell on us. Do it. And the emo kid is like, fine, you've sealed your fate. And all of them walk away. At this point, you know, Bobby and Ben look at each other. Bobby's like, dude, those kids are weird. Like, I have no idea what's going on. Ben is like, really is your neighborhood spawning out the most NPCs in the world, dude? Like, this is crazy. And, you know, Bobby and Ben were probably going to go back and forth a little bit about how weird these kids were, but they were unfortunately interrupted by chanting. So they look over and they see the emo kids like holding hands, chanting, like kind of like going in a circle, like kind of like moving in a circle, holding hands, chanting like demonic tongues. At this point, Bobby's like, bro, I'm kind of freaked out. And Ben's like, dude, this is a comedy routine. Please, like, chill out. And at this point, they do like the chanting gets louder and louder. And it's kind of weird. Like, it's really strange. It's like they definitely been rehearsing this. And Bobby admits to me that for a split second, he was thinking, like, dude, what if these kids actually have magic powers? Spoiler, they don't. They're just weird, right? And by the end of the chant, you know, one of the kids comes over. The main one grabs the wand, starts swinging it around, and starts walking over to them. He's like, one last chance, boys. I'm giving you one last chance to literally survive. I'm giving you one more chance unless you want to, like, if you want to leave here and see your parents again. And Bobby was just in his head like, dude, this kid's legitly weird. And Ben says, you know, bring it on, dude. I want to see the worst you have. And Bobby was like, you know, he admits, you know, he was a little bit concerned just because, I don't know, just like the confidence these emo kids had was kind of startling. And the main emo kid's like, fine. Takes up his wand. He starts like saying a bunch of like random gibberish and waving his wand in a circular motion, pointing it at Bobby, right? Or at Ben, not Bobby. And Ben, you know, kind of looks at Bobby and gives him a wink. And Bobby knows that, but you know, Ben's about to be up to some mischief. And the kid is like, ha-da-da-da, ha-da-da-da, ha-boy. Or it does like what is very clearly like the final motion. And Ben literally like opens his eyes super wide, clutches his heart, and drops to the ground and doesn't move. Bobby is like a little bit freaked out, but he also remembers that Ben just like gave him a big wink. And you hear all the emo kids, like some of them are in the back like, oh my God, it actually worked. The spell actually worked. And the main emo kid has this look on his face, like the most scared look you've ever seen. The main emo kid was terrified because for a good 30 seconds, the main emo kid actually thought that he just killed this kid from his like magic spell or whatever. So sure enough, the emo kid like drops his wand, rushes up to Ben, and is like, no, the spell, it was too powerful. I should have held back. And Bobby's just looking at him. And the emo kids, the other ones, are standing like talking to each other, and they're like frantically talking to each other. They're really concerned about this. They're like, dude, do we call the cops? Do we bury the body? Like, what do we do? Like, what if our parents find out? All this kind of nonsense, right? And that's when you hear giggling. It started as giggling, but then it just evolved into laughter. And that's when Ben flips over and you can see that he's just been laughing. He couldn't hold it in any longer. And he gets up, he's like, oh my God, you fell for it. This is the funniest thing ever. He's like, guys, you're not wizards, you're just weird. Go to that side of the park. We're gonna be here, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's when I think the emo kids kind of realized that, they weren't gonna scare them out of there, and they definitely were not gonna fight them out of there either. So sure enough, the emo kids they don't even say anything. These kids I guess they're kind of done with trying to scare like Bobby and Ben out of there. So they pick up their stuff, they get up, and they leave. And Bobby and Ben, they go back to doing their whatever they were doing before. But it really was just never the same after that, because like for the rest of the day, Ben would just continuously make emo kid jokes, and Bobby would laugh and make them back. So in fact, the rest of the day was better than ever before. And this happened a long time ago. Like, this happened like 4 or 5 years ago. And Bobby and Ben actually reunited about a year ago. And literally, the only thing they did during their, when they reunited was retold this story and, made jokes about it the entire time. And, this is probably, if you want to continue supporting the channel, please
click
watch
on the
another
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? Today we have a story of one of the cringiest emo kids of all time, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're calling today's subscriber who submitted the story Brent. So this all happened when Brent was at soccer camp. And so Brent went to the soccer camp every single year, and it just happened that this year he encountered the emo kid at soccer camp. So anyways, this was just another summer of Brent going to soccer camp. His mom dropped him off, and once again, he was pretty excited to go. Unfortunately, some of the friends he made from the year before, they didn't show up this time, so he was very proactive about finding people, meeting new people, and trying to make some new friends. So anyways, in the very beginning of soccer camp, they had kind of a get to know other people type deal. And all of a sudden, right, Brent sees this girl, and she was at kind of the girls' soccer camp. So it was kind of split up like boys' soccer camp and girls' soccer camp. However, it was all under the same umbrella of the soccer camp program. So they would eat lunch together, do non-soccer activities, but the morning soccer practices were kind of split up by gender like that. And so anyways, right away, Brent saw this girl, Emily, and he immediately kind of fell in love with her. Not actually, but was like, OMG, lol, she's cute. I'm going to try and hit. No, I'm just kidding. He's like, I don't know. He's going to soccer camp. He's not trying to hit, bro. That's crazy. But anyways, right, so she's going to be an important character later on. But for the meantime, we don't need to think about her because someone much more important comes into the picture. So while Brent is thinking about oh my God, look at that girl over there. I got to start talking to her. That's crazy. He accidentally bumps into this guy and he turns around. This guy is I don't know, a little bit bigger than him, a little bit heavier than him, just kind of a bigger guy. And he's got this long black hair that's swooshed over. He's wearing the standard soccer cleats, but otherwise it's this black band heavy metal t-shirt. He's got black painted nails. He's got a spiky wristband on or whatever. And he turns around. He's like, yo, what did you bump into me, bro? And Brent's like, oh, my fault. Didn't mean to do that. He's like, you don't think that I'm an alpha? Is that what you think? Brent's like, what? He's like, I'm an alpha male, just in case you weren't aware, which I know that you subconsciously were because, all betas instantly know when there's an alpha present. And Andrew was the guy from 7 stories ago. Brent was like, what? He's like, bro, do you not know what beta males and alpha males are? Well, basically, beta males are like you and lame, and alpha males are strong, powerful, and dominant in the pack. And with that, the emo kid does a big, swipe of his big, long, black hair. So, his bangs would no longer cover his eyes. It immediately fell back in front of his face.
He's like, yeah, just so you know, kid, get out of my way. And the emo kid, like, shuffles away. And this was Brent's first interaction with the emo kid. So he's like, okay, that's cool, man. Like, okay, see you around, buddy. Bye-bye. So anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. After soccer practice in the morning, Brent was actually one of the better kids there. He was pretty good at soccer. They had lunch, and then in the afternoon, they had activities such as like this, like, I don't know, like tag, capture the flag, all kind of like random camp activities. And today was capture the flag, and Brent happened to be on the same team as Emily. So immediately he goes over there. He's like, hey, how's it going? Like, my name is Brent. Emily's like, hey, like, my name's Emily. Nice to meet you. And Brent and Emily immediately hit it off. They're having a good time. They're talking with each other. They're enjoying each other's company. You simply love to see it. And, like, from very far away, Brent catches the eye of the emo kid who's on the other team and is just staring him down for some reason. Brent doesn't really think much of it, and then, like, he goes back to talking to Emily. So they're playing capture the flag right now, and Brent, runs over to the other side, gets the flag, right, and starts running back to his side. If you don't know capture the flag, there's, like, this little penny on both sides, or, like, a little piece of cloth or something, and while you're on the opponent's side, if they tag you, you're in jail, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to run over there, grab their flag, and run back to your side without being tagged. However, there was a stipulation that it had to be a tag. This isn't tackling. You can't push someone. You can't, like, punch them or anything. You have to tag them if they're on your side. So, Brent is running over there. Sorry, I have a list of names in front of me and from other stories. Brent is running over there. He grabs the enemy team's flag and is running back to his side, and he's really close when he just, like, immediately slams into the ground. And that's when he realizes that there's a big guy on top of him. And that's when he realizes that the emo kid tackled him. So the emo kid's like, nice try, buddy. Next time, try not to fight the alpha males. And then camp counselor comes over and says, hey, we said no tackling. You're on the sidelines, points to the emo kid, he's disqualified or whatever, has to sit on the sidelines. Ooh, so alpha, man. But anyways, right, so the penny's returned, but also Brent isn't in, like, jail. He goes back to the other side, and the emo kid has to sit out for the rest of capture the flag. And Brent continues to talk to Emily, and the entire time, the emo kid is just, like, looking over, and he's, like, all angrily staring at Brent. So Brent is now his official enemy. Brent kind of just assumed that they were enemies because of when he bumped into him and also when he got him disqualified, which, did Brent really get him disqualified, or was it because he's an idiot and jumped on him? That's why he got disqualified? Who knows, man? But there was another reason why the emo kid hated Brent. There was another reason that Brent did not realize at the moment, but was very, very, very potent, and is going to be very, very important for later on in the story. I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It starts with an E and ends with a Emily. Did you guys get it? Starts with an E and ends with Emily. Emily? I'm just gonna tell you, yeah, it is Emily, the girl. So the emo kid likes her. Anyways, so Brent and Emily talk for the rest of that capture the flag game. The entire time the emo kid is staring Brent down. Brent just simply assumes, well, this kid hates me for that reason only. But let me just say that the next week of soccer camp was the craziest week that Brent has ever had. So anyways, right, his mom picks him up. He goes back home. His mom's like, hey, how was the first day? And Brent says, oh, I met this really weird kid who tackled me. And she's like, oh my God, are you okay? He's like, yeah, actually, I have barely any scrapes on me even, but he seems to not like me, so I'll keep you updated on that. So Brent is dropped off the next day, and he walks over there. And that's when the emo kid, is just staring him down. And, Brent is kind of walking over because there's a little bit of like a 5, 10, 15-minute period where the kids are just standing around talking with each other, waiting for them all to be dropped off. And then the soccer camp officials or camp counselors would then split them up into groups, do soccer drills, play games, whatever, standard kind of affair. And he's just kind of waiting around. And that's when the emo kid comes up to him and says, so you're challenging my authority as the alpha man? And Brent is kind of just like, what? He's like, I'll say it again, just in case your little beta ears couldn't hear me. So you're challenging my authority that I am the alpha male of the pack. If we were wolves, which we kind of are, and Brent was like, what? If we were wolves, as we kind of are, as I said, I would be the alpha male, alpha wolf, and you would be the beta wolf,
and I would be banging your wife while you watch Little Cuck Beta Wolf. Whoa. And Brent is looking at this kid, and this kid is like, no offense, but this kid is like the opposite of what a stereotypical alpha male would look like, right? One of those red-pilled alpha males. It just looks the complete opposite of that. But anyways, Brett's not gonna get into like he's not gonna rebuttal this kid, because like, what is there to rebuttal? Everything, man. Like this kid has no argument. But anyways, Brent's like, okay, and the emo kid's like, well, you say okay, but remember yesterday when you got me kicked out of the game, which you obviously tipped off the ref? And Brent's like, bro, you tackled me. It's very clearly stated in the rule books that you're not allowed to tackle anyone. How is this on me? He's like, dude, it was so clearly on you because the ref understood that I was the alpha male and I was simply asserting my dominance, bro. And, Brent's just like, dude, the frick are you talking about, dude? Like, I paid him off with what? The $5 allowance I get a week? With what? My used smelly, stinky socks? What do I have? And he's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe you took his daughter on a date because his daughter's so ugly she'd never get a date. Oh. And Brent's like, was that a diss? Like, does he even have a daughter? He's like 20, bro. What? And the emo kid's like, anyways, I just wanted to let you know that I'm the alpha man. You're the beta man. I will do your wife when you have one. And scene. And the emo kid walks away. And Brent at this point is like, what? Why? Why is this my life? Anyway, so skip forward to the soccer practice. They're put into groups, and the emo kid was in Group B earlier, so they basically split them up into Group A and Group B. So the Group A is the better players, and Group B is the I'm just kidding, the players who are newer to soccer. And the emo kid apparently was on the cusp of Group A. Was at the very top of Group B, and because his performance was good enough, he was actually moved up to Group A. So now Brent, instead of having a morning to himself to focus on soccer, now had to deal with the emo kid being, thrown into the mix here. So anyways, they're doing some drills with the soccer ball, and they're kind of like kicking them around cones. You had to kind of keep control of the ball while you were running. And the emo kid, they said, okay, line up into 3 groups. And the emo kid immediately ran behind Brent. And Brent kind of looks behind him. He's like, what? And the emo kid said, nothing, Brent. Just letting you know that I'm the alpha male here. And Brent's like, okay, fine. Let's just do the drill. So the ref blows the whistle. Brent starts kicking the ball and moving with it. And the emo kid immediately runs up behind him and trips him. He's like, oh, sorry. And the ref's like, hey. And the emo kid's like, it was an accident, I swear. And the ref's like, all right, be careful. And Brent is starting to get really angry because, if you get an injury in soccer, especially if you get, a foot injury, he could be out for the entire week. I mean, this is, one of his favorite camps that he has every single summer. He loves going to it. It's one of his favorite things to do. And this emo kid, for the second time in the last 24 hours, has, has gotten really close to causing him a pretty big injury. He could have jumped, he jumped on him yesterday. He ran behind him, knocking him over. What if he twisted an ankle? What if he, fractured something in his leg? It's not that hard, especially when you got a big old kid jumping on top of you every 5 minutes. It's difficult. It's not that difficult, man. So anyways, Brent, for the next activity, waits to get into line before the emo kid does, because he doesn't want to be in the same line as the emo kid. But it turns out that, everyone else lines up, and it's literally just Brent and the emo kid waiting for each other to move, because the Brent wants to go where the emo kid doesn't go, and the emo kid wants to go where Brent goes. And the refs not the refs, but the soccer coaches are like, come on, kind of guys, get into line. And Brent's like, okay. And he sprints to the end of the line, and then the emo kid sprints to the back of that line. And the coach is like, emo kid, says his actual name, can you go to another line? That line's too long. And the emo kid's like, okay, moves over one line. And when the coach turns his head, the emo kid literally runs back into the line with Brent again. So when the coach turns around, he's like, wait, emo kid, I said, could you go to that line? And he's like, fine. Emo kid eventually goes to that line, actually does that.
So for the rest of the soccer practice, the emo kid tried to like bump into Brent, tried to make his life difficult, basically was just being a big butt the entire time. But thankfully, right, that nothing really happened. He didn't bump into Brent successfully again. In fact, the emo kid, most of the time when he tried to bump into Brent would do some like very slick soccer move, kind of like break his ankles, not literally, but you know what I mean. And the emo kid would like fall flat on his face because he kind of like tried to run into Brent, and then Brent sidestepped him and completely swerved out of his way. Anyways, though, things start to get a little bit more interesting because throughout the next day, Brent and Emily are talking it up. It's very like, it's kind of like the known thing for the camp that like those two were kind of like the unofficial soccer camp couple. I don't know if your camps had stuff like that, but this was true for the soccer camp. And word was that like the two of them, they were gonna kiss soon. Oh my God, guys, isn't that like 12th base or something? So sure enough, right, one of these days, so like a day later, Emily and Brent are just sitting with each other at lunch. They're kind of on like a quote unquote date or whatever. And that's when a girl comes over and sits next to them. And Emily's like, oh, this is my friend Robin. And Robin's like, hey guys, like, I just want to let you know, Emily, that the kid over there, and points to the emo kid, is planning to ask you out soon. And Emily's like, dude, I don't know that kid. I've never spoken to him in my life. And Brent's like, oh my God, I know exactly who that kid is. Emily's like, what? And Brent basically tells her the story that I told you guys for the last 13 minutes. And she's like, oh my God, he's the worst. And Brent's like, well, that would explain why he really hates me too, because like, not just that I embarrassed him, but I've been hanging out with you the entire time. And, he probably knows that we've been talking a lot. And Emily laughs a little bit. And this is when Robin says, dude, like, I'm serious. This kid is going to come over and ask you out within like the next 24 hours. He's going to do it publicly. It's going to be really embarrassing. Everyone's told him not to do it, but he's in his own world. You gotta let him down nicely though. And Brent was like, no mercy, make him suffer. Emily's like, Brent, I'm not gonna make him suffer. I don't know this kid. Brent's like, make him suffer. Emily's like, shh. Okay, I'm gonna be nice. When he comes over, I'm gonna be firm, I'm gonna be direct, but I'm gonna be nice about it, I'm gonna be cordial, and life is gonna go back to what it was before. So sure enough, right, Brent now realizes that the emo kid has a massive crush on Emily. And Brent also starts to think about it. When Emily says no to him, and when she starts really, hanging out with me more, and when word gets around that we kiss, because we totally are, this is in Brent's head, right, he's gonna actually, like, ramp up the craziness even more than it already is. I think I'm screwed, boys. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. I'm going to heart as many comments as I can that say that. That is the secret word of the day. And also, if you want to support the channel and help boost me back into the algorithm, all you got to do is at some point, maybe after this video, maybe later, sit down and watch a bunch of my videos in a row, maybe while you're playing video games or drawing or cleaning a room, or maybe to help you go to sleep. I take that as a compliment now. I understand it. Leave in the comment section down below how you're helping boost the channel. I will heart it. I will say thank you, and I'll even shout some people out, like the person on screen right now. Thank you to this person on screen and all of you guys for all the support recently. It's really helped boost the channel. We're growing again. You'll love to see it. Let's get back to the story. So anyways, flash forward to that night, or not that night, but that afternoon. Remember when this is the mixed gender, just fun, more camp activities, they're playing dodgeball. And sure enough, the emo kid and Brent actually happen to be on the same team this time. So emo kid and Brent, they're picking up the dodgeballs, they're throwing them, they're trying to avoid being hit by the dodgeballs. And the emo kid walks over and is like, sup, bro? And Brent's like, what? Emo kid's like, I just wanted to let you know that, I know that you and Emily, or you have been trying to flirt with Emily, and it's been failing horribly from my sources, at least that's what my sources said. And I just want to let you know that, I let you have your fun. I let you play like the little beta little lamb you are. But I'm actually going to come in and, as the alpha male, assert my dominance and claim what is mine. Emily shall be my girlfriend by the end of tomorrow. Mark my words, and I will watch
as little tears roll down your face because you're so sad that I took your girl. Oh, little Brent, I'm so sorry. Brent's like, dude, she's not gonna, I've talked to her, she's gonna say no. Don't do it. I hate you, but I know for a fact that you're gonna get rejected in front of everyone. The emo kid's like, nice try, little boy. I know for a fact that my testosterone is 10 trillion and yours is 0. So based on that alone, plus a billion other factors, such as my manliness, my alpha maleness, my swag, overall levels, and a billion more things. She will obviously say yes to me. And even if you two are fake dating, she'll break up with you immediately to say yes to me. I just know some things that you don't know, Brent. Get over it. So the emo kid walks away. And Brent's like, well, my conscience is clear because I tried to warn the kid not to do it. I tried to warn the kid, right? I'm not a bad guy. I told him not to do it. I said, I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, I don't like you, but I want to help you here. He didn't listen to me. It's not my fault, whatever happens tomorrow. Next day rolls around. At soccer practice, the emo kid for the entire morning is like, Brent, better spend the last moments with Emily as you can because she's about to be my girlfriend. Oh, and Brent's like, dude, shut up, dude. He's like, oh my God, am I getting to you, man? Am I getting to you, man? Oh, man, it was so easy to break your thin, weak beta skin. Oh my God, my words are hurting you so much. I'm gonna lick up your little salty tears. They're so tasty and so good. And Brent's like, shut up, bro. You're gonna get embarrassed. I can't wait for the moment. She better go hard. Anyways, flash forward to lunch. The moment. So anyways, Brent is sitting with Emily, and Emily's like, dude, the emo kid, I can't see him anywhere. And Brent's like, dude, he's gonna ask you out. It's happening. Get over it. It's gonna happen any second. She's like, he's gonna do it the next day, which means probably now in front of everyone. And, Brent's like, that's what he said he would do. And Brent was like, oh my God, don't turn around. Because Brent was looking, and the emo kid was walking over. And what was he walking over with? He was walking over with a boom box. You already know where this is going. And Brent's like, you know what? Brace yourself. Try and have an out-of-body experience right now so you don't have to deal with what's about to happen. This is about to be bad, Emily. I'm so sorry. And Emily's like, oh my God. And that's when you start to hear music. It's the emo kid's personal band. So it's like this heavy metal rock band. So just imagine some like heavy metal rock going in the background. And the lyrics are, Emily, yeah, Emily, why do you hang with losers like Brent? Emily, please love me. Yeah. And it's just kind of like more stuff like that in the background. And the emo kid is like rocking out by himself with an air guitar while this is all going on. It is the worst moment of Brent's life because the secondhand embarrassment is so strong, he's basically getting firsthand embarrassment from the whole thing. Everyone has stopped eating and turned around, including the camp counselors. They're just watching this kid bounce around with an air guitar with his like super long black bangs flying all around the place as this boombox plays one of the crappiest songs they've ever heard, terribly mixed, the worst lyrics, basically saying that Brent sucks and that she should be in love with him, and he's bouncing around, and then after 5 whole excruciating minutes, and everyone at this point is laughing and trying to hold themselves together, after 5 whole long excruciating minutes of the worst music ever and some like really bad air guitar and bouncing around, the song stops and the emo kid says, Emily, it is clear who you shall choose. What is your verdict? And Emily's like, I'm sorry, I don't know you. I'm not going out with you. Emo kid's like, that's hilarious. What's your actual verdict? Emily's like, dude, I don't know you. He's like, dude, that's hilarious. What's your actual verdict? And Brent's like, all right, man, that's enough. Let's concede while we're behind. The emo kid looks at Brent and says, this isn't over, man. And he walks away with his boombox. And Brent's like, why did he say that to me? I didn't dump him. And Emily's like, dude, that was worse than I could have ever imagined. And right, so Robin, the friend who warned them, came over again and said, look, I should have warned you about that.
I didn't think it was real. I didn't even think that that was actually going to happen. I was told earlier this morning and I laughed. I'm so sorry. I should take anything that you hear about this kid seriously from this point on because, oh my God. And Emily's like, wait, oh no, we still have an activity tonight, like for the, like this afternoon. And Brent's like, oh my God, he said this isn't over. And sure enough, it was far from over. So they get to the activity that afternoon. So it was probably the worst possible activity that it could have been because it was small groups of charades. They kind of ran out. They had something else planned, but since it started to rain, they had to go inside. So they're like, all right, we're going to break you off into small groups of 3, and we're going to have you play charades with each other. And at this point, like, they're like, okay, what are the odds? Brent's like, what are the odds that I'm put with? And the person says, Brent, Emily, and Emo Kid. And Brent's like, you gotta be joking, man. You gotta be joking. Apparently, right, Robin tells him this, like, later on, like, once the camp is over. Apparently, because she was talking with one of the camp counselors about everything that went down. The camp counselor said that, like, once, like, it started to rain, the emo kid went up to them and asked what they were doing. Camp counselor said, oh, we're doing small groups of charades. And the emo kid requested that his 2 best friends and him were put together in a group. So it wasn't just random, it was the emo kid. But Brent didn't know that at the time. So Brent looks at Emily, and Emily looks at Brent, and they're both basically just like, oh boy. And they both look at the emo kid, who has a massive smile on his face. So all 3 of them go away to a corner. And the emo kid's like, Emily, I might have came on too strong. And she's like, well, that's an understatement. But he's like, I will show you the truth. Brent, I challenge you to an alpha battle. Brent's just like, what's an alpha battle? Ha! You're such a beta for not knowing what an alpha battle is. Beta. He's like, an alpha battle will be proof that I am alpha and you are a weak beta. And then Emily will choose me. And Emily's like, I'm not. And he's like, wait, your heart will tell you otherwise after the alpha battle. Emily's like, okay, I'm still not going to. She's like, God, stop, silence, woman. And Brent was like, whoa, chill out, dude. He's like, you silence too? We're having an alpha battle right now. So, right, this just kind of looks like they're doing really weird charades from afar, but the emo kid is like, all right, let's form our best wolf poses. Brent's like, what? He said, form your best wolf poses, now! And Brent's like, all right. Ooh, emo kid's like, that is the worst wolf pose I've ever seen. You were definitely not part wolf like I am. And the emo kid does this really weird pose. He's like, oh my God, I'm wolfing so hard right now. This is the most emo thing. I mean, the most alpha thing I've ever done. Oh my God. At this point, Emily's like, guys, you are both embarrassing yourselves. Emo kid is like, no, you will see that I'm the most alpha. I swear. Emo kid's like, all right, let's do it. Wrestle me. And, Brent's like, what? Emo kid jumps on top of him, just tackles him to the ground. Because he's like 20 pounds heavier, right, and a little bit taller. And Brent was completely taken off guard. He's like, bro, stop. What are you doing? And the emo kid's like, I'm out alphaing you. And that's when the camp counselor comes over and says, all right, guys, break it up. Tears the 2 of them apart. He's like, all right, so we're only doing this for 20 more minutes, but it looks like you 2 can't keep off of each other, so I'm going to be joining your group. Imagine how awkward this is. It is Emily, Brent, the emo kid, and a random camp counselor. So they do normal charades, right? And the entire time, the emo kid is like sneaking in punches to Brent's arm. He's like, ow. And when the camp counselor looks up, the emo kid puts his arms behind his back. And the emo kid's like, this isn't over, man. And then the emo kid walks over to Emily. He's like, tss, tss, Emily, tss. Emily's like, what? Do you think I'm more alpha? Shut up, kid. Emo kid's like, no. Okay, I'll just be direct. Do you want to go out with me? No! And the camp counselor was like, guys, silence while I'm doing charades. And Emily's like, dude, I don't want to go out with you. How many times do I need to tell you this? Emo kid's like, but I'm definitely more alpha. She's like, that's not a real thing. So the next day rolls around. It's Thursday. And that afternoon, there's no real activity. It's just known as like the soccer dance or whatever. And during the soccer dance, there's one coveted slow song where anyone who has feelings for each other might ask for like a slow song or something. And sure enough, let's just jump to the dance because the emo kid is like being a jerk to Brent all day, but that's not anything new. And sure enough, it is the dance. And they're putting on normal songs. And Emily and Robin and Brent are all together like, dude. And Robin's like, dude, the emo kid is definitely going to try and get that slow song with you. Like, Brent, you got to swoop in right away. Because at this point, Brent and Emily were like unofficially a thing. They're only at camp for a week, so they're not going to make like a long-term relationship. Let's have kids, baby. Okay, well, okay, you know what I mean. But sure enough, the slow song comes on. And Brent's like, oh my God. And Emily's like, quickly. And you can see the emo kid sprinting from the other side of the room. So Emily and Brent quickly like get together in the slow song, kind of like whatever. And Emily's standing there and she feels Brent being ripped off of him. And the emo kid grabs Brent, rips him off Emily, and tackles him on the ground. And this is what the camp counselors are like, oh, okay, foul play, foul play. They go in, they grab the emo kid, and they like run they take him off. They're like, all right, buddy, this is like your third strike, and you are out. So they call up the parents of the emo kid. They say, your son can't come tomorrow. He's like fighting this one kid again and again, and he won't stop. And so sure enough, the emo kid was picked up, taken away, and Brent and Emily finished off with a slow song together. The next day rolls around. It is Friday. It is only a half day where basically the parents come and watch a little like soccer presentation that all the kids have done. And by the end of it, right, most people are packing up. Brent and Emily are gone. And you remember the friend Robin from the beginning? One of the camp counselors and Robin were like friends or whatever, or like friendly. And the camp counselor's like, do you happen to know about that like emo looking kid? Like, do you happen to know what was up with him? And Robin's like, do I have a story?
Click on the video on screen right now.
You?
I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Leave a like on this video and I'll actually give you nothing at all. Now, but what's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new story. And just imagine you're chilling with your girlfriend. Life is awesome. You stare into her eyes lovingly, and then all of a sudden this emo kid walks in and says that you must fight him to the death to decide who gets your girlfriend. And at that moment, you seriously just sit there and question your life choices. That is the story I'll be telling today. So sit back, relax, subscribe if you're new, and let's just jump right into this story. So we're going to call a subscriber who submitted the story James. So anyways, there was a kid in James's class who we're going to call the emo kid. He kept to himself. He wore crazy makeup and the dark clothing and whatever. And honestly, it doesn't really matter what you wear. But he was also extremely melodramatic. Like, he would come in and he'd be like, society doesn't understand me. No one gets me. I'll never fit in. He was kind of like one of those kids that kind of just like would say this stuff and then would be like, why do I not have friends? I'm just a melodramatic freak all the time, which, I was pretty weird in middle school, so like I can't really speak. But then again, hey man. Anyways, so there's also a girl in, I don't know, I'll just call her we'll just call her Kate, right? It's name of my friend back home. So anyways, James and the emo kid, unfortunately, had to cross paths because they both had a thing for this girl. And this Friday, right? So this story all starts like this weekend, or not this weekend, we'll say starts on Monday. And this Friday, remember, not actually this Friday, I mean this Friday in the story, was going to be the school dance. And the whole thing was like whoever got the slow dance with this girl was basically going to like, so the thing at James's school is if you slow danced with a girl, you were basically dating her at this point. You guys were practically in love at that point. So it was a pretty big deal who was going to get the slow dance. And it was the emo kid versus James. And this became very public knowledge. Like the emo kid was telling everyone that he was going to 100% get the slow dance. And people kind of knew James because James was more popular. He wasn't like, I don't know, some like really annoying popular person. He was just like a cool guy that everyone liked. I mean, at least according to James, who submitted this story. So who really knows? But we'll go with it, right? So everyone kind of knew that both the emo kid and James were both fighting for this girl, Kate. And Kate made it pretty clear that, she was not going to say yes to the emo kid. Like, sorry, unlucky. Life just works out like that. But she was considering saying yes to James. She was kind of just keeping... the truth was that she was going to say yes to James if he asked. However, she just wanted to keep him kind of like on his toes and questioning or whatever, right? So, throughout that whole week, the emo kid and James, they didn't really, they weren't, in a fight with each other, but it was kind of like, they were kind of like rivals in a sense, even though they never had any direct confrontation. And let's just skip ahead to that Friday. It was the day of the school dance. It was emo kid versus James.
So anyways, at this point, the emo kid is like, he's kind of like, he's standing in the corner at the dance, right? Look, I was pretty awkward in high school and middle school when it came to those big dances. But to be fair, everyone else was as well. But the emo kid was kind of taking it to a whole different level. He literally was like slouched in the corner of the room, his like long black hair kind of like down, almost like, that scene from The Ring with that like the girl who comes out the TV. He was kind of looking like that chick for a second. So he was definitely not helping himself out in this situation. And at this point, James and his boys were kind of standing like together, whatever. They were dancing to, I don't know. I don't freaking know what they play at high school dances. Maybe some Whip Nene by Silento. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's a middle school dance, bro. I don't know how this works. But anyways, they're kind of waiting for the slow song to come on. Maybe some, I don't know, some like song by Adele or something like that. Like dude, I always try and like say lines from songs during these stories and I just blank every single time. But anyways, yeah, so they're all kind of waiting around there, and it was eventually the slow dance song came on. And remember, you might be thinking, oh man, who cares? It's just like a slow song. No. What you have to understand is the slow song meant everything to these kids. Like the slow song, basically, if you had a slow song with some girl, because remember, they were in middle school. This was like 7th, 8th grade. So probably the farthest you ever went with a girl was like slow dancing or maybe holding her hand if you were like crazy, because if you hold a girl's hand for too long, there is a chance you get her pregnant. So definitely not misinformation from the Connor Pugs channel. But anyways, slow dance was a really big deal. And all of a sudden, the song comes on. And the thing was, right, the emo kid was too busy kind of like sulking about society in the corner of the room to react quick enough. So James was like, all right, bro, like that guy's playing himself. I'm going to go in. So James very quickly goes in and boom, he gets there, goes up. He's like, hey, like, Kate, like, can I have this dance? And she very happily says yes, because she said like, oh, I don't know if I'll say yes. She knew she was bluffing the whole time. And James kind of felt pretty confident about it. And even though she said, I don't know, he was pretty confident because her friends were like, yeah, dude, she's totally bluffing. Like, I hate to expose my friend like that, but she definitely has a thing for you. You're chilling. You're in the green. So anyways, James goes in. He feels pretty good about the whole thing. But let me just say that the emo kid eventually looks up and then he sees this. And the emo kid is not having it. So he does something pretty insane. So strap in and definitely prepare for the cringe. If you have your cringe seatbelts unbuckled, I'm actually going to fine you for your own safety. So yeah, go ahead and buckle that cringe seatbelt, because there was like a DJ station and there was like a guy who was like DJing, quote unquote, and there was like a microphone. So like the DJ could say like, hey, like 20 minutes till the dance is done, or get ready for this hype song or whatever. And other than that, he was really just a Spotify playlist. He just edited the Spotify playlist, right? However, the DJ let the Spotify playlist run on autoplay or whatever, and he went to the bathroom. So the emo kid ran up to like the spot or whatever. He grabs the microphone. He stops the music. First of all, he goes up to the Spotify, clicks pause on the music, and screams into the microphone, "Wait!" And everybody turns around. Everybody turns around and they look at this kid. And they're all kind of like looking at this emo kid who's standing at the front of the room with like the microphone. He picks it up. He's like, "Kate, no!" So at this point, everyone's kind of looking at this kid like, oh my God, because they all knew that like he wanted to have the dance with Kate, but like James obviously got it. So they were like, that's tough, man. Like life sometimes doesn't work out the way you want it to. Like that's just unfortunate how that goes. However, he goes up there and he's like, he goes in the microphone, like he says, "Wait!" And everyone turns around. The music is off. He's like, "Kate, may I have this dance?" And everyone's so confused because, first of all, he turned off the slow song in the middle of the song. And also, she was already dancing with someone. And instead of just going up to her, he makes a massive scene in front of everyone, grabbing the microphone and screaming into it, saying, like, "Will you have this dance?" And the thing is, right, it's caused enough commotion that the guy, like the DJ that was hired, ran back. Because I think he was supposed to be there the whole time, but he needed to like rip a piss or something, so he needed to go. And he runs back over. He's like, "Give that back to me." He like snatches it out of the emo kid's hand. He's like, sorry for the interruption, guys." Turns the music back on, like starts like
not cursing out this kid, he's a middle schooler, but being like, dude, what do you think you're doing? You can't just like come up here and take this stuff. Like, if you do this again, I'm going to tell your teachers and you'll be in big trouble. Or, I mean, I don't know how much trouble a hired DJ can get you in, but, you know, the emo kid returns to his corner and literally just sits down, just slumps into the corner of the room, which James felt kind of bad. He felt a little bit bad because, like, James has definitely been in that position. I say that very kind of liberally because James has not actually been in a position where he grabs the microphone at the school dance, stops the music, and asks the girl out unsuccessfully. He hasn't specifically been there, but he's definitely been in a situation where it just hasn't gone his way. So he feels bad, man. You know, feels bad, man. You hate to see it. But yeah, anyways, James like continued on with the slow. I mean, he's not going to stop his life because this kid has an unlucky moment. Like, that's tough. So yeah, you know, while I will say there was kind of an awkward moment because while like James was like slow dancing with Kate, he kind of like turns around, like they kind of like turn around so James is facing the emo kid, and he just looks up and the emo kid is staring at him with like the creepiest, most stalkerish, most scariest stare he's ever seen. Because the emo kid is slumped over like the girl from The Ring, right? And is just like staring right at him. His like long black hair, like covering most of his face besides his eyes, and he's like slumped over too, like kind of like crouching over like an old guy with a cane or something but without a cane. And James is like, hey, do you mind if we turn like 45 degrees this way or 90 degrees this way? Thank you, that's much better. So he doesn't have to see him anymore. Or actually, let's do a whole 180. I mean, he didn't ask for a 180 because he didn't want like Kate to be making eye contact with him either. But yeah, so that was a bit of a tough situation. However, you might be thinking, well, I mean, at this point, reasonably, the emo kid must have realized that this just wasn't his day, and he must have just like given up, which he's already embarrassed himself. Like, he probably gave up after this point. And while that would be pretty fair for you to believe, that was unfortunately that was just not what happened, because the emo kid would continue. Let me just say that the emo kid thought that if he had a sword fight with James, that he would be able to win the honor of his lady. I'm not even kidding you. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. That'll be the secret word of the day. I will try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can. And also, if you want to support the channel, the best possible thing you can do is just watch this video throughout the entirety of this video, and then afterwards, if you could watch some of my old videos. That helps more than you can ever imagine. And please go in the comment section and tell me how many of my old videos you've watched today or this week. I'll heart it and say thank you because it helps me out more than you can ever imagine. Anyways, let's get back to the story, because the emo kid is not done. In fact, he is far from being done. So what happened after the school dance? Like, over the weekend, James actually met up with Kate. They went to like go get dinner together, and that's when they officially started dating, whatever that means in 8th grade, which means, oh my God, they're gonna sit together at lunch. Oh my God, dude, that's crazy, right? But anyway, so James officially starts dating this girl. Word gets around really quickly, and eventually the emo kid, I'm pretty sure at this point the emo kid would have known, but by his next actions, it's not super clear. So that Monday is the first kind of like lunch day that Kate and what's his name, James, are going to be having their first real at-school lunch date, which is a pretty big deal for the 8th graders there. Obviously, it's not that big of a deal in general, but hey, man, let them have their fun. And so, yeah, he sits down, like he finds Kate, they sit down, and they're at a table by themselves. And like people are looking over and talking and be like, ooh, someone's dating, whatever, right? And however, James, you know, Kate is facing away from the door, but James is facing the door. And James sees the door open up, and he sees the emo kid walk in. And James is like, this is tough. Because James feels bad. He legitimately feels bad because, I mean, if the roles were reversed, he would feel bad, like seeing the girl that he really liked a week ago sitting with the guy who was low-key his like enemy rival on a date. Like, that would be tough to see. And James started to feel a little bit worried when the emo kid starts to approach him, right? Starts to approach him. And yeah, so the emo kid walks up to their table. And at this point, Kate also realizes that someone's walking up, so she turns around. And the emo kid walks up and doesn't look at James. He's not paying any attention to James. He's actually acting as if James doesn't even exist at this point. The emo kid turns to the girl, Kate, I forgot her name for a second, says, Kate, I've been wanting to ask this for a while. But since we've become so close in the last couple weeks, which they have never spoken before, but that is beyond the point. At this point, that is beyond the point. He's like, I was wondering if you would like to go on a date with me, if you would like to start dating. And James is like, oh no, he doesn't know. How does he not know? Because James is like, everybody knows. Everybody told everybody, but I guess everybody didn't tell the emo kid. Of course they didn't. And Kate at this point is like, oh, well, I'm very flattered. And the emo kid's like, well, if you're flattered, then you should say yes, correct? And at this point, she's like, oh, well, you see, it's actually not great timing because I'm actually currently in a relationship. And the emo kid's like, what? How? With who? And James is like, oh my God, this is so awkward. He doesn't know. So James has kind of assumed that the emo kid didn't think anything of the fact that James got like the dance with her, which in all reality, the emo kid was kind of the one who had the most common sense in that situation, because just because someone dances with a girl once doesn't mean anything, right? But at this middle school, if you got the slow dance, you were basically in. You were locked in at this point, is what I'm trying to say. So Kate has to go on to awkwardly explain to the emo kid that, well, the guy that she's sitting at right now on the lunch date with happens to be the guy that she's dating. And the emo kid turns to James, looks him down and up, like there's like the elevator look when he looks at like the top of his head, looks all the way down, then looks all the way up, turns back to Kate and is like, really, dude? You decided to date this guy when you could have dated me? He's like, bruh. And he just kind of like storms out of there. And James looks at Kate and he's like, dude, how did that kid not know that we're dating at this point? Like, I swear to God, all your friends told everybody. Like, and Kate's like, dude, my friends didn't tell everyone. And James is like, if you ask anyone at the school, besides the emo kid apparently, they will know. And Kate's like, yeah, okay, my friends do talk a lot. And they're like, well, that was pretty awkward. Hopefully nothing else happens again. You might be thinking at this point, Connor, the emo kid must stop. There's no way he continues on. There's not a chance that he continues, right? Well. I got some news for you guys. He does continue, and it's bad. Because you might be thinking that, oh, well, the emo kid stormed off and he was done. No. About 20 minutes later, when there's only like 10 minutes left of lunch, James sees the doors open up again, and he's like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Because the emo kid walks through. But this time, he is like stomping towards James super angrily. He runs up to the table practically, looks at James, looks him in the eye, and says, it's not over between us. It is far from over between us. And is like taking his little finger and like pointing at James. And James is like, okay, nice. Like, I like, we do not care. Like, I don't know what else to say at this point. Like, okay, cool, nice. Like, okay. What do you want me to say? And the emo kid after that is like, you better watch yourself. It's about to get bad. He like storms out of there. And, you know, at this point, James is like, okay, well, I guess that answers my question. So the next day at lunch is where things get really, really, really crazy. So he's sitting there with Kate on his second date. James is enjoying himself. He's having a good time with Kate. They're enjoying each other's presence. They're doing well. I mean, they're kind of clicking, so things might continue on, right? And that's when the emo kid walks in. And he's carrying like two sticks, like two pretty good sized sticks that he probably found in the backyard of the school. So in the backyard of the school, there's like a mini forest, nothing too crazy, but there's like a pretty big forest back there. And the emo kid must have gone back there and like found two decent sized sticks. He walks into the cafeteria with one stick in one hand and one stick in the other. And James is just looking at him. And he's like, he kind of says like to Kate, he's like, oh, okay, we got trouble. Kate turns around, looks at it, and it's just like, turns back around and is like, what? And James is like, yeah, I have no idea what's happening, but I guess we're about to see. So the emo kid walks up to the table, like kind of like waddles his way up. And he's like, you. And he like hands the stick to James. And James is like, like, I need a little explanation. What do you want me to do with this? Like, it's not super clear. The emo kid's like, you and I will have a sword battle. And whoever wins the sword battle will have the will win the honor of your lady. And at this point, like, Kate's like, what?
And James is like, dude, what are you saying? He's like, fight me to the death. The winner gets your girl. And James is like, no. And the emo kid's like, oh, so you're scared of me then? You know that you're gonna lose, and that's why you don't want to do it. And James is like, well, I'm not convinced I'm gonna lose. I mean, I'm not an expert at random stick fighting or whatever, but at the same time, why would I want to even engage? Like, why would I even want to do it? And the emo kid's like, well, I mean, for the sake of your honor, bro, like, do you really want to be known as the guy who chickened out because he's a chicken? And James is like, well, I mean, I don't really care, but I also don't want to be known as the guy who went on, who during the dance last Friday, grabbed the DJ's microphone and stopped the music to ask out a girl who was very clearly in the middle of dancing with someone else, and then come into school the next day super angry with a bunch of sticks and try and fight some guy to get the girl that already obviously said no to him twice. At this point, the emo kid's like, so what you're saying is that you're too scared to fight me, and because you know you'll lose. James is like, dude, we're going in circles right now. I'm not fighting you. I'm not having a sword fight to the death. Okay, I'm just not doing that. At this point, the emo kid's like, fine. Well, you're about to see me in my final form, where I am the most powerful. And James is like, okay. Word. And then the emo kid reaches up to James and rips out a strand of his hair. And James is like, dude, that hurt. Why would you do that? And the emo kid's like, I need that for my wizardly spells. And he laughs really awkwardly and shuffles out of there. And James turns to Kate. He's like, dude, what life choice did I make to get myself to this position? What did I do wrong? What choices did I make that got me here? And Kate's like, I don't know. This is kind of tough. He's like, yes, why me? Why? Why? You just came up to me with a bunch of sticks and says, I want to fight you, right? And then all of a sudden, he just pulls a piece of hair. What? Huh? Bro? I just don't know. I just don't know what to do at this point. And Kate's like, yeah, I don't know. But I think eventually he'll just get bored of whatever he's doing and give up. So anyways, next day, it is lunch. Lunch once again. And James comes in and he finds Kate. And he's almost they sit down. And he's almost he's really stiff. He's not talking that much. And Kate's like, are you good? Is everything okay? And James is like, dude, it's not you. It's just the emo. I just don't know what that kid's going to do today. I'm not trying to lose any more hair. That really hurt last night. I was starting to bleed from my scalp where he pulled me. That was ridiculous. And, Kate's like, yeah, that kid's pretty weird. Sorry you have to go through with that. And speak of the devil, dude. Because at that point, the emo kid walks in. And at this point, he has a backpack on. And he has a smaller stick. And he has a stick in his hand, a smaller one. And a spirit Halloween wizard hat on. and James is like, you gotta be kidding me, bro. You gotta be kidding me. And at this point, Kate's like, what? She turns around and she's like, oh my God. And the emo kid walks up and he's like, ha ha ha, this is where you made your mistake, James. This is where you made your last mistake. And he walks out, and he sits next, and he stands up next to them. He reaches into his backpack or whatever. He takes out a piece of chalk. He takes out a plastic bag that has a hair in it, presumably, James's hair. And he also has a candle set and a lighter. And he sits down on their, he sits down next to them. And so they had concrete floors in the lunchroom. So next to them, he draws a pentagram, puts a bunch of candles around the pentagram, takes James's hair, puts it in the middle, lights all the candles. At this point, this is taking 2 minutes to do. Kate and James are just sitting there looking at him, completely aghast. What is this kid? What is this kid on? Whatever he's on, dude, maybe get me some of that. Oh my God. No, but they were just what are you supposed to do? What are you supposed to say? So eventually the emo kid has his whole, his magic setup is all done, or whatever you want to call it. And he starts lighting all the candles. He's like, James, this is your last chance. Give me your girlfriend and I won't put a spell on you. And James is like, dude, what do you mean give me my girlfriend? Like, it's like a mutual choice to be like girlfriend and boyfriend. Like, you're acting as if this is like the 1600s or something, and like the wife is the property of the husband, bro. Like, what are you talking about? And, he's like, one more chance, bro. I'm about to put a crazy spell on you if you don't give me your girlfriend. And Kate, this is when Kate speaks up and is like, dude, like, even if he said that he was going to give me to you, I'm not going to be your boyfriend. Like, I'm not going to be your girlfriend, dude. And the emo kid's like, well, I'm going to put a spell on you too, dude, if you don't become my... He literally threatens Kate. And he's like, oh, if you don't become my girlfriend, I'm going to put a spell on you as well, which... Okay, I might not be the smoothest individual. I might not be, I don't know, the one that has the greatest pickup lines of all time. My Tinder one's pretty funny. I did steal it from my friend, but maybe I'll 5,000 likes and I'll reveal it, because it's pretty funny, but it's also a little embarrassing. But here's one thing I do know. There's a very decent chance that if you threaten to cast a spell on a woman if she doesn't become your girlfriend, she's probably, not 100%, but probably not gonna become your girlfriend. I know I might be going out on a crazy limb right now, and you guys might completely disagree, and maybe you found your wife of 10 years who loves you very much from threatening her with magical spells. I just don't think that's a great way to do it. So eventually the emo kid finishes up, and then he lights the hair in the middle, and then he takes his magic wand, waves it around, and just starts saying a bunch of nonsense. And at this point, the entire cafeteria is just like looking. They've almost like circled around it like it was a school fight or something. They've circled around it and they're just like, what the frick, bro? Like, oh my God, like what's going on right now? And eventually the emo kid like points his magic wand at James and is like, ooga booga, or I don't know. He's just saying some nonsense. And literally 15 seconds of pure silence happened. And then very clearly nothing happens. And he's like, I'm going to give you one more chance. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't, you're going to explode because of my spells. And James is like, I think I'm going to take the risk. He's like, 3? I'm going to give you one more chance, bro. Like, I'm going to give you one more chance. And James is like, nope. I'm going to take the risk here. 2. And he's like, yeah, nah, I'm good, man. Like, you can go ahead with this. If I explode, I explode. Like, that's tough. 1? Last chance, dude. I'm being super generous right now. Just give me your girlfriend, and we'll be all good here. And James is like, nah, I'm chilling, bro. He's like, fine. The emo kid literally kicks over his magic, like, whatever set, because I think he knew it wasn't going to work anyways, which thankfully it was concrete floors and nothing, like, flammable, because like the candles fly all over the place or whatever, and he storms out of there. Storms out of there. At this point, James sits back down. He's like, maybe we should go on dates at night when we're not in school. And Kate's like, that's not a bad idea. So the next day, Kate and James actually don't sit together at lunch. They sit separately. So they decide that if they're gonna like do anything, at least for a little bit, to do it outside of school, like after school or at lunch or something like that. But the emo kid once again comes up to James, and James is like, oh my god, dude, like what now? And the emo kid, like, he literally goes on one knee and like kind of like presents, he's down on one knee, puts his head down and says like, I concede the battle. You win. Like, I tried everything possible, but you are the better duelist. Like, I honorably concede. And in James's head, he's like, bro, he didn't say this, but he's like, bro, you did not honorably concede. You did the least honorable, you did not concede honorably. But at this point, James sees this as a perfect opportunity for the emo kid to just stop. So he's like, all right, man, like, it was a good battle. It was really close. And you'll get them next time. Like, honestly, James is trying to be as chill as possible so that the emo kid doesn't come back and be like, well, actually, I'm going to try more magic or something. And the emo kid stands up, and he, like, kind of, like, nods his head, and James nods his head back, and the emo kid bows and leaves. And yeah, after that point, James and Kate actually were able to like do like lunch dates or whatever in school again. The relationship lasted like 6 months. It didn't last crazy long, but Kate and James are still cool to this day. And yeah, the emo kid never
Click on the
bothered
video
them
on
after
screen
this
right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today I have probably the craziest emo kid story I have ever received to date. I'm not even kidding. So sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, subscribe if you're new to the channel, and let's just jump right into it. We're calling today's subscriber Ty. So anyways, Ty was going off to camp, and this was his first time doing an overnight camp, so he was a little bit nervous, and it was kind of like a wilderness-based overnight camp. But they were mostly in cabins. Ty's parents did it before, and they actually met at this camp, so they were really pushing for Ty to go. But the summer before, he just said that he, wasn't ready and was going to do it the next year. And of course, the next summer rolls around, and Ty's like, "Oh my God, I said that." So sure enough, Ty and his parents ship him off to this camp. Ty's a little bit nervous about it, but they say, "Hey man, it's going to be good for you. Trust me. Like, I know it's scary, but you just got to do it." So anyways, they arrive at the campground, and they walk over, Ty and his parents walk over to the person who is signing everyone in. And it's some 25-year-old dude with a big old goofy smile on his face. He's like, "Hey guys, welcome to Camp Awesome." That wasn't actually the name, but we're going to call it Camp Awesome. "Hi there, buddy. What's your name?" He's like, Ty Gooden. And he's like, "Ty, let me see. Oh, there you are, buddy. All right, so you're going to be in group B over there." And he points to this group of kids and one counselor or whatever. And Ty turns around to his parents, and his parents are like, "All right, well, we'll see you in 2 weeks." And Ty's like, "Mom, I don't know if I can do this." And Ty and his dad kind of sits down and he's like, "Yo, you got this, buddy. You don't need to worry about it. Trust me, the 2 weeks are going to fly by, and you're going to have so much fun, you're not going to want to leave. That's a guarantee from me." And Ty's like, "All right." So Ty walks over, and he goes over to Group B, and there's a big group of kids, and, the counselor's like, "Hey, guys, my name is Ben." Don't worry, he's not the evil guy. But, "Hi, guys, my name is Ben. Welcome, to camp. These are going to be the guys who are in our group. We're going to be in the same cabin together. We're going to do a lot of activities together. You can still meet people in the other groups, but these are going to be the guys you're going to be seeing all the freaking time. So start getting to know each other. Let's go around, do some names." And so they went around and did some names, and Ty was just kind of observing, all right, well, that person seems kind of cool and whatever, oh, we have that in common. And then it kind of comes around to this one kid that Ty didn't even realize was there until until he spoke up. And this kid had these long black swooshed hair, right? He wore all black. He had these rock band t-shirts, these big black boots. He had this spiky bracelet necklace type thing. And by the way, if you kind of dress emo, that's totally chill. I don't really care. As long as you don't act like this kid, you're cool in my book. I say this every single time. And this guy was kind of just known as the emo kid. And since I don't want to give him a name because I will forget it and then it'll be very awkward, but we're just going to call him the emo kid from this point on. And Ty didn't think anything negatively. He was just like, "Oh, this guy really does put a lot into the way he dresses, and he definitely dresses with a lot of character." Ty legitimately had no ill will or feelings of just "Ew, this guy's dressing different than me," or anything like that. It was just an observation. And so later on, they go to dinner together as a group, and then afterwards they have the welcome to camp ritual, whatever. They all sit around a big campfire, and they're inaugurated in the class of 2015 or whatever. I don't know. This took place a little while ago. But anyways, right, it's finally time for them to go back to their cabins to figure out which bunks they want, etc., like that. So anyways, right, they get back there, and they're just the counselor dude who is their Group B counselor, right, who's also sleeping in the cabins with them, is like, "Well, just to make sure that no one feels left out, we've already assigned bunks to everyone." So he said, "All right, Ty, you're in bunk A." He says, "So-and-so, you're in bunk B. So-and-so, you're in bunk D." And then in bunk D, which they're in kind of quads of 4, or they're in kind of groups of 2, but they're bunk beds, so it's 4. So in Ty's group of 4, the 4th one was the emo kid. So the 4 of them walk over, they go in their bunks. The camp counselor says, "Yo, if you really want, you can talk to your bunkie about being top or bottom. Doesn't really matter." Lol. Doesn't really matter. And so sure enough, Ty and his bunk they didn't really care. Ty was on the bottom, he didn't really care. But anyways,
flip over to the emo kid. And the emo kid is like, with this guy, and we're going to call this guy Benjamin. It's a throwaway name, but Benjamin was his bunk, and, the Benjamin is like, hey, do you mind if I have the top? And the emo kid is like, no, I must have the top. I must keep watch at night. And everyone just kind of went silent in that group of three. They're like, or group of four. They're kind of like, and Benjamin's like, all right, man, that's fine. Bottom bunk's cool with me. He's like, good. You've made a good choice, because I will watch over us at night. I have spoken. Everyone's like, okay, a lot of character in this guy. Funny guy. Anyways, things seem pretty normal until, it's time for them to go to bed. So anyways, they go and they brush their teeth, and then they get into bed, and the camp counselor guy comes around and is like, all right, group B, section A, or whatever you want me to call you guys. Let's call you the A squad. Yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun in the next 2 weeks. Just make sure no leaving the camp or no leaving the cabin overnight. Make sure that, you follow any rules that, we ask you to. Be nice and, like fair to everyone, and just, have fun. Anyways, good night, guys. And he walks out of there. And so, the lights are turned off, and Ty in his top bunk, and also Benjamin across from him, they were talking for a little bit, and the emo kid didn't really join in. He was just sitting cross-legged, but kind of sitting very stiffly, so he was very much not going to bed. And eventually they were like, all right, I'm tired, good night. And they all kind of go to sleep at that point. And about 20 minutes later, Ty has not fallen asleep because he's still feeling a little weird. He's in a new environment. It's dark or whatever. He's a little bit scared. He's a young kid, whatever. He hears rustling, right? And that's when he hears steps, right? And he realizes that the steps are coming from across from him, and it's coming from the top bunk across from him, meaning the emo kid, is starting to walk down the bunks. He's like, all right, well, there's nothing too weird with that. And that's when he hears, because there's a door next to their cabin, so there's multiple exits from the cabin. He hears the door open, and he watches as the emo kid walks out. So Ty at this point is like, what? So he kind of gets up, and the person above him is completely asleep, but Benjamin, the kid from the side of him, is still awake, and he's like, yo, Benjamin. He's like, yo, what's up? He said, emo kid. I maybe said his actual name, but we're calling him emo kid. He's like, emo kid, he just walked out the door. Benjamin's like, you can't do that. And, Ty's like, dude, but he did. So anyways, they both get up, and they both look out the window, but they're trying to do it stealthily so that they're not caught, right? And they see the emo kid literally just standing there looking into the moon. It is the creepiest, weirdest thing they have ever seen. Because the kid is just literally freaking standing there, bro. He's just standing there observing the night sky. And they're all like, oh my God, dude, that's freaking weird. What is going on right now? And, sure enough, Ty and Benjamin were like, all right, this kid is a little strange. Make sure he doesn't, strangle us to death or something in our sleep. I'm a little freaked out. And that's when the emo kid, out of nowhere, does a 180-degree turn and turns right looking at the window. Ty and Benjamin quickly jump down. They're like, oh my God, do you see us? Do you see us? Do you see us? So, Ty starts to look up. He, peeks a little bit into the window and quickly goes down because he sees the emo kid walking towards the window. And he's like, dude, Benjamin, he's walking towards the window. He's like, crawl back to your bunks. So they both crawl out of sight of the window, and they crawl into their bunks, and it's dark enough in the room for them to do this without being super obvious. And they're both in their bunks, and Ty turns around under the sheets, right? And he peeks out, and the emo kid is literally standing right with his nose up against the window looking in. And he's like, oh my God, this kid's insane. Anyways, emo kid walks back in quietly, goes up the stairs again, and sits in the bed and supposedly goes to sleep. Ty doesn't fall asleep for another hour afterwards, but eventually he opens his eyes to the camp counselor being like, Ty, come on. We're going to be late. And Ty's like, oh my God. And everyone else is like, yeah, you slept in, man. Actually, everyone in this bunk besides emo kid slept in. And that was because everyone was so freaked out that they couldn't go back to sleep. But anyways, first day activities, they go outside. And during the day, they don't totally have to stick with their group. They're actually assigned to random groups. However, a lot of people in the random group will be from their group because they're just trying to make friends within the group. So, and they also go to meals together, so like lunch or dinner or whatever is together. And so anyways, the first activity of the day is not with the emo kid. It is actually like kayak / canoe or whatever, either or, one of those two. And, you know, Ty has a lot of fun. And they go back to dinner, or lunch, sorry. They go to lunch as a group together. And Ty's, you know, talking about what he was doing, and the counselor kind of went around the table and was like, oh, so Ty, what did you do? And Ty explains. Oh, so Benjamin, what did you do? Benjamin explains. Oh, so emo kid, what did you do? And he was like, no, I prayed to the overlord. And they're like, oh, haha, I don't remember that being an activity. Emo kid's like, it's not. It's necessary. And he's like, okay. Anyways, guys, so I'm going to read off the people in your next activity, because the way it worked was at meals, so at breakfast, the camp counselor read off what group everyone else was in for activities, and then at lunch, the camp counselor read off what people would be in for the afternoon activities. And so the camp counselor was like, oh, so Ty, Benjamin, and Emo Kid, you're all going to be in the group 7 or whatever, and that happened to be like something with like wood tool making or something kind of cool like that. So anyways, after lunch, they all head in that direction. And Ty and Benjamin are like walking together. However, the emo kid, it's not like they were walking away from him, but the emo kid intentionally stands or walks 10 feet behind them, never breaking the distance. Like they always have 10 feet between them, and the emo kid never breaks it. And he kind of walks weird. He walks very stiffly, yet he's kind of like propped forward at a 30-degree angle. His arms shoot straight down, and he kind of waddles a little bit like a penguin. But it's very intimidating and very weird. And Benjamin kind of whispers like, Ben, I can feel his eyes in the back of my head. Or not Ben, but Ty, I can feel his eyes in the back of my head. Ty's like, dude, Benjamin, I know. So anyways, they get there. And the camp counselor dude is like, hey guys, welcome to woodworking. It's gonna be a lot of fun. You can make whatever tools or whatever you want. All I ask is that when you're using this blade, that, you know, I'm there and help you guiding it. And also if you want any, if you want any inspiration or questions, come to me and it's all cool. So anyways, Ty and Benjamin sit down. They're like, oh, let's make wooden knives or something. So they're given a pocket knife and they're taught how to whittle away. It's like, always, you got to face it away from you. Never face it towards you. If I see you guys facing it towards you, I got to revoke your knife privileges. Not trying to be that guy, but it's part of the job. So anyways, right, they look over and they see the emo kid, and he's like whittling away at the spoon, and or at the stick, and they're all like, So eventually at the end of class, or the end of the activity, they're asked to go around in a circle and say a little bit about what they made and show it off. So Ty's like, all right, well, here's like a butter knife, and didn't turn out that well, and everyone laughs a little bit, and the camp counselor's like, dude, it's fire, that's your first time, don't even worry about it. Eventually comes around to the emo kid, and the emo kid is like, whips out this like almost perfectly whittled, like this is like really professionally well done. And the camp counselor's like, wow, what is that? He's like, this is a wand for my warlock activities. Nobody better cross me now that I have access to my most powerful weapon of a wand. And everyone was like, what? Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. That's the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart as many comments as I possibly can that say emo. And then also, if you want to support the channel, watch a bunch of these videos in one sitting. I call it binge watching. So if you're sitting down, maybe playing video games or trying to go to sleep or something like that, watch like 10 videos in a row if possible. I know it's a big ask, but if you do so, please leave a comment down below. I'll heart it and even shout you out, as on screen right now, shouting out some people who are supporting the channel and telling me about it. So yeah, thanks to these guys and you guys, and let's get right back to it. So fast forward a couple days into the week, and every single day, the emo kid's been doing weird things. So right now is a Wednesday. For context, they got there on a Sunday night. So this Wednesday night, Benjamin's kind of becoming like the side character for Ty. Like he's becoming like pretty close friends. And Ty and Benjamin are kind of like talking about the emo kid and being like, kind of tracking the weird things he's been doing. But tonight is one of the weirdest things he's done. So once again, Ty and Benjamin have been noticing that the emo kid has been going outside every single time, like 15 minutes after they go to sleep. So Ty and Benjamin, they both get in bed, and when the lights are turned off, they wait about 15 minutes, and sure enough, the emo kid gets out of bed and walks down the steps. And he walks outside, and he walks to kind of this like big forest clearing. So Ty and Benjamin, they both walk over, and they both look up, and they look out of the window. And they're looking out, and they see the emo kid, and normally he just stands there blankly. But this time was different. He was getting to work. They saw the stick that he made in the wands, in like the wand craft whatever class, or the woodsmanship class. And he takes the end of it that isn't pointy, where you do the spell, and he puts it into the dirt, because he's standing in a pretty big dirt clearing, and he starts drawing this circle, this very big circle. And Ty looks over at Benjamin and is like, dude, what on earth is going on? Like, what is this kid doing? And Benjamin's like, dude, I have no idea. And they look at it, and he's drawn a complete perfect circle around him. And then he steps out of it. And then he starts making lines within the circle. He goes from the top of it, down, up, down, across, up. He's made a perfect upside-down pentagram. And if you don't know, that's basically like a sign of like ship or the something. So at this point, right, Ty and his friend are freaking out. They're like, oh my God, he's trying to like summon something. And sure enough, the emo kid starts like waving his wand around in these weird directions and starts like spinning around in a circle and making these like weird movements. And if TikTok was around, I bet Ty would have been like, bro, is he trying to do a TikTok dance or something? But anyways, Ty and Benjamin are watching as the emo kid, after making the upside down pentagram, just starts waving it around and starts speaking, like, because the window was cracked open a little bit, and they start hearing like some weird, okay, maybe it wasn't as goofy as that, but he was kind of talking these like weird tongues or whatever. And that's when they heard the light flick on. Not in their room, because they would have seen that. They heard the light flick on in the middle cabin. The middle part of the cabin, that is where the camp counselor lived. He must have heard or must have felt like some kind of disturbance or something, because they see the emo kid grab his wand and sprint out of there, and sprint so quickly he goes to the back room. And that's when like Ty and Benjamin are like, oh my God, he's sprinting here. So they quickly jump into bed and are, when, I don't know if you guys did this, but like when you were up later than you should and your mom is about to run into like open the room, and you just jump into your bed and then you just stay super, super, super still. That was them. Like, it doesn't matter if you're sprawled out in a weird position. You're staying as still as possible. So they jump in, they're super still, and they watch as the door opens and the emo kid runs in and runs up to, like, the second bunk and just sits in there. And that's when, like, they see, like, literally 10 seconds after the emo kid gets into his bed, they see the light flicker on. And the camp counselor, who's for cabin B or whatever, walks in and is like, hey, I saw something out there. Any of you guys go out there? And, like, everyone's pretending to be like, what? Like, they just woke up. The emo kid is really pretending to be like, what? I don't know what's going on, bro. And obviously Ty and Benjamin, they're trying to, like, pretend like they weren't up watching the whole thing. And the kid on the very top of, like, Ty just is still completely asleep. So counselor's like, all right, whatever. He's like, all right, well, remember, it's a punishable offense if you guys leave the cabin during night. Like, you will be forced to go back home, and you don't want to miss the fun retreat we're doing this weekend. And they're all like, all right. They're like, yeah, it wasn't us. I don't know what it is. And that's when the camp counselor is like, what? And he looks outside the window, and that's when he sees it. He's like, stay here. And he goes outside, and they all watch as he walks outside, and he sees like the upside down pentagram like drawn into the circle or whatever, drawn into the dirt, and he's just looking at it. And he takes out like his iPhone 4, because it was like 2015 or whatever, and he takes a photo of it with like flash, takes another photo, steps back, takes another photo, and everyone else pretends to be asleep as they go back in. Next day rolls around, and they're walking to their first activity from breakfast. And Ty and Benjamin happen to be in the same group. And Ty's like, dude, the emo kid's insane. Like, that was ridiculous last night. And Benjamin's like, I've never been more freaked out besides the first night, bro. Like, this kid's insane. And at this point, they start talking about the camping retreat. So I mentioned this like a couple minutes ago when the camp counselor said, you guys don't want to miss the special fun camping retreat we're doing. So they stayed out in cabins. But part of the wilderness camp, whatever, at the very end of it, at the very, like the last Friday night to Saturday, they hike out kind of farther out into the woods. They bring like camping equipment and they kind of like camp out like that. So they both of like Ty and Benjamin were a little bit worried because that basically meant that they were going by group and they were going to be out in the woods in tents by themselves with the creepy emo kid. So anyways, let's just fast forward to that day. It's Friday and everyone is kind of packing their little bags, and the camp counselor for each group packs their like supply kit, medical supplies, radio, the food that they're going to be eating. And he's like, all right, everyone grab like groups of 2 grab a tent. And so sure enough, people pair up and Benjamin and Ty are together and they grab this tent and they start walking over to the campsite. And Ty and Benjamin was like, dude, I heard that like, you know, there's only like enough tents so that like we have to pair up with someone. And he said, I heard that it's random. I heard that we don't get to choose who we pair up with. Ty's like, dude, that's insane. We already have friends. I get in the beginning them assigning us stuff, but like we know people now. This is the last day. Like, why would we need to bunk with someone random? And Benjamin's like, dude, I don't know if that's true. That's just what I heard. So eventually they get to the campsite. Anyways, so they get to the campsite, right? And, you know, they set up their kind of like, they sit around a bunch of logs. So they like light a little fire and they have like baked beans in a can or something. Then they also go out and they kind of like clear the land to put down the tents. They all set up a bunch of tents in the group of 2 that they carried it over in. And Ty at this point is thinking, all right, we're good because I'm going to be with Benjamin because, I mean, we're in groups of 2 already. Why would they need to reassign us groups? And so once again, they were asked back to the campsite, or not the original campsite, but the little campfire they made. It's getting kind of late. And the camp counselor's like, all right, guys, time for me to assign you your bunk mates or your camp tent mates. And Ty in his head is like, no. So Benjamin and so-and-so, so-and-so and so-and-so. And you know when there's like that one guy you don't want to be with or something like that, and like you're being assigned in a list, and you don't hear your name, but you also don't hear his name, and the number of combinations starts getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and you start freaking out. Well, this is what was happening to Ty until he realized that he was doomed before, you know, the words were even said, because the camp counselor went through the entire list, but he didn't say Ty's name or the emo kid's name. And that's when the camp counselor said, Ty and the emo kid. Obviously said his real name, but you know what I mean. And Ty was just like, oh, I'm not gonna make it tonight. I'm not gonna survive. I better write some some letters to my mom saying I love you because I'm not making it tonight. Oh my God. And Benjamin is just staring at him and afterwards walks up to him and says, hey, if you need help, we gotta come up with some kind of signal. So Ty's like, okay, I'm gonna I'm just gonna run out of there and I'm gonna run over to, no signals, no nothing. I'm running over to your campsite if anything happens. And Benjamin's like, all right, that's totally fine, man. So anyways, Ty goes up to the emo kid's like, so, looks like we're bunking. And the emo kid is like, interesting. And Ty's like, yeah, man. He's like, well, I guess you're one of my more favorite mortals that I know. And Ty's like, yeah. So they both put down their sleeping bags in this kind of very cramped tent. And Ty's just sitting there like, okay. And they have this kind of light. And it's like one of those battery powered lights. And the emo kid's like, good night, Ty. And turns it off. And Ty's like, starts completely freaking out. He's like, okay, I can't see anything, but we're okay. And that's when he hears the emo kid stand up. And Ty's like, no. And the emo kid is standing above him. And he's like, all right, well, maybe I should just accept my destiny. And that's when the emo kid, instead of striking him over there with a rock or something, just leaves. He opens up the camp tent and walks out. And Ty is like, what? So Ty kind of gets up and he looks out, he sees the emo kid. And the emo kid is standing, or is crouching on all fours. And then he starts howling to the full moon. He's like, "Hey!" But it's a really weird howl. And Ty's just like, what? And that's when he hears the kind of the camp counselor who's with us be like, hey,
hey, who's that? You're not allowed to be outside your campsite. And you just see the emo kid go, oh, and just sprints towards the tent. So Ty jumps back into his bed, and the emo kid, who's not very coordinated apparently, instead of like jumping through the wind, like the open flap, jumps right through the tent. So breaks right through the tarp of the tent, cracks the entire thing. The entire thing comes collapsing down. And Ty just like has his eyes closed as the entire tent falls on top of him. And that's when you hear all this yelling, and the camp counselor's like, what's going on over here? Are you guys all right? And he just like starts rummaging through all the like the rubble and stuff. And Ty starts like getting up, and he pushes the stuff off of him. The camp counselor was like, was that you out there doing those howling noises? He's like, no. And then sure enough, the emo kid is just standing there like, and he says to him like, you wouldn't understand what I was doing. And the camp counselor was like, I told you before that you can't be leaving your tent during the nighttime. Like, after I said goodbye, you were supposed to go to your tent and not leave it. You were out there. And he's like, I was performing a protection ritual. And camp counselor was like, what? I was performing a protection ritual so that everyone would be safe at night from the demons and ghosts of the underworld. Camp counselor was like, what? And at that point, right, they just realized, okay, this is a lost cause. And at this point, the worst thing was that there was nowhere for them to sleep because the camp was completely destroyed, or the tent was completely destroyed. So the camp counselor was like, fine, you two, bring your sleeping bags. You can sleep in my tent. So the three of them are kind of like crushed in there. And eventually the camp counselor is like, all right, you two are in here. I'm going to sleep outside. No shenanigans. So it was the most uncomfortable sleep of Ty's entire life. But eventually, the day is over. He gets up. You know, they start packing up their stuff, and they're walking back to the campsite. And that's when Ty meets up with Benjamin and is like, dude, like, you're not going to believe it. And Benjamin's like, I heard a lot of yelling. Are you okay? So Ty tells him the story. He's like, dude, that's insane. So anyways, they get back, and Ty actually had a really good time at the camp, minus the emo kid, like, cringe fest or whatever. Eventually, Ty's parents come to pick him up. And Ty's mom's like, man, you got to tell me all about it. Like, how was it? Ty's like, it was really good, but it's quite a story. And so for the entire, 2-hour car ride back, Ty tells them the entire story. And let me just say,
click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. How's it going, everyone? I hope you're having a great day, because today we have a story of probably one of the cringiest emo kids on planet Earth. I'm not even kidding. This is probably one of the craziest stories I've received, so sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted this story, let's call him Oliver. So this all happened back in the good old days of 2014, 2015, when goth, emo, all that type of stuff was super popular. And by the way, if you dress goth or emo, I literally don't care. That's a totally fine style. As long as you aren't an emo kid like this kid, you're totally cool in my book. So anyways, right, this all started when Oliver and his friends were in the mall. And this was way back in the day. And Oliver and his friends were just kind of walking around in the mall. They were trying to figure out something to do. I mean, it was a Saturday, so I mean, who knows, they were trying to figure out something that they wanted to do. And Oliver's friend was like, hey man, do you mind if we stop in Hot Topic? Hot Topic is a t-shirt store that sells sells a lot of different types of t-shirts, a lot of trending stuff, a lot of and since, emo and goth was kind of trending at the time, they sold a lot of shirts and attire that really fit with that outfit. You got black t-shirt that says society, and then you got a spiky collar. I don't know, man. But anyways, right, Oliver and his friends stopped in Hot Topic, and Oliver wasn't really, there to buy something. So he was kind of just walking around and chilling, and he accidentally bumps into the emo guy. Or this is the emo guy. I'm introducing a new guy, emo kid, whatever. We'll call him the emo kid. So anyways, right, this kid turns around, and he's got this this black t-shirt on. He's got a spiky collar choker type thing. He's got black pants. He's got black shoes on. His hair is black and it's slicked down. So he has these massive, really weird bangs where you can't even see his face. He's like, watch where you're going, punk. And Oliver's like, sorry, man. He's like, wait, I know you, dude. You're from my school. And Oliver's like, Yeah, I think we're in class together. No, I've seen you around though, because Oliver's starting to remember this one time he saw this really weirdo looking kid who was like, man, no one gets me. And so sure enough, the kid, the emo kid, is like, bro, I don't think you bumped into me on purpose. I think you were coming for me and my kind. And Oliver's like, dude, what are you talking about? And the emo kid's like, bro, I think we both know that you just hate the emo kids. And two other emo kids appear basically appear out of thin air. And they were like, what's this kid talking about? Like, what's going on over here? And the emo kid's like, yeah, this kid over here goes to my school and he hates me on purpose. And he just bumped into me and it was crazy. You can't do this to us, man. And the other emo kid's like, yeah. Well, what do you have against the emo kids? And at this point, right, Oliver was literally just standing in a Hot Topic t-shirt store because his friend wanted to buy a t-shirt. In Oliver's head, he's like, bro, please hurry up and get that t-shirt. But he says, look, I accidentally bumped into this kid, like this guy. I'm sorry. It's not on purpose. You can trust me. And the emo kid's like, no, dude, I totally know what, like, a bump on purpose would feel like. That one felt so purposeful. Like, I literally felt the purpose in the bump. It was crazy. And Oliver's like, dude, what do you mean by that? And the emo kid's like, are you getting aggressive with me, son? Do you want to fight me, son? Oh, he wants to fight me, dude. And at this point, Oliver's like, all right, guys. All right, boys, have a good day. Oliver goes over, finds his friend. He's like, dude, I met a bunch of weirdos. They want to fight me. I literally bumped into them. And, like, Oliver's friend's like, all right, dude, like, that's, like, oh, all right, we'll go. That's fine. And then Oliver's friend sees this, like, pack of, like, emo kids walk over, and Oliver's friend starts cracking up. He's like, bro, you can't seriously think, wait, these kids want to fight you? Dude, they're not going to do anything. They can probably barely walk here without fainting. And the kids are, like, waddling over. And the emo kid's like, don't think I forgot what you did, man. And so sure enough, right, Oliver and his friend, they buy the t-shirt, they leave. And, Oliver is telling his friends all about what's going down. His friends, like, completely laughing. They find it hilarious. And that's because Oliver thinks to himself, well, I'm never going to see these kids again. It doesn't really matter, right? Oh my God, was Oliver wrong? Because this started one of the most insane sagas that Oliver has ever had in his life. He was telling me that, like, he's experienced a lot of crazy things, but the story that is to follow what just happened is probably the craziest thing that ever happened to Oliver ever. So skip forward a week. An entire week has passed by, actually a little bit more because it's not a weekend. Oliver, it's a Monday morning. He gets up. He's like, oh my God, I gotta go in. So, he gets up, eats breakfast, gets on the bus. It's just like, oh my God, man, is it already Monday? Dude, that's freaking crazy. He gets into school, and he's walking to his locker, all kind of like half awake or whatever. He has his backpack on. And he gets to his locker, and that's when he realizes that something's wrong. Because his locker is like halfway open. And like the lockers didn't have locks on them. But Oliver always like closed it by the end of the day. He'd grab his backpack and he would shut it all the way and it would close. And he noticed it was halfway open, which was weird because no other lockers were halfway open. I mean, some were, but they were very obvious that people just left them open or whatever. And Oliver goes up to his locker and he opens it very close, like very, very slowly. And that's when he sees a little something in the background. He sees a little something in the very far back of his locker. So he gets his iPhone 3 or whatever, opens up his flashlight app, or I remember when that was a thing, shines it, and sure enough, he sees in the back of his locker in black marker, he sees a skull and crossbones scribbled on there, and then said, "You're next. Fear us." And at this point, Oliver is like, "What? What? Huh? What? What? What's going on here, boys? I don't. Why?" And so sure enough, Oliver hits up his friend. He's like, "Bro, did you do this?" And his friend's like, "Dude, no, I'm not cringe." and Oliver's like, "All right, well, if it wasn't you guys, well then who could it that's really weird." And remember, the whole emo experience, the emo kid thing that happened at Hot Topic over a week ago, was a pretty crazy experience. But at that time, Oliver had completely forgotten. Because don't forget that the main emo kid, actually went to Oliver's school. And Oliver recognized him from being in the hallways once. So Oliver didn't even think for a second, like he didn't even think of the emo kids when he was like, all right, who's probably going to be the one, like who did this? Who's most likely that like probably went through and was trying to mess with me or whatever? And Oliver just didn't even think of the emo kid. So give it a couple days, right? A couple days later, you know, Oliver is kind of like towards the end of school. And most people are gone, you know, Oliver's just like waiting. It's after class. Oliver's like waiting to go be picked up, but then he's like, oh shoot, I forgot my backpack. So, I don't know, that happens or whatever. So Oliver's walking back to his locker. And this is where it's actually a little creepy because he starts walking back to his locker. And it's like, he looks at his locker and it's just scribbled in black pen. Like nothing else, no other lockers. It says his locker has all these black X's all over them. And it's done in Sharpie or whatever, but he's like, okay, whatever, this is kind of serious. Because like he looks around and no one else is around him. So this is like kind of weird now. He's definitely feeling kind of uncomfortable at the moment. So he goes in there and he goes to grab his backpack and he sees a piece of paper sitting there. So he grabs the piece of paper, he realizes it's a letter, but he doesn't read it yet because he grabs his backpack, he gets on out of there and he goes out of the school. And now he's standing where, you know, people are getting picked up or whatever. And this is where he feels more comfortable to actually read the letter. So he opens up the letter and it says, I'm going to try and read it in the emo kid voice. Don't think you could have gotten away from us, man. The emo kids have not forgotten your sins, and you shall pay for them. Next time, don't mess with the popular loners ever again. And then it had this like weird like raven at the bottom. And apparently that was like the emo guild crest or whatever, dude. I don't know. But at this point, Oliver's like, oh my God, it's the freaking emo kid that I bumped into at the Hot Topic. That's the kid behind all this or whatever. So he's like, all right, I'm just going to, next time I see him, I'm just going to tell him to leave me alone. And I'm just going to scare him. He's full of nothing, right? He's full of nothing. And so sure enough, the next day rolls around and he gets on the bus. And once again, Oliver isn't even really thinking about the weird stuff going on, but he gets on the bus and he's half awake. And he's looking, you know how you walk down the bus and you can see all the people sitting in the seats? He looks in the way back and he's like stops for a second because he sees something that's very that he remembers. Long black hair, bangs in the front of the face. And he's like, oh my God, wait, that's the emo kid. And all of a sudden he hears from the back of the bus, well, hello there, Oliver. Why don't you sit next to me? And Oliver's like, how does he know my name? Whatever. And Oliver's like, all right, well, this is going to be actually a great opportunity for me to sit down and kind of like scare this kid and tell him to like basically to piss off, right? So Oliver gets to the back of the bus and he sees the emo kid and he sits there. He's like, dude, I don't know what's up with you, but why do you keep doing weird things to my locker? And he says, and the emo kid's like, so you've noticed that the emo guild has noticed your presence and has decided that you are mortal enemy number one. And Oliver's like, what? The emo kid's like, so you must not know about the emo guild. Well, someone so ignorant as you probably would have known that anyways. But anyways, the emo guild is the guild of all the emos in our area. They got together, and since everyone's a hater and part of society, we've decided to guild together and join our forces. And if anyone strikes one of us, we will all combine and strike them down 20 times as hard. And Oliver's like, all right, man, well, you struck pretty hard with the locker. Scared me, got me good. And the emo kid's like, nice try, Oliver, if that even is your real name. Oliver's like, yes, that's my birth name. And he's like, whatever, you don't even know what's coming next. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video and are busy doing something, comment emo down below. I'll try and heart as many comments to say that. Then also, if you want to support the channel, binge watch these videos while you're doing something, and let me know in the comment section down below what you're doing while binge watching these videos. Binging the video supports the channel so much, and I appreciate it. And also, I'll be shouting out random people who tell me how they're supporting the channel, like these people on screen right now. Thank you. Let's get back to the story. So eventually the bus gets to the bus stop where the school is. Oliver gets up and the emo kid's like, wait, you must know,
that you are facing off against the emo clan, and you will not have any idea of what's coming. And Oliver's like, all right, can I at least get your name so I can know who I'm facing off against? Fine, I guess that is only what a respectable duelist would do anyways, so fair. I am Sir Ben, the great wizard Archduke Nemesis Leonardo DiCaprio III. And Oliver's like, so your name's Ben? Yes, whatever, that is my mortal name. And Oliver's like, okay, Ben. It is Ben, and he's like, all right, I don't need to hear it. Fine. Okay. Bye. So Oliver walks away, and it's like, all right. Oliver's thinking on this. He's like, you know what? These kids are weird, and they have way too much time on their hands, so I don't really want to see what, like, weird concoction of weird stuff they decide to put in my locker or whatever they decide to do. I don't want to see it. So you know what? I'm going to strike back. I'm going to figure out everything about this Ben kid, and I'm going to have a little ammunition to, I'm not going to say blackmail him, but blackmail him. It just is what it is, man. I'm sorry. Like, they're playing dirty. I'm playing dirty. Sorry. So sorry. If you don't hate the player, hate the game. Right? So anyways, Oliver immediately starts hitting up all of his friends. He's like, do you know this Ben kid? They're like, no, I don't know this Ben kid. One kid's like, yeah, he's a weird emo kid. He's like, all right, what do you know about him? He's like, he's weird and emo or something. And Oliver's like, you're no help. So anyways, Oliver eventually talks to his friend Stormy, who's a girl. And, Oliver's like, hey, sorry, I'm trying to find, this weird kid is, like, trying to, like, beef with me. I just want to find dirt on him. Do you know this kid, Ben? Stormy's like, oh, do I know Ben? And Oliver's like, yes, you know something, let's go. And he's like, please tell me whatever. Stormy's like, well, you know Kate, right? And Ben's like, no, not Ben, sorry. Oliver's like, yeah, I know Kate. So Ben, the emo kid guy that's, like, being weird with you, is what Stormy's saying, has a massive crush on Kate. And Kate knows it. And, Kate hasn't necessarily said no to him yet because he hasn't made any advances. And Oliver's like, thank you. That's all I need. Can I talk to Kate for a second? And, Stormy's like, yeah, sure, like, whatever. So eventually, Stormy sets Kate and Oliver up. And Oliver's like, hey, please. He explains the entire situation. And Kate's like, look, Ben, the emo kid, has been weird to me for a very long time. Like, I used to think it was this funny, but he's weird. He keeps looking at me. He keeps professing his love to me. You know what? I'll team up with you. We'll take him down. Oliver's ecstatic at this point. So basically, they come up with a plan. If next time the emo kids strike, Oliver is going to find the emo kid and ask for, like, mercy. And if the emo kid doesn't give him mercy, and, Oliver doesn't actually expect him to give him mercy, basically, assuming the emo kid doesn't give him mercy, Oliver is going to say, well, I'm going to give you one more chance to give me mercy. And the emo kid's he's going to be like, what do you mean? Like, I have the upper ground. And then all of a sudden, Oliver is going to, like, pull out, like, basically text message conversation with Kate, which is going to be fabricated, about how, like, he knows someone perfect for her, and how, like, Oliver's friend, who we'll just call Bob. No, we're going to call him, what should we call him? Oliver's friend Ryan is, like, perfect for Kate, and the truth is Kate has, like, a crush on Ryan, and Oliver's basically going to say, hey, if you do anything else, I'm going to set up Ryan and Kate. And Kate already thinks Ryan is super attractive, and Ryan is down to get with her, and I have all the power to connect them, and you will never be able to date Kate, you'll never be able to date Kate ever again, and this will destroy the emo kid. So anyways, after this plan is done, once again, Oliver is walking back to his locker. And sure enough, once again, and he reported last time all the X's and stuff, and the janitor came and cleaned it up. And he goes to the locker, and sure enough, there is this, like, crudely drawn black raven, and then it says emo guild underneath it. And so, Oliver's like, all right, they struck again. Let's see if this kid's on the bus. So the next day, Oliver is really hoping that the emo kid takes the bus again, because this would be kind of difficult to go and find him. But sure enough, the emo kid is sitting in the back with his, like, weird, super long hair that's, like, covering his entire face. He's wearing, like, he has this, like, robe today, this, like, black cape or whatever or something. He's sitting there, and he's like, Oliver, do you want to sit next to me and because I don't know if you've seen your locker yesterday, but it has a little, I don't know, it has a little something on it. And Oliver's like, yes, Ben, I know. I was wondering if we could talk about, maybe a surrender, my surrender. And the emo kid's like, I knew it. I knew you were weak. I knew you were sad. But no, I will not show you mercy. I will just not do it. It's not in the way of the emo guild. Because you're a part of society. Freak society, bruh. And Oliver's like, look, Ben, I'm going to give you one more chance to reconsider. And the emo kid's like, what? Give me a chance to reconsider? You're asking me for my forgiveness. I will not reconsider anything. And Oliver's like, fine. I know about Kate. And the emo kid's like, what? You know about my love? I can barely keep a straight face doing this. Anyways, emo kid's like, you know about my love? And Oliver's like, yes. In fact, I know more than that. You know Kate, right? Well, I have a friend, Ryan. He's a good-looking man. And I was talking to Kate, and I was talking to her about Ryan. And I just asked her, what she thought. And Kate confessed to me that she really thinks Ryan is so attractive. And you know who's my best friend? Ryan. You know who Ryan finds attractive? Kate. And with a snap of my fingers, Mr. Emo Man, I could set the two of them up. And you will never have a chance to date her for the rest of high school or middle school. I don't care, right? For the rest of high school. And I mean, it's not like that Ben, the emo kid, was going to date her anyways, but the emo kid was like, no, what do you want, you cruel beast, you cruel monster? I don't know why you put my love up like that. You can have whatever you want. You can have my riches. You can have my gold. You can have my Twilight limited edition series book signed by the author himself. You can have anything of mine. And Oliver's like, dude, I just want you and your weirdo friends to stop. Emo kid's like, the emo guild is not gonna like this. They'll know that I have a weakness. I might be kicked out of the emo guild. No. And Oliver's like, all right, well, if they're not gonna stop, if your buddies aren't gonna stop, you and your weirdos aren't gonna stop harassing me, well then, you know what? Kate and my friend Ryan are gonna be sitting in a tree. Emo kid's like, no, don't say it. Don't say it. K-I-S, no, S-I-N, no, G, no. Fine, Oliver, you cruel monster. You can have whatever you want then. Fine, we'll do it. No, nothing more will happen. I'll tell the emo guild that you surrendered to me and I was merciful because that's part of the emo guild. And Oliver's like, didn't you say that was the opposite? It doesn't matter, Oliver. I'm trying to work with you, idiot. And Oliver's like, okay, you know what? If this is true, Kate and Ryan, they're not going to be like that. But just so you know, if you or one of your little emo friends do anything to me, anything, Kate and Ryan are a thing. Emo kid's like, fine, you drive a hard bargain. I'll call off the attacks. And from that point on, Oliver has never received another emo style, I don't even know if you could call it an attack, but he never received weird stuff in his locker or weird carvings of the emo guild or anything like that. And he lived happily ever after.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. Today I got a story time for you guys about probably one of the weirdest, strangest emo kids to ever exist. So yeah, I don't know, get something to eat, get comfortable, subscribe if you're new, and let's call today's subscriber who submitted the story, let's call her Claire. So this takes place during Claire's class, right? During school, she was in class, and there's this boy that Claire was talking to, and she kind of liked him, right? Hey man, it happens, life happens. Let's call this guy Ben, because I'm not creative, man. There's also another girl in Claire's class, and we're just gonna call her the emo girl. And Claire didn't know this at the time, but she really did know this. She really got to know this pretty soon, but at the time, she didn't know that the emo girl had a massive crush on Ben, right? And part of me feels for the emo girl a little bit, like, I've definitely been in situations where in middle school I had a crush on this girl, and she was obviously talking to another guy that, like, you know, would have definitely gotten her. Like, that I was not the one for her, some other guy was. It sucks, man. It really does. I'm not going to say it doesn't. However, it doesn't justify the actions that you'll see in this video, which are pretty crazy. But anyways, right, so this all started one day when Claire was talking to Ben. And she was sitting there, you know, she's talking to Ben, and it kind of seemed like Ben was going to like her back, and he was very engaged talking to her, like they were flirting a lot. And this is when, you know, Claire, like, kind of like spaced out a little bit. You know, when you're like looking at someone and then you kind of space out a little bit and you look at all the stuff behind them when your like focus of vision kind of changes and shifts. So she kind of like spaced out a little bit and looked behind Ben, and she very briefly made eye contact with this emo girl in her class. If you dress emo, this video is not against you. I think the style is totally fine, and I like you either way. As long as you don't act like this emo girl, then you're totally fine. So basically, right, this girl had super long, dyed black hair. She was like a natural, like a brunette, like a year ago, but then she dyed it all black. She wears all these like goth skull rings or whatever, and it's kind of the style, you know what I mean. And sure enough, this emo girl that Claire doesn't really talk to just because they were never really friends is just staring into like the pits of her souls, dude. Like the pits of her souls. Staring into like I don't know what I'm trying to say. They were just like deeply staring at her, very, very kind of like angrily. And Claire quickly breaks eye contact because, like, I don't know, man, she's not trying to like, she's just like, I'm not engaging with this. Like, let's hope that's a coincidence. Claire completely forgets about that and goes back to talking with Ben, right? And so sure enough, you know, she's talking to Ben. She's like, flirting, whatever, right? Insert flirtatious conversation. And by the end of the conversation, you know, the bell rings or whatever, and Claire leaves to go to either recess, lunch, another class. I don't know specifically what, but whatever it was, she leaves to go and do it. And the emo girl quickly follows behind her. Like, the emo girl was kind of far behind her in class, so the emo girl is like speed walking towards her. And Claire is kind of thinking, oh boy, I guess that eye contact earlier today was not an accident. It was not like a mistake. You know how you sometimes like, I know I'll do this. I'll like space out and not even pay attention and then realize I've been staring at someone for like 5 minutes. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I swear, I'm just zoning out. And Claire was kind of hoping that the emo girl just happened to be accidentally staring into her soul through her pupils. But yeah, it was not an accident because the emo girl walks up to her, is like, hey, we gotta talk. And Claire's like, okay. And the emo girl is like, I don't know if you know this, but Ben is mine. He is my boyfriend, and I don't want to see you start talking to him. And Claire is really taken aback because at first she's like, oh, wait, is Ben dating someone? Like, I've talked to all my friends, and I'm pretty sure, like, because like Claire made sure beforehand that, you know, Ben wasn't dating anyone, so she could kind of like show that she was interested and not get rejected or whatever. And she was pretty sure that he wasn't dating anyone, and also if he was to date someone, Claire didn't really think that the emo girl was his type, but she was like, oh, so you're dating him? And the emo girl is like, well, not yet. But he's mine! Don't question my authority on this matter. You will suffer the consequences if you want to steal my boyfriend away from me. And Claire's just like, what do you mean, your boyfriend? So you guys are dating or aren't dating? She's like, well, not yet, but like super soon. Like, it's totally happening. And the thing is, Claire, you're just getting in the way of this. You're getting in the way of what is meant to be. I was performing a spell last night, and in my cauldron, I got, like, the spirits told me that Ben and I are meant to be together. And if you want to get in the way of spirits and magic, well then, by all means, like, go ahead and curse yourself. But I'm just letting you know that if you get in between Ben and I becoming boyfriend and girlfriend and soon to be husband and wife forever, then you will regret it. And the emo girl kind of like hunches over and like shuffles away. And Claire was just stunned, to say the least. She was kind of just at a loss for words at this point because it's not every day that, you know, you're walking around and, you know, the emo girl in your class, if you have one, comes up to you and says that, yeah, by the way, the gods of magic literally said that, you know, that guy that you're talking to, that
he and I are meant to be together and that we are actually boyfriend and girlfriend even though we aren't, so stay away, bro. And then shuffle away. That's just not a, a day-to-day occurrence. I don't know, but maybe it is. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But sure enough, Claire kind of was like, okay, well, I'm not going to be bullied out of talking to this guy that I like. Like, I'm not going to be bullied out of it, man. Like, that's just not going to happen. You know what I mean? And Claire's like, you know what? I think I'm just going to, keep talking to this guy. I think I just am. So the next day rolls around, and the only class that Claire has with Ben is the class that she has with the emo girl. So it's not like Claire could really talk to Ben a lot in other classes. However, Claire does talk to him every kind of like lunch break. They get lunch together, and the emo girl doesn't eat lunch in the lunchroom, so I don't think she knows, or if she does, she's not trying to see that. Fair enough, I guess. But sure enough, Claire, Ben comes over to Claire because they kind of were talking every single day. I don't think the emo girl's ever spoken to Ben before, but they're about to be boyfriend and girlfriend, guys. Stop hating. No, but so Ben comes over just like every other day, and Claire was a little bit weird, and Ben's like, "Are you good?" And she's like, "Yeah, actually it's nothing. Sorry, I was just spacing out." In reality, Claire was like, "Okay, this will be interesting," because she notices the emo girl is intensely staring at her, right? Just looking at her so angrily. And as Ben walks over, and when Ben sits down, her brow furrows, and she lifts up her hand and like crunches it into a fist of rage, like that Arthur meme where it's like his fist is all balled up. Like, so Claire was distracted by that, obviously, and she was like, "Oh no, I'm just spacing out." So Claire and Ben, they continue to talk, and they flirt a lot as always. Claire's kind of getting a feeling that Ben's gonna try and make a move at some point, kind of soon, just by kind of the natural progression over the last couple weeks. And Claire's all for that, man. I mean, she was kind of like trying to put herself out there so that Ben would hopefully come around and ask her out or something. Sure enough, the bell rings again, and Claire is kind of like power walks out of there. She grabs her bag quickly. She's like, "Aha, Ben, I'll see you in the next one," because Ben and her go to totally different directions, so it's not like she can walk with Ben. And so Claire is like power walking out of there because she's like, "All right, emo girl is coming for me, man." Like, because Claire wasn't looking at the emo girl, but she could just feel it. Like, she had kind of like the raid boss music going on. She's like, "Oh man, I gotta get out of here, dude. Final boss encroaching, man. Like, I gotta get out of here." So she grabs her backpack, quickly like puts it on her shoulder, and starts to like not sprint out of the classroom, man. Her teacher would have been like, "Stop running, stop it, stop." But sure enough, right now, the emo girl was just as fast and just as intent to be talking to Claire. And she comes up to Claire, and she's like, "You didn't heed my warning. You didn't listen to me." And Claire goes, "Dude, I don't know you, but it doesn't seem like you and Ben ever talk. I don't think you're going to be boyfriend and girlfriend. You threatening me with your magic powers or whatever is not going to make me stop talking to this guy, dude. Like, can you go away?" And the emo girl is like, "Fine, but just know that I will give you one last warning." And Claire's like, "Oh boy," kind of rolls her eyes or whatever. And the emo girl's like, "If I see you talking with him again, it is on sight." And Claire's like, "Bro, what?" "What?" "Huh?" And the emo girl's all like, "Stop laughing at me. It's not funny. It's serious. I will give you one last chance. And this is your final opportunity to cease your terrible behavior, or you, yes, you, Claire, will suffer the consequences." And Claire's just like, "Oh my God, you can't, you gotta be kidding me, dude. Like, there's no chance." So she's like, "Okay, thanks for talking to me. Is that all?" And the emo girl's like, "Yes. One last chance. Don't forget it. Don't you forget it. One last chance." And once again, emo girl scuffles off. Little spoiler, Claire does not listen to the emo girl. And the next day in class, the emo girl does something completely crazy. But real quick, comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment, as that is the secret word of the day, and I will try and heart your comment to say thank you. And also, if you want to support the channel, binge watch videos or just watch a bunch of videos after this one or in your free time when you're drawing, about to go to bed, playing video games, go watch one of the playlists. I got Emo Kid playlist, Spoil Kid playlist. And if you do, comment down below so I can personally say thank you, as it really does help. And also, profile pic army looking strong. So you thought that was it for the craziness from this emo girl, that going up and threatening that the evil gods of spells and magic and wizardry she will suffer the consequences. You thought that was bad? No. Pause, bro. You're not even close to what's about to happen, because the next day it rolls around. Okay, I keep saying that like that's something crazy. Oh no, the next day happens. Time is linear, rah. But anyways, right? Next day rolls around. Claire goes into class. And she makes sure that she's talking to Ben, and she makes sure that the emo kid, or the emo girl specifically, is seeing this. And Claire's kind of like a little bit upset because she's like, you know what? This girl is bossing me around. I'm not standing for it. So Claire decides that, she's just going to make a move. Like, she's going to make a move. So anyways, Claire is talking with Ben, and, she sees that the emo girl is at an angle where she can see both of them pretty clearly. And so Claire looks at the emo girl in the eyes. This is a little mean, I'm not gonna lie. However, it is kind of justified, since the emo girl was like threatening to pull up or square up, or like it's on site if you talk to him, or talking crazy or whatever. So this is a little bit justified, not saying it's not mean, but Claire is kind of like, oh, Ben, like, tell me about you or whatever. And what Claire does is she puts her hand on like Ben's leg or whatever, kind of like as an indication of like, I like you. Don't go ahead and do this. Especially like you got to ask people first. Like, you can't go around just putting your hands on people, bro. As the Connor Pugs endorsement, don't do this. But anyways, like, I mean, she already talked it, like, either way she does it. And Ben reciprocates very nicely back, and Ben kind of like puts his hand on her chair, right? When you're like in the classic movie theater scene where it's like you reach your hand behind them to like, I don't know, you know what I'm talking about. And the emo girl legitimately snaps, dude. She freaking snaps. And you're probably thinking she's gonna go up and put a spell on them, or she's gonna like go raw and like sprint to the bathroom to have explosive diarrhea. No, none of those things are true. You know what this girl does? When she said it's on site, she meant it. Because Claire, one moment, was like kind of relaxing in the company of her soon-to-be boyfriend, spoiler, Ben. In the next moment, she was on the ground. Do you know why? Because the emo girl freaking tackled her, dude. The emo girl got so angry at the sight of them, like, basically, they weren't holding hands, but they were like same level of like romantic intimacy as holding hands. She was so mad at that sight that the emo girl legitimately got up out of her seat, buckled her head down, sprinted like a D1 quarterback, and knocked Claire out of, like, tackled Claire basically, and was like, and started hissing. So right now, Claire's on the ground, the emo girl is on top of her, Ben is sitting there in complete shock, like, what? And everyone in the class turns around, including the teacher. Because they were supposed to be like reading a book or something in pairs. None of this nonsense was supposed to be going down. So the teacher is just like, what's going on over here? And the emo girl is like hissing the entire time. Like, I told you it was on site. Stay away from my boyfriend. And Ben is just so confused. And Claire's like covering her face because the emo girl is like very faintly, but still trying to like claw at her. It's like, don't, like with their big, like, kind of like in Pokemon, like Meowth, or I forgot the cat Pokemon that like Team Rocket has. You know how that like it has scratch attack that does like -1 damage? That was kind of the equivalent of what like the emo girl was doing to Claire. So no damage was done, but it was very strange. And sure enough, Claire at the next moment feels the sensation of the emo girl leaving her body, like being picked up. So she opens her eyes and she sees the emo girl is literally being dragged away by the teacher and dragged out of the classroom. And Claire gets up and Ben looks at her with just this look of, huh? And at this point, Claire's like, Ben, I got some explaining to you. I got some explaining to do.
And Claire explains everything that I just told you.
Clicking the
guys.
video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
Today I got a story of probably one of the craziest emo kids of all time, and I've told a lot of crazy stories, so strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber, let's call her Luna. So Luna was a tennis player and was pretty good at tennis, and over the summer her mom sent Luna to a tennis camp, and this story starts pretty far through the tennis camp. So the tennis camp lasted about 1 week long, and on the last day, which was Friday, all the parents would come and they would watch kind of like a tennis tournament of all the kids who were playing and learning how to play and getting better during the week. There would be a big tournament. They would have like, I don't know, a fake little trophy thing. But the main important thing was that there was a big tournament at the end of the week and all the parents came to watch. So this story starts on that Thursday. So this is the day before the last day, which is the big event. And this tennis camp took place at a college, so they had access to a college dining hall. And Luna and her two friends were walking, to go try and find a table. And Luna's two friends said, oh, look over there. Or one of Luna's friends said, oh, look over there. There's a table. So Luna's two other friends, went over and sat down at the table. Luna said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go get something. So Luna walks over to the dining hall, grabs something to eat, and is walking back. And while Luna's walking back, she's not really paying attention. Like, she's kind of like, I don't know, spacing out or looking on her phone, or for some reason, she's not paying full attention to her surroundings. So unfortunately, she bumps into this guy. And, the guy had a tray of food, and the food, honestly, it wasn't even that bad. Like, the food, sure, like a little bit got on his shirt, but it wasn't like the entire tray exploded all over his shirt and his clothes were soiled and ruined beyond repair. Like, yeah, dude, you got sprayed a little bit. That sucks, but it's time to move on. And Luna was like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's so embarrassing. And like, she's like, I'm so sorry. Like, I wasn't paying attention. And this kid, Luna's looking at this kid, and this kid is very clearly like an emo kid. And by the way, there's nothing wrong if you dress like goth or emo or whatever. It's a style, and I think a lot of my viewers have the style, and I don't personally do it myself. That isn't my style, but I rock with you if you do that. No hard feelings. However, if you're like this emo kid, bro, you gotta change some things in your life. That's all I'm saying. Because this emo kid looks at Luna, looks her dead in the eyes, and then takes out a book. And Luna's like, what? And the emo kid, so he has this book in his hand, and Luna notices that there's like ancient hieroglyphics. Dude, my brain is not working right now. There's like ancient like letters and all these like symbols on the book. Basically, it looks like a wizard or witch book or something. And Luna's thinking to herself, all right, there's no shot that like that's actually like a wizard book or something. And the emo kid reaches into his back pocket and takes out a wand. So he opens up the spell book and he's waving his wand around. He's like, you have made a great enemy. You've made a great mistake bumping into me on purpose. And Luna's like, it wasn't on purpose, man. Like, I swear to you, like, I wasn't paying attention and I apologize for that. I should have been paying attention. You're right. Like, that's on me. However, like, come on now. It was an accident. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what kind of nonsense doobly-doop you're doing right now. But he's like, silence, mortal. And he's like waving his wand around. He's like, hibbity-bibbity-bobbity-boo. I put a something like super goofy, but like supposedly like, I don't know, wizard tongue or something. He's like, beepity-boop, boppity-bee. I'm like, okay, bro, like, let's calm down now. He's like, there. You've been cursed. And he slams the book shut with one hand, puts the wand back in his pocket, puts the book back into his backpack, which he was carrying around. Or I guess not a backpack. I guess it was like a tennis bag with a racket in it. And the emo kid walks off. And Luna is just standing there, just kind of like, what? What just happened? Like, can we just have like a little pause and a rewind of what just happened here? Because I don't think that like I really understood what was going on, because there's not a shot that actually just happened. So Luna goes back to the table with her two friends, and her two friends are like, what took you so long? And Luna's like, well, I actually have a very interesting answer that I bet you guys were not expecting. So Luna tells them the story, and they're like, one of them was just like, oh my God, that's crazy. The other one was like, dude, like,
I know that kid. Like, I was in a tennis group earlier this morning. We're practicing forehands. I know that kid. He was so weird, bro. He was all like, okay, okay, he wasn't like the other emo kid, bro. I'm just playing around. But he was like all like in the corner, hushed away. And when the coach like said to him it was his turn, he kind of like looked up at him and flicked his long dark hair back, kind of sighed, and then like, hit a forehand or something. And they're like, that kid was super weird, but I had no idea that he was like that weird. Because there's a difference between being kind of weird and putting spells on people randomly. Like, that's just two different ballparks, bro. Quick comment emo down below if you want to heart in your comment. That is the secret word of the day, and I will do my best to heart as many comments as possible. I'm still getting over some complications with the wisdom teeth, and that might take a couple days, so please don't take it personally if I don't heart your comment. Do know I still really appreciate it. And also, shout out to all the people who've been binge watching my videos, like going through and watching a ton of them, either via the playlist or just through the recommended. Please let me know in the comment section when you're doing this so I can heart it and say thank you, and just know that you're supporting the channel more than you can even imagine at this point. I really appreciate it. Back to the story. It gets crazy. Anyways, right, so the next day rolls around, and remember that, Luna was at a tennis camp, and on the last day, which was the next day, because this whole spell incident happened on a Thursday, and the last day was on a Friday. So it was Friday, it was the last day, and it was only like a half day because the parents would come and pick you up by the end of it. But anyways, right, there was a big tennis tournament, and all the parents came to watch. So it was a pretty big deal. And so everyone was sitting around on the tennis court, and like the coach was standing at the very front. Everyone was sitting on the tennis court, and he was reading off his list of like, all right, guys, like, thank you for all your hard work this week. And finally, it pays off. Just know that, win or lose, like, we just want to make sure you have a fun time, and that, there can only be one winner, so you can't take it that personally if you don't win. The most important thing is to like good sportsmanship and have a fun time. And anyways, let me read off the pairings. So the pairings were read off, and Luna had a first round match where she played against some random guy or something, and she was better. She was probably one of the top 10 people at the camp. She didn't expect to win the tournament. The other people, were some people that were much better than her, and maybe they're having a bad day or whatever, but Luna just wanted to go out there, have some fun. So Luna's first round match went down really well. She won 6-2, 6-3, which is pretty solid win. If you guys know tennis, I used to play tennis a lot back in the day. That's why I can tell this story so well, at least the tennis parts. But anyways, things get really interesting when Luna goes into her second round match. The second round match is against a familiar character that you guys may or may not remember from earlier in the story. Yes, Luna is playing the emo kid, and let me just say that Luna did not forget the emo kid, but very well the converse is true too, because the emo kid had not forgotten about Luna either. Which means, yes, Luna versus the emo kid are about to play after the emo kid put a spell on her. And Luna's just looking at her opponent like, there's no way. There's no way, man. There's no way. So anyways, right, Luna, so when you play tennis, you normally, you will warm up with your partner, and then you'll get into playing. But basically, you both stand on two sides of a net, just very quickly for people who don't know. And so Luna was standing on one side of the net, and the emo kid was, sulking over and kind of, was all hunched over and kind of, wandered over to the other side of the net. And so Luna walks up to kind of the net in between, and the emo kid walks up as well. And Luna's like, all right, do you want to warm up? And the emo kid is like, insert maniacal laugh. I can't do a maniacal laugh right now. I just can't do it. So insert the most evil maniacal laugh from TV shows and movies you can think of. And dude, out of all the responses Luna was expecting, okay, Luna was either expecting yes or no. It was a yes or no question. But out of all the responses that Luna was expecting, let me just say that a maniacal laugh was not on the list, dude. It just was not on the list. And so Luna's kind of just thinking okay. And then the emo kid goes on to say, finishes up his maniacal laugh and is like, why would I need to warm up when I have the curse on my side? And Luna was just like, oh, so we're still going with that. We're not just gonna because Luna was kind of thinking, all right, well, let's just put yesterday behind us because that was very weird.
you know what, Luna gave this guy, you know, the privilege of allowing, you know, just to put that behind them. Because normally that's not a thing you just put behind, right? The fact that, like, you got a spell put on you, normally you don't just forget about that. But Luna was like, oh, okay, so no warm-up? And the emo kid said, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the curse on my side, so why would I need to warm up anyways? And Luna was like, all right, fine, I really gotta smack this kid. So Luna and the emo kid kind of go immediately into playing the match, and so Luna spins the racket, and sure enough, it is the emo kid's choice. So basically, in the beginning of tennis, you spin like heads or tails, and if you get it right, you can choose to serve or have the other person serve. And the emo kid starts maniacally laughing. So once again, insert the like maniacal evil villain laugh after the racket is spun. And, you know, Lunas is kind of looking at him like, dude, what? And the emo kid is like, looks like my curse is already working. Insert again another maniacal laugh. And Luna's just thinking to herself, all right, bro, like, let's not jump to conclusions. There's a 50-50 chance that you were going to get that. Like, come on now. In the back of Luna's mind, she was like, well, I wonder if the curse is real, but her rational mind was able to take control and be like, all right, let's just smack this kid. I know I'm better than him. So sure enough, right, you know, the emo kid starts serving. Basically, that's the way you start a tennis point. So the emo kid throws it up, bops it in, and the serve is not that good. Serve is the hardest part of tennis, in my opinion, but the serve is not that good. And Luna, really wanting to have a good impression to kind of quote-unquote break the curse, winds up a massive forehand, completely crunches it, and obliterates the emo kid in the first point. Like, this ball is blazing off of Luna's racket and just smack right past the emo kid. The emo kid wasn't even, like, the emo kid plus the curse were not good enough to give him the reaction time to be able to deal with it. That's how bad this whole thing was, dude. So Luna looks up at the emo kid, giving her the dirtiest look ever, because I don't think the emo kid realized that Luna was one of the top players at the tennis camp, but he now realized that, you know, he was probably not going to win this. I think he walked in with a lot of confidence, also trying to scare her off because of, like, he remembered, oh, this is the girl I put the curse on. Odds are he would have, like, if this was a different person, he would have put a curse on them beforehand. Like, he would have walked up to the tennis net, whipped out his magic wand, and been like, you're now cursed or something, just to mess with their head. But since he's already done that, right, he was trying to use that as leverage. But anyways, the match continues, and the emo kid is getting destroyed. So at this point, the emo kid is down about 3-0, and they're only playing one set. Basically, in tennis, you play to 6 games. Whoever gets to 6 games first but win by 2 wins, and if you get to 6-6, you play a tiebreaker. But anyways, right, Luna's up 3-0, so absolutely smoking the emo kid. And it's Luna's serve, and she serves it in, and it is very clearly a winning shot. However, it was close, right? It wasn't like, it was clearly in, but it wasn't like in by so far that, like, you'd have to be, like, crazy to say that it was out, right? And the emo kid was like, out. Because if you don't know, you make your own calls when you play tennis. There's no umpire unless you're really good. And this was a lower level. I think in the final match, like the final match of their big tournament, they might have, like, someone, like, officiating it. But the emo kid was like, out. And Luna kind of looked at him like, no, dude, that wasn't. But, like, she can't really do anything. So they keep playing, right? And Luna continues to crush this kid. Continues to crush this fool, bro. Like, and the emo kid continues to cheat. However, the emo kid is really only cheating when it's, like, I don't know, kind of close. So if, like, Luna hits a really good shot, but it's kind of close, the emo kid will just call it out. And this is super frustrating to Luna because she's losing a lot more points than she needs to, but she's still winning. It's currently 5-1. So if Luna wins one more game, then it's over, right? She wins the match and, like, it's done with the emo kid. And at this point, right, I think other matches were kind of, like, getting on with, and, like, there were, like, more people were finishing. So parents were kind of, like, coming over and they were watching. And, like, more of the staff officials decided to watch this game just because less matches were being played because more people were winning and losing and kind of less matches were going on. So at this point, right, it was like 5-1 Luna, and there were a bunch of people watching at this point. And so Luna hits a shot that is very clearly a forehand winner. She hits it, smacks it. It's not even like the other ones that is kind of close. This one was so clearly in, it was in by like 2 or 3 feet. And the emo kid is like, that was out, by the way. And Luna's like, dude, like, I've been letting you have some really close calls recently, but that was so clearly in, I don't know how else to say it. Like, I give you the benefit of the doubt of all the other stuff, but that one was so clearly in, I can't let it stand. Luna basically slips and she's like, nah, I'm done, bro. And the emo kid starts getting mad and he's like, hey, like, you must respect my authority for point calling. And I guess technically you do, but then again, like, one of the camp people was watching the whole thing go down, and he started to pay more attention. So he's watching the emo kid, and the emo kid is getting so angry. So once again, they start another point. The emo kid takes that point, even though he's obviously losing, right? And Luna hits another shot, and the emo kid, it's not even that Luna's shot was good. The emo kid just shanks it into the net, like he completely misses it. And the emo kid was like, oh, by the way, your shot was so out. And it was so clearly in. And Luna's like, dude, you can't just call everything out when you lose. And at this point, the emo kid said, like, I'm going to do what I want because it's my authority and you have to deal with it. And at this point, right, the camp counselor had kind of noticed what was going on and was like, I got to come in here. I got to put a stop to this. So the camp counselor, starts to walk on the court and is like, what's going on, guys? And the emo kid is so angry at this point because he's losing and he's just mad. And oh my God, this is where the emo kid snaps. So the camp counselor is walking over to the emo kid and is like, all right, can you explain what's going on here? Like, it looked like that point was very clearly in. Why did you call it out? And when the camp counselor says to the emo kid that it was clearly in and asked him, kind of questioned his call, the emo kid, already super salty and already molding super hard, being super angry already, just completely loses it. And he takes his racket and he goes, rah, and he whips around and he smashes it into the camp counselor. And like the camp counselor stumbles back and it's like, oh my God. Because like the racket had hit his arm, it had like broken the skin a little bit, so it was a little bloody, and it wasn't that bad. He didn't break anything. He didn't like hit a major artery or something, but the racket smashed into the camp counselor and like kind of like broke into his skin. So the camp counselor starts yelling like, are you crazy? Like, why would you do that? I was literally asking about a call and you attacked me. And there was another camp counselor watching the whole thing and he starts walking in. But before they could do anything, you see this woman with kind of like a side part, like it kind of like the Karen haircut. Maybe she was a nice woman, but I'm just describing what I was told. By the way, the story was sent into my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me there. It's in the description. Even if you don't want to send in the story, just follow me there. It makes me feel good. But anyways, this woman walks on the court who kind of looks like a Karen. Maybe she's super nice. I'm just saying it how it is, right? Walks on, grabs the emo kid by the back of by like the scruff of his shirt and drags him away. And he's like, ma'am. So he's like, ma'am, I was winning. The emo kid literally had the audacity, as he was being dragged off court for attacking one of the camp counselors, to say that he was winning. What? Yeah, so the other camp counselor, I mean, the one that got hit with the rackets, like, I got to get this checked up. Like, I think I'm fine, but, like, I just want to make sure that, like, it didn't break anything farther because his skin was kind of bloodied up. And the other camp counselor, the one that was not attacked by the emo kid, walked up and said, hey, Luna, like, sorry you had to deal with that. We're giving you the win, obviously. And so sure enough, Luna went on. Luna didn't win the tournament, but, did pretty well. And the emo kid was nowhere to be seen after he's dragged off by his mom. Presumably, his mom was like, all right, like, we're done. Grabbed him and just dragged him off.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it. Do it. Today we get a story time of this emo kid who thinks that he's like legitimately a god, like he has godlike powers and can put spells on people, and the people must cower in fear before him and do exactly what he says because he thinks he's legitimately a god. I'm not even kidding. Strap in, subscribe if you like stories, and let's call today's subscriber who sent in this story, let's call him Drew. So this all happened one day when Drew and his mom decided to get dinner with his cousin and his cousin's mom, because it had been a long time since Drew and his mom had seen his cousin and his cousin's mom, and at this point, right, they just want to have a little bit of a reunion. It had actually been so long that it had probably been about 3 to 4 years since Drew has seen his cousin. And, while they're driving over there, because they're driving to some kind of like local restaurant or whatever, because Drew's cousin and Drew's cousin's mom happened to be in the area for some reason, Drew's mom was like, hey, Drew, by the way, I just want to let you know that your cousin, he's going through a little bit of a phase. And, Drew's like, what do you mean? And she's like, oh, he's kind of going through like a little emo phase right now. So be nice to him. He's being extra emotional nowadays. By the way, I've seen a lot of people in my comments say that they kind of dress emo or whatever. Dude, I literally don't care. Do what you want to do. You got my love and respect either way. As long as you don't act like this kid, then we're cool. But anyways, right, his mom's like, yeah, he's kind of going through a bit of an emo phase right now. And Drew was like, all right, like, that's cool, whatever. I'll, like, not be mean to him about that. Drew's mom did not say that he was also going through his Greek god arc or whatever, dude. Like, it's the funniest thing ever. But anyways, so they sit down, and Drew and his mom are looking in, and Drew sees Drew's cousin's mom, and she's like, oh my god, how's it going? Wait, Drew's cousin's mom would be Drew's mom's sister. Okay, that's much easier. So Drew's mom sees her sister, and it's like, oh my god, it's been so long. How's it going? They run up and they like hug each other. At this point, right, Drew is kind of curious to see what his cousin is looking like. And sure enough, right, he looks over and Drew's cousin is like full, like super long, dark black hair, has like a black hoodie from Hot Topic, has like black socks, and has like a spiky chain thing, dog collar thing, and has like long, like black painted nails, and has in his mouth, like he has like a lip ring or something. And he's like, he comes up and he's kind of like shrugged over, hands in pockets, he's like, what's up? And Drew's like, hey, man, how's it going? Last time, like, he was in his Minecraft arc, so completely different, man. So Drew was a little taken aback. But anyways, they all decide to go and sit down, and they're just talking about stuff. And it seems super normal at first, but here's the first interaction that Drew kind of realized was the beginning of, wow, this is going to be a lot weirder than I ever expected. Drew's cousin, like the emo kid, and I'm just going to call him the emo kid, just realized the emo kid and Drew's cousin are the same person from here on out. So anyways, right, the emo kid is sitting there, and the first kind of really weird thing he says is he refers to Drew, right, as a mere mortal. Like, it was like a totally normal conversation, and I think like the emo kid was like, looks at Drew and says, how's a mere mortal like you faring in like school? And Drew was like, okay, that's like kind of funny. Drew thought he was just trolling. He thought he was joking around. Drew really thought that like the emo kid had a pretty good sense of humor, and Drew was all for it. He thought it was pretty funny. So Drew kind of responded as normal. But the thing that was kind of weird, and which kind of like, this was kind of the thing that made Drew think, oh my god, like, wait, this is actually something, is when the emo kid's mom, his aunt, I don't know why in the beginning I kept saying Drew's cousin's mom, his aunt. I'm kind of an idiot. I'm sorry, guys. Anyways, right, his aunt made this face, like a bit of a grimace, but also a smile. And Drew's like, why is she acting so weird? Like, the kid made a joke about me being a mere mortal. Little did Drew know the emo kid was in his god era or whatever, right? So, I mean, he meant it, bro. He legitimately meant that he was a mere mortal. But anyways, right, weird things just kept going on like that. Because all of a sudden, right, the emo kid was like, yeah, like when I was at school's going well for me because since, and he looks at them when he says, and has a bit of a smirk. And Drew in his head is like, yeah, I don't know, but he doesn't question any further. The emo kid's like, yeah, because, all my friends, they're bowing down because, they don't want to, they don't want to deal with my wrath, which I totally understand. And Drew's kind of just like in his head, like, all right, like, I can't tell if this is a joke or not. If it's a joke, this bit of satire is pretty funny. But if it's not a joke, oh my god, like, this is not going to be, this is super weird. But anyways, right, and he looks at Drew's cousin, or the emo kid's cousin's mom again, and she's grimacing again. And Drew in his head is like, wait a minute, something's off here. So the emo kid is like, I gotta go to the bathroom. He stands up and he, like, Sonic dashes away, or just, like, does the Sonic dash away, and, like, the thing is, right, Drew didn't notice this before, but he has, like, a black cloak. Like, the dude has a Superman cape, but it's, like, all black and, like, emo and whatever. And Drew's just like, okay, this guy's he's a bit of an oddball, but at least he's a good guy.
That turned out to be very incorrect. But anyways, right, Drew is just like, all right, man went to the bathroom. Like, I guess it's just going to be my mom, my aunt, and I talking. And the aunt, her face was like a forced smile for the entire conversation until Drew left and her face completely dropped. And she's like, guys, I'm so sorry. Like, I got to let you know something. And they were all just like, what are you talking about? And she was like, guys, like, I don't know how to explain this, but I guess the best way I can explain this is that, you know, your cousin, and looks at Drew, is like, Drew, your cousin, he's he's in his God arc right now. And Drew's like, huh? What is a God arc? He's like, huh? Well, what do you mean a God arc? Like, what does that even mean, bro? And she's like, yeah, so basically, he thinks that he's a legitimate god and that his friends bow down because they know that he can smite them and put spells on him. And, you know, he's been in his emo phase for a while, but it's evolved into an emo god phase. And Drew is just like looking at her like, wait, is the emo kid and my aunt, are they both on the same comedy bit? Is this like a sketch or something and he left to make it seem more believable? Because if that's the case, bravo, they're getting 5-star rating from me. But if this is legit, and it's seeming like it's legit, oh my god, I'm actually gonna like flip out, dude. This is the craziest thing ever. And then his aunt goes on to say, and you know, he's very fragile emotionally or whatever, so if you guys can just please play along if he like makes a mention that he's a god. Please don't burst his bubble. I know it's a lot to ask and it's super weird, but please just do it for me. He's gonna get through this phase and be normal soon. I hope. She has a long pause and then says, I hope. And like, you know, Drew's mom kind of cringes a little bit. She's like, oh my God. Like, thank God Drew is not like this and not in his God arc. Drew's mom wouldn't care if Drew was like an emo or something, but if he was an emo God phase, like, she would be like, bruh, like, my son, why? Why do I live? Just to suffer. And that's when Drew sees the emo kid / his cousin return from the bathroom. And you guys might be thinking, oh, he's not too bad, right? In his little god arc, because all he's saying is like his friends are immortals or whatever. No, it is about to get 1,000 times worse. It's something about the bathroom just turned him into like super evil vengeance god mode. Like it is about to get so bad. So strap in and prepare yourself. Real quick, comment emo down below if you want a heart on your comment. I'm gonna try and heart as many of those comments as I possibly can because emo is the secret word of the day. And by the way, the channel's actually been doing really well because you guys have been binge watching the videos. And I tell you, best way to support the channel is to watch a bunch of my videos in a row and then comment about it. And you guys have been going like really above and beyond. Like here's just some people on screen who've been like legitimately watching like a ton of videos and like legitimately watching me and letting me know. Just so you guys know, this is the best way to support me and it's actually really shown and it's crazy and I just want to say thank you. So let me know if you're binge watching these videos in the comments. I'll try and heart them. I'll try and respond or something. And just know I really do appreciate it. And yeah, thank you for the watch time. The channel's going kaboom, and it's all because of you guys. Anyways, back to the story. So the emo kid comes back, and he sits down, and when he sits down, he wraps his cape around him like he's Dracula or whatever. And, Drew's mom / the emo kid's, or Drew's aunt / the emo kid's mom, right, is like, hi, Drew, welcome back. And Drew, I don't know what happened to him in the bathroom, but he's like, he responds, he turns his head, he looks at his mom, and he says, silence, mortal, do not speak to a god like me. And all of a sudden, everyone at the table goes silent, and even the table next to them goes silent, and they were in the middle of a conversation. Like, everyone, like, in the 5-mile, like, vicinity, or 5-foot vicinity was, like, paused and was just like, what did I just hear? And, you know, the emo kid's mom gets, like, very, like, nervous. And she's very thankful that, like, she was able to tell, Drew and his mom, like, what's going on. But she was like, oh, my liege, I am so sorry. Please forgive me. And the emo kid is like, fine, I'll consider it. Your punishment will be less than because of your repents, is that the word? Yes, because you're slightly forgiven, but your punishment will still happen. And he like whips up his cape again and like hides his face behind it. It's like, meh, 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 meh. At this point, right, Drew's like, oh my God, my cousin's gone off the deep end, bro. What? So anyways, right, the emo kid's mom starts having a conversation with Drew's mom, kind of just trying to like move past that super awkward moment of like her son saying, silence, mortal, you will be punished like something just very strange like that. And she just tries to have a normal conversation, and she was doing pretty successfully as the emo kid was like evilly staring at them, like through his black mascara, looking at them, and like I don't know, like Drew like looked at his cousin and like briefly, very briefly, Drew looked at his cousin, and the emo kid looks at him, makes eye contact, and goes, "Hiss!" And Drew's just thinking to himself, "What? What did I do? I looked at you. Like, why are you so much less normal right now?" Because the emo kid was kind of weird before, as he was calling people his mortals, but for some reason, he just went off the deep end by the time he came back. Anyways, right, the waiter comes around and brings their food, and things are looking pretty good because, like, I don't know, Drew's like, all right, I don't need to interact with my cousin anymore. He's kind of weird. I can just focus on my food, and he can focus on his food, and then we can just get out of here. Life is good. And that was just unfortunately not the case because when the food came down, the emo kid is like, all right, because he speaks for the first time since calling his mom a mere mortal and that she's going to be punished. And he says, all right, time for the sacrifices. And his mom is kind of like, oh boy. And Drew is just thinking in his head, like, what's going on here? And sure enough, the emo kid's mom is like, oh, yes, my lord. And she takes like half of her food and scrapes it onto his plate. He's like, all right, who else? And Drew kind of is just so confused right now. He's just like, am I supposed to give this kid some of my food? Bro, Drew was hungry. He didn't have lunch that day. He was like tired. The food he got was really good. He's not trying to give this weirdo emo kid who thinks he's a god half of his food. That's just not what he's trying to do today, man. This is not what he's trying to do. And the emo kid is like, Drew, you will be punished if you don't give me half of your food. And Drew in his head is like, what? No, well, I'm just not doing that. Like, at the end of the day, I hate to say it, or actually, I don't hate to say it, I love to say it. I relish in the fact that I'm saying it. I'm not giving him half my food. That's crazy. And, Drew is just kind of looking around, and he makes eye contact with the emo kid's mom / his aunt, and his aunt just gives him a death stare, like, do it, my son needs you to do it. And so Drew's like, fine, whatever. And Drew, like, takes about a third of his food and puts it on the emo kid's plate, and he's so angry he has to do this in the first place. And the emo kid looks at him and says, peasant, this is not a half of your food. This is only a third. And Drew in his mind is like, wait, he's going to actually nitpick me on this? I gave him basically half my food. Yeah, I actually gave him like a third. It's the same thing, right? And the emo kid is like, you will be smited if you don't give me half of your food. And Drew is just thinking to himself, my God, what is wrong with my cousin? And Drew's mom's like, all right, honey, here you go, and scrapes off half of her food into the emo kid's plate. And he's like, does this like weird, like cringe laugh or whatever. And Drew's just like, you know what? Fine. And so Drew scrapes the rest of his food, or the other half, or at least up to half of his food onto his plate. And he's thinking, whatever, like, I'm going to be hungry. I'll just grab food at home. I'm just trying to get out of this very weird meal. And the emo kid is like, smart move, peasant, smart move. You will not be smited now. And the emo kid starts like, he eats like literally one bite on his plate and it is done. He just doesn't eat the rest of it. And Drew is just like so angry at this point for everything that's happened, but now the emo kid demanded all of this food from everyone at the table, and he doesn't even eat any of it. So eventually, right, the waiter comes around and is like, oh, are you done? And points to everyone else who has finished their food because they're all very hungry with empty plates. And he points to the emo kid. He's like, oh, do you want me to box that up? And the emo kid says, no, I'm done, and hands him the plate. And Drew in his head is like, what? What? You didn't even eat it? Why? So Drew really just wants to get out of there. He's not trying to deal with this nonsense anymore. But the emo kid, like the waiter comes around and says, hey guys, do you want any dessert? And the emo kid is like, yes, I demand it. And the waiter's like, okay, I'll get the menus. And Drew in his head is just thinking to himself, bro, I'm trying to get out of here, this weirdo, but like, I'm just trying to get away from the weirdo, right? But he demands the food, so I guess I'll get some ice cream, whatever, as long as he doesn't take all my ice cream or something. And so sure enough, they get the dessert menus, and they all order their ice cream. And the thing is, right, the parents don't end up ordering any of the ice cream, so it's just Drew and the emo kid that both get like 3 scoops of whatever flavor they like. And so sure enough, right, it is very quiet and awkward. Even the parents at this point have given up trying to make the situation less awkward, and they're just dead silent. And the whole table is dead silent. And it's just so weird and strange. And Drew just wants to go home, and he doesn't want to be here. But finally, right, a little light at the end of the tunnel, the ice cream comes, and Drew's already prepared that he probably has to give the emo kid half of his ice cream. He's like, whatever, man, like, this dinner sucks. I never want to see this guy again if he's in his God arc or whatever, right? I'm not trying to see this kid anymore, but fine, if this gets me home, and at least I'll have half a bowl of ice cream. 1.5 scoops is pretty good. I'll take it, whatever. It's not 3, but I'll take 1.5. So the ice cream comes, and the waiter puts the stuff down and says, enjoy, guys. And so Drew is getting ready to divide his ice cream in half. And the emo kid is like, all right, peasant, give me all your ice cream. And Drew looks at him and is like, all of it? Drew's like, oh, I thought you wanted half. He's like, no, for dessert, I deserve it all, or you will be smited. Do you want to be smited, peasant? And Drew looks at him, and he has that, like, eye twitch. You know when someone in the movies is about to go insane, their eye starts twitching? Drew legitimately told me over Instagram DMs, which is how he sent me the story, so follow my Instagram in the description, but also submit stories there. I'm going to have an email up very soon. Sorry for the delay. Give me a couple days, guys. But anyways, right, Drew has this eye twitch, and he's just looking at him, and he's about to go completely insane all over the emo kid. And he looks at the emo kid, and Drew says to him, no. In fact, I will not be giving you any of my ice cream. And Drew's aunt is like, and Drew's mom in his head, and Drew's mom doesn't really react, but she's like, all right, finally, my son is standing up to this weirdo kid who happens to be my cousin. I don't even care at this, or my son's cousin. I don't even care at this point, right? And Drew's like, yeah, I'm not giving you any of my ice cream. And Drew takes a massive bite, and the emo kid says, peasant, you will be punished either way for disrespecting my authority. But I will give you a chance to give me the ice cream before you get smited. And Drew's like, all right, bro, smite me. Yeah, have you ever smited anyone before? I don't know if that's the correct past tense. Have you ever smited anyone before, bro? I didn't think so. So yeah, go ahead and smite me. And the emo kid is like, very well. And he stands up from his table and he goes, yeah, and like stretches out both of his hands to do like Sith force lightning or something. Nothing happens. And Drew's like, all right, try again, bro. And he's like, wah! He stands as like stretches out his hands. And once again, right, nothing happens. And the emo kid's like, peasant, I was giving you mercy, which is something I rarely give out. Give me the ice cream or you'll be smited for real. And Drew's like, all right, bro, smite me for real then. And the emo kid starts getting angry. And he's like, I was generous, I was kind, and you disgusting little peasant, you don't understand what you did. And the emo kid he goes over, reaches over, grabs Drew's bowl of ice cream, and chucks it across the room, and is like, if I can't have it, nobody can. And Drew's like, all right, man, I'm done. And he gets up, and he looks at his mom, he's like, Mom, we're going. And Drew's mom, instead of being like, oh no, just stay, we haven't seen your cousin and your aunt in so long, is like, all right, bet. And turns to her, Drew's aunt / her sister's like, hey, I'm so sorry, like, we gotta go, I forgot. And, Drew's aunt is kind of just like, yeah, I get it, man. And Drew's cousin, the emo kid who thinks he's a god, is like, no, you will pay. I'm gonna put a spell on you. Put a spell on you? What? So Drew walks out of the restaurant with his mom, and they get into the car, and Drew's like, Mom, can we not hang out with my cousin anytime soon, or at least until he's done with his god phase? I don't care about his emo phase, if I'm being honest, but can we at least wait till he's done with his god emo phase? And Drew's mom is like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, that was a terrible experience. We're not hanging out with them for a while. I love my sister, but she's got to take control of her son.
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story time for you guys that I really think you'll enjoy, because I think most of you guys enjoy games, at least to a little bit. I know at least I enjoy Minecraft, as you're seeing in the background. And today's story takes place back when I was in 5th grade and I went to a summer camp. And one of my friends at the camp really liked this girl, and this girl basically said no to him and said that I said no to you because you play games and I hate gamers and gamers are disgusting. That's basically what she told him. But at the end of the story, there's a pretty crazy twist that really does make the whole thing worth listening to, so I do hope you guys enjoy. And if you don't want to be called disgusting by your crush, subscribe to the channel with notifications on, because you won't see my stories otherwise. And also leave a like on the video, as I'm feeling generous today and will give you nothing in return if you do so. And yeah, let's hop right into the story. So as I said a little bit in the beginning of the video, I went to this summer camp for 2 weeks when I was in 5th grade. And so I got there and I didn't really know anyone there. And in the very beginning of the summer camp, there was a lot of icebreaker activities. At this time in 5th grade, as you guys might know from some of my other story times, I was a big fan of Minecraft. I kind of didn't really play it that much in like the beginning of high school, but definitely like 5th grade, 6th grade, I was a big fan of it. And a lot of my school friends and I would spend a lot of time talking about it. We would play it. It was really just a really good time, just a fun time. Also, my friend was a big fan of Mega Walls at the time, if you remember that game. That has a lot of memories to me. Anyways, though, I'm at this camp, right, and I don't know anyone, and there's an icebreaker activity. Basically, the icebreaker activity goes along the lines of basically someone can basically say something that they like or they really like, and then basically anyone else who like also enjoys that subject matter can like come to the middle and like, you know, talk to the people and like hang out with them or whatever. So the game was played a little bit, and there was some kind of like generic stuff like, I like ice cream, I like dogs, and it's like, yeah, I like ice cream, I like dogs, and I went to the center for those, but because it was so like broad and generic, like half the, like if not more than half the people went to the center, so it wasn't super helpful. Basically, then this one guy comes to the center and he basically says that he really likes Minecraft. And now this one was a bit more specific, and while Minecraft was super popular at the time, it was really only like 4 to 5 guys who went to the center, and I was one of the 4 to 5 guys. And because this was kind of a smaller group of people, the thing is, those actually became my friends during the 2 weeks at camp. I'm actually still somewhat in contact with like a few of them. But basically, those 4 to 5 guys are the kind of the main friends I have at the camp. And one of them is one of the main protagonists at the camp as well, and his name is Will. So my other, like, you know, the other 4, or I think it was like, yeah, the other 3 friends at that time, because there was like 5 people in the center. One of them was me, one of them was Will. The other 3 friends, they still play a role in the story, but like not big enough that I should give them a name and then get confused. So if they say something, I'll just say one of my friends said, and just assume it's not me or Will who said that. So we kind of form a little friend group, and it's not like a clique or anything. If anyone wanted to be friends with us, they could, but you know, we kind of like, we started talking about Minecraft. We started talking about like our favorite things to do, if there are any servers we like to play on, like basically our thoughts of what they should add, all that. Is Hero Brian real? You know, all that good stuff, man. But anyways, right, so the day goes on, and like there's a nighttime activity, and we're just still sticking together. And right, so you know, we've kind of formed a friend group, and we really like Minecraft. But we're also kind of known as like the group of kids that went to the center who said that they really liked Minecraft. I'm not saying that like everyone else like didn't like it, but we were like the 5 of us. We were like the 5 kids that were like known to be the kids who liked Minecraft, because we all went to the center, and then afterwards everyone always saw us together. So that was kind of a reputation, which was very fair, if I'm going to be honest, because that's like all we talked about, man. That's kind of all we talked about. Anyways, so a couple days into the 2-week-long camp, my friend Will comes back to us and tells us about this girl who he met at one of these kind of like camp activities. And this girl's name, let's just call her Sarah, right? So, you know, Will basically was like, you know, he was at one of these activities, and we weren't there because during the day, you know, they kind of choose what you do half the time, like for the activities. Some activities you just kind of can go to with your friends, but a lot of these activities, right, you kind of have to go to with like, you're assigned them, and it's kind of whoever you meet, which is good, because if you don't really have like a group of friends there, it's always an opportunity to meet people, so it makes a lot of sense, right? But anyways, while he was there was this new girl there, her name was Sarah, and he was like, yo, I really like this girl. So obviously we were super supportive and we're like, okay, man, you're totally going to get Sarah. Don't even think about it. Like, we got you. Like, we'll come up with something. Like, we got your back on this. And it was kind of fun, man. Like, it's always fun when you're like, especially like back when you're a little kid, your friend had a crush on someone. You're like, ooh, right. But, and then you're like, okay, let's come up with a plan, guys. And then you make it all serious for no reason. We're like, okay, time for a top secret meeting, right? So we all like, you know, got into like, you know, we had to like check the room, we had to go in there, we got like a whiteboard, we're like, all right, what's the plan? Basically, we sat down and we decided that the best course of action would be that Will would go and talk to her the next day, because there were kind of like free period like times. There's like lunch and then there was kind of like a recess type thing where basically you could go hang out with whoever, right? And so even if he didn't get her in another one of these activities, because that was kind of like randomly selected and we didn't want to play the odds game, especially since we had such limited time at this point and we just didn't have enough time to like really like, we couldn't bet on that basically. We wanted him to go up and talk to her one more time, and then after that, basically admit how he feels and ask if she wants to do something after camp, because this camp was kind of held locally. It wasn't an overnight camp, it wasn't a sleepaway camp, and basically at the end of the day, like, you went home, so maybe they could go see a movie or something. But basically, we wanted him to talk to her one more time, and then kind of, you know, pull the trigger and see what we can do, right? So the next day, Will eventually gets the courage to talk to her, and it's recess period, so we don't all go up to talk to her with him, but we're like far enough away that we're obviously like, well, we didn't think was obvious. In retrospect, we were kind of looking, laughing, and maybe we were pointing, so maybe it was a little obvious, right? But at the time, we thought we were far enough away that like she wouldn't notice that we were watching, and you know, we were basically looking at what was happening, and from our perspective it looked like it was going really well, because you know, Will was talking to her and she didn't, like, I don't know, run away. I guess the fact that she responded was like a win enough for us, which, you know, I don't know what that says, but that definitely hey, she responded to him, that was good enough for us. We were like, okay, he's got this in the bag. So the next day rolls around and we're like, okay, bro, okay, Will, it's finally the day. All you got to do is ask her out on a date to the movies. Like, how could it go wrong? You guys spoke once. That has to be good enough. Of course, fifth grade logic, but whatever, man. It was what it was. So anyways, right, so we're outside at recess, and we don't want to, like, crowd him. So we do the same thing. We stand away far enough that, like, we can kind of see what's going on, but we can't actually hear what's going on. And we see Will go up to her. We see him get, her attention. We see him say something, and then we see Sarah's face, and it looks kind of amused, and I was like, okay, amused is better than angry or crying, but amused isn't exactly what we're looking for here, you know what I mean? So Will looks a little defeated, and we're like, okay, this can't be good. So he comes back, and basically we're like, okay, dude, what happened? And he just looks at us all defeated, like, I don't really want to talk about it. So you already knew, like, right away that it wasn't going to be good. So basically, we didn't ask Will about it for a second, but by the end of the day, before we left, he was like, guys, okay, let's talk about what happened. I think you guys at least deserve to know. And just TLDR, didn't go well, so just be heads up for that. So we're like, oh man, we're sorry about that. But then he told us the details, bro. Goes on to explain that Sarah said, no, I will not go on a date with you. I don't want to go on a date with someone who's a gamer like you. You're known as one of the Minecraft kids, and I would never be caught going out with someone who is one of the Minecraft kids, so no. Basically being extra rude about it, basically saying that, like, because he played Minecraft, because he played games, she would never go out with him, basically. This sounds a little cruel and petty, but remember, this was 5th grade. Even for 5th grade, to be fair, this was cruel and petty, but remember, it kind of not expected, but, like, this isn't, like, high school or college. This is still middle school, but at the same time, man, even we thought this was a little mean back in the day. You might be thinking, wow, this is kind of a sad story. Let me just say that, you know, it gets a lot better. There's a pretty big twist. But before I get into the twist, if you made it this far into the video, comment door down below, like the thing that you enter a building with, like a door. I just want to see how many people made it this far into the video, as I really do appreciate people watching my videos all the way. So basically, the next day rolls around, and somehow we figure out that Sarah has a thing for this other guy at this camp named PJ. I think I was telling one of my other friends there who was like friends with Sarah about the whole thing that went down. And she basically explained, she said, oh, that's so tough. Like, I don't know why she was mean about it. Then she also said something about how Sarah had a thing for PJ so that Will shouldn't feel bad because, she probably wasn't going to go out with him, video games or not. And I was like, okay, that's good to know. And funny enough, so the day goes on and we're actually in a group. And this is one of those kind of like group activities where you're assigned. And we got pretty lucky. All my friends and I were in the same group. And then also PJ was in the same group. So we're talking to PJ, and he's actually a pretty cool guy. And I don't really explain to Will that, Sarah has a thing for him since, like, I just learned it, and we just met the guy, and I was like, he seems cool enough, right? Like, and I didn't want to open, like, old wounds or anything. So I was just like, okay, like, whatever. I told him eventually, but in the beginning, it was just like we were just chilling with him. It was a good time. And eventually, the topic of, like, Minecraft comes up, and PJ admits that he actually is also a pretty big fan. I don't want to say admits, man. He was proud about it. He enjoyed it, right? The only person who really seemed it to be like something you'd want to admit would be Sarah, bro. She's the only person who really thought it as something as like shameful or something. I don't even know. But anyways, PJ admits that, he also plays Minecraft. So, we talk about that and we actually kind of bond over that, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, the thing is, like, he actually kind of joined our group afterwards. This was about a week in, so we didn't have a ton of time with him, but it was still kind of nice, right? So the next couple of days, so we had a weekend break and we talked to him a little bit over that. And then when we came back the next week, we hung out the first couple days together. And the next week, he was kind of like now part of our group or whatever, because we all kind of enjoyed Minecraft, right? And just so you know, over the weekend, I did tell Will, I'm like, hey, by the way, I found out that Sarah, also likes this PJ guy, so just be aware. I hope it doesn't matter. And he said, yeah, no, it really doesn't matter at all. He was kind of over the whole Sarah thing anyways. I mean, we were just at camp. We were in 5th grade. Minecraft was obviously much more important to us at the time. So we're all sitting at lunch one day, and I see Sarah walking up to the table that we're sitting with, and it's me, my friends, Will is there, and PJ, who is now one of our buddies too. He's also sitting at the lunch table, and he was kind of facing behind her, so he didn't really see her coming. And I was just thinking to myself, okay, man, this is going to be interesting. What's about to go down? So Sarah came up to PJ, and, apparently they've been talking a little bit throughout the last week or so. PJ wasn't aware of the whole Will thing, which we just didn't think was necessary. Like, at this point, he was over it. We were over it. It would have just made drama. But Sarah had been talking to PJ for a little bit, and then Sarah, while just kind of standing there, after a little bit of small talk, was like, while Will was there, she knew Will was there, so this was a little bit extra cruel just because of that fact. But Sarah basically goes to PJ and says, hey, do you want to maybe go to the movies tonight? And it was a Wednesday. And then PJ looks at her and says, sorry, I got plans. I'm actually going back and playing Minecraft with these guys. Sarah was like, okay, and left. And while we didn't explain to PJ why that was probably the best, most incredible thing he could have ever done, and why Will probably loved him 10x times as much as he did before, we couldn't explain it to him. But bro, I was looking at Will's face after that. He was just sitting there, and he was just smiling because this girl basically rejected him because, oh no, he played Minecraft. And then all of a sudden, the guy of her dreams rejects her to go play Minecraft with Will. And it was a good way to end the camp. And we had no more drama for the rest of the camp. We had a good last couple days together, and some of us even still talk to this day, which is pretty cool. Anyways, guys, if you made it this far into the video, thank you so much for watching. And if you want to support the channel, all you got to do is watch another one of my videos. There's a chance that you'll see some videos on screen right now, and if not, just go ahead and click on my channel. But also feel free, if you want to watch more Storytime videos, to click the Storytime playlist on screen. And if you don't see it for some reason, Storytime playlist will also be linked in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching once again. I really do appreciate it. Leave a like, subscribe, and yeah, peace.
You know how there's that one kid in class who just thinks that he's actually the main character? Well, today we got a story time of this cringy kid who he just embodies main character syndrome. That's the best way I can describe it. This kid comes into class and actually thinks that he's like the anime protagonist. And let me just say that you may not be physically or mentally prepared or spiritually prepared for the level of cringe in this video. So please brace yourself. Honestly, brace yourself. Leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing. It's a pretty good deal. Subscribe if you're new and enjoy Storytime videos. And with that all being said, let's jump into it. Don't say I didn't warn you. So we're going to call the subscriber who submitted this story Cameron. By the way, you can submit stories as well. Just go to my Instagram, @ConnorPugs. Follow me in there, and then send me a DM message. Anyways, right? So we're going to call the subscriber Cameron. So there's a kid who we're going to call main character kid. That's going to be his name. No, we'll call him Ben. We'll bring back the whole call the secondary character Ben thing I used to do a lot. Anyways, right? So this kid, Ben, in Cameron's class was always a little bit on the dramatic side. A little bit, cringe is kind of the only word I can really use. I'm not going to give you a big background. We're just going to jump right into it. So one day, Cameron was kind of just chilling in class, kind of just sitting there, whatever. And that's when Ben, the main character kid, comes in. He's like, like he's very clearly trying to get as much attention as possible by like huffing and puffing. And, Cameron's like, do not sit next to me. Don't sit next to me. Because there was an open seat. There were a bunch of open seats, but there was an open seat next to Cameron. And Cameron's like, oh my God, can you please sit anywhere else but next to me? Please. So anyways, right, this is almost like, when you're in an airplane, and I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but when people are walking down and you're sitting in a seat and there's seats next to you, you don't know who's going to sit next to you. Let me just say that during a very long plane ride, sitting next to a baby or someone who is maybe would have been better off with 2 seats instead of 1, if you know what I mean, it's probably not the greatest experience. So I don't know about you, but you know how you're watching like people walk down and then someone walks down, you're like, no, dude, no. Anyways, right, so Cameron's sitting in class, watching as the main character kid, Ben, is like, and is like walking towards an empty seat. And Cameron's like, please, dude, please choose any empty seat except the one next to me. And sure enough, right, Cameron started to realize that, no, this kid is coming right next to him because the kid was like passing by all these empty seats, was making a beeline straight for Cameron's seat. So he's like, okay, like we're gonna have to deal with this, whatever, right? I'll just figure it out. So the kid sits down next to Cameron and is like, right, just doing like sighing super loud, extremely clear. He's just kind of looking for some attention right here, which Cameron's like, okay, I'll bite, whatever. So the kid sits down next to him and is like, I can't believe the world we live in right now. And Cameron's like, what? And the cringy kid's like, I can't believe the world we live in right now. I mean, this school, man. Cameron's like, I do not want to interact with you. I do not want to talk to you. I don't even want to be in your presence anymore. And at the very least, I do not want to know what you're talking about. But obviously, Cameron is not rude. He is just like, okay, man. He's like, yeah, sucks. And Ben is like, yeah, man, just school, it's so sigma-phobic. And Ben's just like, sigma-phobic? And it kind of gives him like a look. And Ben's like, yeah, typical bot like you would know what sigma-phobic is. So basically, sigma-phobic is when a place or a person is very anti-sigma males like myself. So they're alpha males, but there's also sigma males. They're very attractive and everyone loves them, but they're just lone wolves at the same time. I'm like the popular loner, some could say. And this school is very anti-popular loner, aka sigma-phobic. And Cameron knew that, like, Ben was up to some nonsense. He was definitely off his top on something, but he didn't realize it was this bad. Yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber Cameron's like, okay, man. Yeah, this school is really sigma-phobic. Guys, please don't ever call yourself an alpha male or a sigma male. That stuff is cringe. Don't say that. Don't be like, anyone who's like, guys, I'm just sigma. No. You're not stop. Please, get some help. I don't know. Yeah, so sure enough, right, Ben is like, so sigma-phobic. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, I was just like, I was just chatting. I was just like, doing my thing, whatever. And like, the teacher came over and was like, are you okay?
And I was like, what? And the teacher was like, you're not smelling so good. Are you showering at home? And I was like, dude, freak off. It's my natural smell. It's a new scent I'm musking up. And Cameron's like, oh, God. Like, I knew this kid was bad. But, yeah, Cameron had not had a lot of interactions with Sigma Kid, a.k.a. Ben, a.k.a. main character anime villain kid. But he kind of just assumed kid was, like, a little cringe or whatever. But he didn't know it was, like, this deeply seeped in the cringe. You know what I mean? Yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber is kind of just like, okay, man. So yeah, basically what happened was a teacher walked by the Sigma kid and just was like, wow, this kid smells terrible. So kind of was just doing a little, like, friendly hygiene checkup. And the Sigma kid is like, so Sigma-phobic, but, like, whatever. And so class starts. Thank God. Like, Cameron's like, thank God my teacher came in. This is, like, the only time he's been like, yes, I'm starting school. I'm starting class. About time. Like, obviously, he's he's a little bit more like, oh, man, like, school starting. This is the first time he's actually like, yes, finally, let me learn some boring material. Perfect. But it didn't help. It really didn't help. Because, like, a couple minutes in, the Sigma kid, Ben, leans over. He's like, yo, do you want to see me whiz up Caroline over there? And, obviously Cameron's like, no, dude, I don't want to see. I mean, okay, I'm not going to lie. Part of him wanted to see it because he knew it would be a disaster dumpster fire explosion fest, right? Part of him wanted to see it for that reason. But the rest of him didn't want to be part of it, like didn't want to see it because he knew somehow he would be associated. He knew that he would be associated by like just being near him in proximity. He knew it would be a problem. Yeah, so sure enough, not Ben. Cameron's like, like whispering like, no, dude, like, don't worry about it. Like, I'm sure, like, I don't think now's the right time. I'm sure she'd love to talk to you otherwise. Complete cap, by the way, but he was trying to be nice, and he also was just really just not trying to see this. And the Sigma kid's like, dude, don't even worry about it. Like, watch The Wiz. And he's like, no, dude, no. So yeah, sure enough, the Sigma kid, right, starts to like scoot his desk over to this girl. And I think he was scooting his desk over so that he'd be more discreet instead of like standing up. But this was like a metal desk on a hard floor. So it was like, it was like the loudest sound ever. And the teacher like turned around and was like, hey, like Ben, like you can quiet down. He was like, sorry. And then looked over at Cameron. She's like, she Sigma-phobic. Doesn't want me to whiz. And Cameron's like, no, stop associating with me. Stop it now. Like, I don't know. Cameron's just like, oh, jeez. So yeah, eventually I kind of want to become the whiz kid. But yeah, the Sigma kid eventually comes over to this girl, Caroline. And Caroline is like, it's almost like someone like, has like a gun and shoots you and you can see the bullet in slow motion. She saw it in slow motion, right? Very slowly, Ben was coming over to her, the Sigma kid. I mean, she probably could smell him from a mile away, but like he was slowly creeping in. He was slowly coming in. She's probably like, oh God, help me, please. Someone help me, please. Yeah, so eventually, the main character kid makes his way over. He's like, what's up, Caroline? What's good? And Caroline looks over. It's like, we're in class. Can you quiet down? And the whiz kid's like, no, don't listen to the Sigma-phobic teachers. She's like, and at this point, Cameron's watching the whole thing. It's just like, oh, geez, like, can you stop? Can you please stop? This is so bad. And he's like, so, what's new with you? So, did you hear about all the girls I was getting with? Which is like, dude, why would you say this? But first of all, it's a lie. Second of all, why would you even say it, even if it was true? So I think, like, at this point, like, I want to call him the Riz kid, the Wiz kid. The main character kid is Ben is trying to like be like, oh, so many ladies love me, and since girls like me, you should like me too, which in theory is not like wrong. That like if a lot of girls are interested in a guy, that's gonna give him some kind of perceived, oh, like other people like him, like then he probably is something cool, right? You know what I mean? But you would never go about it by saying, I am with so many women, please, take my word for it, but you should like me too. Like, that's the worst way you could possibly go about it. And at this point, right, Cameron's watching this just train wreck of a video, of an interaction with another human being. Just so bad. Yeah, so you thought that this was bad, but not the cringy kid, sorry, there's so many names, right? The main character kid is about to get so much worse. He's about to take this terrible interaction and turn it into a massive public embarrassment. So if you thought it's been bad so far, you need to prepare yourself. But if you made it this far into the video, comment main character down below. That'll be the secret phrase. I guess it's 2 words, so not the secret word. That'll be the secret word of the day. I'll try and heart a bunch of comments to say that, to say thank you. As always, if you use Spotify or have a Spotify account, consider also listening to these stories on Spotify. The link is in the description, or you can just look up Connor Pugs, and I got a pretty prominent podcast on there. If you want to submit a story, the best way to go ahead and do that is go to my Instagram. So go to Instagram, look up Connor Pugs. Got a verification check on there, got some followers on there. Follow me, and then send me a DM message of your story. I also have a Twitter account. I also have a TikTok account. I also have a Snapchat. Those are all in the description. If you use any of those platforms, you should follow me on those. Finally, let's get back to the story. And I just want to remind you, prepare yourself for the cringe. It's about to be bad. So yeah, sure enough, Cameron's sitting there, completely mortified of what he's seeing, because this is bad, guys. Like, this is bad. And sure enough, right, the kid, he just keeps going. He's like, yeah, so, like, dude, I'm always whizzing the ladies, and, like, so you should, like me or something. And Caroline is just, like, looking straight forward, probably thinking, like, if I don't interact with him, he's going to go away, right? Yeah, so sure enough, at this point, right, the Sigma kid is actually starting to get a little bit mad. Like, Ben is actually starting to get, like, a little bit frustrated. He's like, hello, Earth to Caroline right now, I'm speaking to you. And she kind of turns, is like, yes? He's like, wow, so it looks like you're Sigma-phobic too. And now he's like talking really loud, and the teacher's like, Ben, can you settle down? And Ben's like, no, and he stands up, and the whole class turns to look at him. And at this point, Cameron's like, no, dude, stop. Why? He's like, dude. And sure enough, right, Ben stands up, and he's like, you're Sigma-phobic. You don't understand what it's like to be the lone wolf, the popular loner. You don't understand it. Me and my wolf pack is just me. And this school is so Sigma-phobic, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And the whole class is looking at him. They're all like, And the teacher's like, Ben, I need you to quiet down. I need you to sit down. This is the last time you're allowed to have one of these interruptions. Because Ben was not the quietest kid ever. He would spout off about random stuff. And the teacher's like, Ben, you do this too often. Like, I'm giving you one more chance. I'm going to send you to the principal's office for disrupting the class, and not just, disrupting the class, but also taking away from everyone else's learning time. Whatever, right? And Ben's like, no, I will not step down to authority. You know what? I'm the Sigma. You're the teacher. Sigma outrules, outranks teacher. So you listen to me here. And then everyone in the class is like, yo. Yeah, so it's a little tense because, oh man, imagine going up to your teacher and being like, I'm a Sigma male and you're a teacher and you should listen to me because Sigma outranks teacher. Like, it's just so cringe and awful, right? So the teacher is kind of like a mixture of like angry because Ben is being really disrespectful, and also like mad confused because he's like, Sigma? What? He's like probably thinking back to his his calculus days in college with like summations. He's like, what, sigma, or some kind of fraternity stuff. Like, what is that? Like, are there fraternities in high school? What? Yeah. So sure enough, right. The sigma kid is like, okay, I'm gonna make a list of demands, and since I'm the sigma, you all need to listen. Number 1, stop being sigmaphobic. Number 2, I'm gonna smell however I want. I've been mixing with lots of scents recently, and I'm gonna get it down. 3, if I am whizzing you up, please be respectful of the whiz. And like turns to Caroline, is like, Caroline, I'm talking to you right now. And like the teacher's like Ben, you're done. Like you're getting out of the class. And Ben's like, okay, well, I'm the sigma, and I say no, so I'm not going anywhere. And Cameron's almost starting to have convulsions with the cringe. Bro's about to have a cringe seizure. Bro's about to have a cringe attack and fall on the floor and die. Like, it's really bad. And the whole class is a mixture of mortified, trying not to laugh, trying not to cry because it's that bad. Just a whole mix of just like, oh my God, like, oh my God. Yeah, so sure enough, the teacher is not having it. So goes over to Ben and is like, you're leaving my classroom now or I'm calling security to take you out. And Ben's like, I would like to see the security officers come and they will bow down to the sigma. And the teacher's like, okay. Calls up security. He's like, kids refusing to leave the class, come down. So the 2 big security officers come down. He's like, I'm the sigma male gentleman. I will let you off easy this time, but, and then the two like, not police officers, but, the 2 like security guards literally pick him up and like start dragging him out. He's like, you put down the sigma right now. It's mad disrespectful. Stop it. So no, like you, this is not how this works. And then the door closes and he's dragged down the hallway. So the teacher is like trying to like, all right, class, well, let's pick up where we left off, which is a little bit difficult because how does the class focus after that just happened? Yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber Cameron's just sitting there. And it's just like, wow, like, am I partially responsible? Like, could I have stopped that? Is there anything I could have done? Like, probably not in retrospect. I think Cameron was as equally a victim here as everyone else was, but wow. I guess the Sigma kid learned a lesson today, and that's stop doing everything that he's doing and seriously sit down and rethink your entire life. That is the lesson the Sigma kid learned that day. You can support the channel by watching another video by clicking one of the videos on screen right now or one in the sidebar, and peace. How's it going, everyone? Today we have a story of one of the cringiest emo kids of all time, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're calling today's subscriber who submitted the story Brent. So this all happened when Brent was at soccer camp. And so Brent went to the soccer camp every single year, and it just happened that this year he encountered the emo kid at soccer camp. So anyways, this was just another summer of Brent going to soccer camp. His mom dropped him off, and once again, he was pretty excited to go. Unfortunately, some of the friends he made from the year before, they didn't show up this time, so he was very proactive about finding people, meeting new people, and trying to make some new friends. So anyways, in the very beginning of soccer camp, they had kind of a get to know other people type deal. And all of a sudden, right, Brent sees this girl, and she was at kind of like the girls' soccer camp. So it was kind of split up like boys' soccer camp and girls' soccer camp. However, it was all under the same umbrella of like the soccer camp program. So they would eat lunch together, do non-soccer activities, but like the morning soccer practices were kind of split up by gender like that. And so anyways, right away, Brent saw this girl, Emily, and he immediately kind of fell in love with her. Not actually, but was like, OMG, lol, she's cute. I'm going to try and hit. No, I'm just kidding. He's like, I don't know. He's going to soccer camp. He's not trying to hit, bro. That's crazy. But anyways, right, so she's going to be an important character later on. But for the meantime, we don't need to think about her because someone much more important comes into the picture. So while Brent is thinking about like, oh my God, look at that girl over there. I got to start talking to her. That's crazy. He accidentally bumps into this guy and he turns around. This guy is like, I don't know, a little bit bigger than him, a little bit heavier than him, just like kind of a bigger guy. And he's got this like long black hair that's swooshed over. He's wearing like the standard soccer cleats, but otherwise it's like this black band heavy metal t-shirt. He's got like black painted nails. He's got like a spiky wristband on or whatever. And he turns around. He's like,
yo, what did you bump into me, bro? And Brent's like, oh, my fault, like, didn't mean to do that. He's like, you don't think that I'm an alpha? Is that what you think? Brent's like, what? He's like, I'm an alpha male, just in case you weren't aware, which I know that you subconsciously were, because, you know, all betas instantly know when there's an alpha present. And Andrew was the guy from like 7 stories ago. Brent was like, what? He's like, bro, do you not know what beta males and alpha males are? Well, basically, beta males are like you and lame, and alpha males are strong, powerful, and dominant in the pack. And with that, like, the emo kid does a big, like, swipe of his big, long, black hair, so, like, his bangs would no longer cover his eyes. It immediately fell back in front of his face. He's like, yeah, just so you know, kid, get out of my way. And the emo kid, like, shuffles away. And this was Brent's first interaction with the emo kid. So he's like, okay, that's cool, man. Like, okay, see you around, buddy. Bye-bye. So anyways, let's fast forward a little bit. After soccer practice in the morning, Brent was actually one of the better kids there. He was pretty good at soccer. They had lunch, and in the afternoon, they had activities such as like this, like, I don't know, like tag, capture the flag, all kind of like random camp activities. And today was capture the flag, and Brent happened to be on the same team as Emily. So immediately he goes over there. He's like, hey, how's it going? Like, my name's Brent. Emily's like, hey, like, my name's Emily. Nice to meet you. And Brent and Emily immediately hit it off. They're having a good time. They're talking with each other. They're enjoying each other's company. You simply love to see it. And, like, from very far away, Brent catches the eye of the emo kid who's on the other team and is just staring him down for some reason. Brent doesn't really think much of it, and then, like, you know, he goes back to talking to Emily. So they're playing capture the flag right now, and Brent, you know, runs over to the other side, gets the flag, right, and starts running back to his side. If you don't know capture the flag, there's like this little penny on both sides, or like a little piece of cloth or something, and while you're on the opponent's side, if they tag you, you're in jail. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to run over there, grab their flag, and run back to your side without being tagged. However, there was a stipulation that it had to be a tag. This isn't tackling. You can't push someone. You can't, like, punch them or anything. You have to tag them if they're on your side. So, you know, Brent is running over there. Sorry, I have a list of names in front of me and from other stories. Brent is running over there. He grabs the enemy team's flag and is running back to his side, and he's really close when he just, like, immediately slams into the ground. And that's when he realizes that there's a big guy on top of him. And that's when he realizes that the emo kid tackled him. So the emo kid's like, nice try, buddy. Next time, try not to fight the alpha males. And then camp counselor comes over and says, hey, we said no tackling. You're on the sidelines, points to the emo kid. You know, he's disqualified or whatever, has to sit on the sidelines. Ooh, so alpha, man. But anyways, right, so the penny's returned, but also Brent isn't in, like, jail. He goes back to the other side, and the emo kid has to sit out for the rest of capture the flag. And Brent continues to talk to Emily, and the entire time, the emo kid is just, like, looking over, and he's, like, all angrily staring at Brent. So Brent is now his official enemy. Brent kind of just assumed that they were enemies because of when he bumped into him and also when he got him disqualified, which, did Brent really get him disqualified, or was it because he's an idiot and jumped on him? That's why he got disqualified? Who knows, man? But there was another reason why the emo kid hated Brent. There was another reason that Brent did not realize at the moment, but was very, very, very potent, and is going to be very, very important for later on in the story. I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It starts with an E and ends with a Emily. Did you guys get it? Starts with an E and ends with a Emily. Emily? I'm just going to tell you, yeah, it is Emily, the girl. So emo kid likes her. Anyways, so Brent and Emily talk for the rest of that capture the flag game. The entire time the emo kid is staring Brent down. Brent just simply assumes, well, this kid hates me for that reason only. But let me just say that the next week of soccer camp was the craziest week that Brent has ever had. So anyways, right, his mom picks him up. He goes back home. His mom's like, hey, how was the first day? And Brent says, oh, I met this really weird kid who tackled me. And she's like, oh, my God, are you okay? He's like, yeah, actually, I have barely any scrapes on me even. But he seems to not like me, so I'll keep you updated on that. So Brent is dropped off the next day, and he walks over there. And that's when the emo kid, you know, is just staring him down. And, Brent is kind of walking over because there's a little bit of like a 5, 10, 15-minute period where the kids are just standing around talking with each other, waiting for them all to be dropped off. And then the soccer camp officials or camp counselors would then split them up into groups, do soccer drills, play games, whatever, standard kind of affair. And he's just kind of waiting around. And that's when the emo kid comes up to him and says, "So you're challenging my authority as the alpha man?" And Brent is kind of just like, "What?" He's like, "I'll say it again, just in case your little beta ears couldn't hear me. So you're challenging my authority that I am the alpha male of the pack. If we were wolves, which we kind of are," and Brent was like, "What?" "If we were wolves, as we kind of are, as I said, I would be the alpha male, alpha wolf, and you would be the beta wolf. And I would be banging your wife while you watch little cuck beta wolf. Whoa." And Brent is looking at this kid. And this kid is like, no offense, but this kid is like the opposite of what a stereotypical alpha male would look like, right? One of those red-pit alpha males. It just looks the complete opposite of that. But anyways, Brent's not going to get into like he's not gonna rebuttal this kid, because like, what is there to rebuttal? Everything, man. Like, this kid has no argument. But anyways, Brent's like, "Okay," and the emo kid's like, "Well, you say okay, but remember yesterday when you got me kicked out of the game, which you obviously tipped off the ref?" And Brent's like, "Bro, you tackled me. It's very clearly stated in the rule books that you're not allowed to tackle anyone. How is this on me?" He's like, "Dude, it was so clearly on you because the ref understood that I was the alpha male and I was simply asserting my dominance, bro." And, Brent's just like, "Dude, the frick are you talking about, dude? Like, I paid him off with what? The $5 allowance I get a week? With what? My used smelly, stinky socks? What do I have?" And he's like, "I don't know, man. I don't know, maybe you took his daughter on a date because his daughter's so ugly she'd never get a date." Oh. And Brent's like, was that a diss? Like, does he even have a daughter? He's like 20, bro. What? And the emo kid's like, "Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that I'm the alpha man. You're the beta man. I will do your wife when you have one." And scene. And the emo kid walks away. And Brent at this point is like, "What? Why? Why is this my life?" Anyway, so skip forward to the soccer practice. They're put into groups, and the emo kid was in Group B earlier, so they basically split them up into Group A and Group B. So the Group A is the better players, and Group B is the I'm just kidding. The players who are newer to soccer. And the emo kid apparently was on the cusp of Group A. Was at the very top of Group B. And because his performance was good enough, he was actually moved up to Group A. So now, Brent, instead of having a morning to himself to focus on soccer, now had to deal with the emo kid being, thrown into the mix here. So anyways, they're doing some drills with the soccer ball, and they're kind of like kicking them around cones. You have to kind of keep control of the ball while you were running. And the emo kid, like they said, "Okay, line up into 3 groups." And the emo kid immediately ran behind Brent. And Brent kind of looks behind him. He's like, "What?" And the emo kid said, "Nothing, Brent. Just letting you know that I'm the alpha male here." And Brent's like, "Okay, fine. Let's just do the drill." So the ref blows the whistle. Brent starts kicking the ball and moving with it. And the emo kid immediately runs up behind him and trips him. He's like, "Oh, sorry." And the ref's like, "Hey." And the emo kid's like, "It was an accident, I swear." And the ref's like, "All right, be careful." And Brent started to get really angry because, if you get an injury in soccer, especially if you get a foot injury, he could be out for the entire week. I mean, this is one of his favorite camps that he has every single summer. He loves going to it. It's one of his favorite things to do. And this emo kid, for the second time in the last 24 hours, has gotten really close to causing him a pretty big injury. He could have jumped. He jumped on him yesterday. He ran behind him, knocking him over. What if he twisted an ankle? What if he, fractured something in his leg? It's not that hard, especially when you got a big old kid jumping on top of you every 5 minutes. It's difficult. It's not that difficult, man. So anyways, Brent, for the next activity, waits to get into line before the emo kid does, because he doesn't want to be in the same line as the emo kid. But it turns out that, like, everyone else lines up, and it's literally just Brent and the emo kid waiting for each other to move, because the Brent wants to go where the emo kid doesn't go, and the emo kid wants to go where Brent goes. And the refs are, or not the refs, but the soccer coaches are like, come on, kind of like, guys, get into line. And Brent's like, okay. And he sprints to the end of the line, and then the emo kid sprints to the back of that line. And the coach is like, emo kid, says his actual name, can you go to another line? Like, that line's too long. And the emo kid's like, okay, moves over one line. And when the coach turns his head, the emo kid literally runs back into the line with Brent again. So when the coach turns around, he's like, wait, emo kid, I said, could you go to that line? And he's like, fine. Emo kid eventually goes to that line, actually does that. So for the rest of the soccer practice, the emo kid tried to, like, bump into Brent, tried to make his life difficult, basically was just being a big butt the entire time. But thankfully, right, that nothing really happened. He didn't bump into Brent successfully again. In fact, the emo kid, most of the time when he tried to bump into Brent would do some, like, very slick soccer move, kind of like break his ankles, not literally, but you know what I mean. And the emo kid would, like, fall flat on his face because he kind of, like, tried to run into Brent, and then Brent sidestepped him and completely swerved out of his way. Anyways, though, things start to get a little bit more interesting because throughout the next day, Brent and Emily are talking it up. It's very like, it's kind of like the known thing for the camp that, like, those two were kind of like the unofficial soccer camp couple. I don't know if your camps had stuff like that, but this was true for the soccer camp. And word was that, like, the two of them, they were gonna kiss soon. Oh my God, guys, isn't that like 12th base or something? So sure enough, right, one of these days, so like a day later, Emily and Brent are just sitting with each other at lunch. They're kind of on, like, a quote-unquote date or whatever. And that's when a girl comes over and sits next to them. And Emily's like, oh, this is my friend Robin. And Robin's like, hey, guys, like, I just want to let you know, Emily, that the kid over there, and points to the emo kid, is planning to ask you out soon. And Emily's like, dude, I don't know that kid. I've never spoken to him in my life. And Brent's like, oh my God, I know exactly who that kid is. Emily's like, what? And Brent basically tells her the story that I told you guys for the last 13 minutes. And she's like, oh my God, he's the worst. And Brent's like, well, that would explain why he really hates me too, because, like, not just that I embarrassed him, but I've been hanging out with you the entire time. And, he probably knows that we've been talking a lot. And Emily laughs a little bit. And this is when Robin says, dude, like, I'm serious. This kid is going to come over and ask you out within, like, the next 24 hours. He's going to do it publicly. It's going to be really embarrassing. Everyone's told him not to do it, but he's in his own world. You gotta let him down nicely, though. And, Brent was like, no mercy, make him suffer. Emily's like, Brent, I'm not gonna make him suffer. I don't know this kid. Brent's like, make him suffer. Emily's like, shh, okay, I'm gonna be nice. When he comes over, I'm gonna be firm, I'm gonna be direct, but I'm gonna be nice about it, I'm gonna be cordial, and life is gonna go back to what it was before. So sure enough, right, Brent now realizes that the emo kid has a massive crush on Emily. And Brent also starts to think about it. When Emily says no to him, and when she starts really, hanging out with me more, and when word gets around that we kiss, because we totally are, this is in Brent's head, right? He's gonna actually, like, ramp up the craziness even more than it already is. I think I'm screwed, boys. Real quick, if you made it this far into the video, comment emo down below. I'm going to heart as many comments as I can that say that. That is the secret word of the day. And also, if you want to support the channel and help boost me back into the algorithm, all you got to do is, at some point, maybe after this video, maybe later, sit down and watch a bunch of my videos in a row. Maybe while you're playing video games or drawing or cleaning your room, or maybe to help you go to sleep. I take that as a compliment now. I understand it. Leave in the comment section down below how you're helping boost the channel. I will heart it. I will say thank you. And I'll even shout some people out, like the person on screen right now. Thank you to this person on screen and all of you guys for all the support recently. It's really helped boost the channel. We're growing again. You'll love to see it. Let's get back to the story. So anyways, flash forward to that night, or not that night, but that afternoon. Remember when this is the mixed gender, just fun, more camp activities, they're playing dodgeball. And sure enough, the emo kid and Brent actually happen to be on the same team this time. So, like, emo kid and Brent, they're picking up the dodgeballs, they're throwing them, they're trying to avoid being hit by the dodgeballs. And the emo kid walks over and is like, sup, bro? And Brent's like, what? Emo kid's like, I just want to let you know that, like, I know that you and Emily, or you have been trying to flirt with Emily, and it's been failing horribly for my sources, at least that's what my sources said. And I just want to let you know that, I let you have your fun. I let you play like the little beta little lamb you are. But I'm actually going to come in and, as the alpha male, assert my dominance and claim what is mine. Emily shall be my girlfriend by the end of tomorrow. Mark my words, and I will watch as little tears roll down your face because you're so sad that I took your girl. Oh, little Brent, I'm so sorry. Brent's like, dude, she's not gonna. I've talked to her. She's gonna say no. Don't do it. I hate you, but I know for a fact that you're gonna get rejected in front of everyone. The emo kid's like, nice try, little boy. I know for a fact that my testosterone is 10 trillion and yours is 0. So based on that alone, plus a billion other factors, such as my manliness, my alpha maleness, my swag, overall levels, and a billion more things. Just, she will obviously say yes to me. And even if you two are fake dating, she'll break up with you immediately to say yes to me. I just know some things that you don't know, Brent. Get over it. So the emo kid walks away. And Brent's like, well, my conscience is clear because I tried to warn the kid not to do it. I tried to warn the kid, right? I'm not a bad guy. I told him not to do it. I told him. I said, I even gave him the benefit of the doubt. I said, I don't like you, but I want to help you here. He didn't listen to me. It's not my fault, whatever happens tomorrow. Next day rolls around. At soccer practice, the emo kid for the entire morning is like, Brent, better spend the last moments with Emily as you can because she's about to be my girlfriend. Oh, and Brent's like, dude, shut up, dude. He's like, oh my God, am I getting to you, man? Am I getting to you, man? Oh, man, it was so easy to break your thin, weak beta skin. Oh my God, my words are hurting you so much. I'm gonna lick up your little salty tears. They're so tasty and so good. And Brent's like, shut up, bro. You're gonna get embarrassed. I can't wait for the moment. She better go hard. Anyways, flash forward to lunch. The moment. So anyways, Brent is sitting with Emily, and Emily's like, dude, the emo kid, I can't see him anywhere. And Brent's like, dude, he's gonna ask you out. It's happening. Get over it. It's gonna happen any second. She's like, he's gonna do it the next day, which means probably now in front of everyone. And, Brent's like, that's what he said he would do. And Brent was like, oh my God, don't turn around. Because Brent was looking, and the emo kid was walking over. And what was he walking over with? He was walking over with a boom box. You already know where this is going. And Brent's like, you know what? Brace yourself. Try and have an out-of-body experience right now so you don't have to deal with what's about to happen. This is about to be bad, Emily. I'm so sorry. And Emily's like, oh my God. And that's when you start to hear music. It's the emo kid's personal band. So it's like this heavy metal rock band. So just imagine some like heavy metal rock going in the background. And the lyrics are, Emily, yeah, Emily, why do you hang with losers like Brent? Emily, please love me. Yeah. And it's just kind of like more stuff like that in the background. And the emo kid is like rocking out by himself with an air guitar while this is all going on. It is the worst moment of Brent's life because the secondhand embarrassment is so strong, he's basically getting firsthand embarrassment from the whole thing. Everyone has stopped eating and turned around, including the camp counselors. They're just watching this kid bounce around with an air guitar with his like super long black bangs flying all around the place as this boombox plays one of the crappiest songs they've ever heard, terribly mixed, the worst lyrics, basically saying that Brent sucks and that she should be in love with him, and he's bouncing around, and then after 5 whole excruciating minutes, and everyone at this point is laughing and trying to hold themselves together, after 5 whole long excruciating minutes of the worst music ever and some like really bad air guitar and bouncing around, the song stops and the emo kid says, Emily, it is clear who you shall choose. What is your verdict? And Emily's like, I'm sorry, I don't know you. I'm not going out with you. Emo kid's like, that's hilarious. What's your actual verdict?
Emily's like, dude, I don't know you. He's like, dude, that's hilarious. What's your actual verdict? And Brent's like, all right, man, that's enough. Let's concede while we're behind. The emo kid looks at Brent and says, this isn't over, man. And he walks away with his boombox. And Brent's like, why did he say that to me? I didn't dump him. And Emily's like, dude, that was worse than I could have ever imagined. And right, so Robin, the friend who warned them, came over again and said, look, I should have warned you about that. I didn't think it was real. I didn't even think that was actually going to happen. I was told earlier this morning and I laughed. I'm so sorry. I should take anything that you hear about this kid seriously from this point on because, oh my God. And Emily's like, wait, oh no, we still have an activity tonight, this afternoon. And Brent's like, oh my God. He said this isn't over. And sure enough, it was far from over. So they get to the activity that afternoon. So it was probably the worst possible activity that it could have been because it was small groups of charades. They kind of ran out. They had something else planned, but since it started to rain, they had to go inside. So they're like, all right, we're going to break you off into small groups of 3, and we're going to have you play charades with each other. And at this point, they're like, okay, what are the odds? Brent's like, what are the odds that I'm put with? And the person says, Brent, Emily, and emo kid. And Brent's like, you got to be joking, man. You gotta be joking. Apparently, right, Robin tells him this later on, once the camp is over. Apparently because she was talking with one of the camp counselors about everything that went down. The camp counselor said that once it started to rain, the emo kid went up to them and asked what they were doing. Camp counselor said, oh, we're doing small groups of charades. And the emo kid requested that his 2 best friends and him were put together in a group. So it wasn't just random, it was the emo kid. But Brent didn't know that at the time. So Brent looks at Emily, and Emily looks at Brent, and they're both basically just like, oh boy. And then they both look at the emo kid, who has a massive smile on his face. So all 3 of them go away to a corner, and the emo kid's like, Emily, I might have came on too strong. And she's like, well, that's an understatement. But he's like, I will show you the truth. Brent, I challenge you to an alpha battle. Brent's just like, what's an alpha battle? Ha! You're such a beta for not knowing what an alpha battle is. Beta. He's like, an alpha battle will be proof that I am alpha and you are a weak beta. And then Emily will choose me. And Emily's like, I'm not. And he's like, wait, your heart will tell you otherwise after the alpha battle. Emily's like, okay, I'm still not going to. She's like, God, stop, silence, woman. And Brent was like, whoa, chill out, dude. He's like, you silence too? We're having an alpha battle right now. So, right, this just kind of looks like they're doing really weird charades from afar, but the emo kid is like, all right, let's form our best wolf poses. Brent's like, what? He said, form your best wolf poses, now! And Brent's like, all right. Ooh, emo kid's like, that is the worst wolf pose I've ever seen. You were definitely not part wolf like I am. And the emo kid does this really weird pose. He's like, oh my God, I'm wolfing so hard right now. This is the most emo thing. The most alpha thing I've ever done. Oh my God. At this point, Emily's like, guys, you are both embarrassing yourselves. Emo kid is like, no, you will see that I'm the most alpha. I swear. Emo kid's like, all right, let's do it. Wrestle me. And, Brent's like, what? Emo kid jumps on top of him, just tackles him to the ground. Because he's 20 pounds heavier, right, and a little bit taller. And Brent was completely taken off guard. He's like, bro, stop. What are you doing? And the emo kid's like, I'm out alphaing you. And that's when the camp counselor comes over and says, all right, guys, break it up. Tears the 2 of them apart. He's like, all right, so we're only doing this for 20 more minutes, but it looks like you 2 can't keep off of each other, so I'm going to be joining your group. Imagine how awkward this is. It is Emily, Brent, the emo kid, and a random camp counselor. So they do normal charades, right? And the entire time, the emo kid is sneaking in punches to Brent's arm. He's like, ow. And when the camp counselor looks up, the emo kid puts his arms behind his back. And the emo kid's like, this isn't over, man. And then the emo kid walks over to Emily. He's like, tss, tss, Emily, tss. Emily's like, what? Do you think I'm more alpha? Shut up, kid. Emo kid's like, no. Okay, I'll just be direct. Do you want to go out with me? No! And the camp counselor was like, guys, silence while I'm doing charades.
And Emily's like, dude, I don't want to go out with you. How many times do I need to tell you this? Emo kid's like, but I'm definitely more alpha. She's like, that's not a real thing. So the next day rolls around. It's Thursday. And that afternoon, there's no real activity. It's just known as like the soccer dance or whatever. And during the soccer dance, there's one coveted slow song where anyone who has feelings for each other might ask for like a slow song or something. And sure enough, let's just jump to the dance because the emo kid is like being a jerk to Brent all day, but that's not anything new. And sure enough, it is the dance. And they're putting on normal songs. And Emily and Robin and Brent are all together like, dude. And Robin's like, dude, the emo kid is definitely going to try and get that slow song with you. Like, Brent, you got to swoop in right away. Because at this point, Brent and Emily were, like, unofficially a thing. They're only at camp for a week, so they're not going to make, like, a long-term relationship. Let's have kids, baby. Okay, you know what I mean. But sure enough, the slow song comes on. And Brent's like, oh, my God. And Emily's like, quickly. And you can see the emo kid sprinting from the other side of the room. So Emily and Brent quickly, like, get together in the slow song, kind of like whatever. And Emily's standing there, and she feels Brent being ripped off of him. And the emo kid grabs Brent, rips him off Emily, and tackles him on the ground. And this is where the camp counselors are like, oh, okay, foul play, foul play. They go in, they grab the emo kid, and they, like, run a, like, they take him off. They're like, all right, buddy, this is, like, your third strike, and you are out. So they call up the parents of the emo kid. They say, your son can't come tomorrow. He's, like, fighting this one kid again and again, and he won't stop. And so sure enough, the emo kid was picked up, taken away, and Brent and Emily finished off with a slow song together. The next day rolls around. It is Friday. It is only a half day where basically the parents come and watch a little like soccer presentation that all the kids have done. And by the end of it, right, most people are packing up. Brent and Emily are gone. And you remember the friend Robin from the beginning? One of the camp counselors and Robin were like friends or whatever, or like friendly. And the camp counselor's like, do you happen to know about that like emo looking kid? Like, do you happen to know what was up with him? And Robin's like, do I have a
Click on the video on screen right now. I know you'll enjoy it. Just click it, do it. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to a brand new video. Today we got a story time of a spoiled kid who loses it on his coach. I know you guys will enjoy this story, so sit back, relax, subscribe to the channel if you're new, leave a like on the video to claim your free nothing. Fantastic deal, by the way. With that all being said, let's just jump right into it. So this all happened during tryouts for the soccer team during the subscribers' 6th grade year. So anyways, the soccer team was pretty big at the subscribers' school, and every single year they would have tryouts. So this school went from like starting in 5th grade and went it started from like 1st grade or whatever and went all the way to 8th grade, and people could start trying out for sports teams in 5th grade. The thing is, though, in 5th grade, a lot of people weren't actually, were going to get cut because, they were either too young but if there were a few, like, superstars in 5th grade, they were allowed on the team. So the subscriber was one of those, so he has been on the team before. Anyways, though, starting in 6th grade, so 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, anyone who tries out for the team will get on. Does that mean that they'll get playtime? Like, will they actually go out and play soccer? No, but they will technically be on the team, probably just on the bench the entire time. Maybe if they're a game that doesn't matter, they'll get some playtime, and they'll definitely practice. So anyways, right, this was 6th grade. So the subscriber's always been through, has already been through, the trials and tribulations of, the first round of cuts in 5th grade where, he could actually get cut. And the subscriber's, one of 2 out of, 25 that tried out that actually got on the team. So the next year comes around, and the subscriber knows a lot of people on the team already. He knows the coaches, and he's going in with a lot more confidence. 1, because he was on the team last year, and 2, because, you can't not be on the team. Anyways, though, so a lot of other kids, are trying out. And, some of them were good. Some of them were, almost cut some of them were, on the cusp of being on last year, but just had to get cut, right? And so a lot of them tried out, and they were obviously going to be ones playing. Really, these tryouts were less about who's going to be on the team, because everyone was going to be on the team, and they were more about, who's actually going to be playing most likely. So yeah, there's some kids from last year who barely got cut, who got a lot better, and, they're probably going to be playing this time. And now we move on to the spoiled kid. So the spoiled kid was not super athletic, which, it's fair. I used to just play, racket sports in high school, so I kind of get it. I wasn't like a good soccer player. I think I tried out for like the quad squad in soccer, which is like we had 4 teams. That's how bad it was. And I just knew. I walked off halfway through the practice because I was like, nah, dude, I'm just not good enough for the quad squad. So I feel it, right? But the spoiled kid, not super athletic, but he really liked to believe that he was some kind of like athletic superstar. Because the spoiled kid had a certain belief that he was not only an athletic superstar, he was also an intellectual heavyweight. He was a man of insane charisma, insane everything. Bro really thought that he was like the jack of all. No, he thought he was the master of all trades, not the jack of all trades, the master of all trades. So yeah, anyways, right, the subscriber, since he was on the team last year, was actually like asked by the coaches as well as a couple other players to kind of help lead practice and to kind of report back with like what they saw, because there was a ton of kids, right? And the coaches kind of wanted to right away, more or less, get to the point where they could start actually, playing, or actually they wanted help figuring out, who would be playing, who would probably be on the bench, and how to sort the team, because there was a ton of people. Like, it was a fairly big school, and they kind of only had one team, so it was a lot for 2 coaches. So the subscriber was one of a few others that were asked to help out. So anyways, right, the subscriber watches and he sees the spoiled kid. And the spoiled kid, I think, was aware that the subscriber was one of the mini coaches in a sense. Like, he was one of the ones that would kind of decide where people would be put. So the spoiled kid comes up to the subscriber, is like, hey, dude, like, I just want you to, like, pay extra special attention to me, because, like, I'm telling you, I'm going to blow your expectations out of the water. And the subscriber's like, all right, man, like, sure, I'm paying attention to everyone, but I'll make sure to pay attention to you too. And the spoiled kid's like, dude, watch this. And he like runs, he sees a soccer ball. He sprints up to it and he kicks it. But when he kicks it, he doesn't like make direct contact with his foot. It only like, he kind of whiffs a little bit. So like it catches the edge of his foot and just like lightly flies like to the left of him when he was very intentionally trying to kick straight. And the spoiled kid at first looks super embarrassed, but then he's like, oh, dude, wasn't that a perfect slice shot, how I perfectly got it to fly awkwardly to the left instead of straight? Dude, that was my intention the whole time. And the subscriber, who's really good at soccer and can tell when someone's like intends to do something and when it was very obviously a shank, right? Just like very obviously not supposed to do that. He's like, okay, dude, haha, good stuff, man, haha. Okay. yeah. He's like, yeah, okay. Obviously, this kid did not mean to do that. Like, I'm not an idiot. I look, I have eyes, believe it or not. I have functioning eyes. I have a brain. Very obviously, he did not mean to do that. But yeah, anyways, right? So sure enough, the spoiled kid, for the rest of practice, continues to go on and be like, dude, look at me. Look at this. So they have like, so something that's pretty important in soccer is just like your kind of like your stamina and fitness, because a lot of people, you'll be running back and forth for a lot of the game, and your footwork is really important. So one of the kind of just basic fitness tests they have is, yeah, you guys probably are going to get PTSD from this stuff, but the pacer fitness test, where it's like you have to run from side to side and it gets like less and less every single time. And yeah, so they had one of these, and the spoiled kid was talking mad game, bro. He was talking mad game beforehand. He was up to the subscriber like, dude, I think like you got to give me my own pacer test, because like you got to make mine like twice as hard, because bro, it's not even gonna be funny how fast I destroy everybody, bro. Like, it's not even gonna be funny. And the subscriber's like, okay, dude, like, relax, but okay. And so when they actually do the pacer fitness test, which is it basically, guys, it's like a running test, but it's like sprinting stamina type thing. If you haven't done it, if you have done it, then you probably already know the monotone voice of terror, right? And yeah, so the spoiled kid does it, and he immediately gets clobbered. Like, everyone else is outrunning him by a ton, which is like, fine, dude. You don't have to be great at running. It's okay. But at the same time, it's just ironic because he said, God, I'm going to blow everyone out of the water. I need a test twice as good, man. Yeah. So anyways, right, sure enough, the spoiled kid just gets absolutely destroyed in the pacer fitness test. And by the end of practice, the spoiled kid comes up to the subscribers like, pretty impressive, right? And the subscriber's like, I mean, I guess, which was a lie, but he's not going to be a jerk about it, right? And the spoiled kid's like, I bet I'll see myself playing center field on first game.
I don't know soccer terms that well, but I don't know if that's a soccer term, bro. Bro should have said, I'm going to be the star quarterback in soccer, right? Bro's kind of had that mentality, right? Anyways, though, so sure enough, the subscriber, he reports back to the coaches. It's like, hey, so these are the kids I think are probably going to be playing for us most of the time. These ones have potential, and all the rest are going to be great they're going to be killer bench warmers, basically. Wasn't trying to be a jerk about it, but he was just being straight up about who's probably going to play, who's not. Obviously, if some kid was just playing really bad during tryouts and tends to do better during practice, like obviously the coaches are always looking for that and are super open to change things up. Because at the end of the day, the coaches really, I mean, they might have favorites, but in theory, the coaches don't have favorites. They just have people, they just want to have the best team possible, right? So anyways, yeah, the subscriber does not mention the spoiled kid in one of the people that are going to be playing or could be playing. The spoiled kid kind of just gets lumped up with the rest, right? The rest that probably will just be on the bench or just like practice, right? So anyways, they get to practice, and it's kind of obvious on the first couple weeks of like who's actually, because it was like divided up into two teams or two practice sessions, right? And so one group was obviously the better group, and the other group was pretty obviously the worst group. Just, I mean, it just is what it is, right? And so the spoiled kid comes up to the subscribers like, dude, like, I was put in the better group, right? And the subscriber's like, there's no better group, haha. There's just two groups. Absolute lie. That's like in math class in high school when you're put into like low, middle, or high math, and they're like, these are all actually just different math classes. It's not high math or low. Dude, look, I went from high math to low math, bro. I was on the decline from middle school to high school. And now I might be a math major, so you can turn it around, my friend. But, dude, don't lie to my face. I know I'm in low math. I know I'm in slow math. I know how it is. I felt the burn, too. Anyways, though, a little bit of an awkward side tangent for me. I apologize. But yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber's like, dude, there's just two teams, haha. And the spoiled kid's like, okay, wink, wink. Like, I know I'm on the good team, wink, which if you, like, looked at the two teams play, obviously one was not. There was obviously one that was better and one that was not. And let me just say the spoiled kid was on the not team. Like, I don't know how to say it nicer. He just wasn't on the better team, bro. Anyways, though, so yeah, sure enough, the subscribers is like, okay, like, whatever, fine. So they practice for the next couple weeks, and in a couple weeks, or in that time period, is their first game. So the practice before the game, the coach decides that he's going to let them know the order of, like, how they're going to be. Like, he said, okay, so these are the people that are going to be playing right away, just so they could get a sense, and he wouldn't tell them right before. People kind of already knew. Like, it was pretty clear to everyone who was going to be playing first and who wasn't. Yeah, so anyways, right, sure enough, the spoiled kid is not named as one of the first people to be playing. And here's the thing. There's actually a lot of, like, really good players that weren't named. They just knew that probably they were going to be the ones that were swapped in, like, throughout the game. Like, no one got upset over the order. It was kind of just like, I don't know, it was as if the coaches were stating the obvious, and the only things that were, like, kind of important were for the really good players to know if they were playing right away or if they were going to be swapped in like 5 minutes or 10 minutes into the game. That was really what was happening. And no one made us think about it. But for some reason, the subscriber happens to look over at the spoiled kid, and you just see his face. And his face is red as a tomato. Spoiled kid is big mad. So anyways, they're walking back, and they're walking back to, I don't know, class or home, or they're done, right? And the subscriber happens to be walking all by himself. And the spoiled kid, like, storms up to him. He says, I thought I was on the good team. And the subscriber's like, okay, first of all, I didn't say you were or weren't. I just said that there were two teams. Second of all the coaches did were list the players that were going to start first. While I don't necessarily know if you are or aren't going to be subbed in, there's a lot of good players that were not listed there. It's like there's like 50 people on the team and only 8 can start. Okay, that maybe 12 can. I don't know soccer like that. Please, or American football. Dude, or not American football. Football, soccer, please don't torch me. Anyways, I don't know sports like that, bro. I'm just not that type of guy. Anyways, so yeah, the subscriber's trying to be like, dude, like, relax. Like, he kind of knows he's definitely not going to be subbed in. But the spoiled kid is like, you know what? I will show you guys tomorrow. I will show you guys that I am the best soccer player of all time. And he just, like, storms off. And I mean, what's a subscriber supposed to do? No, dude, come back. You really are the best. Like, no, shut up, bro. No one cares. So yeah, let's just say that the spoiled kid is about to absolutely ruin the soccer game and go ballistic on the coach. But it's about to be real funny. Real quick though, comment soccer down below, or if you're from a country that calls it football, comment football. Really, comment either of the two. It's up to you, whichever you call it, right? Yeah, so comment that down below, and if you're listening on YouTube, make sure to check out the pinned comment or the first link in the description, as we also have a presence on Spotify, and please follow us on there and listen on there if you use Spotify as well. And yeah, finally, the best way to support the channel is to binge watch these videos. That just means watch a bunch of these videos in a row. So if you happen to be on a streak of like 2 or 3 or maybe more videos, please comment down below how many videos you've been watching today, or how many videos you watched this week, or what you plan to do while watching these videos, right? It's super interesting for me to know. That all being said, let's get back to the spoiled kid absolutely ruining the rest of the story. Okay, so let's skip ahead to the actual game. This is the first game of the year. Remember, there's a lot of people in the stadium. Like, this is a pretty big deal. I think that arguably at this kid's middle school, that soccer is like the most important team. A lot of times in high school, it'll be like football or hockey, but at least at this middle school at this time, soccer was the big deal. Like, everyone showed up to the games. It was like really cool to be starting. It was really cool to be one of the players, right? So yeah, they get there, you know, the other team's warming up, they're warming up, and the spoiled kid goes up to the coaches, and he's like, guys, and the subscriber happens to overhear this as he's close enough. He's like, guys, I think you're making a massive mistake. I'm actually really good. The coaches are, oh, you are good, spoiled kid. We just think that for the strategy for this game specifically, we're going to start with the players that we've started with. And the spoiled kid's like, no. I think you guys are making a massive mistake. Like, put me in the center. Just give me the ball immediately. I'm going to do little trick shots. I'm going to do a little dribbling. I'm going to do a little back and forth spin moves. And I'm going to get in the goal like 6 times. Trust. And the two coaches kind of like look at each other like, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Yeah. So they kind of look at each other and they're just kind of like, okay. And they turn back to him. They're like, hey, man, look, we're very open to changing strategy, like for the next game, for any other game. And if you can show to us during practice that you really are at these kids' level, and maybe you can play really well with them, and even if you're a little below their level, maybe you're a great team player. Not true, but maybe you're a great team player, then sure. However, we just you know, we have the people we want to go up first. And the spoiled kid starts getting red like a tomato once again. He's like, you guys are making a massive mistake. And he starts yelling, and the coaches are like, hey, like, don't raise your voice at us. Like, you know, it's not that deep, and also, we're your coaches. Like, you're supposed to listen to us. The spoiled kid's like, you guys are big, stupid idiots, and storms away. And the coaches are, like, kind of looking at each other. Like, they were trying to be nice to the spoiled kid because they just knew for a fact he was never going to be the one playing like that. But, like, now, like, there's no reason for them to be nice to him anymore because they're like, oh, well, he blew up on us. Like, might as well just, like, I don't know. Like, that's tough for him, bro. I don't know. Yeah, so sure enough, right, the subscriber's like, okay, well, I guess the spoiled kid has completely ruined his chances of ever even getting an opportunity to play because he wasn't good enough. But now the coaches aren't going to even be nice and give him, like, a shot, right? So, okay, the game starts, and the game is actually really close. This is, like, one of their rivals. It's a really big deal. I think the coaches wish that they played this team a little bit later on because it was such a big deal, and I don't know, maybe they wanted more time or something. But the game is super, super intense. And so one of the players looks a little tired, so the coach decides to sub them out. This is where the spoiled kid ruins everything. Yeah, so basically at this point, the spoiled kid... Okay, so what's happening is, like, they're subbing someone out. So they're saying, you, like, come out. So one of the players runs off the field. And so the coaches turns around to, like, point to another player to go on. But the spoiled kid, like, runs off the bench and into the field. And the coach is like, no, like, you're not, like, get back here or whatever. Like, you're not subbed in. But I don't think the refs notice, and they blow the whistle to start playing again. So all of a sudden, the spoiled kid is on the field. And at this point, right, the subscriber was on the field for a long time, but now he's taking a break, whatever, so he's out the field, and he's like, oh, no. Because this is a really important game, and it's really intense, and the spoiled kid's on the field. So the spoiled kid, bro, he's crazy. So the other team has, like, the ball, And instead of staying in formation, the spoiled kid starts sprinting towards the kid. And the kid kicks the ball, and the spoiled kid jumps on top of the ball, grabs it with both hands. So obviously the ref blows the whistle. You can't grab a soccer ball with both hands. And just proceeds to start sprinting across the field with the soccer ball in his hands. Bro actually thought this was football for a second. So he has the soccer ball in his hands. He's sprinting across the other side. And, like, everyone kind of just stops playing because they're just like, dude, what? And he, like, the spoiled kid grabs the ball and just, like, dives into the other side's goal. And after, like, a couple seconds, he gets up off the ground. He takes the ball. He throws it on the ground. You know, when people spike the football in football, when they like, oh, my God, we won, like, whatever, American football, and they spike it, and then they do a little victory dance. The spoiled kid starts doing the default dance from Fortnite because he thinks he just scored a goal or whatever. Bro actually has no idea what he's doing. So, like, the entire audience, like, everyone is silent. There's a ton of talking in the audience of, like, what's going on? Like, this is ridiculous. So the coach, like, blows a whistle. They get a ton of penalties, whatever. The spoiled kid is, like, ushered off, like, the side or whatever. And the coaches are yelling, like, what are you thinking? Like, what did you do? You might just cost us the game. And, yeah, he actually did cost them the game because they got a penalty. They were able to score. And from that point on, they just lost the momentum. And, yeah, so for that reason, the spoiled kid lost them the game because he wanted to be that guy so bad. And after that point, no one had ever been kicked off the soccer team up until now. Yes, the spoiled kid was the first person in their high school's history to ever be kicked off the soccer team. And yeah, I guess he holds that title. But yeah, that's the story, man. So if you're watching this video and want to support, click on one of the videos on screen right now. And if you're listening on Spotify, listen to another story to help the channel out, and peace.
How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I have a story time for you guys that I really think you'll enjoy because I think most of you guys enjoy games, at least to a little bit. I know at least I enjoy Minecraft, as you're seeing in the background. And today's story takes place back when I was in 5th grade and I went to a summer camp. And one of my friends at the camp really liked this girl, and this girl basically said no to him and said that I said no to you because you play games and I hate gamers and gamers are disgusting. That's basically what she told him. But at the end of the story, there's a pretty crazy twist that really does make the whole thing worth listening to, so I do hope you guys enjoy. And if you don't want to be called disgusting by your crush, subscribe to the channel with notifications on because you won't see my stories otherwise. And also leave a like on the video as I'm feeling generous today and will give you nothing in return if you do so. And yeah, let's hop right into the story. So as I said a little bit in the beginning of the video, I went to this summer camp for 2 weeks when I was in 5th grade. And so I got there and I didn't really know anyone there. And in the very beginning of the summer camp, there was a lot of icebreaker activities. At this time in 5th grade, as you guys might know from some of my other story times, I was a big fan of Minecraft. I kind of didn't really play it that much in like the beginning of high school, but definitely like 5th grade, 6th grade, I was a big fan of it. And a lot of my school friends and I would spend a lot of time talking about it. We would play it. It was really just a really good time, just a fun time. Also, my friend was a big fan of Mega Walls at the time, if you remember that game. That has a lot of memories to me. Anyways, though, I'm at this camp, right, and I don't know anyone, and there's an icebreaker activity. Basically, the icebreaker activity goes along the lines of basically someone can basically say something that they like or they really like, and then basically anyone else who like also enjoys that subject matter can like come to the middle and like, you know, talk to the people and like hang out with them or whatever. So the game was played a little bit, and there was some kind of like generic stuff like I like ice cream, I like dogs, and it's like, yeah, I like ice cream, I like dogs, and I went to the center for those, but because it was so like broad and generic, like half the, like if not more than half the people went to the center, so it wasn't super helpful. Basically, then this one guy comes to the center and he basically says that he really likes Minecraft. And now this one was a bit more specific, and while Minecraft was super popular at the time, it was really only like 4 to 5 guys who went to the center, and I was one of the 4 to 5 guys. And because this was kind of a smaller group of people, the thing is, those actually became my friends during the 2 weeks at camp. I'm actually still somewhat in contact with like a few of them. But basically, those 4 to 5 guys are the kind of the main friends I have at the camp. and one of them is one of the main protagonists at the camp as well, and his name is Will. So my other, like, you know, the other four, or I think it was like, yeah, the other three friends at that time, because there was like 5 people in the center. One of them was me, one of them was Will. The other 3 friends, they still play a role in the story, but like not big enough that I should give them a name and then get confused. So if they say something, I'll just say one of my friends said, and this, assume it's not me or Will who said that. So we kind of form a little friend group, and it's not like a clique or anything. If anyone wanted to be friends with us, they could, but you know, we kind of like, we started talking about Minecraft. We started talking about like our favorite things to do, if there are any servers we like to play on, like basically our thoughts of what they should add, all that. Is Hero Brian real? You know, all that good stuff, man. But anyways, right, so the day goes on, and like there's a nighttime activity, and we're just still sticking together. And right, so you know, we've kind of formed a friend group, and we really like Minecraft. But we're also kind of known as like the group of kids that went to the center who said that they really liked Minecraft. I'm not saying that like everyone else like didn't like it, but we were like the five of us. We were like the 5 kids that were like known to be the kids who liked Minecraft, because we all went to the center, and then afterwards everyone always saw us together. So that was kind of a reputation, which was very fair, if I'm going to be honest, because that's like all we talked about, man. That's kind of all we talked about. Anyways, so a couple days into the 2-week-long camp, my friend Will comes back to us and tells us about this girl who he met at one of these kind of like camp activities. And this girl's name, let's just call her Sarah, right? So, you know, Will basically was like, you know, he was at one of these activities, and we weren't there because during the day, you know, they kind of choose what you do half the time, like for the activities. Some activities you just kind of can go to with your friends, but a lot of these activities, right, you kind of have to go to with like, you're assigned them, and it's kind of whoever you meet, which is good because if you don't really have like a group of friends there, it's always an opportunity to meet people. So it makes a lot of sense, right? But anyways, while he was there was this new girl there. Her name was Sarah, and he was like, yo, I really like this girl. So obviously we were super supportive, and we're like, okay, man, you're totally gonna get Sarah. Don't even think about it. Like, we got you. Like, we'll come up with something. Like, we got your back on this. And it was kind of fun, man. Like, it's always fun when you're like, especially like back when you're a little kid, your friend had a crush on someone. You're like, ooh, right. But, and then you're like, okay, let's come up with a plan, guys. And then you make it all serious for no reason. We're like, okay, time for a top secret meeting, right? So we all you know, got into like, you know, we had to like check the room, we had to go in there, we got like a whiteboard, we're like, all right, what's the plan? Basically, we sat down and we decided that the best course of action would be that Will would go and talk to her the next day, because there were kind of like free period like times. There's like lunch, and then there was kind of like a recess type thing where basically you could go hang out with whoever, right? And so even if he didn't get her in another one of these activities, because that was kind of like randomly selected and we didn't want to play the odds game, especially since we had such limited time at this point, and we just didn't have enough time to like really like, we couldn't bet on that basically. We wanted him to go up and talk to her one more time, and then after that, basically admit how he feels and ask if she wants to do something after camp, because this camp was kind of held locally. It wasn't an overnight camp, it wasn't a sleepaway camp, and basically at the end of the day, like, you went home, so maybe they could go see a movie or something. But basically, we wanted him to talk to her one more time, and then kind of, you know, pull the trigger and see what we can do, right? So the next day, Will eventually gets the courage to talk to her, and it's recess period, so we don't all go up to talk to her with him, but we're like far enough away that we're obviously like, well, we didn't think was obvious. In retrospect, we were kind of looking, laughing, and maybe we were pointing, so maybe it was a little obvious, right? But but at the time, we thought we were far enough away that like she wouldn't notice that we were watching, and you know, we were basically looking at what was happening, and from our perspective, it looked like it was going really well, because you know, Will was talking to her and she didn't, like, I don't know, run away. I guess the fact that she responded was like a win enough for us, which, you know, I don't know what that says, but that definitely, hey, she responded to him. That was good enough for us. We were like, okay, he's got this in the bag. So the next day rolls around and we're like, okay, bro, okay, Will, it's finally the day. All you got to do is ask her out on a date to the movies. Like, how could it go wrong? You guys spoke once. That has to be good enough. Of course, 5th grade logic, but whatever, man. It was what it was. So anyways, right, so We're outside of recess, and we don't want to, like, crowd him. So we do the same thing. We stand away far enough that, like, we can kind of see what's going on, but we can't actually hear what's going on. And we see Will go up to her. We see him get, her attention. We see him say something, and then we see Sarah's face, and it looks kind of amused. And I was like, okay, amused is better than angry or crying, but amused isn't exactly what we're looking for here, you know what I mean? So Will looks a little defeated, and we're like, okay, this can't be good. So he comes back, and basically we're like, okay, dude, what happened? And he just looks at us all defeated like, I don't really want to talk about it. So you already knew, like, right away that it wasn't going to be good. So basically, we didn't ask Will about it for a second, but by the end of the day, before we left, he was like, guys, okay, let's talk about what happened. I think you guys at least deserve to know. And just TLDR, didn't go well, so just be heads up for that. So we're like, oh man, we're sorry about that. But then he told us the details, bro. Goes on to explain that Sarah said, no, I will not go on a date with you. I don't want to go on a date with someone who's a gamer like you. You're known as one of the Minecraft kids. I would never be caught going out with someone who is one of the Minecraft kids, so no. Basically being extra rude about it, basically saying that, like, because he played Minecraft, because he played games, she would never go out with him, basically. This sounds a little cruel and petty, but remember, this was 5th grade. Even for 5th grade, to be fair, this was cruel and petty, but remember, it kind of not expected, but, like, this isn't, like, high school or college. This is still middle school. But at the same time, man, even we thought this was a little mean back in the day. You might be thinking, wow, this is kind of a sad story. Let me just say that, it gets a lot better. There's a pretty big twist. But before I get into the twist, if you made it this far into the video, comment door down below, like the thing that you enter a building with, like a door. I just want to see how many people made it this far into the video, as I really do appreciate people watching my videos all the way. So basically, the next day rolls around, and somehow we figure out that Sarah has a thing for this other guy at this camp named PJ. I think I was telling one of my other friends there who was, like, friends with Sarah about the whole thing that went down, and she basically explained, she said, oh, that's so tough, like, I don't know why she was mean about it. Then she also said something about how Sarah had a thing for PJ so that Will shouldn't feel bad because, she probably wasn't going to go out with him, video games or not, and I was like, okay, that's good to know. And funny enough, so the day goes on, and we're actually in a group, and this is one of those kind of like group activities where you're assigned. And we got pretty lucky. All my friends and I were in the same group. And then also PJ was in the same group. So we're talking to PJ, and he's actually a pretty cool guy. And I don't really explain to Will that, Sarah has a thing for him since, like, I just learned it and we just met the guy. And I was like, he seems cool enough, right? Like, and I didn't want to open, like, old wounds or anything. So I was just like, okay, like, whatever. I told him eventually, but in the beginning, it was just like we were just chilling with them. It was a good time. And eventually the topic of, like, Minecraft comes up, and PJ admits that he actually is also a pretty big fan. I don't want to say admits, man. He was proud about it. He enjoyed it, right? The only person who really seemed it to be, like, something you'd want to admit would be Sarah, bro. She's the only person who really thought it as something as, like, shameful or something. I don't even know. But anyways, PJ admits that, he also plays Minecraft. So, we talk about that. And we actually kind of bond over that, man. I'm going to be honest. Like, the thing is, like, he actually kind of joined our group afterwards. This was about a week in, so we didn't have a ton of time with him, but it was still kind of nice, right? So the next couple of days, so we had a weekend break, and we talked to him a little bit over that. And then when we came back the next week, we hung out the first couple days together. And the next week, he was kind of like now part of our group or whatever, because we all kind of enjoyed Minecraft, right? And just so you know, over the weekend, I did tell Will, I'm like, hey, by the way, I found out that Sarah, also likes this PJ guy, so just be aware. I hope it doesn't matter. And he said, yeah, no, it really doesn't matter at all. He was kind of over the whole Sarah thing anyways. I mean, we were just at camp. We were in 5th grade. Minecraft was obviously much more important to us at the time. So we're all sitting at lunch one day, and I see Sarah walking up to the table that we're sitting with, and it's me, my friends, Will is there, and PJ, who is now one of our buddies too. He's also sitting at the lunch table, and he was kind of facing behind her, so he didn't really see her coming. And I was just thinking to myself, okay, man, this is going to be interesting. What's about to go down? So Sarah came up to PJ, and, apparently they've been talking a little bit throughout the last week or so. PJ wasn't aware of the whole Will thing, which we just didn't think was necessary. Like, at this point, he was over it. We were over it. It would have just made drama. But Sarah had been talking to PJ for a little bit, and then Sarah, while just kind of standing there after a little bit of small talk, was like, while Will was there, she knew Will was there, so this was a little bit extra cruel just because of that fact. But Sarah basically goes to PJ and says, hey, do you want to maybe go to the movies tonight? And it was a Wednesday. And then PJ looks at her and says, sorry, I got plans. I'm actually going back and playing Minecraft with these guys. Sarah was like, okay, and left. And while we didn't explain to PJ why that was probably probably the best, most incredible thing he could have ever done, and why Will probably loved him 10x times as much as he did before, we couldn't explain it to him, but bro, I was looking at Will's face after that. He was just sitting there, and he was just smiling because this girl basically rejected him because, oh no, he played Minecraft. And then all of a sudden, the guy of her dreams rejects her to go play Minecraft with Will. And it was a good way to end the camp. And we had no more drama for the rest of the camp. We had a good last couple days together, and some of us even still talk to this day, which is pretty cool. Anyways, guys, if you made it this far into the video, thank you so much for watching. And if you want to support the channel, all you got to do is watch another one of my videos. There's a chance that you'll see some videos on screen right now, and if not, just go ahead and click on my channel. But also feel free, if you want to watch more Storytime videos, to click the Storytime playlist on screen. And if you don't see it for some reason, Storytime playlist will also be linked in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching once again. I really do appreciate it. Leave a like, subscribe, and yeah, peace. What's up, guys? Scrubs here. Oh, wait, wrong channel. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I got a story for you, and it's quite an entertaining one, if I do say myself. So this story is about a kid who got expelled from his school, and for all the things he could have been expelled for, he was expelled for Minecraft. Yeah, no, you heard me right. You don't have to double check your ear pods or your headphones or your actual ears attached to your head. You heard me right, man. This guy was expelled from Minecraft. Oh my god, my voice. And if you don't want to get expelled from your school, make sure to go down and subscribe to the channel with notifications on. If you don't turn on the notifications, you won't ever see my story time or commentary videos. So yeah, with that being said, let's just jump right into it. So I have a friend, Jake, and when Jake was in 7th grade, he had a final presentation for his class, and I forgot exactly what class this was. It was either like English or maybe it was like social studies or something. I don't know, man, but it was something where it wasn't super mathy, and it was more like you had to show off some kind of like ability to like present and like talk about a topic and have good writing. So it was one of those classes, right? And this was the final project for Jake's year, so it was a really, really big deal. And okay, it was 7th grade, so it wasn't like the biggest thing ever, but at the end of the day, man, like it was the final project. It was as big a deal as it was gonna get. So basically what happened, right, was you were able to kind of choose whatever topic you wanted within some kind of boundaries because, you know, you couldn't really choose any topic. The teacher basically said that it had to be, you know, it had to be educational. It had to be a topic about history, right? Okay, so this was a history class. I'm remembering the story as I'm telling it, so if I have to repeat myself a little bit and change some details, my bad about that. Jake told me this like a little while ago, but I'm trying to tell it now, right? So this was a history class, and in this history class, you had to, like, they covered a wide range of things. It wasn't like a specific history class, like European history or American history. It was kind of like, I would say similar to like a big history class where it went over like a lot of topics. So basically the teacher was like, choose a topic from history, right? Choose a topic from history and talk about it and just have a presentation about it. And yeah, that's basically it. The problem was the teacher decided to not vet the topics people were choosing, which probably isn't a great idea, you know, especially since, you know, you couldn't do anything, but it was also choose your own topic. So, you know, to be fair, the teacher kind of played himself a little bit, but also once you hear exactly what the presentation of Jake's classmate was, it's not 100% the teacher's fault at some point, man. Like, you'll know what I mean in a sec. Right, so Jake had a classmate, and Jake's classmate's name, let's just call him Ben. So Jake's classmate's name's Ben, right? So Ben was in his class, and Ben was a big fan of Minecraft, you know, as everyone is, right? You know, Minecraft, it's a good game. I have some good times on that app, I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, if you look in the gameplay in the background, it's Minecraft, right? It's one of the few games I actually do play, and it is the average gameplay you get in the background of my videos, right? So Jake's friend Ben was a big fan of Minecraft at the time, and Ben was always okay at school in the class. Like, he would always, he would go to class. I mean, this is 8th grade, man. You kind of have to show up for 8th grade, right? You don't really stop not going to class, maybe in high school, a little bit in college, but 8th grade, right? He shows up for class, and he's always like, he always participates to an extent, but he really wasn't paying that close attention. Because at this time, Jake's classmate Ben was really he was playing a lot of Minecraft, and he was really focused on that. Every single day, he'd go back home, play it with his friends. I don't know exactly what was out at this time, because Jake's my age now, so 8th grade was a little while ago, so I don't think, like, Bed Wars or a lot of those, like, fun Hypixel games were, like, really as popular. It might have been, like, Sky Wars or some kind of factions or something. But he would always go home, and he'd always go play with his friends, right? So Jake was trying to figure out what topic he was going to do. Jake was a big fan of, like, World War II and those history, kind of like the history around that. He always found it, like, really interesting. So he is probably going to do one of those topics and probably find a specific event, try and figure that out. But also Jake was kind of curious to see what other people were doing, because he wasn't sure if people were doing very broad events or very specific ones. For example, Jake was either going to do a presentation on World War II, or he was going to do a presentation on, I don't know, like the Battle of, like, D-Day, right? So he wasn't sure how specific he was supposed to be. So Jake decided to go up to his friend Ben. Jake and Ben weren't, like, super close, but he didn't have a lot of kids in his class, so he was kind of friendly with everyone. And he went up to Ben and kind of asked him, what he was doing, to get a sense of, like, how specific of an event he was going to do, so he could kind of tailor it to his own project. So Jake goes up to Ben and he's like, okay, hey Ben, like, what's up? Like, what are you going to do for your project? I'm just kind of asking around. I kind of wanted to see, like, how long the topic, or how big, or how wide, or how broad, I should say, the topics are. And then Ben replies to Jake with, I'm going to do Minecraft. And Jake kind of just gave him this look, like, initially, right? Jake was kind of thinking that he was just, he was joking around. He was having a few goofs, right? Because, Ben was like, Ben had a sense of humor. Like, he wasn't, like, super dry. Like, not everything was, like, super technical and everything I said is a fact, right? He's been sarcastic before. He's had jokes. He's like everyone else. So Ben kind of looked at him and began to crack a smile. But then Ben looked at, Jake. Jake and Ben are not their real names, because I'm not going to use real names, so my bad for switching them up. But Jake is looking at Ben, and Jake's starting to crack a smile, right? Because he's like, okay, no shot, this is real. But as he looks at Ben's face, he can just tell that, like, when someone's joking, they have a little bit of a smile. You can see it in their eyes, man. Like, you can see with their body language. Jake could tell that Ben was not joking, that Ben was being 100% serious. And he's like, are you sure? Like, he's like, are you actually doing that? Like, does that fulfill the requirements? And Ben replies to Jake, yeah, there was a really historic moment in my Minecraft battles with my friends a couple days ago. The teacher didn't really specify that it had to be a historical moment from, like, recent times. So history's history, man. And Jake was just like, dude, not to disrupt the flow of this video, but if you made it this far into the video, comment door down below, like the thing you enter a room with, like a door, D-O-O-R. I just like to see how many people made it this far into the video, and if you want to farm some hearts on the channel, I basically heart as many as I can, so if you want to get that little top commenter badge, go ahead and comment door. Anyways, let's get right back into it. Anyways, so Jake left that conversation thinking to himself, okay, Ben is 100% screwed at this point, because Jake had ended up asking other people what they were doing, and everyone else had super serious topics. It turns out that people were doing it, like, it was a mix. Some people were doing really specific, some people were doing it really broad. So Ben decided to just do, Jake decided to do just D-Day, like a very specific event in World War II, as he thought it would be easier to do, and, more interesting for him to learn a little bit more about a specific event instead of, like, general history about a large event. So, but the problem was everyone else was doing super serious stuff, and when I mean serious, I just mean, like, actual historical events, not, you killed my Minecraft dog and now I'm gonna burn down your house type history. Like, they were doing, like, I don't know, French Revolution type history, man. Anyways, so the day of the final presentation, it's the final day, right? So they've been working on this for about a week, or it's like a week and a half or something. They got a decent amount of time to do this. So everyone, like, you know, people are coming up. They either have a poster. Some people have like slideshow presentations. Some people have little PowerPoint stuff. Some people did like crafts or whatever. There are also some people that didn't have a lot of visual aids but had pretty good like presentations. And you know, the teacher was pretty happy with how it was going. You could see he was in a good mood, like he was impressed. Everything was going great. Even my friend Jake went up there and he was doing great, man. Like he had a good presentation. And then it was Ben's turn. And Ben tells the teacher, hey, I got a presentation, but it's a lot of visual and I need to plug into the projector. And basically, or not the projector, but screen share. So like he basically screen shared his computer to something that was projecting on the board. It might have been a projector, but basically he was able to mirror his computer to the board, and he turns on a presentation, and my friend was just like, oh no, Ben, because he kind of thought that Ben wasn't actually going to go through with it, you know what I mean? But when he turns on the presentation, everyone sees Minecraft. So basically Ben is like, okay, so today I'm going to tell you the history of the greatest battle of all times on my Minecraft faction server. And the teacher's face, bro, my friend was telling me that the teacher's face dropped. So then Ben clicks a video, and it's like one of those like montage videos with like the music in the background. And so there's like music in the background. He's like PvPing some guy, and it's like Ben's just looking around, looking all proud. And basically what happens is the teacher gets so mad at him that he tells him to stop the presentation immediately. Like the video was like 2 minutes long and he was like 45 seconds into it. And he was like, Ben, I need you to stop this He turned this off right now. And Ben's face was a little bit shocked. I really think he believed that he was going to be totally fine going into this. And look, man, there's nothing wrong with Minecraft. There's nothing wrong with like really liking your craft, right? That you're having a good time. Like, look, I love Fit MC, and he makes videos about the history of a Minecraft server 2B2T. That stuff is cool, bro, like 100%. But it's just like not the right place, not the right time, if you know what I mean. But basically what happened was the teacher sent him to the principal's office, and he actually got sent home for the day. So basically the principal and the teacher worked together on this kind of punishment / solution where Ben would have to stay home for basically 1 or 2 more days and finish and make a real project, what they said. So instead of getting a week and a half, he had to make one in 1 to 2 days. And the thing that kind of was unfortunate for Ben was that like there was a week left of school, but it was kind of just like fun activities because like they were kind of done with the work, at least in that class. But, you know, the teacher and the principal came together and they were like, this makes the most sense. I think in the beginning I might have said expelled. I meant suspended. Kind of not the same thing, but it was the same thing in my head. But yeah, guys, if you have a presentation and you're not supposed to do Minecraft, don't do Minecraft, man. I love the game too. It's just not worth it. Thank you guys so much for watching today's story. If you enjoyed it and want to help out the channel, literally just watch another video. It really helps the channel. You might be seeing videos on screen right now, and if you don't see the videos on screen, you can always click on the channel, but there's also a Storytime specific playlist if you want to watch stories on my channel. And if you can't see it on screen, the story playlist is linked in the description. It says Storytimes. So yeah, click on that. And yeah, thanks guys so much. See you in the next one. Peace. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a story that is probably one of the funniest ways I've ever heard someone being suspended from their school, where basically you have to explain to your mom, I got suspended from school, and it's because I Minecraft PvP'd some kid in my hallway. I don't know how you even explain that, bro. And unless you want to be just ambushed by some random Minecraft kid in your school's hallway, subscribe to the channel with notifications on. If you don't turn on notifications, you won't see the videos. And also, if you leave a like on the video for a limited time, I will give you literally nothing in return, just because I'm feeling extra special generous today. And with that being said, let's get right into the story. So this story was told to me by my friend. And basically, my friend has a little brother, and my friend's little brother is in 3rd grade. And everyone there is obsessed with Minecraft, obviously, right? You know, when I was in 5th grade personally, and Minecraft was also having a wave of popularity, that was like the #1 thing I used to think about. My friends and I always used to talk about it. Hey man, like a lot of nostalgia there. Like I'll never rip on anyone for liking Minecraft, bro. Like, look, even me, like there's Minecraft gameplay in the background. I still play the game to this day. It's a timeless game. It's a classic. It's a beauty. I'm getting off track. Anyways, so this kid and his friends are a big fan of Minecraft, bro. They talk about it all the time, right? You know, they go back home, they hop on Bed Wars. Like I used to not play Bed Wars back in like the good old days because like it wasn't a thing. Just like the occasional like, you know, Hypixel mini games, maybe some single player worlds. But anyways, this story's not about me. Anyway, so they'd hop on like Bed Wars when they got back. They'd talk about it the day before. They would try and do some like I don't know, hardcore survival game, survival worlds like with each other. And that was always like a lot of fun. And also they'd have some servers too. Like even like I remember over quarantine I hopped on a server with some of my friends. I had not played Minecraft in a long time, and it really kind of just brought me back into it while allowing me to like keep up with my friends. Minecraft is a timeless game, bro. Anyways, not the point of the story. I promise I'll focus a little more, man. I'm just letting my love show a little bit too much. Anyways, in my friend's little brother's class, there was this one kid, let's call him Brian. That's not his actual name, but obviously I'm not going to use this kid's actual name, and I wasn't even told it just for extra security reasons, so maybe it is Ryan by just random chance. Anyways, my friend's little brother had this kid in his class named Ryan, and while my friend's little brother and his friends were like big fans of Minecraft, and they played it all the time, and they talked about it all the time, Ryan was on a whole different level, man. Like, every school project was somehow Minecraft related if you could make it, even if it had nothing to do with Minecraft. Every single conversation you had with him, an introduction to him, if you were first introduced to him, he would mention Minecraft within the first 30 seconds of conversation. And as you know, I've said this before, nothing wrong with liking Minecraft, and also nothing wrong with telling people you like it. It's a good game. Most people like it. You know, when I was being introduced to my roommate, we eventually talked about games we played, and that's when I brought up Minecraft. But I'm not going to be like, hi, my name is Connor, I play Minecraft, do you play Minecraft? What's your favorite Minecraft mode? Is Hero Brian real? Like, I'm just not going to do that, and neither should you. Yeah, obviously, like, if you're talking to someone and the fact that, like, game comes up and you guys both like Minecraft, then you can really dive into it. But this guy, Ryan, or this kid, Ryan, I should say, because they were in, like, I think they were in, like, 3rd grade or something. This kid, Ryan, right, he would just go, like, he would dive straight into it. It'd be like, hi, my name is Ryan. I love Minecraft. Like, T-minus, like, 15-second, like, I said, like, it's a speed run, bro. He was speed running as fast as he could say, I like Minecraft in a sentence per introduction. Like, he definitely got the world record for that. And also, Ryan was really getting into the whole PvP side of Minecraft. If you don't know what that is, in Minecraft, you can play single-player worlds, and a lot of people know it when it's just you in a world and you're just playing by yourself and you're fighting maybe some monsters or some mobs. But if you didn't know, you can also play with friends and also random people around the world. There are a lot of different game modes, but one of the game modes is when you fight one other person, or sometimes multiple, but it's mostly you versus another person, and you're either fighting each other with swords or rods or bows or like all this kind of stuff. PvP is actually one of the parts of Minecraft I play the most, as I find it fun and entertaining. So one day, my friend's little brother and his friends were talking about Minecraft, and they were talking about how they wanted to hop on Bed Wars later in the day. I haven't played Bed Wars in a quick second. I should really hop back on. But anyways, my friend's little brother and his friends were talking about Bed Wars, and then Ryan decided to join the conversation, saying, you guys still play Bed Wars? You guys should play UHC Duels, or that's basically one of the Minecraft PvP game modes. So my friend's little brother and his friends asked Ryan, oh, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me about it? And class was about to start, so Ryan was like, let me get your gamer tags and I'll like show you later on tonight. Let's hop on Hypixel. We'll play a little bit, right? So later that night after class, they all hop on, and Ryan is just like, you know, he duels them individually on Hypixel and absolutely claps all of them. Like, this man is like hitting them from like 6 blocks away. Not really, he wasn't cheating, even though maybe he was, not 100% sure, but he was just really good, and he was playing a lot of this. But he said something really weird at the end of it in the chat. He said, you know, this is all on Hypixel, but did you know Minecraft PvP is real? Like, it happens in real life. And they were just like, dude, what are you talking about, Ryan? Like, what are you even saying at this point? So Ryan says, tomorrow at school, I'll show you, right? So they were all kind of curious. So my friend's little brother and his friends, you know, they got to school and then they find Ryan at recess and they're like, hey man, what are you talking about? He says, let me show you. So Ryan brings them all back to his locker room, right? And he opens up his locker and it has, you know, one of those like foam Minecraft swords. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's like a toy that's like a Minecraft sword, but it's like foam. So he brings that out. And then he also brings out a stick with a rope attached to it. If you don't know, that's supposed to be a rod. And in Minecraft PvP, a rod is a pretty big thing in a lot of game modes. So he has his foam Minecraft sword, a rod, and then an apple that he painted golden. So he tells all the other guys, like, I've been training very hard to PvP people in real life. And they're just all like, bro, Ryan, what are you talking about? To interrupt the video real quick, if you made it this far into the video, I would like you guys to comment door in the comment section down below. I just like to see how many people made it this far. As well, I try and heart as many comments that say door or the secret phrase of the video every single time. So if you want to get top commenter, just go ahead and do that. Also opening up submissions to have your very own stories featured on the channel. All you got to do is go to my Instagram, which is Connor Pugs. It'll also be on screen right now, and just hit DM and send me a story. Try and add as much detail as possible because I try and make these videos 10 to 14 minutes to keep you guys entertained. So don't just say, oh, this happened and not say much more. Anyways, let's get right back to the story, right? So Ryan was telling these guys, I've been training to PvP people in real life for so long. Like, I can't wait till it actually happens. And they're just like, bro, you know that those things don't actually work. Like, that piece of that stick with a rope on it is not going to knock people back to get them into sick, epic combos, bro. It just is not going to happen. That, like, foam Minecraft sword, like, bro, that's going to, like, break if you hit it too hard against someone. And they're barely going to get, like, they're not even going to get a scratch, man. They're going to get literally nothing. And also, that golden apple is probably toxic if you ate it. You will get no healing. You'll actually, like, inflict damage and probably, like, poison for, like, 2 hours. That's a bad effect. Like, bro, it's not going to work. Anyway, so Ryan says, you guys just don't understand. You don't see the bigger picture. You guys will see. I will be the Minecraft PvP champion. And they were just all like, okay, Ryan has gone off the deep end. Like, okay, man, that's enough of this. So, you know, my friend's little brother and his friends, they all decide to leave. And they're like, okay, that's a little weird. We don't think we'll be playing with Ryan for a little bit. Like, we all like ourselves some good amount of Minecraft. We enjoy the game, but, like, to a certain extent, like, okay, we're not going to try PvPing people in real life. We all know that makes literally no sense. So a couple days go by, and my friend's little brother and 2 of his other friends were playing Bed Wars, but they wanted to play 4s, where basically you need 4 people. And my friend's little brother and his other friends, some of the other ones, they just had homework or they weren't on, so they needed another person. So they decided to message Ryan, since they saw his account was active. And they message Ryan, they say, hey, we need a 4th, do you want to play with us? Also because they know he was pretty good and they like winning. And then Ryan was like, no, I just have my account on for, I think he was playing another game mode that, like, you could, like, farm something. I'm not exactly sure why, but his account was on. But he was at his computer just, like, taking a break or something because he replied, no, I'm busy preparing. And they're like, preparing for what? He's like, I've been practicing my PvP skills. And they're like, oh, what game mode? He said, not on here. I've been doing it in real life. People are not prepared for my Minecraft PvP skills. And then my friend's little brother and his friends were like, bro, Ryan, are you still on that whole Minecraft PvPing people in real life thing? You know that's not actually a thing, bro. You do realize. And Ryan responds kind of angrily in all caps. He's like, I'm competing in a tournament tomorrow. You guys will see. This is super legit. You guys are just all haters. So my friend's little brother and his friends were like, all right, Ryan, bro, like, okay, I guess we'll see. So my friend's little brother and his friends get to school tomorrow, and they're gonna, like, ask Ryan, like, okay, what's this tournament you're talking about? Like, they were kind of curious, even though they thought it was kind of weird. So they're looking around for Ryan, and Ryan was kind of late that day, right? He wasn't there. And they didn't see Ryan for, like, the first period class. So they thought, like, oh, maybe there really is a tournament, and he had to go, like, you know, drive to it, or he had to take the day off. But then recess comes around, right? So they're just all chilling outside, And then they see Ryan step outside. He has a Minecraft Steve head on. He has like paper that is like painted blue to like represent diamond armor, like taped onto his shirt and his pants. And then he in his right hand he has like the Minecraft foam sword in his right hand, or his other hand he has the wooden stick and the string on it, and he says, "It's time for battle." So Ryan starts just sprinting at random people, and he like at first he kind of like flings the stick at them to have the rope kind of like gently brush at them, because if you don't know, the first thing you do is you rod someone to knock them back, and then you try and hit them to get them into a combo in normal Minecraft PvP. But he brushes his rod against them, and it like kind of like the string kind of like floats around, and then he starts like boinking them with like the foam sword, and they're like, "Oh, that's kind of annoying. Stop, like, bro, that's kind of irritating how that's like the foam is slightly brushing against me again and again." And the teacher's like, "Ryan, stop that." Because Ryan is just going around like whacking kids with this foam sword, and he's like, "I will be number one. I will be the best." He starts like just whacking more people with his foam sword, just going around. Is like, they're like, "Ryan, if you don't stop right now." And he just goes around, he's like, "I will be number one." It just goes like, start bopping someone until like an older kid, he's in probably like 5th grade or something. I think Ryan is like in 3rd grade or whatever, right? So he goes up to an older kid, Ryan does, and he goes, this is for like Minecraft PvP. And he bops him with the foam sword, and the older kid just looks at him, grabs onto the foam sword, rips it out of his hand, and Ryan's like, "That's not fair, he's hacking." Like literally 5 seconds later, Ryan is like grabbed by a teacher and is rushed to the principal's, because he did just go around hitting a bunch of kids. Like, you're not supposed to do that, man. And basically, moral of the story is don't do that, because Ryan ended up getting suspended for 2 days, because you just can't go around hitting random people, right? You just can't do that. Punishment might have been a little harsh, but also I kind of get it, because you just can't go around hitting random people, even if it is with like a foam sword or something. But anyways, my friend's little brother and their friends, Ryan eventually did come back, but they decided to not really talk to him because he's very interesting. I don't know how else to say it, bro. Like, they're like, "Okay, you can do you, but we're gonna enjoy Minecraft the way that we enjoy it, and you can enjoy it the way that you enjoy it." And that's it for the story. If you guys did enjoy today's Storytime video, consider watching another story video. A couple will appear on screen right now, and if you don't see them, you can always click on my channel to watch some of my older ones. Or a more convenient way is watching the Storytime playlist, which will be the first link in the description, but it'll also appear in the top right corner. Just go ahead and play that and, I don't know, play some games or something. Anyways, thanks so much for watching. See you in the next one. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back to the channel. Today I have a subscriber story of when this spoiled, spratty girl basically got absolutely wrecked by the Minecraft kid. I don't want to spoil exactly how she got wrecked, but let me just say that it was pretty incredible, enough that I thought I'd have to tell the story. And she was definitely brought down to earth. Someone definitely popped her super inflated ego, and it was pretty hilarious. If you enjoy story videos, make sure you are subscribed to the channel with notifications on. Also, leave a like on the video, because you'll get literally nothing if you do that, which is a pretty epic deal. With that being said, let's jump into the story. So this story was sent in by a subscriber. You can send in your own stories to my Instagram. It will be in the description. But anyways, right, the subscriber, he's in this class, and he is in 7th grade. In this class, there's this one kind of group of girls, which are like the popular group, but there's this one girl who's kind of like the alpha of the pack. I know that sounds a little weird, but you know how sometimes there's like a group of popular people, and one of them is like obviously the dominant ones, and the other ones are kind of like the followers. It's pretty stereotypical in a lot of like movies and TV shows to have that, and it actually was like this in his class. Anyways, let's give this girl a name. We're just gonna call this girl Erin, because I watched The Office recently, and that was a name that's in The Office. Anyways, right, so Erin is kind of like the top dog of like her pack of popular people. And the thing is, these girls are like popular, but they're the popular type that like, for some reason, that they're kind of known as popular, even though a lot of people really don't like them, because they've kind of garnered a reputation of not being, great people. Like basically this group of girls will like snub other people. They'll kind of like make comments. They'll like spread drama, kind of like all the nasty stuff that's like portrayed in movies of like popular high school cliques and stuff. It was basically that, but in real life. But yeah, so most people didn't like them, and they didn't dislike them for like no good reason. Aaron and her clique were definitely like not good people. I mean, maybe they were fine people, but they were caught up in the drama of like being the popular 7th grader. Honestly, I bet they'll look back one day and be like, wow, that was so stupid. There's also a kid in this class kind of known as the Minecraft kid. I'm not going to bother giving him a name. I'm literally just going to call him the Minecraft kid for the duration of this video. This Minecraft kid was known as the Minecraft kid because he would literally he would play Minecraft like in class. Like he would have his computer out, he'd have his mouse out, and he found kind of a spot in the room, and he also was playing like game modes that didn't need a ton of clicking, right? So he could actually get away with it to play it during class, but everyone kind of, at least in the back of the room, and then it's kind of spread as like common knowledge to the front of the room, people kind of knew that he was doing it, so he was kind of known as the Minecraft kid. He was also like not like super cool in that type of sense. Like he was a decent guy and everyone like had good interactions with him, but he was kind of like, he was a little nerdy, he was a little sweaty, right? It is what it is. No offense to liking Minecraft. I mean, obviously, like that's the gameplay I use in all my videos. I obviously enjoy it. I enjoyed it a lot when I was like in 5th, 6th grade, and I enjoy it a lot now. But he was kind of known as that, and he wasn't like, Aaron and her group of girls he wasn't the guy that they were necessarily going after, which maybe he's going to be some like, you know, insanely wealthy crypto hedge fund quant guy because of all of his time on the computer, but he isn't that now, so that's why they didn't want him. Aaron and her friends were more into the whole like Brad and Chad type guys, kind of like the top 2 dudes on the school's football team. One of them was in their grade, another one was in the 8th grade, but that's irrelevant. They're not even part of the story, really. I just got that little bit of detail I thought I'd add it. Anyways, right, so Aaron and her girls one day are bored. You know, and what else should they do besides try and be bad people, right? Because when I'm bored, I try and be a terrible person. Just kidding, I usually make YouTube videos. But anyways, right, Aaron and her group of, I'm just going to call them Aaron and her minions from here on out, because that's really fitting for the story, right? Aaron and her minions were bored one day, so they thought to themselves, who can we mess with? Aaron and her, I'm 19 years old. Why am I still having voice cracks? Why? What? So Aaron and, oh my God, dude. Anyways, so Aaron and her minions, right? So Aaron and her minions were like, okay, we have a great idea. And they had a devious plot, right? Their plot was to basically Aaron to ask out the Minecraft kid on a date. And then during the date, like basically say, like, troll him and be like, you know, I didn't actually want to go out with you. This is a big joke. Like, it sounds really immature as it is and cruel, but these were like the mean 7th grade girls. So like, and in a sense, like, can you really, like, I'm not super shocked. It's still cruel and mean and like ridiculous, but I'm like, okay, mean 7th grade girls, I kind of see it happening. Aaron and her minions thought their plan was like super funny or something, so they started going around telling a few people what they were planning to do. And these people, since they didn't necessarily fear them, but they didn't want to get on their bad sides, they were like, yeah, that sounds like something, right? They didn't necessarily endorse it, but they also weren't like, you guys are awful for thinking of that, you guys are terrible people, as they were. And I don't want to, okay. When I say terrible person, I take that very lightly. They're in 7th grade, they're growing, they'll hopefully learn from their mistakes. But at that time, they were being pretty terrible kids, right? They're being terrible kids, right? Anyways, but this one girl that they told, they weren't 100% sure, they didn't know this, right? But this one girl that they also told about their plan was somewhat friends with the Minecraft kid. But this girl, instead of standing up for the Minecraft kid, decided to come up with something even better than saying don't do it. She crafted her own master plot. So this girl that Aaron and her minions told about their evil plot, who is also friends with the Minecraft kid, decided to, instead of like saying something, decided that she was going to inform the Minecraft kid of everything that Aaron and these girls were plotting. And then from there, they would be able to make their own plot and be able to, instead of allowing Aaron and their friends and her friends to troll the Minecraft kid and make fun of him, their plan was to actually, since of the inside information the Minecraft kid would have, would be to turn it, completely flip the tables and kind of expose and then humiliate Aaron, right? And kind of put her in her place. Hopefully, maybe altering the course of her behavior from this point forward. Since we're kind of on an office-themed naming selection, we're gonna call this girl Pam. Pam is, by the way, the girl that is friends with the Minecraft kid that Aaron and her minions told about the plan, right? So what Pam decided to do was she decided to dig a little bit more, being like, oh, that's so funny, kind of egging it on a little bit to give them a bit of reinforcement to make it seem like she was actually on their side. And then Pam said, oh, when do you plan to do this? And Aaron and her minions said, oh, we plan to do this tomorrow. We're going to ask him out tomorrow to go on a date with me later at lunch. And Aaron goes on to say, and I'm going to make the asking out pretty public so that people are aware of what's happening. And I'm going to have the date happen at lunch where everyone else is. So when I troll him publicly, everyone else will see, and it'll be really funny, and everyone will be in on the joke now. So Pam was a little bit like, wow, that's so cruel. But she only said that in her head because she didn't want to blow her cover. And she's like, that's so funny. Keep me updated. I can't wait to watch this. So then Pam goes and finds the Minecraft kid, and she basically explains everything to him that she was told. And then she says, all right, now we have the upper hand. We need to troll them back somehow. And the Minecraft kid sits there for a minute. And he honestly doesn't seem that offended by the whole thing, which honestly, I think if I was in the Minecraft kid's shoes, I would have been a little offended that someone even was planning to do something so cruel to me. It's not like, Aaron and her gang had a beef with the Minecraft kid. The Minecraft kid was just known as the nice kind of nerdy guy who girls didn't really want to get with. It's unfortunate, man, but it is what it is. But people also knew him as the nice kid who played Minecraft. But, the Minecraft kid sat there for a minute. He got this little smirk on his face. And he said, Aaron, I have a good idea. No, he didn't say Aaron, bro. He's not talking to Aaron. I'm sorry. The office is making me confused. He said, Pam, I got a good idea. I'm going to interrupt this video to tell you that the secret phrase of the day is house. So if you made it this far into the video, I want you to go down into the comment section and comment house down below, like the thing people live in, House. I just like to see... Yeah, I spelled that right. Okay, I was panicked for a second. I'm like, did I just make myself look like a fool? Anyways, I just like to see who makes it this far into the video, and I will try and heart as many of those comments. So if you want to farm hearts and get top commenter, that's the best way to do it. With that being said, let's get back to the story. Right. So the Minecraft kid, turns to Pam and says, I have the perfect plan. And the Minecraft kid tells Pam what his plan is. I'm not going to spoil it yet. I'm just going to tell you what happens, and I'll reveal exactly what the plan is after I tell you what happens, right? So the next day rolls around, and it's the morning, and the Minecraft kid is just kind of chilling there, playing Minecraft as he's known to do, right? So the Minecraft kid is just chilling there, and basically what happens is he's waiting, and he's waiting for Aaron and her minions to come over, and for Aaron to ask him out on a date, all public, and everyone's gonna know, and they're going to be all like, oh my God, and he's supposed to react like, oh my gosh, the popular girl wants to go on a date with me. But little do they know, the Minecraft kid's actually in on it, and he's got his own plot, and he himself has a plot as well. The thing was, since Aaron and her minions told so many people about the plan, it basically got around to everyone what the plan was. And a few people actually did try and tell the Minecraft kid. The Minecraft kid's went up to them. He's like, I'm totally aware. I got a plan on my own. Do not let Aaron know that I know. And honestly, that was a little risky. There was a chance Aaron would have found out, but thankfully, Aaron didn't find out. So Aaron and her, her minions go up to him, and very loudly, Aaron's like, hey, Minecraft kid. She actually says his real name, right? But we're calling him Minecraft kid. Hey, Minecraft kid. Wow, you're so cute. Do you want to go on a date with me? And she says it in such an animated, fake way that it's so obvious. But the Minecraft kid decides to play into it because he wants to have his own plot happen. He said, oh, wow, really? Yeah, sure. And she's like, oh, let's go on a date at lunch today. And she looks around the room. Aaron looks around the room. She's like winking and everything. And people are kind of grimacing because they're like, this is beyond cruel and messed up, right? They're like, hey, yo, right? This is insane. And he's like, yeah, sure. And Aaron and her friends walk back to the front of the room. They're all smirking and they're kind of talking to people because they're in on the joke, but they don't realize that Minecraft kid has a whole has a whole trick up his sleeve, dude. The subscriber that told this story knows all of this because he was one of the people who was told about Aaron's plan, and he actually went up to the Minecraft kid and told him, and he was told by the Minecraft kid, like, I got a plot of my own, and afterwards he went up to the Minecraft kid and asked for like a rundown of everything. Lunch eventually comes around and their scheduled date is about to happen, and the Minecraft kid is sitting there all confident because, you know, he knows what's about to go down, and he knows that no one else besides maybe Pam knows what's about to go down. So Erin comes down, she goes over to the table, and she sits down, and she has this smirk. The plan is for Erin to eventually start, like, at one point, pretty soon, to be like, this isn't a real date, like, this was a prank. I would never go out with someone like you. I know, sounds like ridiculously cruel. This is 7th grade, my guys. Like, I don't know how else to say it, right? But anyways, right before Erin is able to say anything, the Minecraft kid says, oh, my fault, getting a phone call right now. The Minecraft kid starts talking really loudly, and he says, yeah, no, I'm not doing anything important right now. Yeah, no, I'd love to go on a date. Right now? Yeah, just come into the lunchroom. I'd love to go on a date with you. And Erin's just sitting there like, hey, yo, what's happening? So basically, the Minecraft kid had an older sister who was 1 grade older. And this older sister was pretty popular, but she was very nice. And this older sister had a friend who was very, very pretty and known as being like one of the prettiest girls in the school. And Minecraft kid told his older sister about what had happened, and he asked if that pretty friend can pretend to go on a date with him, right? And she said, yeah, of course. And the pretty friend was like totally in on it. We're going to call the pretty friend, we're going to call her Audrey, right? So back to the story. Minecraft kid is sitting there, and Erin is just like, what? She's completely just like flabbergasted. And people around her were listening in because they were like, this is about to be so cruel and just like a bloodbath. Like, we do want to hear what happens, though. And they're like, oh my God. And they start whispering, and word starts to spread of what Minecraft kid just said. And as people were starting to realize what was happening, the doors open, and Audrey, the Minecraft kid's older sister, very hot friend, walks in. And it's just like, sits down and says, hey, like, she comes up to the Minecraft kid, and she's like, hey, do you want to go on a date? And he said, yeah, sure, let's go over there. And Erin is just like, her face is just like, no emotion, completely void of emotion. And so, yeah, the Minecraft kid and Audrey just go over to another table, and they're sitting there having a good discussion, because, like, Audrey's been over to the house a couple times because she's friends with the Minecraft kid's older sister. So, like, the Minecraft kid and Audrey are actually, like, low-key kind of friends, and they talk about, like, some nerdy stuff together that Audrey doesn't have a lot of friends to talk about with. But anyways, right, the impression is that Minecraft kid basically decided to level up mid-date, which you should never actually do. It's a very cruel thing to do. But the reason why he did is because, like, he was trying to, like, Erin deserved it at this point, right? So what happened was Erin kind of had to do a walk of shame as word spread about what happened. Yeah, that was the ending of the story. Pretty crazy, right? If you guys want to submit your own stories, Instagram Connor Pugs down below. If you want to support the channel, literally just go ahead and watch another one of my Storytime videos, or click on the Storytime link, which is first link in the description, to go watch some old videos and support the channel. Thank you so much for watching. In today's subscriber story, this Minecraft kid is being super annoying to this girl while she's doing a presentation. But the once thought to be shy girl reveals a side that no one has seen before and puts this Minecraft kid in his place. The way she does this is absolutely hilarious, so make sure to stick around and enjoy the story. This whole story went down on this one day that in my subscribers class, there was a huge presentation that was like a large percentage of his grade. They were in, like, I think 7th grade. I think it was like 7th or 8th grade. The subscriber didn't really specify. But basically, this was towards the end of the year, and it was a really, really big assignment. There's this kid in this class, and he was kind of known as, like, the sweaty gamer Minecraft kid. By the way, there's nothing wrong with liking Minecraft. In fact, you know, I play it all the time. Look at me. I'm playing in the background right now that lovely, wonderful Minecraft parkour that I keep messing up and making it unsatisfying, but whatever, right? Anyways, I like Minecraft. Nothing wrong with being Minecraft and liking it, but being a Minecraft kid or a sweaty gamer kid has a bit of a connotation to it, and that's how the subscriber subscribed him. Also, he was kind of known for being, like, annoying and just trying to mess with people for the sake of messing with people. And if you do that, karma will probably get you like it did in this video. By the way, if you want to submit your own stories, submit them to my Instagram. It says Connor Pugs. The ad is in the description. Anyways, back to the story. So another character in this whole event, right, is this girl who is not really known by the class that well. She's kind of known as like the shy girl, and let's give her a name. Let's call this girl, let's call her Natalie, right? So Natalie is kind of like quiet. She kind of keeps to herself. She was new this year, so in the beginning of the year, she was new. She made some friends, right? But a lot of people had been like there for since like the very beginning, and it was a little difficult, and she didn't really speak up that much. So she wasn't really known for being loud or being, you know, really outgoing. She was kind of just known for kind of keeping to herself. However, the subscriber learned after this story that Natalie and the Minecraft kid once had a bit of an altercation, with big quotations around that. Basically, the Minecraft kid was just like making fun of people because, like, you know, the other people in the class knew this guy, knew to put up with him. But then like one of his shots fired went to like Natalie for like some reason. And I didn't actually get specifics on the stories, but just know that like Natalie kind of knows that this kid is kind of annoying, right? So she at least has a little heads up about that. That's going to be important for later in the story. It was the day of the big presentation, and the subscriber who submitted the story went in first. He was actually, I think he asked to be the first one to go. That's something I like to do when there's like presentations, because I don't like sitting around. It just kind of makes me all anxious. So I definitely agree with the subscriber on his call for going first. Anyways, he goes first. He says he nails it. You know, he does a really good job. He's been preparing for weeks. But anyways, right, so more people go, and then eventually it is the shy girl's turn to go, or we called her Natalie, right? So it's Natalie's turn to go, and she goes up there and she starts like booting up her laptop because like she decided to do a presentation that required her to like go on like Google Slides or something, or PowerPoint, whatever. She needed to use she needed to screen share her computer to the screen, right? And remember, this is a really big presentation. This is worth like 20%, 15% of your grade. And this is like kind of like the final project at the end of the year. So this is a really big deal. So Natalie boots up her computer. She kind of like matches it with the screen, and she moves to the first slide, and she begins. She said, back in, because she was like doing, like, this was a history class. So it was like a presentation of like history. So she was like, back in 18, and then the Minecraft kid starts going very loudly, not trying to like hide anything. And at first Natalie was like, oh, kid had to cough, like whatever. So then she's like, okay, back in, Natalie just stops, right? After like he's done coughing, and she just does this like blank stare at him. Just like blankly is like, bro, right? And he stares right back at her. And the subscriber turns to look at the Minecraft kid. And the subscriber notices that the Minecraft kid is just staring right back at Natalie, grinning. He's just grinning. So the subscriber is like, oh my God, like that was on purpose. Because at the first he thought it was like a coughing fit or whatever. He turns to the teacher. The teacher's not looking at the Minecraft kid. The teacher is looking at Natalie, waiting for her to continue. So Natalie eventually continues with her presentation, and she wasn't immediately interrupted again, right? So these presentations are supposed to be about like 5 minutes, some around like 7, 8, 10 minutes. The cap is like 15 minutes, a hard cap, but he said to aim for like 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes within that range, and that there's a lot of flexibility. So Natalie's about a minute into her presentation, just kind of like going along, assuming the Minecraft kid was done trolling, that his little coughing fits that were definitely on purpose were just like a little bit of a jab. We do a little bit of trolling, right? Not too much. But Minecraft kid was not done, man. Minecraft kid was just waiting for her to feel secure, and that's when he would pounce. That's when he'd come in with the second troll. So Natalie's about a minute and a half through her presentation, and the Minecraft kid goes, and Natalie's just like, no way, dude. Because, look, sometimes, bro, you gotta yawn. That's fair. That happens, right? Sometimes you gotta yawn. But Minecraft Kid was being extra careful to make sure that he yawned as loud as possible. He was just trying to yawn at max yawn capacity, dude. Like, he was just trying to, like, yawn as hard and as loud as he possibly could. And Natalie once again stopped her presentation. And this time, instead of looking at she looked at the Minecraft kid like briefly, but she decided to look at the teacher and noticed that the teacher was looking directly back at her, waiting for her to continue, not looking at the Minecraft kid at all. So Natalie's starting to realize that, the Minecraft kid will continue to be annoying, and the teacher doesn't seem like he's about to do anything about it. So she just has to keep going and keep pushing through this presentation, right? So she keeps going. She's like not trying to go through too quickly so she lose grade points, but also realizes that she needs to like try and,
keep it as concise as possible, as the longer she goes, the more opportunities Minecraft Kid has to like basically be super, super annoying. Real quick, if you like Storytime videos and aren't subscribed already, please consider subscribing to the channel. Trying to hit 400K by New Year's, and that's a bit of a stretch, so every subscription really does help. Anyways, back to the story. So Natalie's about 2 minutes into her presentation. She didn't even make that much time since the last, Minecraft Kid incident, quote unquote. And she starts hearing this clicking sound. So Minecraft Kid brought his mouse to class, right? And what you can do basically is if you want to get like really high, like a lot of clicks per second, if you play Minecraft fighting against people, you know that this is a thing you can do. Instead of clicking with one finger, you can click with 2 fingers and like alternate. And if you spam it really quickly, you can like get a lot of clicks per second, and that helps with like knockback and hitting first hit reg and whatever. Anyways, it's irrelevant, right? But what it also does is it's super loud and annoying. And at this point, right, Natalie just has to stop because the clicks are just like so loud and obnoxious that like she just can't, like you can hear them over the presentation. And she's just standing there and she looks pissed. She is mad, right? She is angry. But this time, the teacher looks at the Minecraft kid and he's like, hey, yo, can you stop? You're interrupting the presentation. So Natalie gives like a little like turns to her teacher, gives a little head nod as like a little thank you, right? Just being like, hey, appreciate that, So she goes back to her presentation, and she's probably going for about 15 seconds. It's only about 15 seconds until the Minecraft kid turns to someone next to him and says loudly, this presentation is so boring, I can't wait till it's over. And the teacher immediately snaps, and he's like, hey, Minecraft kid, doesn't actually say it like, that was so disrespectful, can't be. And Natalie isn't even hearing this, right? She's just in a fit of rage. And the subscriber, he has to assume this, right? But he sees Natalie and her eyes just gloss over, right? When she hears this. He can tell that this is the last straw. So the teacher's kind of chewing out the Minecraft kid because the teacher noticed the yawning, the teacher noticed the coughing fits, but kind of just assumed that they were not him purposely trying to mess up the presentation. But he kind of put 2 and 2 together, and then after the clicking and then blatantly saying very loudly, this presentation's so boring, when is she going to be done? He kind of figured it out. And in the middle of reprimanding this kid, he was about to send him to the principal's office when Natalie remembered something that she was kind of saving if something like this ever was to happen. Anyways, right, so remember that time when I said that the Roblox kid kind of made fun of Natalie when she was new or newer than she was now? And it turns out that Natalie actually really did take that to heart and was like not a big fan of this kid at all. But what she did, instead of just sitting there being like, I don't like this kid, is she did a little bit of digging. And since she knew that he really liked Minecraft or whatever and had some social media presence, like he had a gaming channel with like 50 subs or whatever, she started stalking him online, like looking at his stuff, going through his page. And then she noticed this YouTube channel that would always comment on his videos, and it kind of seemed like he was commenting to boost subs or whatever, or boost comments or whatever. And she didn't really think much of it till she clicked into it. When she clicked into it, she went through the comment section of one video that was posted on there. And in the comment section, it said, DM me back on TikTok, right? So then she's like, wait a minute. Does he have a secret TikTok account? So then she types up the name of this account that he always commented on his main channel with into TikTok. And she found probably one of the most embarrassing accounts she has ever seen. So she tucked that in the back of her head like, okay, if I ever need to go fully nuclear on this kid, right? If he really just makes me pull out the big guns, then he doesn't know what's coming. So at this point, it would have been really smart for Natalie to just not do this because this kid's about to be sent to the principal's office. But she's just so mad that she says, class, I have a new addition to the presentation that we must see together. And she quits out of the presentation or minimizes it, right? She opens up a new tab and looks up TikTok. The part wasn't really clear when it was told to me. She either looked it up online, but I'm not sure if you can do that, or she had these videos saved just in case the kid privated or deleted his account. But she opens up an account, and it is and she said, this is the Minecraft Kids, or said his actual name, secret TikTok account. I thought we'd have a little break from my presentation to check it out. And it turns out it is like a mega cringy Minecraft dating site where he basically uses unironically the phrases like, hey baby girl, and is this is my real voice, and it's this really cringy deep fake, a fake deep voice you see in on those Roblox kid TikTok videos. He basically is doing that unironically, and the entire class is just silent.
they're like, oh my God, this girl that we thought had no fire, like was just gonna be super vanilla and just chill and wouldn't ever do anything like this, absolutely snapped. And the teacher turns, because he's like absolutely captivated by what Natalie is like posting. And he notices and he catches on really quickly. And he's like, he realizes that Natalie just completely embarrassed this kid in front of the entire class. So he gets up from his chair and says, Natalie, Minecraft kid, both of you, principal's office now. So obviously, right, the subscriber didn't go to the principal's office with Natalie and the Minecraft kid. So how he figured out about the rest of the story was he asked a friend of Natalie's that he was also mutually friends with, and she gave in the scoop of basically what happened, right? So Natalie and the Minecraft kid are being escorted to the principal's office by the teacher. Not even saying go to there, like, and explain yourselves, like, I'm just gonna continue conducting the class. The teacher goes to explain what happens for them, right? So on the walk there, she's like, I totally messed up. Like, this was an overreaction. And the part of her was like, kid deserved it, lol. So they get to the principal's office, and the teacher explains what he saw from his POV. And it turns out, at least the way what Natalie told her friend was that the teacher kind of explained it spot on. Like, his observational skills were good. He went through like the 4 things of the Minecraft kid to purposely disrupt and annoy and try and, ruin Natalie's chances of a good grade. And then he went on to say that Natalie, after the kid was being reprimanded by him, kind of went on to unnecessarily embarrass him in front of the entire class. And at this point, the principal was like, all right, Mr. Whatever, right, the teacher, you can go back to your class. I will deal with these students myself. So Natalie is sitting there sweating buckets because she's like, oh, God, am I going to be expelled? Or what's going to happen? Are my parents going to be like, is this it for me, right? Am I going to fail the class? What's happening? So the principal sits them both down and is like, to the Minecraft kid, you were very obviously trying to disrupt one of your classmates on one of their biggest presentations during the year. And towards the end, you even rudely said that, you didn't want to listen to it and it was super boring. Maybe the coughing and the clicking and all the other stuff was possibly excusable, but, in combination with the fact that you said that this stuff was, you said blatantly words that were disrespectful to your classmate in an attempt to disrupt them, that's unacceptable. Then he turns to Natalie and says, however, it is also unacceptable to purposely belittle a classmate. Even if it's something that they posted online, it's pretty apparent from what the principal told me that it was a more or less secret account and that you publicly showed everyone in an attempt to belittle your classmate. That is also a behavior that we just won't accept. So they're both sitting there at this point, and the principal is kind of like drawing this out, really drawing it out. And the principal eventually says, all right, I thought about it for a second. I think I know the punishment that best fits the crime for both of you. Natalie's just sitting there like, oh my God, how bad is this gonna be? She had no clue of how severe the whole thing was gonna be. She was just sitting there. She had no idea how bad this whole thing was gonna go down. And the principal's like, all right, here it is. And Natalie's just like, oh God, please, please, please. And the principal says, in-school suspension for 3 days. Parents will not be notified. Now go back to your class. Well, Natalie stayed collected. She told her friend that she was so excited because that was probably the best option possible. In-school suspension, you just stayed a little later. Didn't have to tell the parents. She could just make something up. And when she went back to the class, she told the teacher what the principal had said. And the teacher actually said that she would be able to redo her presentation at a later date, and she was positive she failed that. So it turned out great for her, actually. If you enjoyed today's story and want to support the channel, watch another story. One of the easiest ways to do that is either click on the videos on screen or watch the Storytime playlist, which is first link in the description. Thank you guys so much for watching. In today's story, the subscriber's Minecraft kid cousin goes absolutely insane and does a lot of really crazy stuff. Enjoy. So let's call the subscriber who sent in this story, which you can do as well to my Instagram, send in a story. Let's call the subscriber Michael, right? So Michael has this cousin, and this cousin is, we're just going to call him Minecraft Kid. We're not even giving him a name. His name is Minecraft Kid. And I can already tell that there's going to be people in the comment section that are going to be like, Connor, I play Minecraft. I'm actually quite a Minecraft fan myself. Does that mean you hate me? I'm unsubscribing. No, I think it's pretty clear by the background footage of this video that is just simply not the case. I mean, hey, I enjoy Minecraft myself, right? It's a really good game. It's a really solid game. When I say Minecraft Kid, I mean Minecraft Kid. I don't mean a kid who plays Minecraft. And you might be like, Connor, that definition isn't very, that's a little confusing. Trust me. You'll understand what I mean by the end of this video. Anyways, right, so someone in Michael's family has is getting married. So, Michael's mom came down one day and she was like, hey, Michael, in a couple months, we're going to go to, so-and-so's wedding, right? We've been invited. It's pretty cool. And he's like, oh, that's actually, hey, man, that's pretty cool. Weddings are really cool. You go out there, get some good food, get some, it can be a little annoying at times because there's a lot of stuff you have to do. But, hey, man, it's an excuse to go out, get some good food, meet up with your family. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes it's not such a great thing because then, Michael was sitting there being like, oh, that sounds pretty good. And he's like, oh, wait, is Minecraft Kid? Obviously, he said his real name, but we're calling him Minecraft Kid. He's like, oh, is Minecraft Kid going to be there? And she's like, yes, Michael, your cousin is part of our family. And, he's going to be there, but there's so many good people there, it doesn't even matter, right? You're going to have a wonderful time, Michael. Don't even think about it. And let me just say that this Minecraft Kid cousin has been pretty notorious in the past for just being a little unhinged, and being around him can be a little tilting at times. But, Michael was like, screw it. This is going to be fun. I don't really care. Anyways, a couple months go by, and it's the time for the wedding. Michael and his parents fly out there. They get out there, and if you don't know, with a lot of weddings, like, they'll have this dinner beforehand. And so it's like kind of like a pre-dinner or something. I don't know what there's an actual name for it, man. I just don't remember at this time. Anyway, so I just don't remember the name of the pre-dinner, so I'm just going to call it the pre-dinner. It's basically the dinner you have before you actually have the wedding. And, they're sitting at a really big, long table, and there's just a lot of people there. It's like his aunts, other cousins, nephews, nieces, estranged lovers, everyone who sits at one of these tables, right? And also sitting at this table is the Minecraft Kid cousin, who we're just going to call Minecraft Kid, right? So anyways, right, Michael is not sitting directly across or right next to the Minecraft Kid, but he's sitting kind of close enough that, he can hear what the Minecraft Kid is saying, he can see what the Minecraft Kid is doing, all that good stuff, right? So, while he doesn't, in this case, have any direct interactions with them, the Minecraft Kid, he becomes a little unhinged at this dinner. A little might be a bit of an understatement. He becomes extremely unhinged, but, I'll tell you all about that. Don't you worry. So at this dinner, right, it's a pretty fancy dinner. It's one of those dinners where you all got dressed up. You're all like at the table, and very kind of like decent dinner manners. It's like you're just not on your phone, right? And there are definitely times if I'm just like maybe with some friends, like just mega casually eating dinner, right? I'm not going to be on my phone. I'm not going to be on my, my Xbox or my Bitcoin mining machine. I'm not going to be on any of those things, right? 100%. Especially if I'm with my parents, I'm just not going to be on my phone. It maybe if there's like something really important I need to check, whatever, but I'll ask. I literally ask. I'm like, hey, do you mind? And if I'm like at a fancy dinner, that thing is strapped in my pockets. Like that thing is sealed to my pockets. I'm not going out. And if I am, I'm checking it very nonchalantly, incognito, sneakily under the table. I'm not whipping it out, right? But anyways, right, Minecraft Kid cousin dude, he's just sitting at the table, a very fancy dinner, right, in a very fancy restaurant, and he whips out his big old clunky iPad, and he's playing Minecraft Pocket Edition, which, by the way, is a fire edition of Minecraft that brings back a lot of memories, but that doesn't matter. He's not supposed to be playing it. So his mother, right, Minecraft Kid's mother, turns to him and says, hey, Minecraft Kid, can you please put away the iPad, like the guests are here? It's rude to do that at the table. And he says, Mom, no, I'm almost done with my game. Like, I'm still playing. And she's like, okay, sweetie, well, you got to wrap that up very soon. Can you pause the game? He's like, no, Mom, I can't pause the game. It's not one of those games you can actually pause. By the way, he was in creative mode. It was 100%. It was 100%. It was a single player world, dude. It was 100% a game he could have paused. But he was like, no, Mom, you just don't get it. Like, I can't pause the game. And I'm so close, Mom. I'm so close. And she's like, all right, sweetie. Like, that's okay. And at this point, right, Michael's just looking over like, okay. Because this kid, right, this cousin, he isn't 6. There's a little like 4-year-old kids, like the iPad kids. Dude, I was an iPad mini kid, like no offense, right? But, those iPad kids sitting at the table, like watching Coco Melon drooling away, right? Anyways, those kids are like 4. It's whatever. This kid, he was 14 years old. I bet there are some of you guys watching me that are younger than 14. And, I don't know if you're playing Minecraft or mining Bitcoin at the dinner table at a fancy restaurant. I just got a feeling that's not the case. So anyways, right, his mom is starting to get a little bit impatient. She's like, hey, sweetie, like, I asked you 5 minutes ago to wrap it up. He's like, Mom, I'm in the middle of a game. At this point, like, Michael, like, kind of turns around. He's like, oh my God, what the fuck? What? Oh my God. Because, like, this is starting to become a scene. And, like, the Minecraft kid's mom is, you better put that thing away right now. She was like, can you please put that away? I don't want to make a scene. Because this kid started to get, like, really mad. He started to get really tilted. He was becoming really unhinged. And he's like, no, Mom, I will not put it away. And at this point, like, the mom, because she just doesn't want to make a scene, she's like, fine, like, okay, whatever. And so the entire dinner, right, everyone's going around talking to each other. Minecraft kid, 14-year-old kid at this point, he's not like 6, he can't get away with it, is just like playing, I don't know, he probably logged into like Bed Wars Pocket Edition or something, right? He's just like fighting ways, like building some house or something, going around mining. Dude, I love Minecraft, but dude, there's a place, there's a time, and this is just not the place nor the time. So, that dinner passes, right? And Minecraft kid never gets off his iPad, which is pretty, annoying to the mom. She's not super happy about that. And he definitely kind of caused a scene. And then it was kind of like weird that he was like playing games while they're talking, but whatever, right? It's just the pre-dinner. It's not actually the real wedding. How bad could that be? Spoiler, it got pretty bad. Anyways, right, so the actual wedding comes around, and people do different things at weddings, and they normally have, like, the kids do things. Like, I went to a wedding, I think when I was in 2nd grade, maybe, no, I was either, no, wait. I was either in 5th grade or 2nd grade. I was a young kid either way, right? And, what they had me do is they actually had me be the ring bearer, which means I walked down the aisle with the ring. Funny mini story, afterwards, I was dancing with the groom because they had a little dance party afterwards, and my sweaty hands gripped onto his hands so hard that I accidentally ripped the ring off his finger. It flew across the room, and they almost didn't find it. So yeah, that was unlucky, but it actually became very lucky when they found it. I was almost that kid, but thankfully I wasn't. And, there's also, like, people that are, like, the flower kids or whatever. They just carry flowers, like, whatever, right? But there's also, at some weddings, people have, like, rice throwing, which is, in my opinion, it's a little weird, but I also know, like, a lot of people do it. So basically, right, Michael and his Minecraft kid cousin and like 2 other kids that were at the wedding, they were given a bag of rice. And their instructions were, walk down the aisle, sprinkle the rice, like just like kind of like lightly throw it. Don't throw it at people, just like kind of like lightly sprinkle it or whatever. Dude, I don't totally get why that's a thing, but it is what it is. Like, I'm not, I don't control weddings, whatever, right? It's cool. So anyways, right, so the day comes around, it's the wedding, and everyone gets in there, they're all dressed up. Minecraft kid is not on his iPad or whatever because, like, his mom, like, she's like, no. But anyways, right, so the wedding, it's going on, it's happening, and now it's time for, Michael, the Minecraft kid, and the 2 other kids to start throwing some rice. So they start walking down the aisle, and Michael and the 2 other kids are lightly sprinkling their rice. But Michael notices that the Minecraft kid, he hasn't thrown any of his rice. It's all in his bag, which is a little weird. And they're walking down the aisle, right? They're walking down the aisle, everything is normal, and then Minecraft kid kind of grabs the end of his bag. He kind of grabs the end of his bag full of rice. At this point, Michael and the 2 other kids, their bags are basically empty because they're getting like towards the end of it. And the Minecraft kid grabs the thing of rice, picks it up, and throws it into the audience. And while he's throwing it into the audience, he screams, "Potion of instant damage!" And everyone was just like, what? Almost any other, like, scenario, right? In almost any other circumstance, there would have been, like, bigger repercussions, like, on the spot for what he did, because that was, like, absurd and, unhinged 100%. But the thing is, this was in the middle of the wedding. So the people kind of just thought the best idea would be, punish him later, right? Have his mom just shoo him out later, but just go on with the wedding. Like, keep pushing. So people pretended like nothing actually happened. The dude, it was some random guy who got the bag thrown at him. He kind of like pretended like nothing happened. He grabbed the bag. He kind of like filled the rice up a little bit, sat, smiled. And they proceeded with the main part of the wedding. So at this point, right, things are looking good. Besides the whole fact that whatever just happened. By the way, if you don't play Minecraft, a potion of instant damage is like one of the potions you can craft. You throw it at something and it does a lot of damage, right? At this point, the main wedding was over and it was the after party. It was like the reception. It was like it was the thing you go to afterwards. It's food, dancing, fun, but a little dinner as well. And at this point, Michael was like, all right, how bad can this actually get? Like, it can't, like, that was probably the peak of Minecraft Kid being insane. It can't get much worse. Michael, dude, you were wrong. Sorry, unlucky. Today's secret word / secret phrase is dinner. So if you made it this far into the video, I want you to comment dinner down below. Basically, people who like make it certain, like as far as you guys have, I have you guys comment as a word so I can see who made it this far. Watch time is good. Watch time supports the channel. And for supporting the channel so much, I try and heart as many of them as I can. As many comments to say the secret word, which is dinner today, so comment that down below. I can't get to them all, and I actually got a comment saying he didn't heart any of them. Dude, I was asleep, bro. I do my best, and I try my hardest. But anyways, there's a chance you get a heart, so do that right now. Bye. I'd also like to inform you that today is your lucky day, because every single person who leaves a like on this video will receive their very own nothing in the mail. I will literally give you nothing if you leave a like. Pretty generous, man, I know. With that being said, back to the story. Anyways, right, it's the reception dinner. Everyone kind of thinks that, like, okay, all the nonsense is over. Minecraft Kid, how much worse can he get? I mean, he literally threw a bag of rice at someone during the whole kind of like part of the wedding that was most important and screamed potion of instant damage at them while he did it. Like, how can you top that, man? Like, how can you top, like, he must have all this nonsense out of his system. Spoiler, he does not have all the nonsense out of his system. Unlucky. Like, tough for them. Minecraft Kid refuses to, you know, not be a menace for 1 second. But anyways, right, so Michael's mom, some other random kids, Minecraft Kid's mom, and some other random dude, they're all placed at a table together. Like, for most of this wedding, besides the rice throwing thing, Michael's been able to pretty successfully get away from, like, actually having to hang out with, you know, Minecraft Kid, his cousin. But at this point, he's forced at a table with them, and he's just got to deal with it. He's like, okay, whatever. The wedding's almost over. I had a lot of fun. Like, fine. Like, this dinner can be ruined. Like, that's okay, right? So anyways, they're at the dinner table, and everyone there is trying to avoid the fact that Minecraft Kid just did what he did at the wedding. So they just don't bring it up, man. They just don't bring it up. And that's probably for the better, if I'm being honest. Anyways, right, so it's once again a pretty fancy dinner. This was like set outside or something, so it was like a bunch of tables outside. But it was still a fancy dinner, right? They had it catered. They had, like, you had options of your food, and it was like you could have steak or like lobster. Dude, it was like a very nice dinner. And so the waiter goes around, and, you know, he's like, okay, what do you want? And someone's like, I'll have number 1, I'll have number 2. Like, they give you basically 4 options, and there's a lot of diversity in the options. Like, one of them's like a pasta dish, one of them is vegetarian, right? When it came around to the Minecraft Kid, he was like, I'd like a hamburger. And the waiter's just like, sir, like, you can only pick from 1 to 4 on the menu. He's like, okay, I would like the cheeseburger. And the waiter's like, sir, once again, like, I don't know what to say, man. Like, you can pick 1 through 4. And the kid's like, is it really that hard to make a cheeseburger? And the waiter's like, dude, like, at that point, the mom's like, hey, can you just make him a cheeseburger? Like, he's had a really long day. And by he's had a really long day, that's meant he's, like, made a complete scene at the wedding. But whatever, man, whatever. And the waiter's like, ma'am, I'm sorry, all the food is pre-cooked. I don't know what to say. And she just, like, to the waiter, she's like, okay, just bring him number 3, which was like the pasta or whatever. And he's like, Mom, I want the cheeseburger, Mom. And she's like, honey, we can't get you a cheeseburger. And he's like, okay. Anyways, right, they're having people are having a good conversation at the dinner table. And, you know, the Minecraft Kid starts going around the table, and he starts, like, taking everyone's plastic knives. So, you know, they catered a very nice meal, and they just decided, like, you know what? We don't want to buy a ton of, like, silverware, that's expensive, and we don't want to wash it. Like, we'll just buy some plastic knives. And by we, I mean the people who are planning the wedding. And so, you know, the Minecraft Kid starts gathering up all the plastic knives and then leaves the table. And the mom of the Minecraft Kid is like, okay. And everyone at the table is kind of like that's a little weird, but, like, whatever. It's not that big of a deal. A little weird for sure, but, like, whatever, right? And then they see the Minecraft Kid starts going from table to table, pelting the plastic knives at random people saying, I shot you with my bow and arrow. It's equipped with punch 2, power 3, knockback 1. And he starts doing this. He goes from table to table, just kind of pelting them with these plastic knives. Thankfully, these knives were plastic and not the real deal, because, oh my God, like, that could have been really bad. Like, thankfully, these were just kind of annoying. Like, he's like, I just shot you with my power 6 bow. And at this point, the Minecraft kid's mom, who'd been dealing with his nonsense for like the last 2 days, and had really just kind of like decided not to make a scene, decided to just kind of be chill out. She absolutely loses it. Understandably, man. She loses it. She's like, says the name of the Minecraft kid, like his first name, his middle name, his last name. This kid knew he's in trouble. And she's like, Minecraft kid, obviously saying his real name. She didn't say Minecraft kid. You know what I mean. Get here this instant. And he's like, he kind of goes white in the face because his mom was pissed. She was so mad, dude. And she like grabs him by the hand, drags him out of the wedding. And yeah, apparently Michael says that he never saw him at the wedding after that. Like, there was another day of like kind of just hanging out and like some activities. He was just gone. The Minecraft kid, his mom and him, he was just gone from the wedding. He just didn't return. Subscribe if you haven't already, and then go click on another story video. Got a bunch on screen, and 5,000 likes, and I'll do an eyebrow reveal. Today's story is about this Minecraft kid who made it his goal, his passion, to become the greasiest, sweatiest, grimiest man on planet Earth. Enjoy. The subscriber who sent in this story, let's just call him Ben. I know I use Ben a lot for the name. I just can't really think of a lot of names when I'm coming up with random names. If you have a name you want me to use, go comment it or something. I don't know. Anyways, right, Ben, good kid. I don't know. He's in middle school, maybe in elementary school. I'm not exactly sure at this time of the story, right? But anyways, right, Ben's in class, and it doesn't really matter what the class is. Let's just call it, it could be a math class, could be a history class, could be a how to mine Bitcoin class. There's a lot of different classes it could potentially be, right? But anyways, in this class, right, there's this kid. And because I'm not good with juggling a bunch of names, and as you guys know, and always tell me in the comment section, oh, Connor, you mixed up the 2 names. You know what I'm talking about, right? But since I don't feel like coming up with too many names for me to mess up, right? We're going to call this kid Minecraft Kid, because he would always wear one of 3 Minecraft shirts, right? So we're just calling him Minecraft Kid. We can probably assume that he plays Minecraft or something. I don't really know. That's not really important. But we're calling him Minecraft Kid because he always wore one of 3 different types of Minecraft shirts. Anyways, right, so, Minecraft Kid, he's had a bit of a history for, like, I don't know, for, like, kind of, like, stunts or something. Had always been kind of, like, looking for attention, right? He's always, like, would do something to try and get attention of the class. For example, like, one year, like this was probably like a year ago or a couple months, or at least a time in the past, right? What the Minecraft kid did was they were doing some kind of like craft or something that involved glue. So he decided to get some kind of attention. He would like glue his shirt to the table and be like, ah ha ha, look at me, I'm stuck. All that ended up doing was like the teacher got mad at him and then he ruined one of his shirts. Like there was really no benefit. Yes, he did get like some attention or something, but like the class was like, LOL, like why? Huh? Like why would you do that? Anyways, right, so the Minecraft kid, kind of known for like, trying to do these publicity stunts, kind of known for trying to do things for attention, right? Anyways, right, one day, one good day, one old day, like nothing irregular about the day, completely normal day. We got Ben sitting in his class. He's a good kid. He's a good student, man. He's just trying to sit there. He's just trying to pay attention to the teacher, and not the other students, right? Anyways, there's a bit of like a little bit of a break. And for some reason, I think it was like maybe, Ben and a bunch of these kids, they had like the next class they had was in the same classroom. So, but I don't even know, right? But for some reason, they had a bit of a break where they were able to talk to each other. And, they were kind of just chatting about what, kids chat about. I don't even know, man. The newest like game coming out on the Abacus or something. I don't know. Anyways, right. So they're just chatting. They're having a good old time. And then the Minecraft kid, right? The Minecraft kid is like, guys, and they're all like, yeah. And he's like, guys, hear me out. And they're all like, all right, dude, what's up? He's like, it is my goal to become the stinkiest man on planet Earth. And everyone's like,
Why would that be your goal? Why is this your aspiration in life? Some people, they aspire to be, I don't know, astronauts. Some people aspire to help people and be doctors. Some people aspire to move money around and really not do that much but get paid a lot. Some people aspire to be Storytime YouTubers. You get the picture, right? But apparently some people also aspire to be the worst smelling people on planet Earth. And apparently that was Minecraft Kid. And they're all like, okay. And he's like, I have a 3-step plan to accomplish this. And they're all like, okay. He says, my 3-step plan goes as follows. Number 1, you see this creeper shirt I'm wearing right now? Yeah, he's wearing like the classic creeper shirt that's like super popular or whatever. You see this creeper shirt that I'm wearing right now? I will not change it ever again. I will wear this shirt every day. I will not wash it. It will not be like Albert Einstein and like or Steve Jobs, or I don't even know at this point, who wears like the same shirt every day, but it's actually a different pair. It's not actually the same shirt. He's like 6 of the same shirt. It will be the same shirt and it will not be washed. And everyone's like, okay. He's like, number 2, my 2nd step in my plan to become the smelliest person on planet Earth is as follows. They're like, okay. Number 2, I will never shower again. And they're like, And, to be fair, showering vigorously every day, scraping all the oils off your body 2 times a day, right? Yeah, probably not supposed to do that. I do know that, like, Americans or something, or, like, people in the United States, they do tend to shower a little bit too much. Leaves your skin dry, leaves your scalp irritated. I don't know, right? But that doesn't mean don't shower ever. That's not the solution, right? That's not the solution. And everyone's like, okay, dude. He's like, part 3 to my plan to be the most revolting man on planet Earth. Part 3? I will never brush my teeth again. At this point, everyone's like, hey, yo, bro, why? Don't do that, bro. And at this point, he was like, yes. In his head, he's like, yes, the attention. I'm getting the attention, yes. And he's like, yes, I will never brush my teeth again. Never. And look, okay, the thing with the shower, yeah, Americans tend to shower a little bit too much. Please brush your teeth. Just do it. Dental hygiene is good. Yeah, that's just fun fact. Teeth bad when they explode. Yeah, so that was science from the Connor Pugs channel. Please just brush your teeth. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, dental hygiene, good. Also, I need to get better at flossing, but flossing's really important. You know what? I'm not going on a tangent about how flossing is good. This is a story. Someone then piped up and said, dude, you're obviously not going to do this. You're going to do this for one day and then quit. And at this point, look, that dude should not have said that. He should not have said that, because that only inspired the Minecraft Kid to actually go ahead and go through with actually, trying to become the most, grotesque man on planet Earth, right? He actually went through and he probably wasn't going to go through with it before. It would have been a publicity stunt, but then someone challenged him. Someone challenged him to actually go through with it, basically, by saying, hey, dude, you're not actually going to go through with it, right? Should not have done that, because, the next day rolled around and, Ben came into class. Next day, Ben came into class, right? And he sees the Minecraft Kid. He looks over at him and he remembers, right? He's like, oh, yeah, that kid was going off on this, like, crazy tangent about how he was going to become the smelliest guy on planet Earth, right? He looks over and the kid's sitting there and he's too far away, right? He's too far away to smell him. And he doesn't want to go up to some random kid and start sniffing him, like, little spoiler alert from the Connor Pugs channel. Don't do that to random people. Don't be like, hey, can I sniff you? But he noticed that the Minecraft Kid was wearing the same creeper shirt that he wore a couple days ago. And he's like, let's just hope he has another copy of that. Or maybe let's just hope that he washed it or something. Or maybe the kid's actually going through with it. The next day rolls around. Ben walks into class. Good kid, paying attention. But then, he looks over at the Minecraft Kid and he's wearing the same creeper shirt again. And he's like, okay, let's hope this is some crazy coincidence, or he has like 15 pairs of this shirt, or he's doing a wash every single day with just one shirt in the washer and then the dryer, just fumbling around one shirt. Like, that's it, just one shirt. Anyways, right, the next day, the 4th day in, and he turns around, the Minecraft Kid is still wearing the same creeper shirt. And for today, right, the teacher is going to do random assignments for a big project that's going to last a week. This is a group project of 2 individuals, right? You're paired up for this project. and you're going to be stuck with this person for a week. So Ben is sitting there like, wouldn't it be funny, right? Wouldn't it be just like destiny saying, screw you, kid. L unlucky, get played if I get assigned with the Minecraft kid. So the way that the teacher's going to be randomly assigning kids together in groups, right? He has the 20, 25 or so kids in the class. He has their names printed out, and he's like going to pull them out of a hat or something. The teacher always like making a big deal out of how like the random assignments of kids, just so he could kind of make a game out of it, make it seem like he wasn't putting people together on purpose, right? All that good stuff. So names start getting called, and Ben starts sweating a little bit, because he's like, Minecraft kid definitely isn't telling the truth about being the stinkiest man ever, right? Also, what are the odds of me actually, like, statistically, man, I'm not gonna get assigned with this kid, right? I'm not actually gonna get his names keep on getting pulled, and then he hears and then it's done in pairs. So the teacher pulls out the Minecraft kid's name, and he says his name, and then he like waits a second before he pulls out another name, because he like having this little dramatic pause. The teacher loved the teacher loved the drama, man. He had a little dramatic pause, and he pulls out the name, and he looks at it, and he looks up, and he makes eye contact with Ben, and Ben is like, you gotta be kidding me, man. And he says, Ben, Minecraft kid and Ben, you are partners for the next week. The secret phrase of the day is teacher. So if you made it this far into the video, comment teacher down below. I'm going to try and heart as many of them as I can. I can't get to them all, but if you want the best chance, I guess, of getting a heart and trying to like farm some hearts, get top commenter in the channel, is to comment teacher down below. So go ahead and do that. Also, occasionally in videos, I'll shout out channel members randomly. So yeah, shout out to this person. Thank you so much for becoming a channel member. If you want a chance of being shouted out randomly on the channel, hit that join button, and yeah, keep leaving comments. You don't have to do it. Honestly, I just appreciate you guys watching this far. That's just extra. Don't even worry about it. Finally, it is your lucky day. It is your lucky day, man, because for every single person who leaves a like on this video, by the way, this is not a scam at all, not a scam, you will be getting your very own nothing. If you leave a like right now, your very own nothing will magically appear at your doorstep. Anyways, right, so Ben eventually, like, he trudges over to the table where the Minecraft kid is sitting, realizing that he's gonna have to do something with him every single day for the next week. And it's like a very hands-on project, right? They can't just like sit at different desks and do it. It's a project where they have to be at the same desk. They have to be interacting all the time. They have to be speaking to each other. And let me just say that Ben could immediately, the second he sat down, the second the Minecraft kid started talking to him, he could immediately tell that the Minecraft kid actually did uphold his promise of wearing the same shirt, not washing it, not taking a shower, and not brushing his teeth for the last 4 days. And it became unbearable. Like, Ben was like, oh, did you actually uphold your challenge or whatever? And the Minecraft kid's like, yeah, bro, I'm currently on track to keeping it up. And Ben's just like, great, that's great, man. I'm so happy that, oh my God, what am I gonna do? So Ben is sitting with the Minecraft kid for probably like 10 minutes max, probably like a maximum of 10 minutes. And he just can't do it anymore. He can't take it, man. It's literally too much. Like, he thinks he might actually pass out if he hangs out here any longer. He just can't do it. It's unbearable, man. Like, the kid actually held in, like, he followed through with his promise, and, you know, the consequences were very apparent. Very, very apparent. And Ben was like, hey, man, 1 second. And he goes up to the teacher. He walks up to the teacher. He's like, hey, Mr. Teacher, like, this is going to be very weird. I'm so sorry, but I can't. I'm so sorry. I can't do it, man. I just can't do it. And the teacher's just like, oh my God, like, chill. Oh my, Ben, hold up, Ben. Like, let's calm down here, right? Like, what is going on? Like, are you good? He's like, man, I'm so sorry. I can't do the project anymore at the Minecraft kid. I just can't do it. Obviously, he said the kid's name. He didn't say Minecraft kid, but I don't feel like making up more names. And the teacher's like, Ben, like, what's the problem? Do you guys have beef or something? Like, what's the deal? And Ben's like, dude, I don't know how to explain this, but he smells so bad. And the teacher's like, Ben, like, that's not a reason to not hang out with someone. And Ben's like, dude, you don't understand. Teacher's like, no, I think I do understand. That's very rude. Go back to the Minecraft kid. Like, don't tell him you came up to me to say that. Like, that's very rude and disrespectful. And I will be thinking about that when I'm writing your end of term report card.
And Ben's just like, oh my God. Anyways, and then Ben tries to explain to the teacher. He explains to the teacher the Minecraft kid and his like ambitions and goals and what he's doing to get there. And the teacher's like, I'm sure it's not that bad. I'm sure he's not actually doing that. Go back to the project. Go back to sitting with Minecraft kid. And I don't want to hear anything else about it. So Ben is like, this is gonna be the worst week of my life. This is gonna be, if I survive, if I don't die from like inhaling too much toxic air, right? If I even survive this is gonna be the worst week of my life, right? Oh my God. So he somehow manages the rest of the day. And he comes in the next day, and he's just hunkering down. He's preparing for the worst. He even brought a little, make it like a homemade gas mask if things got too bad. He also wrote his mom a letter, like, if I do not survive, read this letter. And his mom was like, okay. And anyways, he gets in the class, right? He gets there. And the Minecraft kid, he's wearing a different shirt. It's not the creeper shirt. And when he sits down at the table, he doesn't smell anything. That kind of like putrid, revolting smell that was just like, encapsulated the Minecraft kid's essence, right? His ever being, right, is gone. Minecraft kid says, hey, how's it going? And his breath doesn't stink. Oh my God, it's a miracle, man. Ben is like, oh my God, God is real, man. This is incredible. Oh my God, dude. And yeah, so he was really confused and he didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to say anything. He was just blessed. He was thankful, man. But anyway, so like what ended up happening is Ben heard this like from the grapevine. He heard this from some other kid, right? That the Minecraft kid eventually went up to the teacher and asked the teacher a question. And the teacher kind of inhaled the pungent aroma and almost gagged. So the teacher ended up apparently calling the Minecraft kid's parents, explaining to them what Ben told him about what the Minecraft kid was up to, not showering, wearing the same shirt, not brushing his teeth. And apparently the Minecraft kid's mom intervened and forced him to shower, change his clothes, and brush his teeth. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go click on another video. There's some on screen. Click one. Why haven't you clicked on one?
Today's story is about this kid who smelled so bad that this random girl, right, she started gagging and actually collapsed in front of everyone. Enjoy. Yeah, sit back, relax, grab a cup of coffee, grab a bag of popcorn, grab your favorite Bitcoin miner, and let's get right into the story. All right, so we're going to call the subscriber who sent in the story, we're going to call this guy Chris, right? So Chris sent in a story to my Instagram in the description. If you want to send in stories, be featured on the channel, go ahead and do that. Anyways, right, so Chris went to this summer camp, right? This summer camp was a sleepaway camp and it was 2 weeks long. This is probably one of Chris's first times going to a sleepaway camp. So, you know, he was a little nervous, man. He was a little nervous. I know at least my first time going away to a sleepaway camp, you know, I got the nerves. I got a little nervous about that stuff too. I walked in with my mom, same as Chris. So Chris and, you know, his mom, they walk in. And, you know, there's someone like, you know, at the counter or whatever being like, hey, thank you guys so much for coming. We're so excited to have you. What's your name? And, you know, Chris's mom was like, this is my son, Chris. And, you know, the person's like, oh, Chris, it's so nice to have you. Like, whatever. Like, they check him in. And then they're like, all right, Mom, I think it's time for you to go. All right, Chris, your group is Group B. You're going to be over there. And he points to this, like, counselor person, like, two of their kids. And Chris is like, all right, Mom, bye, see you around. So anyways, right, Chris's mom goes, Chris goes over, and he, you know, he gets in his group. He starts meeting some people, some decent kids, you know, some other people that are probably just in the same boat as him, probably just feeling like, wow, I just left my parents to go to this, like, weird summer camp with these weird kids, and I'm a little bit uncomfortable, man. Yeah, probably, here's the thing, right? Little mini story from me. This is definitely not as bad or as interesting as my sleepaway camp experience, because let me just tell you that Chris, he did not need to go to the bathroom in a paper bag. Yeah, I had to do that. It was awful. Actually, story time for later, for another video. 4,000 likes and I'll do that story this week. Anyways, right, so Chris, he's meeting his other people, and this is where we introduce this kid. We're going to call him Noah. Anyways, right, so this kid, Noah, he seemed pretty normal at first. He was wearing, I don't know if, like, I'm going to title this, like, Minecraft kid or just, like, kid or whatever. He was kind of, like, known for wearing, like, random creeper shirts or whatever. So that's why I might call him, like, Minecraft kid in the title. But basically, right, this kid, Noah, you know, he seemed pretty normal. Honestly, Chris, the subscriber, didn't think anything out of the usual when he saw him at first. He honestly just, like, assumed he was pretty normal, pretty, like, you know, just... There was no red flags is what I'm trying to say, right? So basically, right, they all go back to the camp. Eventually, right, so everyone gets there. Everyone in Group B. The person who was, like, the camp counselor plus, like, their cabin leader person,
he had like a sheet to check everyone in, and eventually everyone got there, so it's like, all right, time to go to the cabin. So they walk over, right, and they go to this cabin, and the cabin is like, it's like pretty nice for a cabin at a sleepaway camp, but this isn't some like 5-star like hotel, some like luxury resort, Four Seasons type bit, right? This is a cabin. This is a sleepaway cabin, man. I mean, the fact that you get running water, that's a blessing, dude. I'll be straight with you guys. That's a blessing. If you get hot water, then like, I don't know, man. I think you're hacking. I think you have like some, hack client installed in real life, dude. Like, no shot you get hot water in that thing. Anyways, right? It's a normal I mean, as a cabin, dude. Like, what do you expect, bro? But they get there, right? And they're looking around, and there's like bunks, and people are like, oh, can I have top bunk? Can I have bottom bunk? Whatever. Everyone kind of got the bunk they wanted. There was no drama there. But when it came around, they checked out the showers and the bathrooms. And when they got to the showers, right, Noah had this little look on his face. Like, Noah had, like, his nose was all scrunched up. He was, like, making all these noises, like, bleh. And, like, here's the thing. Like, I wouldn't totally blame, like, I would understand this a lot more if there was, like, a bunch of, like, spiders or bugs or dirt or grime or anything. But these bathrooms, like, at least Chris told me that these showers weren't bad at all, dude. Like, they were pretty normal showers. Like, they were pretty run-of-the-mill, normal-type showers. Like, there's nothing that bad with them. But Noah was making this big deal about how, like, gross they were and how, he even said at one point, he's like, I'm not using these. And, the camp counselor dude, who I don't really feel like giving a name because I'm going to get really confused really fast. We already have 2 names, and there's about to be a 3rd name coming up. So we're just going to call him Camp Counselor Dude, right? So Camp Counselor Dude was like, that's funny, but you will actually have to shower, like, right? And Noah kind of just looked at him with this look. And the Camp Counselor Dude kind of just assumed that Noah was joking about not going to take a shower for the next, 2 weeks. But Chris, he kind of, like, got a feeling that Noah wasn't playing around. He wasn't joking. And so anyways, right, later, Chris kind of forgets about that. They go to dinner. They have a good time. They're kind of like, you're sitting with your you're with your kind of like your group, your cabin, right? And at different meals and activities, obviously, you're with different people. But for dinners, they want to have you with your cabin because that's kind of like your little bonding group. That's your little group of people, right? So they're talking around. They're having a pretty good time. And they go back to the cabin eventually, and they're going around, and then Chris, right, is in the same kind of like quad as Noah. He's not bunking with Noah, but he's in the same quad with Noah. And, Noah goes up to him, he's like, yo, dude. And, Chris is like, yeah, what's up, bro? And Noah's like, hey, do you have any deodorant? I forgot mine. And Chris is like, well, I mean, I do, but I'm not, like, don't take this the wrong way, bro. I'm just not trying to share it. Because, like, that's fine if you totally know someone or their family. Maybe sharing deodorant is okay, but it's a little uncleanly, right? I mean, the reason why you're scrubbing you're trying to, like, deodorize your underarms is because they got some stuff going on down there, right? So it's like, Chris is like, bro, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't know if I'm trying to share it. Like, if I figure out that I brought another one, sure, I'll happily, like, give it to you. And then, like, he notices that Noah goes around and he figures out that, yeah, no one else brought extra deodorant. And Noah's at this point, he's like, he doesn't feel like talking to the camp counselor dude because he has, like, beef with him, I guess, because, like, he, like, actually made fun of him for not wanting to, like, take a shower or something. But anyways, right, so the days go on, and I'm not going to go through every single day. I'm not here to waste your time, right? But basically, as days went on, Chris was kind of just, like, thinking, Noah hasn't taken a shower yet. Like, Noah has not taken a shower yet either. I don't think Noah was joking, guys. Like, oh my God, I don't actually think. And at one point, right, Chris comes to the revelation that Noah wasn't joking, man. He wasn't trolling. This wasn't some massive prank. This wasn't a haha funny, man. This was a, no, man, I'm 100% serious. Right, and at that point, no, Chris is like, oh shoot, like he's actually being legit, right? And okay, so now's the time to introduce the final and last character that I'm giving a name. She's gonna be, she's the quite a major character in just a second, but I have to give her an introduction now. So this girl, right, let's call her Abby. Abby's kind of a very common name I've been using. If you guys have name suggestions, please leave a comment. I actually
have been referring to a screenshot of a long list of names someone left. Like, that's legitimately how I got the name Chris and Noah, thanks to you guys. So yeah, leave names you want me to use in the comment section. Anyways, right, so this girl, Abby, right, you know, like, Chris had one interaction with her before, and that interaction was in one of, like, the daily activities. So at the camp, right, you had a cabin, you had lunch and stuff, but a lot of what you were doing at that camp, because it was an overnight, like, sleepaway camp, it was kind of like a wilderness camp. It was, like, it was practically a wilderness camp. So basically, right, Chris and this girl, Abby, they were in an activity together, and it was, like, I don't know exactly what it was, but for some reason, it involved you kind of, like, touching dirt or bugs or doing something like outside or something earthy, right? Where you have to get your hands involved. And apparently, like, Abby was throwing this massive fit the entire time, and it really wasn't anything that bad. It was like touching dirt or something. But anyways, right, so, you know, she was just kind of like freaking out. Like, she was freaking out over something that honestly, dude, probably was not worth freaking out over at all. Like, it was like touching dirt or something, which, like, here's the thing. Personally, I don't like grabbing fistfuls of dirt, and especially at camp, I was never a fan of that because it would get under my fingernails, and then they would be gross for a while, and I'd have this kind of like gritty feeling, and I just wasn't a fan of that, right? So I can understand not being a fan of that, but like Abby was going insane. Like, she was like, "You can't make me do this, man. You can't make me do this." Like all this kind of like going over the top, going crazy, like enough for Chris to remember, because Chris would not have had would have not have had a memory if someone was just like, "I don't like touching dirt." Like, whatever, that's totally valid, right? That's totally fair. I'm in that boat too, man. But she was like going crazy, dude. So anyways, right, final week comes around, and at this point, Noah has taken 0 showers. He's had 0 access to deodorant or anything, and Chris starts to notice that he's starting to smell a little bit funky. He's starting to smell a little bit like sour milk, just a little bit at this point. And every day, you know, Chris would wake up and Chris would be like, "Ah, yes, it's a wonderful day. It's a wonderful morning. The sun is up." And then he would start to get a little whiff of Noah, he's not his bunk mate, but Noah would walk by to use the bathroom or something, and Chris would be like, "Oh, wow, okay, oh my God, like, oh my God, dude." So right, as the days went on, like, it got worse, and it got worse, and it got worse, and it just got like, like on the last day, right, on the last day, they had this kind of like activity where all these people would come together, and it was like a big kind of like final mixer type thing. And on that morning, right, you know, Noah wakes up. It's a good day. Chris wakes up. My fault. Chris wakes up. It's a beautiful day. The sun is out. The birds are chirping, man. I don't know. Like, it's a good day. The air is fresh. And he wakes up and he's like, and that was the first mistake. You know, when you wake up and you take a nice big inhale, it's just so nice, like the good morning air. No, this was not good morning air. This was toxic fumes. Like, this would be considered a bioweapon by the World Trade Federation or whatever. Why would the World Trade Federation classify something as a bioweapon, Connor? You're a genius. Anyways, no, but he wakes up and he gets a whiff, right? He's just like, "Holy shit." So while we're on the topic of smelling bad, today's keyword of the day is smell. So if you made it this far into the video, comment smell down below. Yeah, I just like to see how many people made it this far into the video. It's good for the watch time. I'll try and heart as many of those comments as I can. I can't get to them all. I do my best. I spend a little bit too much time hearting these comments, but if you want a good shot at it, just comment smell down below. And while you're at it, today's your lucky day, man. Today's your lucky day, because every single person who leaves a like on today's video will actually receive nothing. No, you heard me right. You'll receive nothing if you leave a like on today's video. So yeah, leave a like and you'll actually see nothing appear right in front of you. I'm feeling extra generous today, so yeah. So anyways, right, Chris wakes up, you know, smelling the good air, and he just gets a whiff of Noah at this point, and he's like, "Holy shit, oh my God." And yeah, so this is kind of like the final day, and they're having some kind of like big get-together group type thing of like all the kids in the class or the camp or whatever it is, right? And you know, they go out there, they walk out of the cabin. I think some of the other kids in the cabin were also got a you know, they inhaled a little bit too closely to Noah, right? A little bit too closely. And anyway, so they kind of have like a weird mixer type group thing where like they get scrambled up with random people, and it happens to be Chris, Noah, a bunch of other random people, and also the girl Abby, who I introduced earlier, the one who really kind of like was known for overreacting to stuff. And it was just a bad combination, man. Luck just was not on his side that day.
So they're assigned these groups, and they're kind of like they splinter off or whatever, and it's kind of like the final activity, kind of like final camp activity, last time to have fun, last time to meet these people, right? And whatever activity it was like indoors, and they were all kind of like in one of these classrooms, and they were all pretty close together. And there's an instructor assigned to each group. And the assignment was, I don't even know what it was. I'll make something up funny. Like I'll be like, it was something like, I don't know, but for some reason they had to be in a group together, and the instructor said what they had to do, and he said, all right, I'll be back in 20 minutes, right? So, the instructor leaves the room, the group is there, it's Chris, Noah, Abby, some other kids, right? And I think like Chris like kind of takes the initiative to lead the group, but like in the middle of his kind of pep talk, in the middle of his like speech or whatever, Abby is like, starts gagging. She's like, oh, oh, oh. And like Chris like starts to notice this, and everyone else is kind of turning around. They're looking at Abby. She's like, what is that? What is that smell? And well, let me just say that Chris had a pretty good idea what she was talking about, because Noah, with his whole deciding not to shower for 2 weeks and forgetting his deodorant, he was kind of smelling like kind of like spoiled milk plus a lot worse. I don't know how to describe it, man. It was pretty bad. So like he didn't 100% blame Abby, but she started going off even more. She's like, oh my god, oh, and then she just drops to her knees, and everyone's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, it's bad, but like it's not that bad. And after she drops to her knees, she's like, it's too much. It's too much for me. And she like faints on the ground. And obviously, right, Chris is like 95% sure that this is just over dramatic and fake. But, one of the other kids was like, oh my God, Abby fainted. And at this point, Noah's just like feeling just like so awkward, dude. Cause like, obviously, right, there was one smell in this room, and it was 100% coming from him. She wasn't, fainting because some kid had like perfume on or like cologne or something, or the air conditioner was like smelling a little weird. It was 100% this kid, right? 100%. So some random guy in the group was like, oh my God, she fainted. He runs out, he gets the instructor or whatever, and the instructor runs in like, oh my God, like, Abby, is everything okay? And Abby looks up at him, and she's like, that kid. She points to Noah. At this point, Chris is like, oh my God. And Abby's like, that kid, he smells so bad. And at this point, the instructor's face, which was like genuinely like concerned for a little bit, completely drops. He's just like, what? And the instructor, like, he kind of realized that, this kid, Noah, right, he wasn't smelling the finest ever. But he actually got upset at Abby. He was like, that's so disrespectful to your friend or your colleague or whatever. Come with me. And, he actually took Abby out of the room for fainting because of the smell. And, at that point, like, Noah was just, like, kind of awkwardly standing there because, like, dude, what are you going to do? I mean, some girl just, like, started puking and fainting because you didn't smell good. And, like, Chris decided, like, okay, I got to step up. So Chris is like, all right, guys, let's get back to what's important. Let's work on this project. And, Noah was actually pretty thankful because Chris kind of did just save him from a pretty awkward conversation because everyone else there was... They pretty obviously witnessed what just happened, which was a girl starting to like puke and gag and then faint. Obviously an overreaction, but still, just because this kid didn't smell so good, like that's pretty awkward. That's pretty awkward, bro. So yeah, Chris is kind of the hero here. Noah got saved, and he was pretty thankful. Subscribe if you haven't already. Now go click on another video. Just watch a video. Why
Today we got a story time of this Minecraft kid who actually fights a kid because this other guy said that Minecraft wasn't the greatest game of all time. No, I'm not even joking. So yeah, sit back, relax, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and let's get right into it. We're going to call the subscriber who sent in the story, we're going to call him Sam. And basically, right, Sam sent me a message on Instagram about this story. You can do the same thing too if you want your story to be heard on the channel. My Instagram's in the description. That's the best way to find me and to send me the stories. But anyways, right, Sam, also this is a name I got from the comments. Basically, right, Sam told me about this time when he was in 4th grade. So obviously, right, Sam's a little bit older now. I mean, maybe not obviously. There's probably some people in 4th grade who watch me. But anyways, right, Sam told me about this whole experience that happened when he was in 4th grade. So he was in class one day, and there's this kid in the class, and we're going to call him Minecraft Kid. And this kid is like obsessed with Minecraft. And look, there's nothing wrong with that. I have to like make it very clear again because I have to do this every time I call someone a something kid, Roblox kid, Minecraft kid, etc., right? There's nothing wrong with really liking a game. I mean, obviously, like I'm playing some Minecraft right now. It's a good game, man. I like it. I enjoy it. It's, you know, it's a good time. What can I say? But at the end of the day, right, there's definitely kind of like a connotation around Minecraft kid, which means you don't just like the game. It also means you're kind of crazy, right? Anyways, right, so there's this kid in this class. We're going to call him Minecraft Kid. We're not even giving him a name because the name Minecraft Kid, that name is honestly good enough. Anyways, right, so they're in class and they're kind of like been divided up into small groups. And so the teacher kind of like randomly assigned people to different groups. And the subscriber, Sam, was, you know, in a group of like 2 other people he kind of knew. Then he was also assigned into a group with the Minecraft Kid because this was a group of 4s. So Sam and the Minecraft Kid never really had like a lot of like, they weren't boys. They weren't super close or anything. They were just kind of like, they knew of each other and they had interacted a couple times, but they weren't really that close. And anyways, right, you know, they were talking. I don't exactly know what the group project was about, but they were doing some kind of presentation, some kind of project. And the other 2 kids start bringing up the subject of like video games and what they liked the best. And at the time, right, Minecraft was pretty popular. I don't know what other games were pretty popular, but Sam was more of a Call of Duty person. And, you know, there's the discussion of what is the most popular game arose. And obviously, like, I mean, the other 2 kids were saying something, and they weren't really saying it that, like, strongly. But the Minecraft kid was like, Minecraft is the greatest game that has ever been made. You know, personally, I kind of agree with the Minecraft kid just because I don't really play a lot of games, and Minecraft is, like, the only game that runs on my Mac. But obviously, like, I'm not going to die on that hill. If someone disagrees with me strongly, I'm going to say, that's all good, bro. Like, that's fine. Just to a certain extent, man, like, it's really just up to everyone's own opinion and, like, what their favorite game is. And, like, I don't really care. It's up to you. You can like what you want. But anyways, right, the Minecraft kid was like, guys, obviously, Minecraft is the greatest game that has ever been created, right? Like, obviously, Minecraft is the greatest game. And then, you know, the subscriber, Sam, is like, you know what, I actually disagree. I personally think Call of Duty is the greatest game. And then he gave, like, a list of, like, why he thought Call of Duty was greater or a better game than Minecraft or whatever. The Minecraft kid wasn't that angry at first, but was like, you're wrong because, like, X, Y, and Z. But anyways, right, Sam and the Minecraft kid start going back and forth more and more. And, like, Sam, he isn't taking it that seriously, but he's really holding his ground. The Minecraft kid basically wouldn't have gotten upset if, like, you know, Sam would have been like, oh, no, you're right. Minecraft is the greatest game because X. And remember, I personally think Minecraft is the greatest game, but I also just don't care. But anyways, you know, Sam was holding his ground, and, you know, rightfully so. You're allowed to think whatever you want, especially when it comes to, like, the greatest video game. Like, that's not a big deal. But the Minecraft kid, he was getting angrier and angrier and angrier, and he was getting more upset, and he was like, he started, like, doing all the, like, heavy breathing, like, you don't understand the truth. You don't understand. He's like, this is very insulting to my honor. And at this point, right, Sam, he was kind of, look, this was in 4th grade, and he kind of liked messing with people a little bit. Sam was a good kid, so he didn't want to mess with anyone who didn't deserve it. But if someone was being goofy, he was going to play them, right? If you're being goofy, man, he was just going to play you. So anyways, right, you know, Sam and the Minecraft kid keep going back and forth, and the Minecraft kid starts getting angrier, and he's like, you don't understand what's happening. He's like, you don't understand what you're saying. And at this point, Sam starts like, he starts going like, he's like, you know what? Let's just rile this kid up a little bit more. Let's just have a little bit more fun at this point. And so what Sam ends up doing is he says, you know what? I don't just think Call of Duty is the best game. I think Minecraft is the worst game, which obviously, you know, he didn't actually think that. Sam enjoyed himself a little bit of Minecraft. It was a good game. He had some good memories on it. He used to watch all, like, the OG Minecrafters. Like, you know, he was a kid once, too. And, you know, he'd hop on a survival world with his friends every couple years or every couple months, right? So he liked the game. But he thought it'd be funny if he told the Minecraft kid, who was getting really upset over the fact that, you know, Sam didn't put Minecraft as the best game, if, like, he said, oh, Minecraft is the worst game. And this made the Minecraft kid completely flip out. And what happens when, you know, Sam says, you know, I actually think Minecraft, it's not just the best, it's not just not the best game. It's actually the worst game ever created. The Minecraft kid, his eyes get all wide, and he just, like, takes 2 hands and slides all the pens off the desk really quickly. Like, just, like, slams them all off. At this point, right, you know, the other two kids at the table who were very amused by this conversation are just like, whoa, 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 whoa. Dude, it's not that deep. It's not that deep. And to be fair, man, it just wasn't that deep. It really just was not that deep. And the Minecraft kid starts huffing and puffing. And you might be thinking, how is the teacher not even involved at this point? Well, basically, right, the teacher sent everyone to do, like, group projects or whatever at their little desks with their partners or their groups of 4. And he just left the room for, like, the class period. He was like, dude, I'm out of here. So, right, the Minecraft kid, he's basically getting ready to square up. He's like, what did you just say? And at this point, right, Sam is like, okay, this was really funny. In fact, this was hilarious. Actually, scratch that. This was quite hilarious, right? This was great, but I think it's time for me to stop the trolling before this kid actually blows, like, I don't know, a blood vessel or something, dude. Like, this is kind of crazy. And so he's like, okay, man, I was just joking around. He's like, no, you can't joke about that stuff, dude. You just can't joke about that stuff. At this point, right, Sam is like, okay, this kid is actually crazy. Like, oh my God, I think I've gone a little bit too far with this one. And the Minecraft kid's like, you don't understand. You don't understand what you've done. And he looks at him. He says, "You shall pay." And he gets up and he puts on his backpack and he's like, "I will see you tomorrow." And he just like runs out of the classroom. And at this point, Sam's just like, "Hey, yeah, like, bro, what, what?" And all the other kids at the table are just like looking at him, just like, "Dude, don't ask me. I have no idea. Like, I'm not the one to, like, ask on this one because I don't know either, bro. Like, best of luck. That kid's kind of funny, but, like, I don't know what's going on right now. But, like, let me know because I'm kind of curious." So anyways, right, the next day rolls around. Yeah, the next day rolls around and, you know, Sam is at recess with some of his friends. And he's, like, just standing there, and he's, like, looking around, and he just, like, looks across the field or whatever, or, like, across, like, whatever the landscape was, and he sees the Minecraft kid. And the Minecraft kid is just looking at him, and he's just smiling. And at this point, right, Sam is feeling weird. He's like, this kid's a little strange. Like, I don't know why he's just, like, staring at me so intensely. Like, I'm a little uncomfortable, if I'm being honest, right? So anyways, after that, you know, he looks away and he like looks back at his friends. And then eventually Sam is like, okay, I'm going to see if that kid's still there. He looks back and the Minecraft kid is not just no longer staring at him, but the Minecraft kid is gone. Like the kid is gone. Speaking of Minecraft, let's just have today's secret word be Minecraft, like legitimately just Minecraft. I'm going to try and heart as many of those comments, but today is going to be really busy for me, so I might not even be able to heart the comments, but I would still appreciate it if you commented so I can see briefly how many people made it this far. And also, while you're down there, leave a like on the video and you'll receive absolutely nothing. It is a fantastic deal. And anyways, right, so Sam, he was just chilling. He's just like, oh my God, where'd the Minecraft kid go? And so he walks back into school, right? He walks back because, like, the bell rings and recess is over. So he's walking back into his class. And, you know, he's just like, okay, this is the class that I have with the Minecraft kid. Because officially, like, 23 hours have passed or 23 and a half or whatever. And it's finally, like, one day later, and he's having class again with the Minecraft kid. So he has to go back into his groups. When he gets into class, he's looking around, and everyone is there. Everyone is present. Besides the Minecraft kid. So he's like, okay, that's a little strange. I definitely saw him today. Anyways, right, so Sam is just sitting in class. He's waiting around, and he's just like, you know, eventually the teacher's like looking around, basically jotting down a little bit of attendance, and notices the Minecraft kid isn't there. Doesn't really say anything. He's like, you know, just kind of probably notes it down in his book that he's not there, and he's like, okay, class, time to go out in your breakout groups. I'm going to leave again. The teacher was not having it. He was just done, bro. The teacher left again. And, you know, I don't know, the kids go to their groups, normal thing, everything's looking normal. So Sam goes to his group, and the other two kids are there, and the other two kids are like, yo, where's the Minecraft kid? Is he going to fight you? Ha, ha, ha. And at this point, Sam's like, dude, it's actually kind of weird, because, like, I saw him today at recess, and he was just, like, staring at me. And then he was, like, smiling, too. It was really weird. And they're just like, okay. And then he's like, also, he's not in class today. And then they're like, dude, you mean he's at school? Look, this isn't like college where you can kind of like, you can skip classes, or, I mean, it's not advised, but you can. This isn't like high school where, I mean, even in high school, you really can't. This is a middle school where you're dropped off every day. You don't like skip classes. What are you gonna do? No, like legitimately, what are you gonna do, bro? Like, are you just gonna like sit in the locker room? Are you gonna sit in the bathroom?
I mean, okay, anyway, so this is like very weird for someone to be at school and then like not attend a class. So they're just like, okay, dude, this is very weird. And then they're sitting there, Sam and the other two people, everyone, they're just at their tables, and then they see the door open, and it's the Minecraft kid. And he has his backpack on, and in his left hand is one of those like foam diamond swords. And he just looks at Sam, he's like, our battle, it has started. You shall pay for your slander. And everyone is just like so confused because one, what? But also two, they have literally no context to what is going on right now. And at this point, right, Sam is like both amused and also just super confused because right now the Minecraft kid is stood in front of the entire class and basically called out Sam saying it's time for them to battle. And he has one of those foam diamond swords in his hand. I don't know if you had those like fake like Minecraft foam diamond swords as a kid. I know I definitely did. I know probably half my friends did. And apparently so did the Minecraft kid. He was like, our battle for the honor of Minecraft begins now. At this point, right, he draws his sword. And this is also really bad timing for the Minecraft kid because the teacher was kind of planning on just not being in the class the whole time, but he forgot something at his desk. So he was walking back to the class and like opened the door as this whole thing was going down. At this point, the Minecraft kid has already drawn his sword and he like rushes in and he's like, yeah, for Minecraft. And he's rushing in with his like fake diamond sword or whatever. Sam's just standing there like, what is going on, dude? And at this point, the Minecraft kid runs up to Sam and starts beating him with this fake Minecraft sword. And right, it's not going to do any actual damage because it's like a piece of foam, but he's like whipping it around and it's like kind of stinging a little bit. And Sam's like, dude, stop. What are you doing? Stop. This is really annoying. Like, it didn't even hurt that bad. It was just very annoying. The Minecraft kid is like, for Minecraft, pop, 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 pop. It keeps like whapping him with like the diamond, not even like trying to like hit him with the side, but hitting him with the flat side, just because it's like a piece of foam flapping around. At this point, right, the Minecraft kid and also Sam totally doesn't really realize that the teacher has returned to the classroom. So all of a sudden, right, Sam is kind of closing his eyes because he doesn't want the sword to like hit him in the eye or something because that might actually do a little bit of damage, while everywhere else it'll do literally no damage. But all of a sudden, he feels the sword stop and he feels like the Minecraft kid like disappear from his presence. And he opens his eyes and the teacher has the Minecraft kid by the scruff of his shirt saying, "You're coming with me, mister. We're going to the principal's office." And yeah, the Minecraft kid basically got dragged out of the classroom and he was screaming at Sam, "This is not the last of me. I will get my revenge." And yeah, basically the kid was, suspended for the day. He had to do in-school suspension. And he also had to write a formal apology to Sam. It was like a very fake apology, but whatever. But yeah, so moral of the story, don't attack people over them saying Minecraft is not the greatest game of all time. And subscribe if you're new. And if you want to do me a big favor, go watch another video. It really does help out the channel. There's some on the sidebar, some on the video right now. Go watch it. Today's story is about a Minecraft kid that every day he came in, he somehow smelled worse and refused to shower because it would impair his gaming or something. I don't even know, man. Anyways, sit back, relax, leave a like in the video to claim your free nothing, and let's get right into it. So we're going to call today's subscriber who sent in this story. You can do so at Discord, link in description. Anyways, we're going to call him Ben because that's a meme on the channel, and we're just going to keep it up. So anyways, right, Ben, he was in 5th grade, and, in his class, he was assigned one day, he was there, he went in, just started off as a normal day, as all these stories do, and he went in one day, and, the teacher was, announcing this kind of, like, big project that they were doing. It was going to be a 2-week-long project, so it was going to be a pretty big deal. And the groups were assigned randomly as he kind of like, beforehand, like before class, he went to like a random number generator, assigned a name next to every, like he went really all out on it. And he kind of like randomized the groups. And as he was reading them out aloud, Ben, heard the names and he was like, oh, one of the names is one of Ben's closest friends, but also one of the names was like this kid who was known for like, kind of just like, I don't know how to say it, like, look, being a Minecraft kid does not mean you enjoy Minecraft. Obviously, you can see the gameplay in the background of this video, and I think the game's pretty cool. I've been playing it for a while, and I have a lot of great memories. However, right, Minecraft kid on this channel is denoted to the kids that are if you're a Minecraft kid, you're a Minecraft kid. If you know, you know. That's all I can say. He also wore the same green creeper hoodie every single day without washing it, but we'll get into that in a second. But anyways, right, you know, Ben was listening to the names, and one of them was the Minecraft kid, who he never really had a lot of interactions with, but kind of knew him as, like, that kid. But he's like, okay, whatever, I'm friends with someone the group is someone I don't know, one of my close friends, and this Minecraft kid. How bad could it actually be? Anyways, right, so they sit down and they start working out the game plan for this project, because obviously they have a lot to do, because, you know, it's 2 weeks long. They're not going to be given 2 weeks to do nothing. So as soon as Ben starts talking about, all right, so let's divvy up the work and figure out, you know, what are we going to do in class? Let's have a timeline, and also what people are going to do, you know, at home. And he just said, if anyone has any, like, reasons they can't do something on a certain day, or they're gone, or they're busy or something, please let me know, as that'll affect how I distribute the work. And the Minecraft kid immediately pipes up and says, you know, I don't know how much work I can do at home. I've, you know, been very serious with my gaming recently. And Ben is like, all right, bro, like, I respect the grind, but at the end of the day, I don't know if that's, like, a legitimate reason not to be doing work, because, like, hey, man, if he's not doing the work, that doesn't mean the work goes away. It literally just means that one of the other people has to, like, take it over, like Ben has to take it over instead. And Ben's not trying to do a lot more work than he needs to do. Like, that's pretty understandable. But the Minecraft kid says, no, man, it's, like, super, super serious. Like, I could be making a lot of money. And by the way, spoiler, the Minecraft kid couldn't. He was thinking of, like, playing in, like, Minecraft tournaments, which I don't even think exist. I don't think there is a competitive gaming scene for Minecraft. I'm pretty sure I watched a video on, like, why that failed or something. But anyways, right, he was like, bro, I'm playing for the MLG, bro. It's gonna happen. I just need to grind harder. And then he goes on, the Minecraft kid goes on to tell everyone at the table what, like, extreme measures he's been taking to, like, grind out Minecraft. The first thing he says is he brings a mouse into class every day to practice jitter clicking. And if you don't know, you know, jitter clicking is basically just when you click your mouse really quickly, but you do it by, like, vibrating your wrist. I don't really know. I can't personally do it. I'm not about to try. But it gets you more clicks per second, which in a certain version of Minecraft is better for combat, because on some servers you take less knockback and your more hits register. I don't know the science behind it or anything, right? So, and Ben, in the back of his mind, was like, I thought I heard a little noise. Like, for the last couple weeks, he'd been hearing this, like, really faint, like, kind of, like, pitter-patter noise of, like, and he had no idea what it was, because, like, Minecraft kid sat in the way back, and Ben sat like, middle front, so he wasn't, like, 100% sure, like, what the noise was, but he's like, in his head, he's like, all right, that explains that. But then the Minecraft kid goes on to explain some more uncleanly, right? Some not so very clean methods he's been using.